A merciless gale slices across the frozen wasteland, dragging curtains of snow through the pitch-black dark. Out there, almost nothing feels alive anymore, only the sharp, aching crack of ice splitting apart, and those deep, terrifying roars echoing from somewhere far beneath the shadows. At the center of that icy massacre, surrounded by the motionless bodies of hideous monsters sprawled across the frozen ground, one ornate sword still stands upright, buried in the ice. It remains there like a silent witness, marking the place where a vicious battle has only just come to an end. High above the endless white expanse, a lone bird glides through the freezing sky. Its pale wings hold steady against the biting wind, while its sharp gaze scans the dead, snow-covered world stretching far below. Far across that boundless field of snow, a single figure keeps moving forward, step by step. He forces his way through the cold, his body angled against the wind as each heavy stride leaves a fresh trail behind him in the white silence. This is Adrian Leonberg, the first prince who was once known as the magic sword Gruhorn. He looks straight ahead, without even the smallest tremor in his gaze, his expression hardened by every cruel trial this unforgiving world has carved into him. Clad in his unmistakable armor, the young prince walks with a quiet, controlled strength. There is no panic in his posture, no wasted movement at all, only the presence of someone already bracing himself for whatever nightmare the frozen wastes might unleash next. Then, without the slightest warning, a monstrous roar rips through the frozen air. From the darkness ahead, a massive red-skinned beast comes charging out, its glowing eyes locked onto Adrian as its hulking body barrels forward like death given form. But Adrian does not retreat. The instant the monster closes in, he throws himself into the fight, raising his sword in a lethal upward arc to meet the creature head-on. Against the cold reflection of the wasteland, a blade stained in dark blood catches the light. The thick marks along its edge say everything without a word, making the savagery of the fight that just happened there impossible to look away from. At that same moment, somewhere inside the darkness, a restless surge of energy begins to move. It flickers and twists like a living thing, gathering itself in the shadows as though something terrible is preparing to take shape. For ages beyond counting, a horrifying red monster with one blazing eye had snarled from the deep places of this world, a symbol of ancient horrors that were never truly destroyed. Calamity kept returning again and again, and whenever chaos descended, Adrian Leonberg, wrapped in shining armor, was the one who hurled himself straight into its center. War after war swallowed the world without mercy, and Adrian cut his way through each one with terrifying precision. His sword swept through the darkness like a raging storm, and from the ruins left behind, countless heroes began to rise. Yet Adrian Leonberg himself shone brighter than all of them, his body surrounded by a fierce blue aura that burned like a beacon. But even after victory followed victory, evil refused to vanish for good. Its hideous face always crawled back into the world, this time taking the form of a green-skinned beast whose blazing red eyes looked as though they would never stay buried. Evil had rooted itself deep into the very foundation of the world, sinking in where no ordinary blade could reach. And still, the prince stood before it, steady and prepared, his resolve unshaken and his spirit sharpened for the battle waiting ahead. Across that shattered world, he charged through ruined lands and empty, desolate fields. Again and again, he threw himself directly into the path of the spreading darkness, as if fighting had become the fate he was never allowed to escape. At the heart of it all, he came to a stop before a blade blazing with golden radiance. Its brilliant light reflected back onto him, almost like the world itself was showing him the legendary existence he had carried through endless war. Because long before he ever stood there in a human body, he had been the magic sword Gruhorn, a living legend forged and tempered through the heat, blood, and screams of countless brutal wars. Now the snow-covered wasteland stretches endlessly around him, silent and bitterly cold, still scarred by conflicts that never seem to truly end. Among the frozen corpses of his enemies, the prince stands alone, a powerful figure carved against the merciless white horizon. A low, quiet sound slips from Adrian as he reaches out his hand. It is not a gesture of celebration or pride, but something heavier, a grim acknowledgement of the chaos, slaughter and bloodshed surrounding him on every side. His gaze travels slowly over the vast and silent battlefield, taking in the snow, the corpses, and the emptiness left behind. Then his eyes finally settle on the distant fortress beyond the haze, standing cold and unmoving like another witness to his endless struggle. But the fighting is still far from over. Through the frozen mist ahead, new monstrous silhouettes begin to rush forward, one after another, their numbers swelling as they charge across the snow, hungry to strike him down next. With an impact violent enough to rattle both bone and armor, Adrian drives a crushing blow straight into his enemy. His armored figure blurs with concentrated force, turning that single strike into something brutally overwhelming. The monster buckles beneath the devastating power of the attack. Its grotesque body gives way under the impact, and in the next instant, blood and viscera explode outward, splattering violently across the pale snow. From the center of a blood-red vortex, more twisted monsters start to emerge, their crimson eyes burning with pure hatred as they all fix on the same target. And then even more of those grotesque abominations pour out behind them, rising like a relentless tide of terror. But Gruhorn does not bend under that pressure, and he does not break. His will remains steady, his focus honed sharper than steel, as one certainty echoes through him with absolute force. He is not just a sword. Then a blast of electric blue light erupts around him, and Adrian launches forward with deadly speed. His blade tears through the air like a streak of lightning, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve. As the sword in his hands flares with an intense azure glow, his vow becomes unmistakable. As a knight, he will stand his ground. With one enormous sweep, Adrian releases a massive crescent of blue power across the battlefield. The force surges outward like a disaster breaking loose, ripping through everything in its path and tearing apart the frozen ground beneath it. His eye burns with a brilliant electric blue intensity, fierce and impossible to shake. In that glow, the sheer strength of his unbroken will is reflected as clearly as any blade. He stands above snow-covered mountains and frozen valleys like a lone force of nature watching over the bleak world below. Not far from him, ancient blood-stained walls rise in silence, towering through the cold like monuments to carnage from a forgotten age. Blue energy ignites around Adrian's body, surging fiercely from him in powerful waves. The light spills outward through the snow, making his unstoppable determination impossible to ignore. Adrian surveys the devastation with calm, unwavering eyes. His expression gives almost nothing away, but his focus is absolute, as if he is already prepared for the next challenge that will crawl out from the ruins. Then, through the freezing stillness, the deep blast of a war horn suddenly tears across the air. Its heavy cry rolls over the snow like a command, signaling the beginning of a relentless charge at dawn. From the cold emerges a new figure, a battle-worn man with dark hair and a cruel scar cutting across him. His face is set with iron determination, the kind of resolve only someone shaped by war could carry. And he is not alone. A powerful squad has gathered at his side, including the scarred warrior and a striking woman with long white hair. Every one of them stands armed and ready, their presence making it clear that war is already upon them. Another formidable figure steps into sight, a woman with long, wavy brown hair flowing around her as intense blue energy crackles across her body. Her eyes shine with unmistakable determination, as though she has already chosen the fight ahead. Then a charismatic knight with golden hair enters the battlefield, bringing a different kind of radiance with him. His bright blue eyes are filled with confidence, and the powerful glow surrounding him makes his arrival impossible to overlook. A chilling burst of blue light suddenly erupts across the battlefield. It washes over the vast blanket of snow, turning the frozen world around them into something eerie, luminous, and almost otherworldly. Adrian Leonberg stands firm in the middle of a sea of fallen warriors. His iconic red cape cuts sharply against his shining plate armor, while his massive greatsword pierces the frozen ground in front of him. Around the silent, defeated bodies, electric blue energy still crackles faintly, lingering like the last ghostly trace of a brutal war the world has nearly forgotten. Even surrounded by death and ruin, Adrian remains standing like a living beacon of resolve. His eyes burn forward with a determination so fierce that no battlefield, no loss, and no amount of destruction can make it waver. Frozen ground has become a graveyard of blades, with swords driven into the ice like markers for ancient heroes, whose names have already faded from memory. One battered hilt is still clutched in an armored hand, a silent remnant of struggles no one can fully recall. Then Adrian Leonberg appears, the faintest confident smirk touching his lips as his cross-shaped sword blazes with brilliant golden light. The snow-swept wasteland stretches endlessly in every direction, silent as a frozen monument to epic battles long forgotten. But that silence is torn apart when a grotesque, green-skinned monster bursts into view, red energy burning in its eyes and sharp fangs bared as it roars with raw, primal fury. Adrian Leonberg moves the instant the threat appears. Without hesitation, he surges forward, his radiant cross-shaped sword slicing through the frigid air toward the hideous monster. A harsh metallic shing rings out as the blade connects, ripping through flesh and sending a violent spray of gore spilling into the cold. The beast staggers backward from the force of the blow, blood erupting from the fresh wound. But Adrian has already moved again, his body becoming a blur of lethal purpose before the monster can even recover. A wave of raw emotion crashes through him all at once, and Adrian slams his fist into the frozen ground, with enough force to crack the ice beneath him. In that quiet explosion of memory and pain, one truth tears through his heart more sharply than any blade. All of them had been his friends. But in the middle of battle, grief is a weight he cannot afford to carry for long. Adrian drives himself forward again, wrapped in steel and blazing blue energy, his sword burning like a comet as it descends toward the next monster in his path. A deafening clang splits the battlefield as his blade strikes true again and again. Adrian carves through the monster horde with furious precision, each slash carrying the crushing weight of everything he has lost, while the memory of myths reduced to ash screams inside him, as if they have been torn away completely. A sickening thud follows as another monster crashes onto the frozen ground. Its body lies still in the snow, but its eyes remain wide open, frozen in one final look of stunned disbelief. Then, for one brief moment, silence returns to the battlefield. Adrian stands victorious, his glowing sword still radiating raw power as the only figure left upright among the defeated monsters. And before that silence can settle for long, he unleashes one more swift and devastating strike. Surrounded by fallen enemies, Adrian remains standing in absolute victory. His posture is firm, his shoulders steady, and his gaze stays fixed straight ahead, as though the next enemy has already appeared in his mind. In his eye, a flicker of grim resolve sharpens, small but impossible to miss. It feels like the final spark before the battlefield is swallowed by another storm. Then a bone-rattling growl rips across the desolate landscape, shaking the frozen air itself. In this age of tribulation that has finally arrived, a colossal, monstrous enemy bursts out from the wasteland, towering over everything in its path. And even faced with that overwhelming presence, Adrian stands firm, refusing to retreat even a single step. The monstrous creature rears its head back toward the frozen sky and lets out a roar so deep and brutal that it seems to tear the wasteland open. The sound rolls across the snow like the cry of a beast that was born for nothing but destruction. But Adrian does not flinch beneath that terrifying pressure. His eyes stay locked forward, and in the next heartbeat, they ignite with a fierce electric blue light, crackling as if a storm of lightning has been sealed behind his gaze. Then that power erupts outward from him all at once. A vivid blue aura bursts around his body, surging in violent waves through the icy air, and making the cold itself seem to tremble around him. His cross-shaped sword responds to that awakened force, pulsing with the same overwhelming energy as though it has come alive in his hands. Adrian then crashes down onto the frozen battlefield, his crimson cape snapping around his shining armor, standing in the middle of the carnage like a beacon that absolutely refuses to break. Before him, another nightmare rises from the storm. Its jagged face twists with pure hatred, and its burning red eyes glare through the freezing dark, making the creature look like malice itself wrapped in monstrous flesh. Even with that horror closing in, the prince does not give up a single step. Drenched in explosive light, Adrian holds his ground against the swelling darkness, his silent presence roaring back with defiance more loudly than any words ever could. There was a time when I had no body, no hands, no voice, only a drifting, ethereal mass of pure energy. I existed beyond flesh and form, wandering in a shapeless state, until that strange existence was finally granted a new life. Little by little, my essence gathered together, tightening, condensing, and taking on a definite shape. And when that mysterious rebirth was complete, I opened my new existence not as a human being, but as a sword. For hundreds of long years after that, I passed from one hand to another. Countless masters gripped my hilt, carried me into battle, and placed their hopes, fears, and lives upon my edge. On battlefield after battlefield soaked in blood, I gave those masters my strength. My blade cut through enemy after enemy, and with every struggle they faced, their battles became woven into the very core of my own existence. With my power beside them, I helped turn ordinary warriors into legends, heroes whose names would echo through history. And after what felt like an eternity of being passed from one wielder to the next, I finally encountered the one I would call my comrade. That comrade was Adrian Leonberg, the first prince. When he stood before me, he carried the dignity of royalty and the unshakable presence of someone who would never lower his head to fate. Yet even a comrade like him could not keep every danger from reaching us, because far away, a new and terrifying threat was already beginning to gather. But long before that shadow appeared, when I first found him, he was still only a child from a forgotten village. Together, we fought against the monsters that threatened his home, the village of Leonberg, and many other places beyond it. Each time we brought down another snarling beast, his resolve seemed to harden further, becoming sharper, colder, and far harder to break. Before long, the two of us were traveling across the world, side by side. On every battlefield we entered, we became a terrifying pair, standing together against every darkness, bold enough to block our way. His path was never gentle. It was paved with hardship, pain, and the kind of courage that refused to bend, no matter how heavy the burden became. Step by step, and battle after battle, he accomplished feats no ordinary man could ever reach, until his name rose beyond humanity, and became a legend. But not even legends are allowed to rest forever. Somewhere beyond the desolate peaks buried beneath snow, an enormous shadow began to move, like a great dragon slowly waking from an ancient sleep. And from that stirring darkness, a new threat emerged. The glowing blade, now wrapped in dark energy that swirled around it like smoke, waited for the next hand worthy enough to claim it. Then Adrian Leonberg was caught completely off guard. A massive crimson explosion detonated around him, ripping through the air, and before he could even react, a razor-sharp white claw flashed through the chaos and struck him with devastating force. The blow sent him flying backward, tearing a choked cough from his throat as blood splashed across his cheek. But even injured, shaken, and forced off balance, Adrian was not done. Acting on instinct, he raised one hand, forcing blue energy to flare desperately in front of him to meet the unseen enemy and keep himself alive. But that desperate shield could not withstand the pressure for long. The relentless attack smashed through his guard and drove him down onto his knees, leaving his once proud armor battered and torn as debris whipped around him like a storm. Blow after blow crashed down, splitting the ground apart and sending shattered fragments flying in every direction. Blinding white energy continued to rage across the battlefield, carving destruction into everything it touched. Then, from the very heart of that violent storm, the true nightmare finally revealed itself. A monstrous, shadowy dragon beast, its eyes burning with a hellish blood-red glow. Its enormous jaws spread wide, and deep inside its throat, a dreadful red light began to blaze. In the next moment, the creature unleashed a roar so powerful and soul-shaking that it rolled across the frozen wasteland like a curse. Adrian planted himself and braced for impact as the colossal dark entity attacked with shadowy tendrils and waves of raw power. Each strike slammed into him with brutal force, yet even while enduring that crushing assault, he found an opening and swung his blade in a desperate counterattack, driven by fierce determination. But the monstrous enemy answered him with an even more devastating surge of crimson energy. The blast erupted around Adrian and swallowed him completely inside a blinding explosion. That overwhelming magical force swept across the landscape like a tide of pure destruction, threatening to bury the entire battlefield beneath its power. But from deep inside the raging darkness, a brilliant blue light suddenly burst forth, forcing its way outward with incredible strength. Adrian refused to slow down. He pressed the attack with everything he had, his sword becoming a blur as he unleashed strike after strike in a relentless barrage. Then he gathered all of that force into one final overwhelming wave of azure energy, blasting the colossal entity backward and leaving it reeling, defeated for the moment. As the dust and shattered ice began to settle, a new voice rang out across the ruined battlefield. A man stepped forward with a confident smile and offered his aid, calling to Adrian, "Let's go, my friend." And with that, a new ally had entered the fight. The blue energy slowly faded from the air, revealing broken earth, shattered ice, and the bitter cold left behind by a battle that had shaken the entire field. Then, just as the silence seemed ready to return, the very air split apart with a deafening crack. Adrian Leonberg unleashed his power once more. His face twisted with a primal roar of determination as the force inside him erupted outward, refusing to stay contained for even another second. The monstrous dark entity roared in pain and staggered backward as Adrian's blue energy slammed straight into it. A cataclysmic burst of azure light exploded across the battlefield, sending ice shards flying everywhere and swallowing the scene in violent brilliance. Through the smoke, snow, and flying debris, Adrian emerged again without yielding. His sword blazed like a beacon of crackling blue power, and the impact of his strike had carved deep, jagged fissures into the creature's scales, which had seemed almost impossible to pierce. At last, the monstrous creature glared down at him, its eyes burning with ominous blood-red fury. But Adrian's glowing blade had already reached its mark, buried deep in the entity's leg, with a wound far more serious than the beast had expected. Then an ancient memory surged back, and the power of a forgotten age burst clearly into view. Back in the era when legends were still being forged, we had overcome enemies that should have been impossible, especially when we brought down the White Dragon of the Frost Mountains. After that legendary victory, my comrade climbed even higher than before. His glory reached far beyond the battlefield, until he became the ruler of an entire kingdom, and finally claimed the crown as his own. But my own path remained bound to this legendary blade, the very symbol of the victory we had achieved together. Within that sword lived the legend of the Dragon Slayer, proof of every battle, every triumph, and every impossible feat we had shared. That blade carried a name no one could forget, Gruhorn, and with the solemn request to protect his descendants, I was passed down through the bloodline of my comrade's family, generation after generation. Suddenly, a piercing metallic shriek tore through the air, so sharp and violent that the entire space seemed to tremble. It felt as though something extraordinary was on the verge of awakening. A voice grumbled at the overwhelming surge of power, demanding to know why it had become so loud, while the legendary Gruhorn flared with a blinding, otherworldly radiance. The glow then exploded outward, becoming so intense and distracting that the irritated voice snapped at it in annoyance. At the same time, another voice, furious and booming with authority, thundered through the chaos, demanding to know who dared to place a hand on such a sacred artifact. Then the young wielder answered with a declaration powerful enough to shake the room itself, shouting that from that moment on, he was the one and only master of the sword. A furious, bearded official stared in stunned disbelief, then roared as he realized the defiant youth before him was none other than His Highness. The official's voice rang out with heavy authority as he declared that the sword was a sacred relic, one that only the king himself had the right to touch. Without leaving any room for argument, he demanded that it be returned immediately, with no excuses and no delay. The legendary blade Gruhorn pulsed with wild, untamed power. Its golden hilt gleamed brightly, and its razor-sharp edge trembled as if the sword itself were crying out under the force of its awakened energy. But the young prince only tightened his grip around Gruhorn, refusing to let go with iron stubbornness. He sneered at the official, spat out the insult pig, and then cut him off completely with a thunderous command to shut up. An arrogant smirk spread across Adrian's face as he declared that there was nothing in this world he was forbidden to touch. The sheer audacity of those words left the official frozen in shock, as if he could barely process what the young royal had just said. Adrian then pushed his power forward, almost as though he were testing the weight of his own authority against the world around him. In answer, the legendary blade pulsed fiercely, and the force sleeping inside it revealed its true nature: authority and judgment. That overwhelming power belonged to Adrian Leonberg, a level 999 monarch whose very presence overflowed with kingly arrogance. Around him gathered overwhelming might, merciless resolve, fearless confidence, not even a trace of empathy, and an almost limitless sensitivity to mana. The moment the name Leonberg appeared, the voice recognized him as the rightful descendant meant to inherit the sword, and yet even with that recognition, a faint shadow of doubt still lingered, refusing to vanish completely. Nearby, a white-haired warrior clenched his own blade until his grip tightened with frustration. He could hardly believe that this reckless prince had inherited the power of the sword saint, and in his irritation, he wished he could simply ignore the royal decree altogether. But that irritation only burned hotter, because he knew the truth all too well. No matter how much he disliked what was happening, he could not simply turn away from the Emperor's command. Adrian's thoughts cut cleanly through all the noise around him. To him, the man's outrage sounded absurd, nothing more than pointless shouting and meaningless babble. Then, unable to hold back his boiling resolve any longer, the white-haired warrior cried out to his own blade. He begged the great dragon slayer to lend him its strength, and his plea burst into a furious shout as he demanded to know whether Adrian had truly lost his mind. The white-haired warrior's anger finally broke free in full, bursting out of him like thunder shaking the walls. He snarled that a god such as himself would never lend power to some arrogant little brat, roaring with the arrogance of someone who believed the entire realm should kneel beneath him. And then all of that fury narrowed into one desperate, furious cry that tore through the air. Gruhorn. The force behind that outburst exploded outward in thick, crushing shockwaves, slamming through the space and rattling the guards where they stood. Panic spread through them instantly, and as they stumbled back in fear, they screamed for His Highness to calm himself before everything collapsed into total disaster. But the warrior was already far beyond the point of hearing anyone. His eyes blazed with a frightening, almost unholy light, and he snapped back at the guards with vicious rage, roaring at them to shut their mouths and demanding how they dared try to command him. Adrian, on the other hand, showed no sign of fear at all. A cold, fearless smirk slowly curled across his face as he looked at the enraged warrior and threw out a chilling challenge, asking if he truly wanted to start something and daring him to show whatever strength he still had left. Before the white-haired warrior could even understand what was happening, Adrian disappeared from his spot. In the blink of an eye, his body became a golden streak of impossible speed, a flash of lethal steel cutting through the distance. A brutal impact slammed into the warrior before he could even process Adrian's movement. The blow struck with such sudden force that it knocked the breath from his lungs, leaving only a stunned, disbelieving sound trapped in his throat. Adrian's blade had already landed exactly where it needed to. The slash was clean, merciless, and devastating, cutting deep across the warrior's hand, and in that single humiliating instant, the proud man was forced down onto his knees before the calm prince standing above him. For a moment, the room seemed to fall into stunned silence after Adrian's overwhelming strike. Then an attendant's face twisted with pure terror, her eyes widening as both hands flew to her mouth, barely holding back the scream that was rising in her chest. A raw gasp escaped her anyway, and in the next second it turned into a frantic cry for His Highness. The white-haired warrior lay sprawled across the cold ground, completely broken, while a gruesome crimson stain spread across his chest where Adrian's attack had struck. The attendant dropped to her knees and screamed for someone to summon the royal physician at once. But through the haze of pain clouding his senses, the warrior could barely think at all. Only one stunned realization settled over him, that he, of all people, had been pierced by the sword. His thoughts spun in wild confusion, but one furious question burned brighter than the pain cutting through his body. How could a scoundrel like Adrian possibly wield a blade of that caliber? Then the world around him began to warp. The room tilted strangely before his eyes, and the figures in front of him blurred together, melting into a dizzy, disorienting haze he could no longer control. A cold realization struck him with brutal clarity. If this kept going, he was going to collapse, and for a swordsman who had lived his entire life by the blade, the humiliation of fainting for the first time almost felt worse than the wound itself. Across the entire kingdom, tension had long been building around one chilling belief. If Prince Adrian ever took the throne, disaster would fall upon everyone. To the public, he was nothing more than a talentless royal, but his greed had grown into an ugly legend all its own. In the eyes of the people, Adrian was the perfect picture of a foolish, lazy, cruel pig of a prince. That was the reputation carried by First Prince Adrian Leonberg, a reputation so foul that even infamous villains seemed almost reasonable when placed beside him. The kingdom's future seemed to dangle by a thread, like helpless prey trapped beneath the shadow of a circling hawk. Since the very day the prince was born, terrifying rumors had spread like wildfire, whispering that a strange demon had appeared to mark his existence. Hidden in the shadows, two figures began whispering among themselves. One of them hesitated, uncertain, and asked whether Adrian Leonberg was supposed to be the second prince now, only for the other to scoff and reply that he had already been pushed down to third prince. Another confused voice quickly cut in, asking why that had happened when Adrian had not even done anything this time. But someone else brushed the concern aside with ease, saying there was no reason to worry, because sooner or later, Adrian would surely return to his old habits. The strangest part, though, was that Prince Adrian himself could not have cared less about those rumors. He simply stared downward in silence, weighed down by a much heavier thought, beginning with the bitter realization that he, of all beings, had somehow ended up here. The truth, or perhaps the curse, screamed inside his skull with merciless force. He had killed the descendant of his own comrade, and worse than that, he had stolen that person's body. Inside the luxurious royal chambers, a guard captain lowered himself onto one knee before the king. His voice carried obvious concern as he carefully asked whether His Majesty had already heard the newest whispers spreading through the palace. Then the captain revealed the shocking news. First Prince Adrian Leonberg, who had barely been seen for months, had suddenly been demoted and reduced to the position of third prince. Nearby, a royal maid stood with a smile that never truly reached her eyes. Her expression remained composed, but her words were sharp as she warned a masked guard to be more careful with what he said. From his throne, the king watched everything unfold with a sly glint in his eyes. He remarked that Adrian had supposedly returned from the brink of death, and yet from the sound of things his infamous reputation had not changed in the slightest. With a cold, dismissive flick of his hand, the king waved the maid away. His tone carried no warmth at all as he told her she could leave, since she was clearly of no use to him anyway. Then the king's expression sharpened into a sneer as he demanded to know what kind of pig Adrian was supposed to be. The captain, visibly uneasy, attempted to explain something about a strange demon, though it was painfully clear he was pretending to understand far more than he actually did. Once Adrian Leonberg was finally left by himself, he stared ahead with blank confusion clouding his face. A quiet thought drifted through his mind as he wondered whether that man was truly supposed to be his teacher. He heard someone address him as Your Highness, but his mind felt almost hollow, as if nearly every memory had been wiped clean, or perhaps not completely. With his eyes lowered in thought, Adrian hesitated, wondering if he had been wrong to assume that enough time had already passed. Then a guard suddenly shouted that the king had arrived. Adrian's eyes snapped open at once, and the word king rang sharply through his thoughts as he wondered whether His Majesty had known the truth from the very beginning. A quiet sound slipped from him as realization began to settle in. Against his own expectations, Adrian found himself admitting that the king might be far sharper than he had first believed. His thoughts continued racing, because he had honestly believed that enough years had passed for the rumors surrounding his bloodline to fade away, becoming nothing more than forgotten whispers buried by time. But the moment the king stood there before him, that fragile hope was crushed completely. Those rumors had not vanished at all. They were still alive, still breathing, and still waiting for him. The king's eyes fixed on Adrian with a cold, piercing stare, as he asked whether his own son could not even greet his father. He added that even brushing against death had apparently failed to change Adrian at all. Later, after Adrian was confined to his bed, the captain of the royal guard stepped forward with worry written all over his face and told His Majesty that he was concerned about Adrian's memory. At those words, the king's eyes narrowed immediately as he repeated the phrase, memory loss. The captain urgently commanded that the royal physician be brought in right away to examine His Highness. Adrian lay motionless and unresponsive on the bed, while his father and the guards watched over him in heavy silence, the uncertainty of his future hanging over the room like a storm cloud. Adrian found himself standing before the king, his own father, while the man pressed him again and again about the gaps in his memory. The king's questions came steadily, asking whether Adrian truly remembered nothing at all. Inside, Adrian's thoughts were moving frantically. A cold dread tightened around him as he struggled to deal with the blank spaces in his mind, desperately hoping the king had not realized just how serious his memory problem truly was. The king's stare cut into him like a sharpened blade, and his voice carried a heavy disappointment as he pushed the matter even further. If Adrian could not even remember the things he had done, then perhaps those actions had never meant anything to him in the first place. Adrian's expression twisted beneath the weight of that brutal honesty. His face tightened as if the king's words had struck him harder than any physical blow could have. The king was not finished. He continued by laying out the harsh truth, saying that a person could only grow by admitting their mistakes and learning from them. Yet now, Adrian had been cut off from even that path. The king's voice hardened like cold steel as he delivered the cruelest point of all. Adrian had forgotten everything. The regal chains across the king's body glinted in the light, silently emphasizing the absolute power behind every word he spoke. With one final crushing declaration, the king made the truth unmistakably clear. Adrian's past was gone, and because of that, he had no choice left but to move forward from the broken present still in front of him. Adrian Leon Burke knelt beneath the king's icy gaze, humiliation burning through every part of him. Inside, his mind screamed with frustration, desperately wanting to escape the suffocating pressure of that moment. Then the king's next words hit him like a hammer. He told Adrian to forget the dignity that came with being the first prince, and said he should be grateful he was still being treated as a human being at all. Adrian's face twisted into a furious, bewildered snarl. His thoughts roared in disbelief as he wondered what in the world the original owner of this body had been doing to deserve treatment like this. The shock of it struck him so hard that he could barely keep his thoughts steady. He was left reeling under the sheer brutality of the king's judgment, unable to immediately make sense of the weight behind it. The king's voice cut through the present, overlapping with a brief, fleeting memory of a younger Adrian held in his father's arms. In that same cold tone, the king declared that he had heard everything and told Adrian to simply accept it, before asking whether his memories would return soon. Another painful image flashed through Adrian's mind, a young Adrian sitting quietly on his father's lap. But in the present, the king's words remained merciless, dismissing that small and tender past as something barely worth mentioning, while his gaze seemed to linger on what remained of his son's once beautiful face. Adrian's expression twisted in pure agony as those cruel words burned themselves into him. The king spoke as if his poor son had wasted away into this miserable state, leaving Adrian to wonder bitterly where exactly that loss had even happened. The king of Leonberg smiled with unsettling calm. He said he was pleased that Adrian had finally opened his eyes, but the words carried a cold, heavy weight that made them feel nothing like simple relief. But that supposed joy vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. The king then gave Adrian a chilling warning, telling him never to touch such dangerous objects again. His words sank even deeper as he quietly wondered what might have happened if something had gone wrong, and Adrian had never awakened at all. Adrian was still trapped inside his father's embrace, but there was no tenderness in it, no warmth that could make him feel safe. Beneath the king's unwavering stare, his expression slowly collapsed into despair, as though that cold gaze alone was pressing down on his chest and squeezing the air from his lungs. Inside his own mind, Adrian screamed against the reality swallowing him, wishing he could tear away the truth before it crushed what was left of his soul. But no matter how badly he wanted to deny it, The same icy thought kept echoing back through the darkness again and again. He was already dead. Outside the chamber, the great castle stood beneath the pale moonlight, its towering spires cutting into the frozen night sky. In that silent view, the entire fortress seemed to loom over Adrian's fate, like a cold reminder of the impossible burden now resting on his shoulders. At last, the king gave him one final, chilling dismissal, saying he would return later and ordering Adrian to rest well, as if everything that had happened could be brushed aside so easily. Adrian could not answer properly, only a low, pained sound slipped from his throat. That small sound trembled for a moment before breaking apart into a single shattered gasp. His face twisted with complete hopelessness, and the despair he had been forcing down finally rose to the surface where he could no longer hide it. Adrian's thoughts wandered back to the life he had lived before, to the bitter days, when even after cutting down one of his own, everyone still expected him to clean up the chaos left behind. Yet somewhere deep inside, he understood the truth with painful clarity. The real problem had never been only them. He had been the one who ruined his own life. But that despair was not strong enough to hold him forever. Slowly, a fierce resolve began to burn through the darkness in his chest, and with it came a stubborn determination to reclaim everything he had lost, beginning with the memories still buried somewhere beyond his reach. Now he had been reborn inside a heavy, talentless body, forced once again to clean up after others, despite already defeating those who had stood in his way. A fat body, no natural talent, and endless trouble waiting ahead. Every part of the situation was miserable, but none of it was enough to make Adrian stop moving. He tightened his hand into a firm fist, feeling the urgent need to rebuild his strength flare up inside him like a spark catching fire. And then, right in the middle of that determination, an oddly practical question crossed his mind. Just how many children had his old comrade left behind? Then, from somewhere deep in the fog of his broken memories, a name flickered faintly. It surfaced only for an instant, distant and uncertain, like a fragment struggling to return to him. Reizu. But no matter how many unanswered questions still circled around him, Adrian's path had become painfully clear. Before he could do anything else, before he could reclaim his power or understand this body, he needed to forge a mana heart. With sharp determination lighting his eyes, Adrian began to pull in the raw energy lingering around him. The first faint spark of power gathered under his control, marking the beginning of the long road back to the strength he once possessed. He threw himself into brutal training without hesitation, raising his hand as blue energy sparked across his palm. Mana began flowing inward, spinning and tightening above his hand until it formed a condensed orb of glowing light. The electric blue glow around his palm grew brighter and more unstable, circling his hand in restless waves. Bit by bit, the mana twisted together, gathering above him like a storm being forced into the shape of a single sphere. But the strain hit his body almost immediately, pushing it dangerously close to its limit. His eyes burned with painful blue light as the unstable mana fought against his control, and with one sharp gasp, the gathered power burst outward before he could hold it together. Frustration surged through Adrian as the scattered mana slipped from his grasp and faded into the air. That failure proved what he already feared. This current body was still far too weak to contain power that violent. Even so, Adrian refused to let a single failure stop him. His resolve hardened even further, and with the stubborn decision to try again, a vivid blue aura erupted around his body like fire blazing in the cold air. His eyes burned with fierce determination as the mana surged around him even more violently than before. The energy exploded through the space in wild waves, but Adrian forced himself to push past the limits of his fragile body anyway. Gritting his teeth, Adrian commanded his body to obey again and again, refusing to surrender no matter how fiercely it resisted him. At last, the blue energy began to gather properly, expanding into a massive, stable form that wrapped around both of his hands. The powerful mana continued to spiral, growing clearer, denser, and sharper until it looked almost solid in the air before him. It was proof that his will had not broken. Then Adrian slammed his hand down against the ground, a raw cry tearing from his throat as the pressure of the mana threatened to rip him apart from within. His face twisted into a desperate scream, sweat flying from him as he forced himself through the pain. Rage and disbelief burned through his mind as he cursed the weakness of this body, demanding to know what kind of pathetic frailty could resist him this badly. Adrian jolted awake as if he had been thrown straight back into a brutal, snow-covered battlefield, where bodies lay scattered across the white ground around him. His frustration roared through his skull, furious and disbelieving, as he demanded to know what was wrong with this body. A low, irritated groan escaped him as the memory of his former power pressed painfully against him. Back then, if Adrian wanted something, he could simply take it, buy it, or force the world around him to move according to his will. Then a soft knock at the door sliced through the tension in the room. From the other side, the respectful voice of the Royal Guard captain called out to him, addressing him carefully as His Highness. Later, Adrian sat at a table while a royal maid cautiously offered him a compliment, even going so far as to clarify that it was meant as sincere praise and not some special flattery meant only for him. But Adrian's attention was somewhere else entirely, his thoughts quietly judging that even this was still nowhere near enough. The maid's expression gradually turned more serious as she continued speaking. With careful politeness, she asked him to please take Queen Margarita's feelings into consideration, as though she were trying not to provoke him too harshly. Adrian remained seated in silence, taking in her words without revealing much through his expression. Across from him, a brief flicker of fear passed through the maid's eyes as she silently prayed he would not throw the bowl at her the way he had done before. Her gaze stayed fixed on him, cautious and tense, as if every small movement from Adrian might decide what happened next. She waited in stiff silence, watching for even the faintest sign of anger or sudden violence. Then Adrian's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. It was as if a sharp realization had pierced straight through his chest, pulling his full attention to the bowl sitting before him. The glowing blue liquid in front of him was not ordinary at all. It overflowed with raw mana, so dense, vivid, and unmistakable that Adrian could practically feel the power radiating from its surface before even touching it. The royal maid carefully presented the bowl to him, still watching him with nervous attention. Adrian took it immediately, snatching it up without the slightest trace of hesitation. He drank the entire contents in one go, tilting the bowl back and swallowing the mana-rich liquid with startling speed. In almost no time at all, every last drop was gone. The maid stared at him in complete shock, her mouth falling open before she could stop herself. Worry spread across her face as she tried to process the sudden, intense way he had consumed the strange liquid. With a quiet clink, the empty bowl was set back down on the table. It had been drained so completely that the glowing blue liquid seemed almost as if it had never been there in the first place. Adrian dismissed the moment casually, asking whether she was free to go. The maid quickly stammered that she was. "Your Highness!" Then a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he ordered her to bring him one more, only this time with fire. The air around Adrian began to crackle, faint pulses of blue light flickering through the room like sparks gathering before a storm. Even inside this new, heavier body, he now radiated a vibrant blue aura, and his eyes burned with intense magical power. A closer look at those glowing blue eyes revealed the fierce determination burning behind them. Adrian admitted to himself that the mana was undeniably effective, but even with that advantage, the amount was still far from enough. Worse, whatever he consumed scattered much too quickly, fading away after only a single day. Adrian turned sharply toward the royal maid, his attention locking onto her with sudden intensity. His voice cut back into the room as he called out to her again. Without wasting a second, he demanded to know whether she had any more of that potent, mana-infused liquid. His tone made it clear that this was no casual curiosity. He had found something useful, and he wanted more. Only a few days later, Adrian had changed so dramatically that he almost seemed like a different person. His body appeared leaner and more mature, his white hair framed his face with sharper definition, and his glowing blue eyes shone with intensity as dangerous energy crackled around his hand. A confident, almost predatory smile curled across his lips. He had repeated the process over and over, refining each attempt countless times until his control finally began to take shape. And now, at last, he could feel it clearly. The moment had come when he could truly forge a mana heart. With that foundation finally within reach, Adrian understood exactly what it meant. If he succeeded, he would be able to create something far stronger than anything this weak, unprepared body should have been capable of holding. But just as his eyes flared with an unnatural blue light, a searing pain tore through him without warning. It cut across his body from the inside like fire, sharp enough to make even Adrian's focus falter. Then he remembered the truth behind the process. This had never been something gentle or easy, and from the very beginning, forging a mana heart was meant to be agonizing. The pain intensified until it forced Adrian down onto his knees, his body buckling beneath the pressure. Inside his chest, the gathered mana swelled so violently that it felt as if it might tear him open and make him explode from within. Even then, Adrian forced himself to endure instead of letting go. His hands radiated intense blue energy as he continued shaping the mana heart, refusing to allow the unstable power to scatter and vanish again. Through the pain, he reminded himself that creating a mana heart was never supposed to be simple, and in a body as damaged, weak, and unprepared as this one, the process was bound to be even more brutal. But Adrian could not afford to lose consciousness now. Not after coming this close. Not when the core of his strength was finally within reach, and one mistake could ruin everything. So he pushed straight through the agony, forcing himself deeper into the process as raw mana exploded all around him. The violent surge swallowed the room in overwhelming power until everything seemed to fall into a total blackout. Adrian clenched his jaw so hard it looked painful, his electric blue eyes blazing through the suffocating pressure building inside him. Every second felt like it was trying to tear him apart, but he forced himself to stay awake and endure it all. Adrian sank down onto one knee, his body trembling under the strain, but he forced himself to stay upright and gather the last scraps of focus he still had. With mana this unstable raging around him, he understood perfectly that even one tiny mistake could shatter the whole process and erase him completely. His hand blazed with brilliant blue light as he reached straight into the storm of wild mana and seized control by force. He crushed the violent current beneath his will, warning himself not to rush, guiding each unstable flow with extreme care, because a single careless motion could make everything detonate. One by one, thin streams of blue energy began to flare to life. They moved slowly, almost delicately, tracing careful paths through the air as Adrian shaped the foundation for a new heart of mana inside his body. At last, the new mana heart flickered into being, fragile but unmistakably alive, a glowing sphere crackling with raw blue power. Its energy seeped through every corner of him, and a deep hum vibrated through the room as the creation finally completed, leaving behind a small orb shining with intense light. Completely exhausted, yet undeniably victorious, Adrian remained seated in silence. His eyes stayed fixed on the incredible mana heart before him, hardly looking away from the thing he had managed to create with his own two hands. Even after the worst of it had passed, Adrian's focus did not loosen. Mana still crackled restlessly around his body, alive and unsettled, as though the newly formed core inside him was still finding its place. A powerful thrum pulsed from deep within his core, rolling through him like a second heartbeat. Adrian slowly lifted his head, his eyes burning with renewed determination, and vowed that next time he would forge a mana heart for an entirely different purpose. But beneath that thought, his true ambition surged forward before anything else. A swirling blue orb gathered in his hand, and the answer became impossible to ignore. This mana heart was not meant for someone else. It belonged to him, and him alone. Adrian pushed himself back onto his feet, his chest lifting with pride, despite the exhaustion clinging to him. A victorious grin spread across his face, and he shouted out his triumph openly, unable and unwilling to hide the excitement burning through him. Then a blinding golden aura erupted around his entire body, flooding the space with radiant power. In that overwhelming light, the mana heart finally stabilized, revealing its completed form in full. For one brief moment, Adrian froze in place. His eyes widened, surprise flashing across his face as something completely unexpected appeared before him. A clear message revealed itself in front of him, announcing without hesitation that the mana heart had been successfully created. Right after the mana heart was forged, a sudden status window appeared before his eyes. Adrian stared at it in confusion, wondering what was happening and why securing the origin was being treated as something so important. He questioned why this strange power would surface now of all moments. But before he could make sense of it, the status window began restoring a vital connection to the origin, stopping Adrian cold in complete disbelief. The connection snapped into place all at once. A powerful instinct twisted deep in Adrian's gut, warning him that this was not some ordinary event he could simply undo or walk away from. Then an absurd new authority unlocked before him, the third eye. But the message immediately made one thing clear. He could use it only for an extremely limited time, leaving Adrian stunned by both the gift and the warning attached to it. Even with that restriction, this ability was far from ordinary. For the short time it remained active, it promised to sharpen his sight and hearing far beyond the reach of normal human senses. In a single instant, Adrian's vision expanded violently. Details flooded into his mind with such piercing clarity that it felt as if the entire world had suddenly split open in front of him. His sight stretched far beyond the walls of the room, reaching out toward a distant forest. Trees, branches, and deep shadows came into focus with impossible sharpness, as though he were standing right there among them. Then his focus settled on a pristine white flower. Every delicate petal stood out with breathtaking clarity, so close and vivid that it felt as if the flower were blooming directly before his eyes. His hearing sharpened just as dramatically, catching even the faintest sounds with unbelievable precision, and yet even as his senses opened wider than ever before, Adrian still could not grasp the full extent of what this new authority was truly capable of. Outside the room, the maid quickly hushed the guard, reminding him in a low voice that the king hated unnecessary commotion. Then, as if it were perfectly natural, she mentioned that she could clearly hear Queen Margarita's voice through the door. The next moment, searing agony tore through Adrian's body without warning. A guttural cry forced its way from his throat as the overwhelming rush of power began crushing his senses from every direction at once. His mana had vanished completely. The message warned that his internal mana was fully depleted, and immediately after that, the use of his authorities was forcibly terminated. Even as the power faded, Adrian understood the warning with chilling clarity. So that was what extremely limited truly meant. An authority powerful enough to empty him completely after a single use. Still, for that one fleeting moment, he had seen everything. His senses had reached in every direction without a single blind spot, as if the entire world had been opened up and laid bare inside his mind. The thing he wanted most, the origin itself, remained far beyond his reach. No matter how powerful that brief glimpse had been, it was still too distant for him to grasp. For now, Adrian understood the only path available to him. By repeatedly using magic power, he could slowly strengthen his eyesight and improve what he was able to perceive, even if each small gain came little by little. A mischievous grin crept across his face as a glowing orb appeared in his hand. His thoughts were already racing ahead because before anything else, he needed to find a way to expand his mana pool. The pieces started turning in Adrian's mind, one after another. Quietly, he began assembling the next step of his plan, shaping the path forward before anyone else could see where he was headed. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve, bright and steady in the dim light. That look alone made it clear that Adrian had no intention of stopping after such a small beginning. Then a powerful declaration rang out, almost as if it were descending from the heavens itself. The voice announced that it would now be brought forth. Inside the sprawling grandeur of the castle, however, Adrian's mind was already locked onto his first true mission. Before anything else, he had to master this unfamiliar human body. A voice filled with admiration praised his determination, calling it truly admirable. Soon after, a stunning woman dressed with elegant grace stepped forward, a radiant smile resting on her lips as she extended her hand in a clear invitation. Yet Adrian, slumped across a luxurious couch, looked anything but impressed. A firm voice pressed down on him, insisting that he had to learn how to properly value the body he now possessed. A formidable figure stood over him, casting a heavy presence across the room. With every passing second, the atmosphere seemed to grow tighter beneath the weight of that man's silent pressure. His gaze was sharp, steady, and impossible to ignore. It remained fixed on Adrian with a severity that left no space for excuses or childish defiance. As the man studied Adrian closely, his expression darkened with a grim realization. Adrian truly had lost his memory. Then Queen Margarita's voice came from the side, ordering her brother to help this child, and the man muttered under his breath that he had been wondering who she meant. The man stood before the royal guard captain as the unseen voice made the situation perfectly clear. This was Adrian, the king's son, and also the captain's only nephew. Queen Margarita continued pressing the matter, pointing out how strangely quiet Adrian had become. The captain looked visibly irritated and considered the entire situation a waste of his time, but even so, he decided that taking one quick look would not damage his reputation. That so-called quick look left Adrian gasping on the floor. His body trembled beneath the overwhelming force that had just been used against him, and he struggled to even steady himself after the impact. Standing over him, the scarred royal laid out the rules with brutal clarity. Vale Balarhard declared that Adrian would begin receiving a proper royal education immediately, and if Adrian ever forgot his place, Vale himself would make sure the prince never woke up again. A chilling smirk spread across Vale Balarhard's face as he threw down the challenge. He dared Adrian to give everything he had, saying that no one could know what might change if the prince truly struggled with all his strength. With defiance burning fiercely in his eyes, Adrian even considered turning the whole situation around and teaching his uncle a thing or two about swordsmanship. But almost immediately, he dismissed the idea as ridiculous, grudgingly admitting that for an imperial prince with absurd talent, being forced into a harsh situation like this was probably unavoidable. Vale Balarhard's smirk widened as he watched Adrian's anger and resentment simmer just beneath the surface. He could clearly see how badly the prince wanted to snap back, and he seemed to enjoy every second of it. Then, with a predatory gleam flashing in his eye, Vale Balarhard offered a new challenge. In a calm but dangerous tone, he suggested that the two of them make a bet. Adrian's eyes burned as he boldly declared that he would surpass Vale Balarhard in only 6 months. His uncle, watching him in silence, could only hope that the prince would not come to regret such reckless arrogance. With that same fierce fire still blazing in his gaze, Adrian laid out the stakes to his uncle. If he lost, he would obey completely. But if he won, Vale Balarhard would have to grant him one powerful wish. Vale Balarhard, calculating as ever, simply watched Adrian with the faint smile of a strategist. He listened to every word without showing even the slightest hint of being shaken. Then Vale Balarhard accepted the bet with cool confidence. From the look on his face, he was clearly relishing the thought of watching Adrian fight his way through the brutal challenge waiting ahead. But Adrian's brief surge of confidence faded almost as quickly as it had appeared. The heat burning in his chest sank back down the moment reality struck him, and even he was forced to recognize how badly he had overestimated himself. Sweat began to bead across his forehead, his breath came out uneven and tight, and the crushing frailty of this body weighed on him more heavily than any opponent standing in his path. He grit his teeth until his jaw ached, anger twisting through him as he silently cursed the miserable body he had been stuck with. His resolve might have been sharp enough to cut steel, but this weak, unreliable strength kept dragging him back down, and the frustration of being trapped inside such limits was finally wearing him thin. Then, almost as if Adrian's refusal to give in had been given a visible shape, a brilliant blue radiance suddenly erupted around his leg. The mana snapped into place with a fierce, crackling glow, wrapping around his lower body and gathering at his foot like a compressed spark moments away from detonating. A heartbeat later, that gathered force launched him straight upward. Adrian was thrown toward the open sky, not with some grand heroic ambition in mind, but with one painfully simple goal burning ahead of him. Before pride, before glory, before anything else, he had to get over that pathetic little fence. Vale Balorhard's amused expression disappeared in an instant. His eyes widened sharply, the relaxed curve of his face breaking apart as genuine surprise flashed across his features, because right there before him, Adrian was beginning to reveal a potential Vale had never expected to see. The mana around Adrian kept pulsing through the air in steady, powerful beats, each ripple making the blue glow around his body flare brighter. Vale Balorhard could only stare, stunned and wide-eyed, before forcing Adrian's name from his throat, as if the shock itself were holding the words back. Adrian, however, didn't react as though anything unusual had happened. His face remained composed, almost chillingly calm, and his gaze stayed locked forward with a quiet focus that made it seem as if this display was hardly worth making a fuss over. Vale Balorhard's mouth fell open, and his voice burst out in pure disbelief. He stared directly at Adrian, unable to look away, as if the sight itself should have been impossible, and demanded to know whether Adrian had truly managed to create a mana heart. Adrian answered with a small, smug look, acting as though the glowing power surrounding him was nothing particularly impressive. With an almost irritating calmness, he glanced down at the mana and casually asked if Vale meant this, before admitting that he had only made it recently. A confident grin gradually spread across Adrian's face, sharpening his expression with open provocation. Then he leaned fully into the moment, throwing the pressure right back at Vale Balorhard as he asked whether his uncle was finally starting to regret placing that bet. Vale Balorhard looked so completely stunned that his eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets. For that brief moment, all the calm confidence he usually carried cracked apart, leaving him able to produce only a confused, choked sound of disbelief. His uncle's expression then twisted with frustration, and he quickly cut off his own first reaction, correcting himself before the thought could go any further. No, that was not the real issue. What Vale Balorhard truly wanted to know was where Adrian had possibly learned to forge a mana heart in the first place, even as a faint, incredulous laugh slipped out with the question. Vale Balorhard's mind spun as he continued staring at Adrian, trying and failing to make sense of what he was seeing. No matter how many times he looked at the boy standing before him, the answer refused to fit, because a mana heart should have been far beyond anything Adrian was capable of creating. Adrian's eyes widened just a little, and a strained breath caught in his throat as Vale Balorhard's voice suddenly thundered through the space. His uncle demanded to know how Adrian had learned a technique that, in this era, only the weakest and most desperate people would ever bother mastering. The force of that shock seemed to tear across the sky itself. A sharp, crackling sound rolled through the air, and in the trees nearby, startled birds exploded upward in a frantic rush of wings, scattering as though even nature had been shaken by the revelation. The whole castle appeared to tremble as Vale Balorhard's thunderous cry erupted from inside, his disbelief echoing through the walls with crushing force. Adrian kept his face outwardly calm, but behind his eyes, his thoughts were already racing and colliding like a storm he could barely contain. Still, Vale Balorhard soon forced himself through the tension and began to explain. He cut straight to the foundation of the issue, making it clear that a mana heart was not at all the powerful thing Adrian seemed to believe it was. Adrian's jaw fell open as the truth landed on him with unexpected weight. The mana heart technique he had been relying on, the very method he had treated as a vital source of power, was apparently regarded in this age as a crude approach used only by low-ranked mages. He stared in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just heard. His eyes narrowed, his voice turned sharper, and he immediately pushed back against Vale Balorhard's claim, demanding to know what his uncle could possibly mean by saying something like that. Vale Balorhard didn't waste time softening the explanation with more words. Deciding that a demonstration would make the difference far clearer, he ordered Adrian to watch closely, then flicked his wrist and released a dazzling turquoise aura from the center of his palm. The raw mana twisted through the air like a living current, curling inward and tightening with incredible precision. Within seconds, the loose radiance gathered into a perfect shape, hardening into a flawless ring of mana that shone with polished, controlled power. The turquoise ring pulsed again and again, each bright wave of light revealing just how refined Vale Balarhard's control really was. Adrian could only stare at that vivid blue energy in silence, his mind snagging on one burning question that grew stronger by the second. What exactly was this thing in front of him? Blue energy continued to throb with terrifying pressure, condensing in midair until it seemed almost alive. Then, without the slightest warning, a violent crackle snapped out from within it, sharp enough to jolt the atmosphere around them. The ring suddenly burst apart, scattering into countless glowing fragments like shattered glass thrown through the air. Adrian's eyes widened as he grasped the impossible sight before him. Mana was not supposed to break apart in that way. For a brief instant, it seemed as if Vale Balarhard might also be using a mana heart, but his uncle quickly made it clear that this method was not simply stronger. It transformed the very rules of power. That explanation placed the old Eli family in a harsh and humiliating contrast. They had once been the pioneers who introduced mana hearts, yet 100 years earlier, they had faded into obscurity. Their downfall had become living proof that the era of mana hearts had already passed, and in the present day, no sensible mage or knight would willingly rely on such an outdated method. As Adrian tried to take it all in, he leaned over a document titled Mana Chaining Basic Theory, studying the pages with intense focus. Line by line, the realization settled over him in silence. The world of magic had advanced far beyond anything Gruhorn, in his ancient age, could ever have imagined. The writing explained the modern method with an almost startling level of clarity. Mages no longer depended on mana hearts in the primitive old way. Instead, they directed their mana through radiant orbs that served as far more refined and efficient channels. Knights, on the other hand, revealed their strength through a completely different structure. They shaped their power into intricate chains of mana, and the number, density, and complexity of those woven chains became visible proof of how high they had climbed. Mana chaining began with a single luminous strand curling around the sword, wrapping the blade in a clean, controlled line of energy. Then, almost instantly, that lone chain divided into 2, then 3, then 4, the glowing patterns multiplying so quickly they seemed to dance over the weapon, until a 5th chain snapped into place and completed the breathtaking formation. Adrian stared down at the strange, almost wild-looking diagrams with a serious expression, following each formation carefully with his eyes, and as much as he disliked admitting it, the theory was not useless at all. In fact, the more he looked, the more he realized it carried far more value than he had expected. Eventually, his gaze came to rest on the section labeled Basic Theory, written by a man named Ernest Altringen. The instant Adrian saw that name on the page, something stirred deep in his memory, a faint sense of familiarity ringing in the back of his mind like an old bell heard from far away. Then recognition struck him all at once. Adrian's eyes opened wider, his expression sharpening with renewed interest, as the name finally began to connect with a memory buried somewhere deep in the past. Long ago, in an age already swallowed by history, a legend had once stepped onto the stage. A powerful voice had called out to a swordsman holding a blade with a brilliant blue gem set into its hilt, demanding to know whether he was truly the famed Sword Saint. The hooded swordsman gripped his weapon with calm, overwhelming force, and answered without the slightest hesitation. His name was Ernest Altringen. His eyes shone with an eerie light as he declared that he had come to decide who was truly worthy of carrying the title of Sword Saint, and the old records remembered him as a man who mastered strange arts that blurred the line between swordsmanship and magic. A spark of understanding flashed through Adrian's mind. So that was why the name had felt familiar. Ernest Altringen was not some random scholar from a dusty book, but a figure tied to a legend even Gruhorn still remembered. A knowing smirk slowly tugged at the corner of Adrian's mouth. He eased himself back into his seat, letting that old memory settle over him with quiet amusement, as though he had just uncovered a forgotten piece of the past, hiding inside the present. And once an old legend like that resurfaced, there was one question that naturally followed. After all the stories, all the fame, and all the mystery surrounding him, what had become of Ernest Altringen in the end? Not long after that, the scene shifted deep into the elegant halls of the royal palace. There, surrounded by the splendor of the palace interior, Adrian found himself standing before the royal guard captain and a maid, while the tension between them quietly thickened the air. Adrian turned his focus toward the captain, his eyes carrying a sharp, testing glint. With the book close at hand, he challenged the man directly, asking whether the royal guard captain would actually dare to read it for himself. The Royal Guard captain met Adrian's stare without retreating and snapped out a firm warning, ordering him not to open the book at all. But Adrian ignored the caution completely, holding the forbidden tome in his hands, as though the warning meant nothing, while the captain's voice rose in disbelief at the sheer nerve of what he was about to do. A defiant smirk slid across Adrian's face. He glanced away as if the captain's warning barely deserved his attention, letting out a low, amused sound that made his refusal even more obvious. As Adrian's eyes moved over the ancient writing, he remarked that he could not find even the faintest trace of what he was searching for inside these quarters. The pages were filled with old words and heavy history, but none of them contained the answer he actually wanted. The captain's expression tightened into stern disapproval, his patience clearly beginning to wear thin. With a sharp click of his tongue, he demanded to know whether Adrian truly failed to understand just how dangerous this situation had already become. Then, as if the room itself were answering the captain's challenge, a heavy sound suddenly burst through the air. Brilliant blue energy surged outward from the book in Adrian's hand, swallowing the old tome in a fierce and unnatural glow. Power radiating from the book seemed to carry a hidden truth within it. Not every human heart was simply a mana heart. Some were formed with a particular purpose and class in mind. Adrian lifted his gaze with those same blazing blue eyes, his stare intense and daring as he left a pointed question hanging heavily between them. The Royal Guard captain stood visibly shaken by the pressure pouring from both Adrian and the book. His eyes widened as he seemed to grasp the meaning behind Adrian's unfinished words, and he completed the question himself, asking whether he had ever heard of such a thing. There were times when people appeared who resembled the ancient mercenaries, fools who convinced themselves they were heroes born from forgotten centuries. Before the Royal Guard captain stood a golden-haired youth, his gaze burning with fierce intensity as he delivered a question heavy enough to shift the entire atmosphere of the room. He demanded to know whether the captain understood what became of those who failed to choose a side between two warring kings. As his words rang out, images of ancient warriors wrapped in glowing power flashed like fragments of a brutal battlefield, their blades clashing amid the chaos of war. The blond youth's eyes gleamed even brighter as he pressed the captain further. He asked whether the man truly believed he was somehow different from those conflicted souls of the past, then threw down a blunt challenge, daring him to try and bring down a double-chain knight. The Royal Guard captain answered with an unreadable smirk, resting calmly on his face. Without showing hesitation or fear, he coolly declared that he would become Adrian's guardian, just as Queen Margarita had always wanted. But the blond youth's proud mask didn't stay as solid as he wanted it to. For just a split second, his eyes trembled, and that tiny break in his expression gave away the uncertainty he had been trying so hard to bury. In a quieter voice, he admitted that he still couldn't say for sure whether that promise was something he could truly trust. That uneasy tension followed them into a smaller, dimmer chamber, a place so cramped and shadowed it felt almost like a dungeon beneath the palace. The conversation continued there with even more weight pressing down on everyone present, while the Royal Guard captain kept his steady gaze fixed on the mysterious blond youth. The youth stood among the others without shrinking back, his presence drawing attention as the captain's words settled heavily into him. The Royal Guard captain's voice cut across the room like a blade, sharp enough to silence the air around them. He faced the young prince directly and challenged him without hesitation, demanding to know if Adrian had really just questioned whether he was worthy enough to serve as his guardian. At that moment, a commanding figure stepped forward, and a fierce blue radiance burned to life in his eyes. His very presence seemed to tighten the room around him, and with the authority of a man used to leading soldiers into battle, he declared himself a count of the kingdom and the commander of the Black Spear Cavalry. The Royal Guard captain's voice followed with the weight of an official proclamation, giving the man's identity even more force. He made it clear that the figure before them was none other than the master of the Black Spear Cavalry. And the captain did not stop there. He emphasized that this man was also counted among the 5 silver lions who had pledged their loyalty, and as those words filled the room, the knight's body erupted with a suffocating blue aura, raw power rolling off him in heavy waves. The captain's tone grew even firmer as he revealed the detail that mattered most. This was not just any powerful knight. This was a man who had sworn himself to Adrian's bloodline, and the fierce glow blazing in his eye made that oath feel unshakable. Then, with unmistakable force, the captain spoke the name that completed the introduction, Double-Chain Knight Vale Balarhard. The words seemed to settle over the chamber like a final judgment, making it painfully clear what kind of protector now stood in front of Adrian. Vale Balarhard's presence filled the entire room, his armor catching the dim light as though he had walked straight out of a battlefield and into the palace. But Adrian refused to be intimidated. Instead of stepping back, he threw the pressure right back at him and asked whether that alone was really supposed to count as enough qualification. Count Balarhard didn't bother replying with words. He simply moved one hand to the hilt of his sword, and that single quiet gesture carried more danger than any shouted threat ever could. A faint smirk settled on Count Balerhard's face, and the sharp gleam in his eyes carried absolute confidence, as if the thought of losing had never even entered his mind. But before the tension could finally snap into violence, the royal guard captain rushed in, grabbing Adrian and shouting for Count Balerhard to stand down. Count Balerhard's smirk didn't fade in the slightest. His piercing blue eyes remained fixed on the captain, calm and unreadable, and there wasn't even the smallest trace of worry or hesitation on his face. Adrian, meanwhile, only let his grin stretch wider. There was something almost dangerous in that expression, especially with the strange, eerie light burning deep within his eyes. Not long after, Adrian found himself on the ground, bruised and battered, but nowhere close to mentally broken. Marks of injury covered his body, yet that chilling smile still clung to his face as a brutal impact echoed out, followed by the awful sensation of something being violently torn away. His body folded forward from the force of it, and he clutched his stomach as a rough groan escaped through his teeth. The pain drove the truth into him with brutal clarity. He had been dangerously close to dying. Even then, the sinister figure with glowing eyes only looked down at him with a mocking curve to his mouth. The whole scene almost seemed designed to stir pity, like some twisted performance meant to make Adrian look weaker and more pitiful than he truly was. Back in the present, the heavier Adrian stormed through the palace corridors, each heavy step carrying the heat of his irritation. His thoughts kept circling back to that scheming bastard, that devilish bastard, and the more the memory played in his mind, the hotter his anger burned. Then, as though fate itself had chosen that exact moment to mock him, the very man Adrian had been cursing appeared directly in his path. He greeted Adrian with a voice so politely cold and controlled that it only made the encounter feel even more infuriating. Adrian's eyes nearly popped from his head when he realized who it was. The royal physician lowered himself into a bow, his tone dripping with false humility as he thanked Adrian for remembering someone as lowly as him. Adrian immediately demanded to know why the man had come, but the royal physician's answer only made the situation more troublesome. Queen Margarita herself had ordered him to use healing magic, and with that one revelation, the quiet power struggle beneath the palace surface began to bare its teeth. Adrian's anger flared at once, darkening his expression as contempt seeped into every word he threw at the man. More than anything, he wanted to drive the royal physician away before he could interfere any further. He snapped that he had no need for healing and ordered the physician to leave. But even as he rejected him, Adrian's mind flashed back to a harsh memory, his younger, sharper warrior self falling through a deadly blizzard, a freezing reminder of the strength and danger he once carried. Back in the luxurious present, Adrian stared down at the extravagant feast spread across the table before him. Instead of being impressed, the sight only made him grumble about how wasteful it all was, his irritation barely contained behind his tense expression. The royal physician, however, remained perfectly composed. He said nothing and simply watched from where he stood, his calm gaze carrying a cold, calculating depth that made his thoughts impossible to read. Suddenly, the heavy silence inside the grand hall was shattered as Gillian Leonberg entered with a maid and a guard accompanying him. His voice cut sharply through the chamber as he called out for his brother, and his powerful stride immediately pulled every eye toward him. Gillian's relentless steps carried him farther into the hall, making it obvious that he had come looking for Adrian, and there Adrian was, sitting alone at an enormous table, completely focused on tearing into the feast laid out in front of him. The body that had once belonged to a lean, battle-ready warrior now looked almost unrecognizable. To put it bluntly, Adrian clearly had not been missing any meals, and the difference between his current appearance and his old self was so drastic, it was nearly shocking. Right as Adrian was in the middle of eating, a snide voice slipped into the silence. The comment came out full of open disbelief, as if the speaker could barely understand what had happened to him. Then Gillian was suddenly standing over him, his presence sharp, polished, and imposing. He greeted Adrian by saying it had been a while, only to immediately twist the greeting into a cutting jab, asking if Adrian still thought of himself as the strongest. Gillian looked over Adrian's changed appearance, without even attempting to hide his reaction. He said he had already heard about the little accident, but seeing Adrian with his own eyes was even worse than the rumors had made it sound. Adrian's face twitched from the insult, but Gillian only pushed further, letting a cold, mocking "what a shame" hang in the air between them. At last, Adrian shoved his plate aside and snapped back, demanding to know what Gillian wanted, whether he had only come to provoke him, and if a prince truly had nothing better to do. A dark, furious glint sparked in Adrian's eyes as he glared upward. His jaw tightened, and the irritation he had been trying to hold down began rising dangerously close to the surface. Gillian's own thoughts were merciless. For someone who had supposedly stabbed himself with a sword, Adrian certainly had a lot to say. With the faintest smirk pulling at his lips, Gillian finally revealed that he had heard a rather interesting piece of news. Adrian's expression tightened as Gillian continued speaking. He said he had heard about the bet Adrian made with Count Balerhard, and as he taunted Adrian about challenging a double-chain knight, a small wicked blade flashed briefly in his hand, catching the light like a threat. A cold smirk spread across Gillian's face, sharpening his already arrogant expression. His eyes burned with a silent challenge, making it clear that he had not come here merely to exchange polite conversation. Adrian lowered his gaze for a brief moment, thoughts churning beneath his calm exterior, like a storm building under dark clouds. Then his head snapped back up, his eyes blazing, and he threw out a challenge of his own, asking how Gillian would like facing him as an opponent. By morning, Adrian was already seated at the table, ready to deal with whatever trouble the day decided to place in front of him. Across from him, the Royal Guard captain began to speak, his tone carrying the weight of something serious. Adrian let out a scoff, clearly irritated by whatever he was being told. The captain, however, only laughed at Adrian's reaction, looking as though he found the entire situation far more amusing than Adrian did. Adrian still couldn't understand why every Legion commander seemed to behave this way, especially when even the King of Leonberg had praised their skill with both the sword and magic. His thoughts then drifted to that one punk who had somehow managed to weave 2 black chains at only 14 years old, showing off a level of speed that was honestly ridiculous. Elsewhere, the royal physician was fully absorbed in his own work, far removed from Adrian's irritation. Raw magic crackled around his hands as he focused with unnerving precision, carefully weaving together an intricate spell. Back with Adrian, he shot the captain a look filled with disbelief. Just then, a royal maid hurried into the room, bowing low and apologizing for being late while carrying a stack of letters carefully in her hands. The maid handled the letters with formal care, clearly aware that every single one was addressed to Adrian himself. She presented them forward with both hands, her posture respectful, cautious, and stiff with palace etiquette. Adrian accepted the letters, but confusion immediately crossed his face. He muttered under his breath, wondering why people who had never bothered to write to him before were suddenly sending him so much mail all at once. The papers rustled softly between Adrian's fingers, as his eyes narrowed over the contents. Line by line, his attention sharpened like a blade, and suspicion began to burn brighter with every word he read. He stayed seated at the table while the captain and maid stood nearby, waiting in tense silence. Just from the look in Adrian's eyes, it was easy to tell that his mind was already working through the strange flood of letters piece by piece. And the contents were outrageous. One letter was packed with apologies and practically begged for some kind of arrangement. Another came from a guildmaster caught in serious trouble, and a third all but pleaded for the prince to step in and help. Taken together, the letters all carried the same unmistakable stench of desperation. People were suddenly reaching out to Adrian from every direction, but he did not believe their newfound sincerity for even a moment. Then a sly grin slowly spread across Adrian's face as he spotted the perfect opening. This was a chance to legally beat that scoundrel into the ground. Adrian turned a knowing look toward the captain, who could only stare back in alarm before blurting out a startled protest. After that, Adrian shifted his attention toward the maid, who could only manage a hesitant response. She looked away uneasily, as if the true weight of what he had just implied had finally settled over both of them. With one last rustle of the letter in his hand, Adrian's expression hardened into a look of cunning determination. Whether this was a trap, an opportunity, or something in between, he was already prepared to seize it and flip the entire situation upside down. The wooden sword slammed down with vicious force, striking the training ground so hard that the sound cracked through the open space like a roll of thunder. For a moment, the impact alone seemed to shake the air around them. The wooden weapon bounced once from the force, then spun away across the damp stone beneath their feet. It scraped and clattered over the fractured floor, its sharp noise echoing through the cracks already carved into the training ground. As Adrian stretched his hand out to retrieve the fallen sword, Vale Balerhard loomed above him with a stare as cold as sharpened steel. His voice dropped down from over Adrian's head, blunt and merciless, making it clear that if Adrian was struggling this badly, then the first thing he needed to understand was simple. He didn't even have the most basic foundation of swordsmanship. Vale Balerhard kept speaking without giving Adrian the slightest room to defend himself. His tone didn't soften at all as he admitted that, at first, he had not wanted to believe it. But what Adrian had lost because of his own weakness was not something as small as a single fight. Then Vale's words cut even deeper, striking right where Adrian least wanted to hear them. He said that if Adrian's personality had been even slightly better, then maybe he would never have ended up in this humiliating situation in the first place. Before Adrian could fully get a reply out, a sudden kick slammed straight into him. The blow hit fast and hard, sending pain tearing through his body and cutting off whatever angry complaint had been about to leave his mouth. Adrian's eyes flashed with a sharp blue light as his body folded around the impact. He clutched his stomach, grimacing and shouting about the pain tearing through his muscles, while Vale Ballarhard paused above him and looked down with a new trace of suspicion in his eyes. Then Vale's expression shifted, just slightly, as though a thought had only now clicked into place. A hint of surprise entered his voice as he asked whether Adrian had not received any healing magic at all. Even after noticing that, Vale Ballarhard refused to make the training any gentler. He spoke with the heavy authority of a battlefield commander, telling Adrian that a true knight understood better than anyone how essential the foundation was before all else. He grabbed Adrian by the collar and dragged him in close, forcing the prince to hear every word. These techniques were not flashy decorations meant to look impressive in front of others. They were the necessary building blocks Adrian would need if he ever wanted to regain the strength he had lost. A low, dangerous growl rumbled from Vale's throat as his eyes locked onto Adrian with frightening intensity. His stare pinned the prince in place, making it clear he would not allow Adrian to look away or treat the lesson lightly. Looking down at Adrian, Vale made his decision with absolute clarity. Whether the prince resisted, complained, or collapsed 100 times, Vale Ballarhard would teach him properly from the ground up. With Adrian still down on the floor, Vale drove the point in one more time. This technique was not some optional trick to be pulled out for show. It was the solid bedrock that every knight had to stand on before they could call themselves strong. Then, in a sudden burst of pressure, a blinding blue-green aura exploded around Vale Ballarhard. His armor and sword were swallowed in raw magical light, and as he raised the glowing blade high overhead, he named it as the kingdom's training sword. The sword grew brighter with every passing breath, its edge trembling beneath the force packed inside it. The light sharpened and intensified until the weapon almost seemed to cry out with power, its gleam building toward a brilliant flash. As the gathered energy climbed to its peak, Vale Ballarhard's eyes ignited with that same electric blue radiance. The force pouring from him thickened the air, making the whole training ground feel heavy, charged, and alive. Then Vale moved. His speed was so sudden that his body nearly blurred from sight, the sword carving downward in a clean, ruthless arc, while a trail of blue-green light streaked behind the blade. Every muscle in Vale's body seemed to work in perfect order, tightening and releasing with flawless timing. Strength gathered from his stance, through his legs, across his core and into his arms, before being driven completely into that single strike. Air itself twisted around the glowing blade as it came down. The pressure of the attack warped the space in front of it, making it feel as though nothing placed in its path could possibly remain standing. Vale's eyes flared even brighter, burning with vivid blue light as the power running through his body surged in perfect harmony with the sword in his hand. That radiance was proof that the technique had fully awakened. It was not only the blade that had come alive with power, but the knight wielding it as well. By the end of the swing, the sword's path became almost impossible to follow. All Adrian could see was a streak of radiant force slicing through the space in front of him. It was concentrated power given physical shape. One motion refined so completely that it no longer looked like ordinary swordsmanship. It felt more like a natural disaster being released through a blade. Then the strike finally landed. A deafening crash burst across the training ground, booming through the air like lightning splitting open solid stone. The ground beneath them erupted under the force. Broken chunks of stone flew outward as the shockwave ripped through the floor, sending cracks racing in every direction. Adrian was blasted backward by the concussive force, his body thrown across the shattered training ground. Around him, fresh cracks tore open in the stone as if the strike were still chewing through the earth. He stared with his eyes wide and frozen, unable to form a single word. The sheer power he had just witnessed was so overwhelming that, for a moment, even his thoughts seemed to stop moving. As the dust slowly drifted down, the destruction remained carved into the ground like a scar. Vale Ballarhard stood there completely untouched and unfazed, while Adrian could only gape at the ruined floor, his mind still trapped in the terror of that single strike. That amount of raw power was ridiculous. It went far beyond anything Adrian had expected to see from something that was supposedly part of an ordinary training session. Vale watched Adrian take it all in with cold, steady composure. Then he let the weight of the lesson settle, making it clear that the strength of a true knight was never as simple as merely swinging a sword. A sly smirk slowly crossed Vale's face, as though he could already tell Adrian had only begun to understand the surface of it. The power he had just demonstrated was likely too enormous for the prince to fully grasp all at once. Adrian's stunned expression gradually shifted, and a wicked smirk began to form on his lips. His eyes glittered with sudden realization, while the shattered ground still glowed with traces of blue energy, standing as proof of the magical destruction Vale had unleashed. From within that swirling, crackling residue of power, a legendary name seemed to burn into existence in brilliant blue light: Dragon Slayer. Adrian's face changed from simple shock to sharp understanding as the true weight of the technique finally hit him. Adrian's eyes burned with power as his thoughts raced forward. If he could master this technique, then it might mean more than just winning a fight. It could give him enough strength to lead an entirely new Knight Order. Or maybe, just maybe, mastering this one skill alone would be enough to win the bet. But before that ambition could grow any larger, a chilling voice sliced straight through it. The speaker shut the idea down with a simple declaration that there was no need, dismissing even the thought of Adrian leading a new Knight Order after mastering such power. Caught completely off guard, Adrian turned toward the voice, his thoughts stumbling over what had just been said. Lead another Knight Order. Was that all? As if mastering Dragon Slayer by itself would already be enough, the casual way it was dismissed felt almost insulting. A scarred, unyielding man had been standing off to the side, watching the entire exchange unfold. His expression barely moved, but a contemptuous huff slipped from him, carrying enough judgment to replace an entire speech. With one hand already resting near his sword, the scarred man finally gave in. His response was short, rough, and impatient, telling them to do whatever they wanted, and that curt permission was enough to seal the moment. Then, before anyone had time to properly react, the man moved. His speed was unreal, and his blade flashed through the air so quickly that it looked less like steel and more like a phantom streak cutting past their eyes. He dropped into a battle-ready stance, and Adrian's gaze locked onto every detail of the motion. The ground cracked under the force of the man's step, showing raw power in its simplest form. And yet people still dared to call this royal sword style nothing more than a basic training exercise. Adrian clicked his tongue, frustration burning bitterly behind the sound. As much as he hated being impressed, he couldn't deny what he had just seen. That force was so smooth, so natural, and so overwhelming that it felt less like technique and more like a phenomenon created by the world itself. In a blinding flash, brilliant blue energy erupted along the sword, humming with tightly condensed power. This was the legendary Dragon Slayer sword style, and yet, ironically, it was not actually a technique meant to slay dragons. The fools who had inherited it in this era had forgotten the very thing that once made the technique so terrifying. The swordsman moved like a blur, blue power streaming behind each precise motion as he unleashed a style that had been reduced, in name at least, to nothing more than training. The blade came crashing down with devastating force, striking with an impact so heavy that it seemed to shake the space around it. For an instant, the entire training ground seemed to bend beneath that single blow. Sound rolled across the ground as the scarred swordsman lowered his weapon, his hard gaze fixed on the mark carved by the strike. Adrian watched without speaking, his face caught between reluctant awe and deep frustration. The scarred swordsman was clearly a master who understood every inch of what he was showing. He continued the lesson not only through explanation, but through the weight of his movements and the power left behind by each action. He laid the truth out plainly. Real strength was not born from simply stuffing as much energy as possible inside the body and calling that power. What truly mattered was control, guiding that power with absolute precision, letting it surge through the body with the sharp, direct force of lightning racing through the veins. He pushed the lesson even further, explaining that strength had to rise from the bones, pass through the core, and flow all the way into the blade. A real strike could never be reduced to nothing more than a simple swing of the arm. Adrian absorbed every word, every movement, and every lingering trace of power carved into the space around them. Then, with his gaze steady and his expression turning serious, he gave a firm nod to show that he understood. The scarred swordsman released a weary sigh, the kind that made it clear the subject irritated him just to think about. He muttered that the legendary emperor's sword style, once regarded as the very peak of battlefield technique, had fallen so low that people now treated it as a simple warm-up routine, while its true strength had been buried beneath the dust of forgotten history. A fierce flame ignited in Adrian's eyes as the words sank into him. The more he turned it over in his mind, the more certain he became that he would revive Dragon Slayer with his own hands and make the entire world understand that this technique was not some dead relic from the past. His hands curled into tight fists, anger burning hot in his chest at the thought of such a legendary skill being tossed aside like worthless scrap. With that new purpose driving him forward, Adrian took his first step, and from that day onward, time began to blur into one relentless march toward his goal. He threw himself into training with no intention of holding anything back. From morning until night, Adrian pushed his body over and over again, grinding himself down until every muscle screamed at its limit. A full week passed in a haze of sweat, bruises, pain, and endless repetition. Even so, Adrian's determination never once buckled beneath the pressure, no matter how harsh the training became. Then an entire month slipped by, marked by exhaustion that sank all the way into his bones. But by the end of it, Adrian was no longer the same man who had first taken up the sword. His body had clearly begun to change. All of that brutal effort finally started producing real results. Adrian could feel his progress speeding up at an almost ridiculous pace. And at last, he even reached the difficult chant stage he had been struggling toward. Even better, the clumsy trait that had once dragged down every motion and made his body feel awkward was finally gone. In its place, true general dexterity took root, giving Adrian far better control over each movement than he had before. Adrian stood tall with his sword ready in his hand, his posture carrying a grace and confidence that had not existed in him before. He looked like someone reforged by stubborn will alone, his entire presence sharper, steadier, and far more dangerous. He drew in a deep breath, letting the air fill his chest before releasing it slowly. Then he gave himself a quiet nod, acknowledging in silence just how much his body had changed through all that suffering. Blue energy flickered to life in Adrian's eyes as his fingers tightened around the sword hilt. Through the weapon in his grasp, he could feel raw mana surging clearly, alive beneath his palm and responding to him like it had finally begun to listen. He had reached a point where that power was no longer some distant, unreachable idea. He could feel it now with undeniable clarity, and as that certainty settled deep in his chest, Adrian declared that he was going to swing the sword. His body moved with a smoothness that would have been impossible for him only a month earlier. Each motion flowed more naturally than the last, as though the sword was finally beginning to answer the rhythm of his body. But just as the movement gathered force and the strike began to take shape, a sudden voice rang out from somewhere beyond his sight, sharply ordering him to stop. Adrian ignored the warning without the slightest hesitation. Rather than pulling back, he pressed forward even harder, realizing in that very instant that he had already surpassed the version of himself from the day before. The voice shouted again, louder and more urgent this time, telling him to stop. Adrian still refused to listen, forcing the technique onward as it grew cleaner and sharper with each passing breath, until the unseen speaker finally snapped and yelled at him for ignoring the order. In the middle of that powerful swing, Adrian gripped a wooden sword that was already glowing with strange, otherworldly energy. The practice blade had cracks running through its body, yet it somehow remained in one piece, pulsing softly from within as his hands crushed down around the hilt. Then the hilt exploded with a thunderous crack. The broken weapon burst apart in his grasp as a torrent of raw energy erupted outward, tearing through the moment with violent force. Somewhere else, beneath a merciless downpour, a younger man stood beside an older figure dressed in heavy armor. With a rifle held in his hands, the younger man stared downward in silence, rain pouring over his face and making his expression almost impossible to read. Back with Adrian, his hand tightened around the hilt of yet another sword. A sharp crack split the air as the weapon fractured violently. Unstable mana glowing along the break before power burst outward once again. On the rain-soaked ground, a crimson pool slowly spread through the water. The younger man stared down at the gravely injured older figure before him, frozen in place as blood mixed with storm water at his feet. His voice came out so faint it was barely more than a broken whisper. With eyes wide in terror and disbelief, the younger man choked out a single word, "Uncle." Adrian now stood before a colossal cracked sword buried deep in the ground, its overwhelming power radiating outward in a blinding burst of gold. At the same time, the sharp sound of splintering wood tore through the overlapping storm of memory and training. The training dummy was erased in an instant, shattered completely by the sheer force released from the strike. It was destroyed so thoroughly that it looked as if it had never been standing there at all. But the real storm was written across the young man's face. Tears streamed down through the rain as he clenched his jaw, and a furious shout tore from his throat as he called the fallen man a stupid fool. He dropped to his knees over his uncle, grief and anger twisting together until he could hardly separate them. Desperate for an answer, he demanded to know why, of all days and all moments, his uncle had gone out to train in weather like this. His rage surged even higher, boiling over through his trembling voice. If that had really been all there was to it, then his uncle would not have ended up lying there, struggling and unable to breathe. Then, like a miracle breaking through the middle of the storm, the blood-soaked hand began to shine. An eerie, otherworldly glow spread from it, cutting through the darkness and rain. In that desperate moment, the truth finally revealed itself. The hyper-focus trait could only be born under the crushing pressure of extreme concentration. And there, inside that crucible of pain, fear, and terror, the legendary ability awakened at last. Still shaken to his core, the young man let out a bitter laugh that sounded almost like he was defying fate itself. through emotion clenched tight in his throat. He wondered if he could really be fooled a second time. But that forced defiance collapsed almost as soon as it appeared. His face twisted into a raw grimace of agony, every bit of pain laid bare beneath the rain that continued to pour over him without mercy. Then a towering, familiar figure appeared above him, casting a heavy shadow through the rainfall. The young man barely had time to register the King of Leonberg standing there, before his anger flared again, his fists tightening as though he was ready to fight, even with a guard nearby. Yet beneath the King of Leonberg's cold, unwavering stare, that defiance slowly began to crumble. The young man's head lowered, and the fight drained out of him in a crushing, silent display of defeat. Rain ran down his face, hiding the emotions he could no longer keep under control as he shut his eyes in pain. From above him, the King of Leonberg's voice cut through the downpour, delivering a brutal judgment aimed straight at his heart. Then consciousness returned in a sudden flicker. Adrian's eyes snapped open, and instead of rain, blood, and mud, he found himself staring into the rich luxury of a lavish room, confusion clouding his gaze. A heavy wave of disorientation rolled over him. For a moment, Adrian could do nothing but lie there, trying to make sense of where he was, and wondering if he had actually lost consciousness. He pushed himself upright, and the realization struck him with uncomfortable force. Even now, Adrian still did not truly understand the limits of this new body. In his former life as the living sword Gruhorn, he had already reached and conquered every height there was to master. He had been the nameless war hero, the ultimate swordmaster whose legend was carved into history, and the founding force behind an entire kingdom. His old path had been nothing but conflict, a crimson road paved with endless battles and fallen enemies. Gruhorn had led wars to complete victory, pushed beyond every limit through sheer will, and sharpened both body and soul into something terrifying enough to guide heroes and shape destinies like a blade cutting through fate. He had been a wise advisor and an extraordinary teacher, someone who always stood close to greatness. And yet, in the end, he had still remained a third party, helping others seize the glory rather than claiming it fully for himself. Now, as Adrian stared down at his own hands, the reason became painfully clear. He finally understood why he had kept swinging the sword again and again until this body could no longer endure it. For the first time, he had become intoxicated by the feeling that every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every hard-earned result belonged entirely to him and no one else. He knew he had to reclaim both his strength and his control over this body. Only then could he once again stand as someone capable of saying that whatever he desired, he would seize it without hesitation. More than a month had passed since Adrian obtained the Mana Heart, and during that time he had accumulated an enormous amount of mana. The next stage now felt close, almost as though it was waiting just beyond his fingertips. His eyes burned with raw power, bright and intense, but even Adrian understood one thing clearly. The body he possessed now was not something without limits. The problem was painfully obvious. His current body still could not fully keep up with the ridiculous amount of mana gathering and surging inside him. He needed only a little more to break through to the next level. Then, in a sudden violent breakthrough, the mana heart inside him expanded, swelling with a massive surge of power. With that breakthrough, electric blue mana erupted around Adrian's hand. The energy crackled brightly as it wrapped around his fingers, bathing his hand in fierce, unstable light. It was a clear sign that his body was finally beginning to rise toward the insane power coursing through him. Little by little, flesh and mana were starting to move in the same direction. The mana heart pulsed again, stronger than before, and a glowing alert flashed in front of Adrian's eyes. It confirmed what he could already feel inside him. His body was evolving alongside the explosive surge of power. Raw energy boiled through the air in a wild, unstable storm, twisting in on itself as if it had no clear shape yet. Crackling sparks of mana snapped and flashed all around Adrian, each burst carrying a dangerous force that made the space around him feel charged and violent. Adrian's gaze sharpened the moment he sensed the surge inside him. His eyes fixed on the power moving through his body, following its flow with intense focus, as though for the first time he could actually see the outline of his own strength taking form. His body began to swell beneath the crushing pressure of that mana, every muscle tightening as if it were being pushed past its natural limit. Then, across his chest, a radiant symbol suddenly blazed to life, shining like proof that he had finally broken through the wall that had been holding him back. But Adrian quickly forced himself to steady his breathing and regain control. The pressure was still intense, pressing against him from the inside, yet his expression settled into calm determination, and a confident smirk touched his lips as he said they might as well find out what came next. His fingers wrapped more firmly around the hilt of his sword, gripping it with quiet, deliberate confidence. There was no hesitation in the movement now, only the look of someone ready to test this newly awakened power with his own hands. A glowing status window flashed into view before him like a triumphant announcement, declaring that Adrian had officially reached the rank of sword learner, and the message did not end there. Another line appeared immediately after, revealing that he had unlocked a new ability and could now release the most basic form of aura. A faint blue light began to spill from the blade, thin and ghost-like at first, before gradually sharpening into an electric aura that wrapped around the sword's edge. The energy hissed softly as it gathered, and Adrian's confidence rose along with it, his smirk deepening as he admitted that, at the very least, he could now handle the basics. Elsewhere, the scarred swordsman spoke with a grim expression. His face darkened by irritation as he told the younger man beside him that rumors had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. The younger man blinked, clearly caught off guard by the sudden topic, and asked what rumors he was talking about. The veteran knight clicked his tongue in annoyance, as if simply remembering those whispers was enough to exhaust him. He explained that the rumors were about the younger man's little group, and from the weight in his voice, it was obvious that even he was sick of hearing people talk about it. Trying to pull the conversation towards something more practical, the younger man offered a simpler solution. He suggested that instead of letting rumors grow any worse, it might be better to find a proper duel opponent and settle everything in a clear, official way. Meanwhile, a powerful knight with a knowing smirk considered the matter of who that opponent should be. As far as he was concerned, there was already someone suitable in mind, and Adrian, radiating unshakable confidence, made it perfectly clear that he had already decided exactly who he wanted to face. But who could that opponent possibly be? The question gave way to the vision of a brutal, snow-covered wasteland, where Vale Balarhard, the double-chain knight, stood among the fallen with his weapon humming in his hand, before revealing that he had brought the person Adrian had requested. For a brief moment, Vale Balarhard seemed genuinely caught off guard. Surprise flickered across his face so quickly it was almost hidden, but not quickly enough to disappear before it could be noticed. After gathering himself again, Vale Balarhard handed Adrian a scroll and corrected his earlier words with proper respect. He confirmed that he had indeed brought what Adrian had asked for, the list of every person who wished to challenge His Highness to a duel. Adrian simply smirked, wearing the expression of someone who had expected exactly this outcome from the start. Vale hesitated, clearly preparing to add a warning, but Adrian cut him off first, asking whether his uncle meant that he should simply hold practice duels with them. And what would be so wrong with that? Vale Balarhard's expression turned heavy as he revealed the real concern behind his hesitation. According to what he had heard, these challengers were not approaching Adrian like ordinary opponents at all. They were practically marching against him like crusaders, and many of them cared far less about a fair duel than about using the fight to earn favor. Adrian did not look disturbed in the slightest. His smirk remained firmly in place, and with calm certainty, he stated that he already understood exactly what those people were really after. Vale still looked deeply uneasy and tried one last time to make Adrian take the situation seriously. That was exactly why Adrian needed to listen to him. He insisted, while his armored figure stood there in stern silence, gleaming with the weight of a man who knew the danger waiting ahead. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired figure gripped a knife in his hand and delivered one simple but crucial order. During the duel, they only had to make absolutely certain that no one died. Then, with a challenging smirk curling across his face, he pushed the demand even further, asking whether granting him that small favor was really so difficult. Several days later, the first duel finally arrived, and Taylor Talheim made his way toward the imposing palace with deep concern written across his face. The first prince's palace rose before him in all its grandeur, elegant walls and overwhelming splendor towering above the path. Its beauty only made the turmoil inside Taylor's chest feel sharper, standing in cold contrast to the storm of resentment he carried with him. His footsteps echoed across the ornate floor as his thoughts burned with old anger. This was the first prince's palace, the place where that scoundrel lived, and the man walking inside was Taylor Talheim, the formidable son of a mere baronial family. Then the memory snapped backward to a few years earlier. Taylor stood with a crumpled paper gripped tightly in his hand, rage simmering beneath the surface of his controlled expression as the humiliation of the past rose before him once again. As Taylor stared ahead, his anger boiled silently inside him. In his eyes, that man was only arrogant because he had seized power before everyone else, and someone who became emperor through cheating was nothing less than an unforgivable disgrace. His family's legacy had been stained by humiliation that could not be washed away. His grandfather had suffered an insult from the Prince of Leonberg that could never be forgiven, and his father had been crushed by that same prince in front of the entire world, shattering their honor until nobles and servants alike treated them as a joke. Taylor's eyes burned with a fierce red light as the hatred rose all the way to his throat. Through clenched teeth, he snarled the name that had haunted his family's disgrace. Adrian Leonberg. Looking up toward the storm-darkened sky, Taylor made a cold vow that today, Adrian would finally pay dearly for what had happened back then. This, he thought, would be his formal greeting to His Highness, First Prince Adrian Leonberg, as the memory flared with the image of two armored figures standing in a stark courtyard, their eyes fixed on the confrontation about to unfold. The younger Taylor stood firm and introduced himself with clear, disciplined resolve. He declared that he was Taylor, the second son of the Talheim family, and as his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, he added that he was a single-chain apprentice knight training in Talheim swordsmanship. Around him, the gathered crowd began to whisper and murmur among themselves. Some wondered why Taylor still had not been given a proper title, while others quietly speculated that he might even be on the verge of losing the title he already possessed. Taylor faced the prince directly, and Adrian was already looking down at him with that same rude, arrogant expression. The prince's sneer made it painfully clear that he found the young knight's very existence amusing. Then Adrian spoke, his tone laced with a cutting amusement that made every word feel like an insult. He said it was interesting that the common sense he had heard so much about still had not managed to sink into the young knight's head. His voice rang out loudly across the courtyard, heavy with sarcasm and mock respect, as he addressed the young man as Lord Talheim. Taylor somehow forced himself to maintain his composure. Even with humiliation pressing down on him from every side, he answered in a formal tone, saying that it was an incomparable honor to meet the prince. Adrian brushed off the polite greeting with a casual wave of his hand, acting as though Taylor's courtesy barely mattered. Then he sneered that someone really ought to tell him the prince had arrived. Taylor's expression darkened when he was told he should have behaved better in the past. Adrian's words struck exactly where they were meant to land, and Taylor flinched inwardly, bitterly thinking that the prince always had a way of dragging old matters back into the open. Now, standing alone beneath the enormous castle, Taylor thought about the children of this era. His eyes hardened with fierce, stubborn resolve, as if he had already decided he would not let the past repeat itself. His hands tightened in readiness, prepared for whatever would come next, as he declared that they should begin. Across from him, Adrian Leonberg narrowed his eyes with cold disdain, his voice carrying a sharp promise that he would teach Taylor exactly what happened to those who dared disrespect authority. Power crackled to life around Adrian as brilliant blue magic ignited from his body, gathering into a storm meant to deliver that lesson. Complex runes flared within the swirling energy, locking into place one after another as they formed the structure of a devastating spell. Cold resolve settled across Taylor's face as he stared directly into the prince's rising power. His voice rang out with chilling steadiness, formal yet unshaken, as he addressed Adrian as Your Highness. Then the attack was unleashed. Taylor's eyes widened as a desperate warning rang out, telling him to be careful, and in that same instant, Adrian struck like lightning, sending the spell screaming forward in a streak of concentrated force. A phantom bird formed from pure energy tore through the space between them. It moved without hesitation, silent and deadly, shooting forward like a magical missile aimed straight for its target. Taylor met the attack head-on instead of retreating. His own azure power erupted outward in a fierce counterblast, crashing against the incoming spell with defiant force and shattering it before it could swallow him whole. Adrian watched as his spell was deflected, and irritation flickered across his face. His voice turned dismissive as he muttered that there were far too many useless soldiers getting involved. Adrian Leonberg's devastating blue magic slammed into Taylor Talheim's shimmering azure shield, and the collision exploded outward in a violent burst of raw power. The impact shook the space between them, filling the battlefield with blinding light and pressure. Taylor's gaze sharpened as the fierce blue glow of his defense washed across his face. The protective energy surged around him, revealing the truth behind the strength he carried, a true mana heart. The unyielding force of Taylor's counterattack sent Adrian reeling backward. He was thrown violently off balance as the ground beneath him cracked apart, spiderweb fractures spreading through the stone while he barely managed to catch himself and regain his footing. Disbelief flashed across Adrian's face as he struggled to process what had just happened. He demanded to know how a simple mana heart could create such an insane mana chain, wondering aloud whether this impossible power came from Taylor possessing only one chain. Taylor, still wrapped in the fading glow of leftover power, felt a strange tingling sensation ripple through his body. The moment that sensation began to fade, the hilt of the sword in his hand erupted with a blinding burst of blue light. His eyes flew wide open as the blade roared to life in his grip, alive with a force he had not expected. For a single breath, Taylor could only stare in stunned disbelief, silently wondering what in the world had just happened. At the same time, Adrian and his knight both heard the strange sound coming from the sword. Their expressions tightened with growing alarm because the weapon's bizarre reaction had just made the duel feel far more dangerous and unpredictable than before. Adrian's mind suddenly spiraled at a speed he could barely keep up with, his thoughts crashing over one another as every instinct in his body screamed the same terrifying conclusion. What was happening between him and that blade was not just some unstable burst of power leaking into the open. The truth was far worse. This was sword resonance. The radiance spilling from the sword detonated outward in a single violent flare, swelling so fiercely that the light itself almost seemed alive. That untamed force beat through the air in heavy pulses, wild and impossible to control, and the sheer scale of it made the whole scene feel like something that should not have been possible. A heartbeat later, Taylor Talheim shot forward like a shadow released from a drawn bowstring. His luminous blade tore through the space ahead of him, leaving behind a burning streak of blue, as if a blazing comet had been launched directly toward its prey. Adrian could only stand there and watch, frozen in place with his eyes stretched wide and his mouth falling open. The power rising in front of him kept climbing higher and higher, far beyond the limit of anything he had prepared himself to witness. Taylor Talheim was no longer moving like an ordinary swordsman. He looked like a raging storm compressed into human form, his entire body and blade swallowed by a spiraling vortex of electric blue energy. His gaze burned with terrifying focus, and the pressure crashing out from him was so intense that Adrian was left speechless beneath the thunderous roar of the sword. A savage, instinctive roar ripped out of Taylor Talheim as his blade erupted with a blinding blue glow. Then he rushed forward without hesitation, charging straight in at a frightening speed, each powerful step dragging a crackling trail of blue mana across the ground behind him. The moment the strike connected, the impact hit with enough force to make the air itself tremble. A blinding explosion of light burst from the collision point, washing over everything as the target disappeared beneath a brutal wave of surging power. When the overwhelming brightness finally began to thin, Taylor Talheim descended back to the ground with precise control. His feet touched down cleanly, his posture steady, as if even that explosive attack had been calculated down to the smallest movement. The attack had already ended, but the pressure it left behind still lingered heavily in the air. Adrian and the scarred swordsman both remained rooted in place, their stunned expressions making it clear that neither of them could easily accept the unbelievable power they had just seen. The scarred swordsman looked completely shaken, as if his thoughts had stalled on one simple belief. Forming a mana heart was supposed to guarantee success, or at least that was what he had trusted. But the scene in front of him had shattered that expectation completely, because this result was anything but ordinary. Adrian tightened his grip around the pulsing orb, feeling its unstable force beat hard against his palm like it wanted to tear itself free. He could sense the mana resonance swelling toward a dangerous breaking point, but beneath that violent reaction, an even more serious truth was beginning to surface. Fury surged through Adrian so sharply that his expression twisted with barely restrained anger. The sheer arrogance of that voice questioning his very existence struck a nerve, and for a moment, he looked as if he was ready to fire back without even thinking. Even with rage burning under his skin, Adrian's focus suddenly sharpened with dangerous clarity. His eyes darkened like a storm gathering on the horizon, and his hand instinctively drifted toward his sword. But before he could fully act on that anger, the voice continued, urging him to calm down and pull his mind back under control. The world surrounding Adrian began to blur and stretch, as though reality itself was smearing away from his senses. Yet inside that distortion, his awareness became terrifyingly sharp, locking onto something hidden deep within him. A powerful vibration hummed through his body, and in the depths of his mind, a massive figure floated in complete silence, suspended beneath a glowing blue liquid. Tiny bubbles rose around the submerged figure, drifting upward through the blue radiance like pieces of a half-forgotten dream. Then Adrian's eyes snapped open, suddenly blazing with electric blue light, as the energy sealed inside him erupted outward and surged through every part of his body. A commanding voice thundered through the empty space, ordering Adrian to awaken. Whether the blade was called a demon sword or a holy sword no longer mattered, because those names were nothing more than different masks placed over the same terrifying power. As Adrian's awakening ripped open a vast cosmic void, a fragment of his soul burst free and formed into the shape of a spectral dragon. That powerful voice then sliced through the endless void with absolute certainty, declaring that even if Adrian had lost his own memories, its memories had remained perfectly intact. And whether Adrian agreed to it or not, the voice made one thing clear: it would drag him into awakening by force. The command struck Adrian like a shockwave crashing straight into his soul. One of his eyes flared with intense blue brilliance, and inside his iris, a complex magical symbol ignited, glowing as though it had been burned directly into the deepest part of him. The unleashed power burst outward in a violent surge, and the demon sword Gruhorn roared back into consciousness. Ancient memories were dragged up from the depths, and with them came the revelation of the true purpose that the sword had carried all along. Gruhorn's true form tore its way into reality as a towering armored figure surrounded by a ferocious red aura. It was not simply a weapon meant for battle. It was the embodied essence of a heart created to kill dragons, a living memory shaped from the will of the ultimate dragon slayer. Crimson energy swept across Adrian's face, wrapping his features in a sinister glow. His eyes blazed with the hellish power of the sword, as if Gruhorn's ancient will had flowed straight into his body and taken root inside him. Adrian and the manifested sword were both drawn into the overwhelming memory of dragon slaying. Their forms stood framed against the enormous shadow of a spectral dragon, its looming presence stretching behind them like a nightmare from an ancient battlefield. The sword's purpose became brutally, unmistakably clear. It had been forged for slaughter, refined for the act of killing, and now that merciless power was pouring directly through Adrian as if he had become its vessel. The true power of the dragon-slaying sword exploded inside Adrian, ancient strength roaring through him like a legacy engraved by countless battles across generations. That force, shaped by endless memories of dragons being slain, now rushed through his veins, awakened by the blood of dragons itself. And then its terrifying real shape appeared, a monstrous skeletal dragon head wreathed in crimson energy, with glowing eyes that promised absolute destruction. The spectral beast grew heavier, sharper, and more overwhelming by the second, towering above Adrian like a primal force that had finally been given form. Adrian was completely consumed by the impossible sight unfolding before him. He could not tear his eyes away from the dreadful shape-taking form, and all he could do was stare in stunned disbelief as one desperate question escaped him. What in the world was he looking at? Taylor Talheim stood frozen after witnessing something that defied all reason. The color drained from his face in pure disbelief. Even the scarred swordsman, despite the experience carved into him by countless battles, could not stay calm. He shouted in panic, throwing out a desperate warning against a force that had already begun slipping beyond anyone's control. That warning arrived a moment too late. Adrian's hand flared with the same violent crimson energy, and the transformation surged forward even faster. His eyes burned a fierce red, his expression hardened into terrifying resolve, and the power wrapped around him as though it had finally claimed him completely. Then, cutting through the heavy silence all at once, a desperate shout rang out with urgent force, demanding that everything stop before it went any further. A sword hilt pulsed with a dangerous pink glow, the light beating from it like a warning signal. At the same time, Gruhorn released a dark, twisting aura, and the raw power pouring from the blade pressed down on the air until everything felt heavy and suffocating. The voice cried out in panic, warning that the sword was dangerous. But Gruhorn showed no sign of fear at all. Instead, he turned his attention toward his uncle and said that before their spar began, there was one thing he needed to ask. Vale Balarhard, clearly intrigued by the sudden seriousness in his tone, looked back at him and asked what it was. Gruhorn's eyes suddenly flared open, glowing with a frightening red light. Then, in a voice that was chillingly calm, despite the danger surrounding him, he made his request. If it ever seemed like he was about to kill his opponent, then, before the full weight of those words could sink in, he exploded into motion, his body already coiled for a relentless assault. Gruhorn lowered into his stance with silent intensity, every angle of his posture aimed at Vale Balarhard as the spar balanced on the edge of beginning. With a cold declaration, he challenged his uncle to stop him before things crossed the line. Vale Balarhard accepted without a moment of hesitation, his eyes blazing with fierce blue light as a surging aura rose around him. Gruhorn stood just as ready, his own eyes burning crimson while ominous red energy curled around his body. Then the two powers crashed together in a violent burst. Crimson and blue energy slammed into each other head-on, as Gruhorn's sword drove straight into Vale Balarhard's fist, which was already wrapped in roaring blue power. Vale Balarhard did not retreat even half a step. He planted himself firmly beneath the impact, his resolve completely unmoved, while the blue energy around him pulsed even harder. A thunderous quang tore through the air, echoing across the battlefield. When the force of the clash finally settled, Vale Balarhard was still standing tall as the unmistakable victor. With overwhelming strength, he had completely repelled the prince's furious attack and stopped it in its tracks. The force of the counterattack was so overwhelming that Adrian was hurled backward, skidding harshly across the ground. Shock flashed across his face as he tried to understand how completely he had been overpowered and thrown off balance. The spar ended in a violent burst of force, and for a brief moment, silence spread over the area like a heavy curtain. Only the sharp metallic echo of a blade cut through that stunned stillness. A furious accusation broke through the tension as someone demanded to know what Count Balarhard had done. Adrian was down on one knee in defeat, surrounded by knights, while Vale Balarhard stood over him with unshaken composure. From within the watching crowd, a panicked voice cried out that the commander would be punished for what had happened to Adrian. Vale Balarhard did not flinch at the uproar rising around him. His expression remained cold and steady as he cut through the chaos with a firm command, ordering everyone to stand back and making it perfectly clear that Adrian himself had asked for this. Adrian was still trying to recover from the force of the blow, his teeth clenched so tightly that humiliation and anger showed clearly in his eyes. With effort, he forced the words out, admitting that he had indeed asked Vale Balarhard to do it, but Vale Balarhard simply looked down at him and delivered the harsh truth without softening a single word. He had never promised that he would knock him out gently. A low, beast-like growl rumbled from Adrian's throat, his eyes flaring crimson as raw power burst around him, and his jaw tightened with barely contained rage. One nearby knight stammered in terror, struggling to even get the words out as he addressed the prince. At that same moment, electric blue energy erupted into the open, crackling wildly before gathering together into a ghostly, almost human shape, a vivid remnant of the overwhelming force Adrian had just faced. Adrian lowered his gaze toward his hand, where a faint blue glow still clung to his skin. As he stared at the lingering light, the realization settled in that his own magic had genuinely come close to cracking under that impact. The image of Vale Balarhard wrapped in that same terrifying aura remained burned into Adrian's mind. He understood now, without question, that his uncle's strength existed on a completely different level, far beyond what any ordinary chain user could reach. He could still clearly remember taking that direct hit, with blue energy swirling around his chest as he weighed just how dangerous the blow had been. Thankfully, when he examined the glow around his hand, there did not seem to be any lasting side effects, but the margin had been far too close for comfort. A victorious grin slowly crept across Adrian's face as the soft blue light continued to shine from his hand. In spite of everything he had just endured, he lifted his confidence proudly and declared that, in the end, he had still won the duel. Across the room, Vale Balarhard watched him with obvious doubt, unable to ignore the smug smile spreading over Adrian's face. After a moment, he finally asked why Adrian was grinning so widely. Then the scarred swordsman stepped forward, his expression hard and serious as he demanded to know what had brought them all the way there in the first place. At the same time, Adrian's uncle was still visibly unsettled, pressing him to explain what kind of ridiculous move he had just used. Adrian looked down at the mysterious glow flowing from his hand, questioning the true nature of the unrighteous sword he had just unleashed. Power still seemed to radiate faintly from him, but Vale Balarhard was in no mood to accept that calmly. With disbelief written across his stern face, he insisted that he had never taught Adrian anything like that. Adrian, however, did not look shaken in the slightest. He answered with cool confidence, saying that he had simply followed the true essence of the blade. His words carried absolute certainty, and as he stared ahead with unwavering resolve burning in his eyes, he looked fully prepared to face whatever came next. Vale Balarhard said nothing for a moment, letting Adrian's answer settle heavily between them. His stern eyes stayed fixed on the prince because he understood exactly what that kind of insight meant. Only someone with the instincts of a true warrior could grasp the essence of a sword so directly, and that essence was not righteousness, honor, or any noble ideal. At its core, it was cold, merciless, killing intent. A brilliant crimson flash suddenly erupted across the area, washing the entire space in a fierce red glow as Adrian's power flared up once more. The force around him felt raw and almost unreal, swelling with such violent intensity that it seemed capable of stealing the breath from anyone watching, while still drawing their eyes toward it like something impossible to look away from. For the first time, Vale Balarhard's iron expression truly broke. His eyes widened, and open astonishment spread across his face as he stared at Adrian. Even a veteran like him, someone who had walked through countless battlefields, looked shaken by how drastically the prince had changed in such a short span of time. Adrian himself did not look entirely prepared for what had happened either. His gaze lowered slightly, his eyes narrowing as though he was searching inside himself for the thing that had just awakened. For once, the calm confidence he usually carried faded into something quieter and more thoughtful. Vale Balarhard had originally been ready to scold his nephew and lecture him about the real path of the sword. He had intended to force some hard-earned battlefield wisdom into him, whether Adrian liked it or not. But after witnessing that unbelievable display, even the words he had prepared seemed to vanish from his mouth. In the end, the old warrior could only speak the truth in the plainest way he knew how. He was a soldier, not some scholar who could wrap deep ideas in elegant explanations. Complicated concepts like that were beyond his reach. What he understood was victory, and if winning meant abandoning the clean image of righteousness, then to him that was simply the road a warrior had to walk. Adrian responded without the slightest hint of hesitation, his voice calm enough to make the answer sound completely natural. The one who had taught him that lesson had not been a master, a commander, or any living person at all. It had been the sword itself. Vale Balorhard's face hardened again, his expression turning unreadable as he gave Adrian a grave warning. Killing intent that deep was not something to admire carelessly. It was dangerous, a trap wearing the face of strength, and if Adrian lowered his guard for even a single moment, that power could swallow him whole. Adrian allowed a small, knowing smirk to curl at the edge of his mouth, clearly listening to every word without showing the slightest fear. Then, with that same sharp confidence, he turned the warning back on his uncle and asked if all this seriousness meant Vale Balorhard was actually trying to fix him. Vale Balorhard's eyes narrowed, his stare growing sharper and heavier with quiet pressure. He made it clear that from this point on he would be watching Adrian carefully. He wanted to see whether the prince would be devoured by that power, or whether Adrian's own strength would prove strong enough to resist the blade's hunger. 3 days passed in a blur of merciless practice duels, each clash grinding both men closer to their limits. When it was finally over, Taylor Talheim stood before Adrian with his blade still giving off a faint hum of lingering power. He looked at the prince and asked for his name once again, as if hearing it directly was something he needed to confirm for himself. Adrian stood there in his usual composed silence, his posture straight, calm, and completely steady. The sword resting in his hand no longer looked like something he was merely holding. It seemed almost connected to him, as if it had become a natural extension of his will. Then, in a rare moment, Adrian's expression softened with the faintest trace of a smile. He looked toward Taylor Talheim and gave him a simple but meaningful acknowledgement, telling him that he had done well throughout the past 3 days. For 3 full days, Taylor Talheim had been forced to face a sword that radiated nothing but pure killing intent. Every exchange had placed him directly in front of that crushing pressure, forcing him to stand firm while the blade's murderous presence bore down on him again and again. Taylor Talheim looked genuinely impressed, though a slight trace of frustration still lingered in his expression. After everything the two of them had gone through, and after all those brutal exchanges, all he could do was mutter that it was a shame. Then he followed it with a teasing jab, pointing out that Adrian would have been able to claim victory outright if he had managed to defeat him even once. But the simple truth remained unchanged. Adrian had never actually been able to bring him down. Taylor Talheim paused briefly, and the playful edge in his voice faded into something calmer and more respectful. With a small nod, he told Adrian to bring it over. He then revealed a magnificent treasure chest, its polished surface and reinforced metal edges making it clear at a glance that this was no ordinary container. Addressing Adrian formally as Your Highness, Taylor Talheim declared that he would accept it. After those intense duels, Taylor Talheim faced Adrian with a more serious look, clearly remembering everything that had happened between them before. He held out the carefully crafted wooden chest, bound with intricate metalwork, and asked whether this offering would be enough to make amends. There was uncertainty in his voice, as if he himself was unsure whether it could truly compensate for the past. Then Taylor Talheim told Adrian that the chest should be taken to Baron Talheim instead. He explained that there was nothing especially extravagant hidden inside it, only a certain amount of gold and silver. With the chest now resting in his hands, Adrian turned away and prepared to leave. Behind him, Taylor Talheim offered one last farewell, wishing him a safe journey as the prince headed out. As Adrian left the castle behind, he quietly turned the situation over in his mind. He knew perfectly well that he had no obligation to clean up problems created by other people, and yet, despite that, a soft thank you still escaped him. Restoring someone's dignity always came with a price, and now that his commander's practiced duels had become a topic spreading throughout the kingdom, that price was impossible to ignore. Somewhere else, inside a breathtaking palace filled with cold elegance and overwhelming grandeur, an unseen voice drifted through the space while reflecting on the past. The speaker admitted that their arrogance had once gone far beyond reason, and that they had behaved far too freely, as if nothing in the world had the power to restrain them. High above the palace grounds, on a towering balcony that overlooked the estate below, a man and a woman stood side by side. The woman's voice carried a chilling edge as she wondered aloud how much more suffering Adrian was still destined to endure. Even after several days of waiting, the news everyone expected never truly exploded into the open. When the subject finally came up, Taylor Talheim did not dance around it. He looked straight at Adrian and asked if he was referring to the duel. With a faint smirk, Adrian pointed out the new title now attached to his companion and acknowledged the result everyone seemed to be discussing, the first prince's defeat at the hands of the double-chain knight. But he quickly made his meaning clear. Both sides had fought with everything they had, and his goal had never been to threaten anyone. What Adrian wanted to test was the sincerity of the first prince himself. In another place, 3 nobles were left staring in stunned silence, their faces frozen with disbelief. One of them could barely manage a faint gasp, as if the information they had just heard had knocked the air straight from their lungs. They began whispering among themselves, trying to make sense of the situation. If the royal family had buried the story, then the person at the center of it must have been furious. A fist clenched tightly in rage, and suddenly one noble roared out, demanding to know why they were speaking about him. The portly noble was practically trembling with anger, his face twisting with irritation as he worked himself up even further. In his mind, the answer was painfully obvious. The first prince was simply too ashamed to admit that he had been defeated. When Adrian heard the petty rumors spreading around, he could only scoff in disbelief. These nobles, he thought, truly had far too much time on their hands if this was how they chose to spend it. Then his gaze sharpened, shifting firmly onto the knight standing before him. A low, guttural sound rumbled from deep in Adrian's throat as his expression grew hard. The atmosphere around him seemed to tighten with his irritation, and in that heavy silence, it was clear he was about to issue an order. As the knight prepared to head out, Adrian told him to make absolutely sure that the true result of the duel was spread properly. The knight immediately straightened, snapped to attention, and bowed low before answering with firm obedience that he would carry out the command exactly as instructed. Later, Adrian stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his brow faintly furrowed as the same thought continued to bother him. Surely now that the truth had been sent out clearly, those ridiculous rumors would finally begin to settle down. But a small flicker of unease passed across his face, subtle enough to be brief, yet too clear to ignore. Even after taking action, something about the situation still did not feel completely resolved. Just then, a maid hurried in with alarming news, her urgency immediately breaking the tense quiet. According to the newest rumor spreading outside, His Highness had supposedly threatened his opponent and forced him to fake the results of the duel. Adrian's face slowly sank into shadow, his expression disappearing from view. Whatever emotion crossed him in that instant, whether anger, disbelief, or exhaustion, he kept it hidden behind that darkened silence. Frustration burned sharply inside Adrian, but he forced himself to push past the sting of his earlier losses and the irritation caused by the rumors. Instead of wasting more time chasing gossip, he decided there was only one answer left to him: train harder and become stronger. With that resolve taking hold, explosive blue energy surged from his body, crackling through the air around him. Adrian launched himself forward, moving with such speed that a brilliant trail of azure light streamed behind him. His body cut across the space like a flash of condensed power, turning motion itself into a streak of blue. The energy surrounding him continued to swell, growing denser with every passing moment. It pulsed with a deep, heavy hum that vibrated through the air, and each beat of that power felt alive, thick, and dangerously controlled. He kept driving forward at a blistering pace, every movement growing sharper and more forceful than the one before it. With each step, turn, and swing, even more of that incredible blue energy burst outward around him. Then Adrian unleashed a devastating sweep, carving a massive arc of energy through the air. The blue wave exploded outward in a violent surge, tearing across the space with enough force to leave the surroundings trembling in its wake. And then, almost as quickly as it had roared to life, the raw energy began to fade away. The brilliant surge thinned into the air, leaving only a faint, lingering pressure behind, as if the space itself still remembered the force that had passed through it. A perfectly shaped sphere of raw power glowed steadily in Adrian's hand, bright, controlled, and intense. He stared into it with fierce determination burning in his eyes, silently hardening his resolve before swearing that he would not lose again. Later, with Taylor Talheim standing at his side, Adrian asked about the duels that still remained. Taylor Talheim answered plainly, explaining that the opponent scheduled to arrive today would be the last one. By that time, Adrian had clearly grown stronger, and he understood that change better than anyone. At his current level, ordinary apprentice knights were no longer enough to stand against him properly. Even so, Adrian had not forgotten the final opponent waiting ahead of him. This last challenger was not some common trainee still learning the basics, but a sword master, a true knight who had polished her skill with a blade to a completely different level. She was the type of knight who had never been content with ordinary swordsmanship or simple training. A genuine prodigy, she had entered the knighthood not to seek comfort, reputation, or status, but because she wanted to push herself further and sharpen her own limits. Her name was Arwen Kurgayan, a probationary knight of the Iron Lion Knights. And even that title alone carried weight, making it clear that she was far from an ordinary opponent. Then, at last, she appeared inside the opulent hall, standing with a presence that immediately drew attention. Her calm, formidable figure seemed to radiate quiet strength, filling the space around her without the need for a single unnecessary movement. Adrian's eyes narrowed the moment he recognized her. The emblem of the Iron Lion Knights gleamed clearly on her armor, unmistakable and impossible to miss, confirming that the final opponent had truly arrived. Among the knights, Arwen Kurgayan carried a title that sounded elegant at first, yet dangerous the moment you understood it, the flower of the cliff. She was like a rose blooming high on a jagged rock face, beautiful enough to admire from a distance, but covered in thorns for anyone reckless enough to reach for her. Men who approached her with foolish confidence only ended up broken-hearted, and that legend followed her wherever she went. Two powerful figures stood there watching without a word, their silence somehow more intimidating than any shout could have been. Just by standing in the hall, they seemed to take control of the entire atmosphere, their presence pressing down on the space as they quietly observed what was unfolding before them. Vale Balarhard, the double-chain knight, fixed his gaze on the unexpected arrival and let out a low remark under his breath. He could not fully hide his disbelief. For a woman of Arwen Kiergain's level to come all the way here by her own choice was not just surprising, it was almost ridiculously bold. Then Vale Balarhard's tone shifted slightly, carrying the faintest hint of admiration. In a strange way, he admitted, the prince really did have an impressive talent. Somehow, without even meaning to, Adrian had managed to pull someone like Arwen Kiergain straight into his orbit. And there she was, Arwen Kiergain herself, the woman known as the Thorny Rose. Her eyes were sharp, steady, and impossible to ignore, while her posture remained calm and perfectly controlled. But the pressure surrounding her made one thing clear right away. She was anything but fragile. Arwen Kiergain stood ready for battle, and in that moment she almost looked unreal. A heavy aura of raw strength shimmered around her armor, making her presence feel even more imposing. Watching her from the side, Vale Balarhard gave a sharp, provocative comment, wondering just how entertaining it would be if the prince ended up being humiliated by that woman. When it came to the Iron Lion Knights, Vale Balarhard could not help but acknowledge their fearsome reputation. They were known for overwhelming strength and brutal discipline, and even among people of that caliber, Adrian was a prodigy who stood out in a way no one could simply ignore. Among the promising talents rising through their ranks was Arwen Kiergain, a probationary knight who had already shown more than enough ability to prove herself. Even before her formal position had been fully secured, her sword skill made it obvious that she belonged among the Iron Lion Knights. But Adrian's attention was not on her reputation alone. His thoughts were tangled in confusion, because he could not understand why a genius like Arwen Kiergain would personally go out of her way to duel him. Seeing that look on his face, his attendant hurriedly stepped in, trying to soften the issue by claiming there had merely been a small misunderstanding in the past involving Sir Arwen. Adrian immediately scoffed at that weak explanation, clearly not buying a single word of it. In his eyes, there was no way someone like Arwen Kiergain would draw her sword without a proper reason. He flatly rejected the idea that this could be dismissed as nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Then Adrian turned the pressure directly onto his attendant, his gaze sharpening until it was impossible to avoid. If something had happened between him and Arwen Kiergain in the past, then he wanted the truth, not a softened version, not an excuse. He wanted to know exactly what had taken place. The attendant froze beneath Adrian's stare, suddenly looking as if he had been cornered with no escape. His mouth opened, then closed again, but no proper answer came out. No matter how hard he tried to gather himself, the words refused to leave his throat cleanly. Inside his mind, however, the memory returned with painful clarity. The truth was so ugly that even thinking it made him tense. The only thought he could form was that Adrian had harassed Sir Arwen. A strained gasp slipped from the attendant before he could stop himself. The memory was so outrageous, so difficult to face directly, that even drawing a normal breath suddenly felt impossible. As the full weight of Adrian's past behavior came crashing back over him, the attendant could only scream inwardly. Deep in his heart, with all the frustration he could never say aloud, he cursed the prince as an unbelievable madman. The memory flashed before him as vividly as if it had happened only moments ago. Adrian, wearing that arrogant smirk of his, had looked straight at her and asked if her name was Arwen. Then, without even a flicker of shame, he had pushed things further, saying she really was as beautiful as the rumors claimed, and asking whether she wanted to become his personal maid. When the attendant finally came back to the present, the anger from that memory was still burning hot inside him. But no matter how much he wanted to explode, all he managed to force out through tight restraint was a strained address to the prince. Deep down, his fury was roaring. The Iron Lion Knights were not Adrian's private belongings, and Arwen Kiergain was absolutely not someone he could treat as if she belonged to him. Someone of her standing could not be casually claimed or insulted like that. Unable to speak his true thoughts aloud, the attendant could only curse Adrian silently in his head. In that boiling inner voice, he called the prince an ugly, shameless creature. Vale Balarhard stated the matter plainly, his voice steady and completely unshaken. At least according to what he had heard, that was exactly what Adrian had said back then. Adrian fired back without the slightest pause, saying that only someone who had never seen a truly beautiful woman could speak that way. After all, in his mind, No one could look at Arwen Kurgain and honestly call her ugly. Vale Balarhard stood there in his dark armor like an immovable wall, his presence heavy enough to chill the room. A faint smile touched his lips, but it was not warm at all. There was a cold edge hidden in it, sharp enough to make the air feel dangerous. Adrian addressed him with calm familiarity, greeting him by saying it had been a long time, Your Highness. Then, with the same composed tone, he added that Vale Balarhard had not changed at all. But beneath those polite words, Adrian's expression tightened with clear distaste. The person standing before him might have looked the same on the outside, yet something about the one inside felt completely different. In the next instant, Vale Balarhard's eyes flared with fierce yellow energy. He did not need to say anything. That blazing stare alone carried the pressure of a challenge on the verge of erupting. Adrian slumped slightly, as if he had finally accepted just how absurd his situation had become, and muttered that this had to be his karma catching up to him. Then the attendant's booming voice rang through the hall, formally announcing Count Balarhard's arrival, as Vale Balarhard made his grand entrance. Vale Balarhard's intense gaze locked directly onto Adrian, sharp, steady, and completely unblinking. There was no need for him to speak. The challenge in his eyes was already clear enough. Adrian did not shrink back beneath that pressure. Instead, he met the stare with calm composure, his expression steady as he recognized the arrival of the new Iron Lion Knight. Then Arwen Kurgain stepped forward, every movement crisp, controlled, and perfectly measured. With the formal bearing expected of a knight, she offered her own sharp greeting to Count Balarhard. The arena fell into a tense silence, with every gaze turning toward the fighters at the center. Then the declaration rang out, clear and final, cutting through the stillness. The duel was about to begin. From the darkness near the edge of the arena, a cloaked warrior stepped into view with a blade already gripped in hand. Their stance was low, coiled and battle-ready, every part of their body poised to move at the first opening. Adrian watched the figure closely, his interest sharpening with every subtle movement. As someone who never overlooked the way a warrior carried themselves, he was eager to see what kind of skill this promising knight of the Iron Lion Knights would reveal. Without warning, the cloaked figure exploded forward. One moment they stood still in the arena, and in the next, their body became a streak of motion tearing across the ground at terrifying speed. Adrian's eyes flashed with electric blue light as he tracked every movement. Even though the fighter moved at a nearly impossible pace, his gaze locked onto those hyperspeed maneuvers, refusing to let even the smallest motions slip past him. A violent burst of blue energy erupted from the strike, flashing outward with raw force. The attack connected cleanly, smashing into Vale Balarhard with a brutal impact that came faster than lightning. Vale Balarhard was thrown backward before he could fully respond, his body overwhelmed by the sudden force. The attacker's speed was so unnatural that it almost felt as if they had slipped outside the normal flow of movement itself. He barely had enough time to recover from the first hit before the cloaked figure was already closing the distance again. A sword flashed out from beneath the cloak, its edge angled perfectly for another devastating blow. There was no room for Vale Balarhard to breathe or reset his stance. The next strike came crashing in like lightning, slamming into him with enough force to shake him to his core. And before he could regain his balance, a brutal kick drove straight into his body. The impact sent him flying once again, completely breaking the stance he had barely managed to rebuild. The sword descended in a blur, and Vale Balarhard only just managed to lift his arm in time to stop it. The force of the blow rattled through his entire body, shaking him down to the bone. Then a crushing kick slammed into his chest and hurled him backward, leaving him breathless and dangerously exposed. Watching from the side, Adrian could hardly believe the speed and force unfolding in front of him. The mysterious fighter's power was so far beyond what he had expected that his shock escaped him before he could hold it back. But the duel was nowhere close to ending. As Vale Balarhard struggled to rise, the cloaked figure's eyes suddenly burned with an intense blue glow, and a powerful aura erupted around their body. That blue energy shifted almost instantly, twisting and exploding into a terrifying crimson force. The red power crackled violently as it gathered around the fighter's leg, and right before Adrian's eyes, a blazing message appeared. Dragonslayer's heart had been activated. The fighter's eye now burned with a fierce crimson glow, bright and dangerous enough to make the air itself feel tense. That single flash marked the awakening of a new power, one far more terrifying than what had come before. He unleashed a merciless storm of red-tinged slashes, driving Vale Balarhard back again and again beneath the relentless assault. The sword in his hand hummed with a cold blue energy, and its strange, frightening nature was now beginning to reveal itself completely. Another heavy blow landed with a deep, resounding impact, so brutal that it felt as if bone itself might crack beneath the force. Vale Balorhard was forced even farther backward, his body reeling under the crushing pressure. The assailant moved with deadly, fluid grace, his entire body blurring beneath streaks of crimson energy. He gave Vale Balorhard no chance to recover, pressing the advantage with ruthless timing and precise, merciless control. From a distance, Arwen Kurgan watched the duel unfold without taking her eyes off it for even a second. Her attention was fixed completely on the assailant's weapon, studying the blade with sharp, focused intensity. Adrian took in the overwhelming display and understood it almost immediately. This swordsman was moving on a level completely different from anyone he had faced before. What he was seeing was not ordinary skill, it was something far more dangerous. Then Adrian's own eye began to shine with blue light, and another message appeared before him. It revealed that the authority of judgment could only be used under limited conditions, making the timing of that power more critical than ever. The truth about the mysterious attacker was finally exposed, sharp and sudden, like a sword being drawn from its scabbard. And what came to light was even more unbelievable than anyone there could have imagined. This woman had once been nothing more than a female apprentice knight, yet now she charged forward with murderous resolve, her entire presence sharpened into a threat. In her hands, a blade glowed with an ominous blue light, and it was not just any weapon. It was Taylor Talheim's legendary sword, blazing sinisterly as she rushed straight toward Adrian Leonberg. The instant Adrian saw that sword in her grip, his face twisted with open disgust. Even if she was only drawing out the faintest trace of the weapon's true power, the fact that she could so much as hold it was enough to make him look down on her with cold contempt. His scoff was quiet, but it carried the sharp edge of someone deeply offended by the sight before him. Then Adrian's eyes changed. A deep, violent crimson light ignited inside them, burning with a pressure that made the air itself feel heavy. At the same time, a red aura erupted around his body like living flame, rising hotter and sharper as he braced himself for the collision that was about to determine everything. The attacker was the first to move, her body flashing forward so quickly she almost vanished from sight. Her blue glowing sword carved through the air like a streak of death, aiming straight for him. But Adrian's gaze followed every line of her attack. In that single instant he read the angle, the force, and the flow behind her power, and he understood. What she carried was not true strength at all, only a thin fragment when compared to the overwhelming power sleeping within him. In the very next breath, their blades collided. Metal screamed against metal, the sound tearing across the battlefield as Adrian met her attack directly. He caught the incoming strike head-on, stopping the blade cold before it could drive any deeper toward him. Surrounded by a violent rush of red energy, she roared and threw herself fully into the fight, and that was when the real battle finally erupted. Their swords smashed together again and again, each impact bursting with crimson and blue force. The shockwaves cracked through the air like lightning, ripping through the space between them as their powers clashed in a furious storm. Adrian had already pushed himself well past the point of comfort. Sweat slid down his face, his shoulders rising and falling as he fought just to keep his breathing under control. Every breath scraped through his chest, his lungs burning from the strain. But even through that pain, he continued the brutal training without allowing his sword arm to drop. Even though every part of his body was practically begging him to stop, Adrian refused to give in. His legs stayed planted, his grip tightened, and through nothing but raw stubbornness, he forced himself to keep moving forward. His sword cut out in a clean and decisive arc, slicing through the air with such speed that the motion almost disappeared into pure intent. All of his focus narrowed onto the training dummy standing before him, as the blade rushed toward its target. But just before the strike could connect, a sharp voice split through the air and broke his concentration. Adrian stopped in the middle of his swing, his body freezing with the blade still poised, while the tension around him snapped tight in an instant. Taylor Talheim, who had been quietly observing every movement with a careful and disciplined eye, finally stepped in. His tone carried firm authority as he ordered Adrian to stop, making it clear that today's training was over and that they would continue again tomorrow. Adrian was still breathing heavily, his chest heaving as he struggled to steady himself, but disbelief immediately flashed across his face. He snapped back at once, unable to accept it. Tomorrow, he had been right there. In his mind, he had been only one step away from finishing the strike. Taylor said nothing at first. He simply looked at Adrian in silence, his expression tightening just enough for a faint frown to appear. It was a small change, but it made his judgment perfectly clear. He was not impressed by Adrian's protest. Then Taylor answered in the plainest, coldest way possible, without wrapping his words in even the slightest comfort. There was no reason to keep pushing any further, he said, not while Adrian was still this weak. Suddenly, a powerful voice tore through the silence with a single commanding shout. Enough! The word struck the air with such force that it felt like the entire scene had been brought to a halt, as if even time itself had been ordered to stop moving. But what followed that command carried an even heavier and more final weight. No matter how sharp the order had been, it had come too late. The moment had already passed beyond the point of being stopped. Even from his knees, Adrian still refused to lower his pride. He challenged her authority outright, demanding to know what gave her the right to act so privileged, but she answered him without the slightest hesitation, firing back with equal force and making it clear that his commands were not the absolute end of everything. Only then did Adrian finally notice the bruise on his own body. The dark mark stood out clearly against him, fresh and painful-looking, left behind by the relentless strain he had forced himself to endure. He lifted his hand, and in his palm, a green orb began to glow. The soft light pulsed quietly between his fingers, not like a surrender, but almost like a silent challenge, one offered without the need for another word. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him, her gaze turning sharp, cold, and unreadable. She did not speak, but the way she studied him made it feel as if she was weighing him carefully, judging every detail and confirming exactly what she had already expected. For a brief moment, neither of them moved. The silence between them grew heavier, charged with stubborn pride on both sides, as if their wills were still clashing, even without their bodies taking a single step. Then, without offering him another word, she simply turned her back and walked away. Adrian was left behind in that tense silence, but every step she took seemed to feed the flame burning inside her chest. Her vow only grew hotter and brighter. No matter what happened, she would absolutely not lose. Under a wide golden sky, the fortress walls rose high and solemn, casting an imposing presence over everything below. In the broad courtyard beneath those massive stones, two figures stood facing one another, looking almost small against the overwhelming scale of the fortress as they prepared for their next confrontation. Across the open grounds, Adrian studied the opponent standing before him. Quietly, he found himself hoping that today's match would end without either side gaining a clear victory. As he considered the situation, he wondered if this was truly already their third duel, and the strange turn of events surprised him more than he wanted to admit. He had already heard the rumors surrounding her swordsmanship. People spoke of her skill as something frightening, almost difficult to face head-on, and yet the First Prince's own ability was impressive enough now that those rumors no longer felt completely one-sided. On the opposite side of the arena, the former apprentice knight stared back without the slightest wavering in her eyes. In her heart, she hoped this duel would finally produce a decisive outcome. Both of them held their positions with their weapons ready, and near Adrian's armored foot, a sword tip rested close against the ground, as the air thickened with anticipation. Before the duel could truly resume, Adrian raised one hand and stopped the moment from moving forward. His posture remained calm, but his voice carried a firm weight as he declared that there was something important he needed to say first. The former apprentice knight fixed her eyes directly on him, suspicion immediately tightening across her expression. Her face hardened as she questioned him, asking if he was really trying to apologize only now, right before they were about to cross blades again. Her eyes burned with a fierce red light, and before Adrian could even properly continue, her answer was already written all over her face. Whatever apology he thought he might offer, she had absolutely no intention of accepting it. With those blazing red eyes locked on him, her desire was impossible to miss. She wanted to take back her pride through strength and strength alone. That kind of resolve was undeniably admirable, but even so, determination by itself might not be enough to bring her the result she was chasing. Adrian, who always seemed to be thinking several moves ahead, suddenly changed the entire shape of the duel with a single bold suggestion. Rather than simply fighting as they had before, he proposed a dangerous wager. The loser would have to grant the winner one wish. He kept his gaze fixed on her, watching carefully to see how she would respond to the gamble he had placed between them. But she did not retreat from the pressure. Instead, she answered fiercely, declaring that no matter what kind of order was given, she would never kneel, and she would never bow. Her expression remained hard and unyielding, as solid as stone. Every line of her face carried the same silent message, leaving no room for doubt. Her will was not something that could be bent. At that moment, an attendant standing at the sidelines could no longer hold himself back. Alarmed by Adrian's reckless words, he cut in sharply and warned him that a royal could not speak so carelessly. He demanded that Adrian take back what he had said, and then turned his irritation toward the outsiders nearby as well, snapping at them and questioning why they were interfering at all. Adrian did not seem particularly troubled by the attendant's outburst. He brushed it aside with little concern, then shifted his attention toward Arwen Kurgan. In an almost casual tone, he asked her directly what she thought about the matter. Even after refusing the wager, the former apprentice knight revealed something that stunned everyone listening. She, too, was a knight of the Leonberg royal family. The unexpected truth changed the atmosphere at once, and upon hearing it, Vale Balarhard immediately reaffirmed his loyalty, declaring that he would never show disrespect toward His Highness. Adrian's lips curled into a confident smirk as he answered smoothly. If His Highness permitted it, then he was more than ready to continue. And he did not stop there. He pushed the idea even further, making it clear that he was already considering exactly what he would demand if he won the wager. Vale Balarhard gave a steady, firm nod, showing that he stood completely behind his lord's decision. His approval did not waver for even a second, as though he believed Adrian's judgment was perfectly reasonable. With that, Adrian locked the terms into place through a forceful declaration, making it clear that neither side would be allowed to take back their words once the duel began. As the agreement settled over them, Arwen Kirgayan shifted into a battle-ready stance, her sword catching the light while fierce determination burned in her eyes. Adrian matched her intensity without hesitation. He drew his own sword with the calm confidence of someone welcoming the challenge rather than fearing it. Facing him, the former apprentice knight steadied her weapon, her red eyes glowing as she prepared herself for the violent clash that was about to break loose. Arwen launched forward without warning, exploding across the arena with frightening speed. Her sword sliced through the air as a flash of blue, and the attack crashed into Adrian's defense with such force that the duel felt desperate and dangerous from the very first blow. But Adrian did not look afraid. Instead, a dangerous smirk slowly tugged at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flared with a hellish crimson glow as if the fight had finally become interesting enough to draw out his true attention. A devastating surge of red power erupted from Adrian and slammed straight into his opponent. The force blasted her backward, tearing through the air with such violence that the space around them seemed to tremble from the impact. Arwen was left completely speechless. Her eyes widened in shock as she struggled to understand what she had just witnessed, the impossible speed Adrian had revealed in that single overwhelming movement. Vale could only stare in stunned silence as a spectral red dragon seemed to form around the first prince. The sight sent a chilling thought through his mind. Had Adrian been hiding this level of strength the entire time? Then Adrian moved again, and with one final overwhelming strike, he took full command of the duel. In that instant, he crushed his opponent's momentum completely, leaving no room for her to regain control. The impact landed too quickly and too violently for her to resist. With a single explosive blow, Adrian shattered the enemy's sword into countless fragments, sending pieces flying through the air. At the same time, the apprentice knight was thrown backward, her body unable to endure the brutal force unleashed against her. Her face twisted with a mixture of terror and pain as Adrian's terrifying red energy swallowed her whole. The crimson force wrapped around her like an inescapable storm, closing in so completely that she could not break free. Adrian vanished from sight in an instant, then reappeared in a flash, his crimson aura burning even brighter than before. Without giving her any chance to recover, he unleashed another devastating strike. A desperate scream tore from her throat as Adrian's overwhelming power came crashing down. The sheer weight of his strength bore down on her body, so violent and merciless that it felt as though it might rip her apart completely. The crimson force exploded with horrifying intensity, bursting outward in a savage wave that swallowed the space around them. It did not feel like a normal strike anymore. It felt like Adrian had compressed raw destruction into one single blow, then released it all at once. Adrian's eyes blazed with a hellish red light as he forced the battle closer and closer to its conclusion. Around his hand, wild power sparked and twisted without restraint, warping the air near his fingers until his entire arm looked less like flesh and more like a weapon built only to erase whatever stood before it. The apprentice knight hit the ground hard, her body crumpling under the overwhelming force as the remaining wisps of red energy faded around her. But Adrian did not allow even a single moment of relief. Before she could gather herself, he was already closing in again, moving like a blur as his crimson power surged forward for another attack. The next blow ripped through the area with brutal force. Stone cracked, dust burst upward, and even the air itself seemed to split apart as a violent blossom of crimson energy swallowed everything in its path. Former apprentice knight was thrown backward helplessly, her body flying through the air like a broken doll. A moment later, she slammed into a distant wall with a heavy, merciless crash that made the impact feel even more devastating. When the dust finally started to clear, Adrian remained standing alone in the courtyard, his red aura slowly thinning and drifting away into the air. With calm, steady steps, he walked toward the defeated figure lying motionless on the ground, and by then, everyone watching already understood how the duel had ended. From a distance, the onlookers could only stare in stunned silence. Their faces showed a mixture of awe and uneasiness, as though they had just seen something far beyond the limits of an ordinary duel between knights. Vale Balarhard's brow drew tight as he kept his eyes fixed on Adrian. His sharp gaze did not move away for even a second, because he was still trying to make sense of the monstrous power that had just erupted right in front of him. Off to the side, Arwen Kiergaon stood frozen as she watched the aftermath unfold. Surprise flickered across her face, but beneath it was something heavier, an anxious concern she could not fully hide. Adrian lowered his gaze to the opponent lying at his feet, his voice calm and certain, as if the result had never been in question from the very beginning. Then he simply declared, "I won the bet." As the victor, Adrian stood over the former apprentice knight, his shadow falling across her defeated body on the cold courtyard ground. She had thrown everything she possessed into challenging him, yet in the end, even that determination had been completely crushed. A confident smirk slowly spread across Adrian's face, carrying a sharp edge of arrogance. The wager belonged to him now, and from the look in his eyes, he understood exactly what that victory allowed him to claim. But on the sidelines, Arwen Kiergaon did not look comforted by Adrian's triumph at all. Her expression tightened with visible worry as she watched the scene continue, unable to shake the unease building inside her. Sometime after that, a new royal guard stepped forward to serve Adrian Leonberg, the infamous first prince whose name and reputation had already spread widely. Standing face to face with him, the guard was met by Adrian's blunt, direct question. "You're the new royal guard?" Vale Ballarhard responded immediately with a crisp, respectful nod. "Yes, I look forward to serving you, Your Highness." Adrian only gave a short nod back before answering, "Right, I'll be counting on you." And that brief response was enough to catch everyone off guard, because no one had expected the prince to accept him without coldly brushing him aside. Once that short exchange came to an end, Adrian turned away and began walking off. His steps were firm and controlled, carrying the unmistakable rhythm of command as he left the others standing behind him. At a glance, Adrian could easily seem arrogant, distant, and nearly impossible for others to approach. But underneath that sharp, difficult exterior, the truth of who he was did not fit so neatly with what people assumed. Then rain came pouring down from the sky without warning, covering the entire castle in a heavy gray curtain. Beneath that relentless downpour, Vale Ballarhard stood alone, watching the storm pound against the grounds around him. The rain only grew more violent, striking rooftops, stone walls, and armor with merciless force. Nearby, the attendant's face tightened with strain as he asked whether they should truly continue in weather like this, his voice carrying clear worry for His Highness. Through the roar of the storm, a sinister call suddenly rang out, followed by one chilling command. Now, in that same instant, panic flashed across Adrian's face, and a frantic warning tore through the rain, telling His Highness to be careful. Before anyone else could even react, Vale Ballarhard had already moved. A blinding burst of power flashed through the curtain of rain as he intercepted the incoming danger, his body blazing forward like a crimson inferno while he forced the attack back. Adrian could only stare, rain soaking his hair and clinging to his face as he witnessed Vale's raw strength with his own eyes. Vale's gaze stayed locked on the threat, his stance steady and unmoved, because he had noticed the danger long before it arrived. Standing firm beneath the relentless rain, he remembered how deeply he had once believed His Highness was destined for greatness. Yet now, that old conviction felt painfully far away. Later, Prince Adrian stood high upon the ramparts, his appearance somehow changed and his presence even sharper than before. A young apprentice knight stood beside him, and the air between them grew tense just before Adrian turned his powerful gaze toward her and said, "I want you." The apprentice knight went completely still, as though those words had struck her right in the chest. A shocked gasp slipped from her lips, and her thoughts spun so wildly that she could barely form a proper response before she stammered, How scandalous." Adrian studied her reaction closely, watching every flicker of surprise that crossed her face. For a brief moment, uncertainty passed through his mind, and he wondered if he had completely misread the kind of person standing in front of him. But the tension in the air did not fade there. The former apprentice knight, her red eyes glowing with fierce intensity, had heard Adrian's words as well. Disbelief broke through her composure, escaping from her in a sharp, startled gasp. She stepped into the moment at once, not allowing the silence to stretch any further. Her voice cut clearly through the air as she challenged him directly. "Is that truly what Your Highness desires?" Adrian did not flinch beneath her questioning stare. He met her gaze head-on and answered with cold certainty. "Of course, as you are now." Then, without softening the blow, he delivered his judgment. At the moment, she was still only an ordinary apprentice knight, one who could not even defeat a goblin's thrall. But Adrian's real intention was never to claim just any knight standing in front of him. With that piercing look in his eyes, he made it clear what he truly wanted: the tremendous future potential hidden inside the legendary knight, Arwen Kiergaon. Even then, Arwen's presence demanded attention. There was power in the way she stood, a quiet pressure wrapped around her body that made it obvious she was not the kind of fighter anyone could dismiss as ordinary. Adrian stared forward without hesitation, his resolve already settled deep inside him. What he needed was not complicated, and in his mind it was absolute. I need a knight who follows me. Vale Balorhard immediately bristled at those words, his response sharp with agitation. To him, a true knight was not some disposable piece that could be moved wherever someone pleased. A knight had dignity, value, and loyalty, and above all, they belonged only to the lord they personally chose to serve. Adrian's gaze moved across the knights before him, silently measuring each of them. Behind his calm expression, his thoughts raced, weighing their talent, their presence, and the possibilities of what each one might someday become. In Adrian's eyes, Arwen's abilities stood out with almost ridiculous clarity. Her swordsmanship was already exceptional, her archery sat far above the level of an ordinary apprentice, and her sensitivity to mana was so high it was nearly frightening. Beyond that, her nature showed the qualities of a sword prodigy, a fierce competitive spirit, a surprisingly soft heart, and a pure core that made her potential shine even more brightly. That was why Adrian's conclusion remained completely unchanged. Out of all the choices before him, the person he had chosen was Arwen Khergayan. Then Adrian gave the challenge to her directly, his words carrying the heavy pressure of an order. Become my knight. The command struck the young woman in dark armor with unmistakable force, cutting cleanly through all the noise around them. It was the very dream she had spent her entire life chasing. She had finally become the kind of knight she once yearned to be. But the reality waiting for her was nothing like the shining ideal she had imagined. On the battlefield, she moved like a storm of steel, tearing through enemies with her brutal, scythe-like weapon, while whispers spread from the crowd. Is that the kid? Yeah. The rumors were true. Behind that fierce gaze and her dark, flowing hair was a life shaped by struggle. No matter how strong she became, and no matter how clearly she proved her power, people still refused to truly recognize her as a real knight. So she worked harder than everyone around her. She trained twice as much, endured twice the pain, and forced herself through every wall placed in front of her with nothing but relentless determination. Now the weapon in her hands burned with a strange, otherworldly glow. Its light seemed to stand as proof of every brutal hour she had spent sharpening herself and every limit she had shattered along the way. She moved with lightning-fast speed, her blade turning into a blur as it knocked her opponent's weapon aside. In the next heartbeat, he was sent crashing down to the ground, completely overpowered by the force of her strike. Then the announcement rang across the arena, clear, loud, and impossible to dispute. Winner, Arwen Khergayan. Even after she had defeated every apprentice who stepped up against her, her skills still remained undeniable. When another attack came rushing in, she responded with effortless precision, turning it aside as though the outcome had already been decided. Her sword struck the incoming blade with a sharp metallic ring, the sound snapping through the air like a bold declaration of her strength. Again and again, Arwen produced results that no one could truly ignore. Every battle she survived and every opponent she brought down became another piece of proof that her ability was real. And yet the cruel voices never stopped echoing in her mind. Don't you dare call yourself a knight. Who could you protect when you're that weak? You're no knight. No matter how fiercely she fought, the title she wanted more than anything always seemed to slip just beyond her reach. But now, Adrian's offer shook her in an entirely different way. A blush slowly rose across her face as his armored hand reached out toward her, and inside her chest, hope tangled painfully with doubt. Was he truly acknowledging her skill as a knight? Or was he only looking at her as a woman? Adrian's face remained serious, with no hint of teasing or mockery in his expression. That only made the question strike even harder in her mind. Could he actually be sincere? In the vast courtyard, with Adrian's companions watching from nearby, the moment stretched out, thin and heavy with tension. The prince stood before her, his hand extended, and asked for only one thing. She finally gave her answer by stating her condition clearly. If Adrian truly wanted her to stand at his side, then he had to treat her not as a woman who needed protection, but as a real knight worthy of recognition. The word knight echoed inside Arwen Khergayan's heart like a bell she had been waiting to hear for as long as she could remember. In front of her, Adrian's armored hand tightened into a firm fist, and that small but powerful gesture said everything. He had heard her condition, understood it, and accepted it without trying to twist its meaning. His gaze did not waver for even a second. Adrian looked straight into her eyes with a sharp, steady intensity, his expression so firm that there was no space left for uncertainty, hesitation, or empty flattery. Then Adrian gave his answer in a voice that was calm, clear, and impossible to mistake. Fine, I promise. Arwen reacted almost the moment those words left his mouth. Her body moved swiftly and silently, so fast that it seemed to cut cleanly through the heavy stillness surrounding them. A heartbeat later, she was kneeling before him on one knee. Her armor gave a faint metallic clink as she lowered herself, bowed her head, and offered him the loyalty of a knight with complete resolve. Elsewhere, inside the Grand Hall, Vincent Balorhard, the eldest son of the powerful Balorhard family, stepped forward beneath the eyes of everyone gathered there. With solemn determination written across his face, he declared in a firm voice, "I swear loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg." His vow carried clearly through the wide hall, reaching every person listening, and he did not stop with a simple pledge. Vincent continued, offering not only his sword, but the rest of his life itself to His Highness. A deep resolve settled over Vincent's expression, sharpening his gaze and tightening every line of his face. In that moment, his oath felt heavier than mere ceremony. It felt like a decision he had already carved into his own soul. His blade remained pointed toward the floor, held with the stillness of someone making an unbreakable promise. That quiet posture became a symbol of his commitment, sealing his place as a true knight of Leonberg. With Vincent kneeling before him, Adrian Leonberg spoke in a voice filled with royal authority. "Rise. In the name of Adrian Leonberg, I dub thee a knight. Be brave." Then, without letting the solemn weight of the ceremony fade, he continued and commanded him to be courteous and loyal. The prince's final order lingered in the air with quiet strength. "And be loyal." When the ceremony finally came to an end, Vincent rose from his kneeling position as an official knight. But not far away, the attendant watched everything in silence, his eyes dark and thoughtful, hiding doubts he did not yet say aloud. Inside his mind, one troubling detail kept circling back again and again. Arwen Kirgayan had only become a knight yesterday, and because she was an orphan without a powerful family standing behind her, she had never truly been in a position where she could freely refuse their support. His brow tightened as suspicion slowly sharpened his gaze. Based on everything he had heard, this entire situation felt strange. Why had Arwen joined the prince so suddenly? Was there something hidden behind that decision? Could Adrian have taken her in as a mistress, or perhaps as some convenient shield for another purpose? The more the attendant thought about it, the more unnatural it seemed that someone who had only trained under a subordinate knight had climbed so quickly into this position. Adrian, meanwhile, found himself completely shaken by the direction those thoughts had gone. For one awful second, the realization hit him hard. Had he somehow managed to make himself look like the villain in all of this? Watching the prince struggle with that uncomfortable thought, the attendant cut in without mercy. His comment landed cold and sharp. "Isn't that basically the worst kind of scum on earth?" His expression stayed perfectly composed as he said it, so cold and unreadable that it was impossible to tell whether he was joking, testing Adrian, or being completely serious. Then he turned toward Adrian with a grave look in his eyes and addressed him directly. "Your Highness?" Adrian blinked back in confusion, caught off guard by the sudden seriousness. "Huh?" The attendant was not finished. He continued pressing forward, bringing up an old issue that Adrian had clearly hoped would remain buried and forgotten. In Adrian's mind, the memory of the final duel flashed back all at once. He heard his own voice from that moment, declaring that he was not the kind of knight who would break royal orders. The recollection struck him so suddenly that his eyes widened with alarm. Back in the present, the attendant kept pushing the point, reminding Adrian that a royal decree was not something he could simply pretend did not exist. Then, as if twisting the blade a little deeper, he added that Adrian could always break the oath later if he truly wanted to act like a fool. Adrian fell silent, turning the problem over in his head, and wondered whether they would even accept an oath like that if he tried to make one. But Adrian dismissed the idea almost immediately, making it clear that he wanted no part of it. There was absolutely no joy for him in the thought of that kind of marriage. When the attendant let out a small chuckle, Adrian's eyes narrowed, and he silently wondered whether his serious words were being taken seriously at all. So Adrian repeated himself with even more firmness, doubling down in a voice that left little room for misunderstanding. He wanted the attendant to know that every word he had said was meant sincerely. Then, without warning, Adrian found himself holding an official document containing news he had never expected to receive. According to the notice, Adrian Leonberg was being released from probation and ordered to attend a royal banquet. He stared down at the page, completely baffled, unable to understand what he had done to cause such a sudden change. Could barely believe what he was reading. His probation had been lifted a full month and a half earlier than originally planned. A memory of the King of Leonberg surfaced in Adrian's mind. The king's face filled with such crushing disappointment that it had honestly seemed like Adrian might be confined forever. Now, back inside the first prince's palace, Adrian sat trapped in confusion all over again, unable to make sense of his father's unpredictable decisions. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a loud growl from Adrian's stomach. Almost at the same moment, his attendant appeared and asked whether His Highness was pleased now that his probation had finally ended. Adrian only brushed the question aside with a casual shrug, acting as though the entire matter meant almost nothing to him. After all, who exactly was he supposed to spend his newly freed time with? Inside the palace, Adrian was practically isolated, with almost no one he could casually meet or enjoy himself with. The attendant gave a brief, awkward cough, as if trying to move past that uncomfortable point. Then he revealed the next piece of news. An invitation had just arrived for the prince. Adrian raised his head, his expression sharpening with mild curiosity. An invitation? The attendant confirmed it immediately, directing Adrian's attention to the elegant seal stamped onto the letter, as if that mark alone explained the importance of the message. Adrian quickly took the letter into his hands, his eyes widening slightly as he began scanning the words written across the page. It turned out to be an invitation to a royal social gathering. But the most troublesome part was obvious right away. This was not something he could politely refuse. Whether Adrian wanted to attend or not, he was expected to appear. With his probation suddenly lifted, Adrian's thoughts began moving rapidly once again. Was this because of some recent success he had achieved, or was it simply the result of a strange coincidence? Whatever the reason, he was far from feeling happy about it. From the side, Vincent and Arwen watched the situation unfold before them. Vincent seemed unable to understand the whole thing at all, while Adrian found himself facing yet another royal order with no convenient way to escape. Adrian read over the document once more and confirmed the contents for himself. It was indeed a royal invitation to a high society gathering, the kind of mandatory social mixer he could not just ignore. In his head, he was already complaining bitterly that he had far too much training to do to waste time at some useless event. Then one particular name on the invitation caught Adrian's eye. The moment he saw it, the irritation on his face faded, replaced by sudden focus. Sender was Bernardo of the Eli family, and that signature immediately told Adrian exactly who had arranged for the invitation to reach him. Adrian's expression turned serious right away, because that name was not unfamiliar to him at all. He remembered the stories his uncle had once told him about the Eli family. They were the ones who had pursued the study of the mana heart all the way to the bitter end, only for their efforts to collapse into ruin centuries ago. In Adrian's mind, a mesmerizing swirl of electric blue energy seemed to pulse and twist, carrying with it the feeling of ancient power, failed ambition, and a legacy left unfinished. After thinking for a moment, Adrian gave a decisive nod and changed his mind. "I suppose I should attend, after all." His attendant responded at once with respectful efficiency, saying he understood and would make the necessary preparations. A thoughtful expression settled over Adrian's face as he continued staring down at the invitation. Quietly, he hoped that the Eli family had not yet fallen so completely from grace that there was nothing left to find. 4 months had passed since Adrian had taken over the first prince's body, and during that time, he had trained with relentless discipline to strip away the excess weight that had once slowed him down. Now, his careful attendant presented a new outfit before him, standing close by with visible anticipation as he waited for His Highness's reaction. Adrian looked over the clothing and noted with approval that the tailor had followed his instructions properly, especially when it came to choosing black. Even the decorations had been kept restrained and minimal, exactly as he had requested. The attendant practically shone with pride as he confirmed that His Highness seemed satisfied. As Adrian studied his reflection, he could not hide how pleased he was with the dramatic changes in his body. The attendant excitedly reported that his measurements had decreased by more than half, and Adrian, satisfied with the result, decided to entrust him with preparing the outfit for the palace banquet as well. The attendant's eyes immediately lit up with fresh determination. Filled with enthusiasm, he vowed that he would begin making the preparations right away. But Adrian stopped him and told him to wait just a little longer. He was still in the middle of reshaping his body, and since his physique had not finished changing yet, he knew his measurements would continue to shift as his training went on. Only a few days later, Adrian was already on his way to a grand banquet, where he would be forced to deal with the attention of special young ladies. His royal carriage rolled through the crowded city streets, surrounded on every side by elite guards escorting him toward the event. And at the very front of that escort rode Sir Vale Balerhard. His armor gleamed as he guided his horse forward, a confident smile on his face, looking every bit like a knight ready to face whatever might appear on the road ahead. But inside that lavish carriage, surrounded by polished seats, fine materials, and the grand sight of an escort moving outside the windows, Adrian still could not stop grumbling under his breath. None of the royal luxury impressed him in the slightest. If anything, it only made his mood worse because all he could think was how unbearably disgusting it was to live as a prince. His loyal attendant, as diligent and composed as always, stood ready nearby and delivered his report without missing a beat. Every instruction Adrian had given had already been followed exactly down to the smallest detail, and nothing had been left undone. Even after hearing that, Adrian's expression barely changed. The irritation on his face did not fully disappear, and his eyes remained distant, as if he was no longer thinking about the carriage, the escort, or even the report. His mind had already moved ahead, chasing whatever troublesome matter was waiting for him next. Then, without warning, Adelia Byron's eyes widened. A small gasp caught in her throat as her hand rose and settled delicately against the bright fabric of her dress. She froze in that posture, her fingers pressed against the cloth while shock slowly spread across her face. That small movement made something impossible to ignore. Along the side of her neck, a stark scar stood out against her skin, harsh and unmistakable, like a wound the past had carved there and refused to let fade. Soon, a voice pressed her to explain where such a mark had come from. Adelia told Adrian that the scar was not just an old injury. It was a brutal reminder of the life she had survived, a wound left by someone so vile that every ugly insult in the world would still not feel like enough to describe them. That grim confession hit Adrian harder than he expected, adding yet another dark story to the pile he had already uncovered. Inside, he nearly screamed in frustration, wondering why every step into the past seemed to reveal another nightmare. Dark purple energy crackled around him as his anger boiled over, and he silently raged at how every buried secret he touched seemed to crawl back out, covered in blood. Sitting across from him, Adelia lowered her gaze, her expression turning quiet and withdrawn. Even though months had already passed since she had been separated from that painful past, the relief she had expected never truly arrived. Instead, something heavy still lingered inside her. Adrian settled into the seat across from her and cut straight through the uncomfortable silence between them. His eyes stayed fixed on her face, unwavering, as he asked his question directly instead of circling around the matter. Under the weight of that intense stare, Adelia finally gave him the name connected to her bloodline. Her voice was controlled, but the moment still carried tension as she answered, "Byron, Your Highness?" Adrian repeated the name under his breath, and in that instant recognition flickered through his eyes. Byron was not some ordinary surname he could simply overlook. It belonged to a noble family he had heard about before. He could barely believe that such a name had appeared before him here, in this exact moment. As the realization sank in, his thoughts drifted backward to a far older age, long before proper cities stood across the land, back when tribes wandered the continent among countless different races. In that ancient era, humans were born with mana as naturally as drawing breath. And among those humans, there were rare individuals powerful enough to stand their ground against the monsters that terrorized the land and threatened everything around them. Then came the end of the Great War, and when the flames of that era finally began to die down, the people of the continent gave a legendary title to 5 extraordinary figures. Those chosen few became known throughout history as the 5 heroes of the new era. And among those 5 legendary heroes, one name stood with unmistakable weight: Gruhorn. In the old memory, Gruhorn stood on top of a jagged peak, his figure outlined against a battlefield stained by an ominous, fiery glow. Below him, chaos stretched endlessly in every direction, and a deep, burning question seemed to press against his heart as he looked down over the destruction. He remembered the terrifying scale of the enemy before him. A massive horde of tribal giants raged across the battlefield, their faces twisted with primal fury as they swung weapons strong enough to crush the earth beneath them. But the red-cloaked warrior did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He launched himself down from the heights, sword flashing as he crashed straight into the towering body of a giant. For one brief instant, the image of Adelia Byron flashed through his mind, her fiery hair, her unwavering gaze, and the promise tied to what they would do once the war finally ended. But that fragile memory was ripped apart almost immediately by a blinding white slash of energy, followed by a devastating impact that thundered across the battlefield. And then, there stood Gruhorn, victorious. Lightning arced around his body as he rose above the collapsing form of a defeated giant, the burning sky raging behind him. This was not the strength of some ordinary warrior. This was the power of a living legend, a figure who had carved his name directly into the age. A golden fist pulsed with wild, immeasurable force, radiating raw power that seemed almost impossible for the mind to grasp. Before him stood the King of Giants, the overwhelming being said to have ended an entire era of conflict with his own hands. Wrapped in a blinding golden aura, that terrifying figure struck once again. The blow landed with such impossible force that a colossal giant was sent flying backward, as if even its massive body could not endure the power behind that single hit. Then a fiery red-haired warrior burst into motion, her blade already singing through the air as she threw herself into the chaos of the battlefield. At the same time, the image of the ancient hero Gruhorn appeared as well, his tiger skin cloak billowing behind him, while his eyes burned with fierce, unshakable resolve. The warrior cutting through the carnage was none other than the legendary iron-blooded sword angel. Her very presence carried the pressure of a battlefield icon, and the moment she struck, enemies were crushed beneath a thunderous crash that shook the ground around her. Her eyes burned with an intense golden fire, shining so fiercely that they looked impossible to extinguish. That gaze alone carried the will of someone who would never stop advancing. Victorious, she stood tall above the enemies scattered and fallen around her. In that moment, she looked less like an ordinary person and more like a force of nature given human form. The golden light in her eyes did not fade even after her enemies fell. Instead, it continued to burn like a warning, as if the next attack was already gathering inside her before anyone could even catch their breath. Her blade still raised and ready, she charged forward again without slowing down. Her voice rang out across the battlefield as she declared that she would only grab something to eat after she finished beating down everyone standing in her way. The iron-blooded sword angel stood like a storm of crimson fury above a mountain of defeated foes. Her roar thundered across the battlefield as she spat down at them, saying they only ever thought about themselves like pathetic worms. Her hand tightened around her sword, power surging through her grip, and she mocked the bodies they were so proud of as nothing more than tools suited for the lowest, ugliest choices. Her face twisted into a furious snarl, rage sharpening every part of her expression. It looked as though she wanted to crush not only their bones, but the pride they had clung to until the very end. A raw pulse of crimson energy surged from her hand as she crushed the hilt in her grip. The metal groaned under the terrifying pressure of her strength, as if even the weapon itself could barely endure her fury. Memory snapped back to Adrian, his eyes glowing in the oppressive darkness around him. He gave a disgusted scoff and shoved the thought aside as though it had contaminated him, muttering that even thinking about such things made his ears feel dirty. A low, rough growl rumbled up from his chest, his face twisted with open revulsion, as if that unseen memory had left a foul taste behind and was still clinging to him no matter how hard he tried to brush it away. Adelia watched him carefully from across the carriage, worry gathering in her eyes. Seeing Adrian react with such obvious disgust, she could not help wondering what kind of memory had crossed his mind to make him look that repulsed. Adrian's eyes suddenly snapped forward as his focus returned to the present. At almost the same moment, the carriage finally reached its destination, and the attendant announced that they had arrived. Adrian stepped toward the massive entrance with a steady, confident stride, his posture composed despite everything that had just passed through his mind. Beside him, Adelia walked quietly, her expression still carrying the trace of concern she had not managed to hide. Beyond the grand golden archway, two familiar figures were already waiting for him. When Adrian spotted them, a faint smile pulled at his lips, and he remarked that their timing could not have been better. He glanced briefly toward Adelia and lowered his voice, making it clear that the conversation between them was not finished, only postponed. Whatever had just been stirred up would have to wait. We'll talk later. Between Vale Ballarhard and Arwen Kirgian stood a striking young woman dressed in a red gown. Her presence immediately drew the eye, and her gaze was fixed directly on Adrian as he approached. Vale Ballarhard stepped forward at once, his bearing respectful and his voice filled with proper concern. "Your Highness, have you arrived safely?" Standing before Prince Adrian Leonberg now was a descendant of the Eli family, a bloodline that many people had believed had already vanished into the dust of history. Relief overflowed in her voice as she looked at him. She told him that she could not possibly express how happy she was to see him standing there safe and unharmed. Adrian narrowed his eyes as he studied her appearance more closely, immediately noticing how thin and worn down she looked. He remarked that she must have pushed herself to the bone to end up in such a state. Then a low, confident chuckle slipped from him. Rather than being swallowed by the tense atmosphere, Adrian seemed almost entertained by it, as though the situation had only sharpened his interest. Still worried, Adelia quietly pressed him and asked whether he was truly feeling all right. Adrian brushed aside her concern with effortless calm, saying coolly that the simple fact he had come here at all was already a good thing. Then he made a small, suggestive gesture and added that thanks to her today was going to become very entertaining. His tone carried just enough mystery to make the words feel deliberate. Adelia could only stare at him in complete confusion. His cryptic remark left her unable to tell what he meant, and the more she looked at him, the less sense his expression seemed to make. Adrian drew her a little closer, a smirk playing at the edge of his lips. Almost as if he was expecting her to witness something entirely new, he wondered aloud how she would react when that moment finally came. His touch lingered just long enough for him to compliment her fine skin, and Adelia immediately flushed. Flustered by the teasing, she demanded that he stop, her embarrassment showing clearly in both her voice and her face. The scene then shifted into a lavish chamber where Adrian, Adelia, Vale Ballarhard, Arwen Kurgayan, and the mysterious Eli descendant had all gathered around a low, ornate table. The refined setting only made the tension between them feel even more noticeable. The Eli descendant closed her eyes, and a strange, almost unsettling expression crossed her face, as though she had sensed something deeply unusual in the room. Her thoughts immediately turned toward Adrian, because under ordinary circumstances, a man like the First Prince should have already been drunk, loud and shamelessly flirting with everyone around him. But Adrian was nothing like the drunken, reckless prince everyone had expected to see. He sat there with an almost unsettling calm, one hand loosely holding a wine glass while his golden hair shimmered beneath the chamber lights. As his quiet gaze moved over the room, someone nearby could not help but whisper that the aura around him felt completely different from the Adrian they remembered. For a brief moment, Adrian lowered his eyes. It was only a small movement, barely more than a shift in his gaze, yet somehow the atmosphere around him changed with it, as if something hidden behind his expression had quietly stirred. Then, all at once, a wide grin spread across his face. It was playful, almost mischievous, and his narrowed eyes gleamed with unmistakable amusement, making it clear that Adrian was enjoying this uncomfortable situation far more than anyone in the room had expected. Adelia Byron, on the other hand, looked openly irritated. She snapped at him without bothering to soften her tone, accusing him of getting tangled up with the rich lion's daughter, as though the very rumor itself was enough to drive her patience to the breaking point. And unfortunately, those rumors had already spread far and wide. With Adrian's outrageous past and the terrible reputation he had built for himself, people had needed almost no evidence at all before turning the whole matter into another scandal. With Adrian seated among Adelia Byron, Vale Ballarhard, Arwen Kurgayan, and the Eli descendant, Adelia continued pressing him. She said there was still much more she could reveal, but her eyes had not been sharp enough to see everything at the time. If she had known the full truth back then, she would have ripped that woman's eyes out before anything else. Adrian only smiled at the force of her reaction, and a strange thought passed quietly through his mind. Even covered in armor, that woman had been breathtakingly beautiful, but beauty aside, she had also been nothing less than a monster. He stared forward as a darker and more unsettling thought flickered through him. Something about flesh so tempting it was difficult to ignore. Then, as if that bizarre thought had never crossed his mind at all, he casually called out to Vale Ballarhard and asked an oddly specific question, whether Vale had any siblings back home. For a short while, silence settled between them. Then Adrian tilted his head slightly, almost as if the answer should have been obvious from the beginning, and reminded Vale that he did in fact have a younger brother. A cold smirk touched Adrian's lips as he lifted his drink and took a slow, casual sip. Vale Ballarhard could only stare back in complete shock. His eyes widened as he tried to follow the meaning behind Adrian's words, but nothing seemed to make sense, and all that escaped him was a broken, confused sound. Before Vale could even finish processing that thought, a blinding crimson flash tore across the room. Adrian's blade moved with terrifying speed and precision, slicing through the air so fast that no one present could properly track the path of the strike. The blow landed with savage force. Blood sprayed across Vale Ballarhard's face, and pain twisted his features as the shock of the attack slammed into him all at once, leaving him no time to defend or understand what had just happened. Vale crashed to the floor with a sickening impact, his body folding beneath the power of the strike. Above him, Adrian stood without a trace of hesitation in his posture, looking down as though this outcome had been decided long before the blade had ever moved. The entire room went deathly quiet. Adelia Byron, Arwen Kurgayan, and the Eli descendant were all frozen where they stood, their faces caught between horror, disbelief, and the kind of shock that left them unable to breathe. For one brief instant, even Adrian's own expression seemed to break. The calm mask he had worn fractured under a surge of shock and anguish, as if the weight of what had just happened had struck him from the inside. Then a chilling voice sliced through that silence. A new figure appeared with eyes burning red, speaking in a cold tone as they said it was fortunate that the family line would not end there. In the very next moment, a blinding burst of purple energy exploded outward. The force crashed through the air with a deafening impact, shaking the entire space as if the room itself had been struck by a violent storm. In the harsh aftermath, Adrian stood in dark, imposing robes above Vale Ballarhard's fallen body. The luxurious floor beneath them only made the scene feel more brutal, with Vale lying utterly defeated at the prince's feet. With his red eyes blazing, and his gaze fixed forward with fierce determination, the young man declared that a new era was about to begin. Then Adrian moved again without the slightest hesitation, throwing himself into another devastating strike as if there was no force in the palace that could stop him. His fist smashed into the king of Leonberg with shocking power, snapping the king's head back from the force of the blow. It was such an outrageous act that it felt like open defiance against the throne itself. Adrian seized his father by the collar, fury burning violently in his eyes as he held the king in place. Nearby, Taylor Tailheim stood frozen, too stunned by the impossible scene to move immediately. At last, Taylor shouted in disbelief, his voice cracking through the chaos as he demanded to know what madness had overtaken the prince and why he would commit such an unthinkable act. But before Taylor could even begin to understand what answer might come, Adrian was already moving again. His leg flashed forward, and he drove a lightning-fast kick straight into Taylor's stomach. Taylor folded over from the impact, gasping as the air was knocked from his lungs, and his body collapsed downward. Even as his voice trembled in disbelief, and he tried to question Adrian's reason, Adrian ignored him completely and drove another brutal punch into the king's already battered face. The king of Leonberg staggered beneath the relentless punishment, his face smeared with blood and darkening bruises. Adrian loomed over him like a storm that had no intention of passing, pressing forward with terrifying force. Then Adrian's gaze shifted down toward Taylor, who was still writhing painfully on the floor. Even through the agony, Taylor forced out a protest, insisting that such treatment could not possibly be accepted. Adrian Leonberg showed absolutely no sign of restraint, his fist blurred with glowing energy before slamming into the king once more, and in a cold voice he declared that his father still needed to suffer more. The impact sent the king flying back with a strangled cry as blood burst from his face. Adrian barely bothered to give Taylor Tailheim another look. His attention stayed fixed on the king, who had collapsed into a broken heap on the ground. Then, another merciless blow came down, the impact ripping through the air with frightening violence. Adrian stared down at his father's ruined body while Taylor could only watch in horror from the side. He was helpless to stop the nightmare unfolding in front of him, forced to witness every brutal second. The king's face had been reduced to a battered mess of blood, bruises, and swelling. His eyes were shut tight, his body limp and motionless as he lay completely unconscious on the floor. Only after the carnage finally came to a pause did Adrian drop to his knees and lower his head. Into the suffocating silence that followed, he whispered one haunting name: Eli. He stood over the fallen knight with a chilling authority in his voice, making it painfully clear that from this moment on, he was the one issuing commands. A sinister smile curved across his face, his eyes glowing an unsettling red as he declared that the day was about to become very interesting. The knight, still shaken by the violence and chaos that had just unfolded, could only stare up at Adrian in terror. Nothing in his face showed understanding, only fear, as if he could not grasp what the prince had become. Then Adrian gave him a command shocking enough to make the air feel colder. He ordered him to bring the royal knights at once, and once those words had been spoken, Adrian simply turned away and walked off without another glance. Even though Taylor Tailheim was still shaken to the core, loyalty forced his body to respond. He pushed himself up despite the pain and set out to obey the prince's terrifying order. The royal palace loomed in heavy silence, its towering walls standing over the chaos like silent witnesses. Adrian then stormed into another chamber, where several women and others were gathered around a massive circular table. He did not waste even a single breath on courtesy or greetings. The moment he entered, Adrian cut straight through the room's atmosphere and ordered every woman present to leave immediately. Meanwhile, the double-chain knight, Vale Balarhard, moved through the palace corridors with a serious and purposeful stride. His expression was set, unreadable, and heavy with intent. Every step he took rang sharply against the polished floor. The steady rhythm carried down the corridor, echoing like a physical sign of the determination driving him forward. Back inside the chamber, Adrian Leonberg turned sharply, his eyes locking onto a man who had dared to remain seated. In a cold and pointed voice, he reminded him, "I believe I said women." His expression hardened with icy anger as he continued. If the man wanted to leave, then he was free to leave. But before the man could properly react, Adrian's hand shot out and clamped down on his shoulder with crushing force. His voice dropped into a dangerous growl as he warned that if the man walked out now, he would be leaving as a woman. A guttural scream of agony tore through the chamber. Adrian slammed the man down to the floor with brutal force, leaving him shaking, terrified, and broken beneath the weight of the prince's cruelty. The women in the room froze in horror, their faces pale as they stared at the scene. The men who remained sat in stunned silence, too frightened to speak, move, or even draw attention to themselves. Then, one by one, the women hurried out of the chamber. Their footsteps were quick and hushed as they fled, desperate to escape the terrifying atmosphere Adrian had created. Once the women were gone, Adrian's piercing gaze swept across the men left behind, all of them now kneeling before him. His voice dripped with contempt as he snarled that not a single one of them had properly knelt before a prince. Then he pressed the accusation even harder, coldly demanding how they dared show him such complete disrespect. A dark-mustached man grimaced with fear as Adrian's accusation struck him. The prince made it clear that they had not merely been careless. They had dared to mock him directly to his face. Adrian's eyes blazed with an electric blue light so sharp it felt almost inhuman. His voice lowered into something dangerous as he revealed the insult he truly could not forgive. They had insulted his knight. He loomed over the trembling man, his presence filling the chamber so completely that the entire room seemed to shrink beneath him. No one dared to breathe too loudly, afraid even the smallest sound might draw his attention. The man clenched his hand tightly, as though that tiny act of force could keep him from falling apart. But fear still cracked through his voice as he barely managed to stammer out a question, asking what charges could possibly apply in a situation like this. Adrian's hand sliced through the air with a sharp, merciless motion, so cold and decisive it felt like he was cutting off every excuse before anyone could even speak it. They had dared to sneer at royalty itself, and in Adrian's eyes that meant this was no longer some small insult aimed at a single prince. By looking down on him, they had dragged the entire royal family's authority into question. Nearby, another man stood rooted in place, his purple hair only making his pale, terrified face look even more drained of blood. As Adrian's words settled over him, the accusation became impossible to escape. Adrian made it brutally clear that the instant they challenged the dignity of the royal family, their crime had become something far more serious. One armored hand rested near his hip, and his voice fell with the weight of a death sentence as he declared that such defiance was no different from treason. With that terrifying judgment now hanging over the entire hall, Adrian let his gaze travel slowly across the nobles who had been forced down onto their knees. His eyes moved from one trembling figure to the next, steady, cold, and deliberate. Then, in a calm voice that made the question even more frightening, he asked which one of them should be charged with high treason first. Adrian Leonberg's eyes narrowed as the pressure of his decision began to settle over everyone present. What he had started could no longer be dismissed as a mere argument. 14 nobles, along with the retainers who had followed them, had already been taken into custody, dragged straight into the consequences of the arrogance they had so proudly shown. He stood above them like a living verdict wrapped in armor, staring down into the vast hall where countless people had been forced to their knees. The same grand space that had once displayed noble pride and ceremony now felt completely different, more like a courtroom frozen in the breathless moment before punishment was handed down. After turning what began as a simple confrontation into a crisis that shook the palace itself, Adrian knew the decisive moment had finally come. In front of him, the kneeling crowd waited in dread, unable to lift their heads freely. Behind him, the towering window and massive architecture framed his lone figure, making him look even more imposing, as though the entire hall had already fallen under his control. Elsewhere within the palace, the King of Leonberg received the shocking report of what had happened. As he listened, his expression grew darker, the words loyalty and treason clearly weighing on him. Bit by bit, the full scale of Adrian's accusation began to settle across his face. Adrian, however, showed no sign of being shaken by any of it. His eyes remained steady and sharp, with not even the faintest trace of panic. It was as if he had already accepted every consequence that might follow from the dangerous move he had chosen to make. The King of Leonberg was nowhere near as composed. His brow tightened as he muttered that because Adrian had used the name of the royal family, those men had been pushed into a trap they could no longer escape, and with 14 noble families now tangled in the accusation, he understood at once that this was not some minor disturbance that could be quietly hidden away or brushed aside. Adrian leaned forward just slightly, and a faint, provocative smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. His eyes stayed fixed directly on the crowned ruler before him as he asked whether His Majesty was truly afraid of the backlash that this scandal would bring. Seated upon his throne, the King of Leonberg tried to dismiss the matter with a wave, saying that those families were insignificant even among the nobles, but Adrian refused to let that excuse pass. Without missing a beat, he pushed back, pointing out that those so-called nobodies were the very schemers who had dared to use the king's own name to push their plans forward. Adrian answered with nothing more than a cold scoff, his expression hard and unreadable. The king's attempt to shrink the issue clearly did not move him at all, and the look on his face made it obvious that he found the excuse completely unconvincing. When the King of Leonberg tried to steer the conversation elsewhere and asked about the letter, Adrian cut him off almost immediately. He told him there was no reason to pretend not to know, since matters like that were handled by the king's own people, and they surely understood exactly what had been written inside. Adrian then stated the matter plainly, leaving no room for softening or denial. The letter was about the brothers and sisters of those treacherous scoundrels, the remaining family ties and branches now caught beneath the shadow of treason. The King of Leonberg stayed seated, but unease slowly crept over his face. Adrian's blunt words had landed with uncomfortable force, leaving the ruler to sit there and face the ugly reality that had just been dragged out into the open. By then, Adrian was already thinking about his next move, and deciding that it was time to leave before the conversation dragged on any longer. He gave a short, obedient, "Yes, sir," then turned as though he intended to walk out of the ornate hall. But before he could fully step away, the king's voice cut after him, sharp and needling, asking whether he truly had nothing else to say. Then, almost as if he were mocking him, the king told Adrian there was no need to be so tense. But Adrian did not loosen up or soften his stance. He remained exactly where he was, meeting that gaze without flinching and making it clear through his posture that he had no intention of backing down. A young woman stood before him with both hands clasped tightly together, her distress visible in every line of her face. Her voice shook as she pleaded with him, desperate to understand what her family could possibly have done to deserve such a cruel and merciless fate. Adrian looked down at her without showing even the slightest trace of pity. Only a faint, chilling smile touched his lips. In a calm voice that made the answer feel even colder, he told her that the scoundrel she was trying to defend had already made her choice and sealed her own fate. Adelia Byron turned her face away, sorrow tightening her expression as the weight of her family's long devotion to the crown pressed heavily on her heart. For generations, the Byron family had offered a loyalty so deep, so quiet, and so unwavering that even the royal family itself had never truly understood the full extent of it. His words seemed to twist that proud history into something bleak and desolate, as though a noble house that had once stood tall and powerful had been reduced to nothing but shattered stones, empty corridors, and silent ruins left behind after everything had collapsed. Within that grim vision, a fallen knight lay among the wreckage, thrown down into the heavy shadows. The legendary arms that had once carried honor, strength, and pride had been severed away, leaving behind only the hollow remains of a power that had completely disappeared. Adrian's smile widened, taking on an almost dangerous edge, as if he were savoring the bitter irony of what had happened. Their proud reputation, their towering arrogance, and the prestige they had clung to for so many years now only made their downfall feel even more satisfying to him. Adelia's hands clenched into tight fists at her sides, her grief slowly hardening into something much sharper. Deep within herself, she swore that she would not simply allow Adrian to walk away after trampling over everything her family had carried for so long. A quiet sound slipped from Adrian as his eyes settled on the glowing display in front of him. The information hovering there did not fit together neatly at all. In fact, the contradictions were so glaring and uneven that even Adrian had to pause for a moment and take them in. What appeared before him was the image of a warrior drenched in blood and sharpened through battle, someone marked by the traits of a butcher and a war maniac. She seemed like the kind of person who could be driven into madness by the sight of blood, someone terrifyingly drawn toward conflict and violence. And yet, hidden beneath all of that brutality, she somehow carried a fragile, tender heart. The display continued to reveal even more contradictions. She possessed the qualities of a caregiver, someone naturally suited to tending to others and looking after them with care. But at the same time, she carried a deeply rooted slave mentality. She had spent her life struggling to hold back the enormous power inside her, and now, as if fate itself were mocking her, she could not even properly control her own body. Later, inside a lavish chamber steeped in the quiet weight of palace luxury, the young prince scratched at his head with a troubled expression. Close by, Adelia watched him carefully, concern written across her face as she waited in tense silence for whatever decision he would make. Adrian turned his back to the room and stared out through the grand window, his figure outlined against the light spilling in from beyond the glass. After a long pause, he voiced the question weighing on his mind, wondering aloud whether it was truly all right to release someone like her out into the world. Then his eyes grew sharper, and the uncertainty in him began to give way to resolve. Turning back from the window, Adrian silently arrived at the same answer he had been circling around all along. Whatever danger might be waiting ahead, he had no choice but to try. This S-rank talent was not merely powerful in the normal sense of the word. It was a strange, dangerous, and almost absurd combination. At the very top sat exceptional mana sensitivity, but beneath that were unstable traits like butcher, war maniac, fragile heart, and caregiver, all somehow existing inside the same person. Among those traits, however, one stood out as even more unsettling than the rest: slave mentality. It was a nature built around absolute devotion to serving another person. That meant she could feel complete joy in giving herself wholly to a master, and that single detail changed the meaning of everything Adrian was seeing. As all of that information settled in Adrian's mind, he was already standing directly in front of Adelia, his gaze locked firmly on her. Adelia looked up at him from below, then reached out her hand and told him to swear loyalty to her, making the strange situation feel even more tense and difficult to ignore. But the instant the words and the situation truly registered, shock swept across her face. She faltered where she was, staring at him in open disbelief, and for a moment she could only stammer as she struggled to understand what he was even talking about. Adrian did not soften his expression or laugh the matter off as some kind of joke. With a completely serious look, he stated exactly what he meant. He wanted her to become his knight. His intense gaze pressed down on her without wavering as he demanded that she swear the oath to him right then and there. Adelia, now down on her knees before him, could only let out a stunned gasp. The demand had struck her so suddenly that for a brief moment she looked completely blindsided, as though the ground beneath her had shifted and the entire world had tilted out of place. Her face filled with fear, confusion, and disbelief all at once. Her eyes widened as she tried to make sense of the unbelievable turn the conversation had just taken. But the shock was so strong that she could barely process what was happening. Then, still visibly shaken, she threw Adrian's own words back at him. Her voice rose with the accusation she could no longer hold back, as if the insult he had spoken earlier was still echoing painfully in her ears. Only moments before, he had dismissed her family as insignificant, speaking as though their name meant nothing, and yet now, without hesitation, he was demanding an oath from her, as if that cruel insult had never been said at all. Even so, Adelia lowered herself before Adrian and made the ultimate vow. With her head bowed and her resolve forced into place, she declared that she would serve His Highness, Prince Adrian Leonberg, with unwavering loyalty from that moment forward. Adrian answered her with a single heavy word, and that alone was enough to drive the oath even deeper. Adelia continued her pledge, offering him not only her sword and obedience, but her entire life, dedicating everything she had to his service. Another sharp good left Adrian's mouth. Simple, firm, and commanding. As he extended his hand toward her, the gesture felt like more than just the acceptance of a vow. It was as if he were taking hold of her future as well. A faint blue glow began to gather around Adrian as he laid out the terms with absolute clarity. From that day onward, he demanded her unconditional obedience. Adelia answered without hesitation, accepting his will as her command with no sign of doubt. Her eyes slowly fluttered shut, and a soft blush rose across her face as the full weight of the pledge settled over her body and mind. The oath was no longer just a string of words spoken aloud. It had taken hold of her completely. Adrian watched her in silence, the faintest smirk still resting on his lips. Yet even as he looked down at the knight who had just sworn herself to him, one uneasy question continued to linger in the back of his mind. Had he truly made the right choice? Before long, rumors began to spread through the palace and far beyond it. People whispered that the first prince had been unusually quiet for some time, and some even wondered whether Adrian had finally given up on the struggle surrounding the crown. But the truth was far more outrageous. He had not only pressured a young woman connected to royalty into swearing a knight's oath, he had also imprisoned noble children who refused to obey him. Those who resisted him were not met with polite warnings or gentle restraint. Instead, they were thrown straight into the dungeon, as though Adrian had no intention of allowing noble blood, family status, or social rank to shield anyone from the consequences of defying him. From there, the rumors only became more exaggerated. People began saying that Adrian was obsessively searching for a personal knight, and plenty of them claimed that this so-called search was really just a clever excuse to gather skilled warriors and build a private army under his own command. Adrian himself could not help wondering why everyone had suddenly become so fascinated with him and this supposed quest for personal knights. From where he stood, the entire situation had been blown far beyond its actual size, turning one decision into a palace-wide obsession. He grumbled inwardly that he had only taken in one personal knight, nothing more than that, while Vale Balerhard stood nearby with his usual steady loyalty. But before Adrian could fully settle the matter in his own mind, an older voice, unmistakably regal, cut into the air and told him that he had been causing trouble since the day he was born, and that cleaning up the mess he had just made was giving the speaker a truly massive headache. The crowned ruler had clearly reached the end of his patience. His eyes narrowed into a harsh, cutting glare, the kind of look that could silence an entire chamber without him needing to shout or even lift a hand. He kept pressing Adrian with no mercy at all, accusing him outright of chasing after women, instead of focusing on the things that actually mattered. Then, with open contempt in his voice, he crushed the entire situation down into one brutal word: pathetic. The tension between them grew heavier as the older royal stood with his back turned and demanded to know if Adrian had already abandoned their wager completely. Adrian answered with nothing but a sly curve of his lips, looking far too amused for someone being scolded by a king. Instead of showing even a hint of shame, he fired back with his own sharp tongue, mocking the old man for acting surprised that he would choose a maid as a knight, as if making that kind of stubborn, outrageous decision was exactly the sort of thing Adrian would do. Still wearing that faint, teasing smile, Adrian silently wondered how rumors inside the palace could travel so ridiculously fast. But before he could even think through who might have spread the story, a loud voice suddenly carried in from outside the room, formally announcing that the queen had arrived. Adrian, who had been seated on the throne, stiffened the moment the announcement reached him. Not long after, Queen Margarita stepped into view with a presence that immediately filled the space, elegant, composed, and overwhelmingly regal, while her maid followed closely behind her like a shadow. Queen Margarita fixed Adrian with a sharp, irritated stare, making it obvious that the rumors had not pleased her in the slightest. She told him she had truly believed he had finally begun to change, but now it looked as though he had simply slipped right back into his old habits again. Then her expression changed, the annoyance in her eyes hardening into firm determination. As though she had just made up her mind on the spot, Queen Margarita declared that perhaps this whole situation had actually turned out to be perfectly convenient after all. Adrian froze in complete disbelief, his usual composure finally cracking under the force of her words. Frustration flared through him so suddenly that he could only curse under his breath, unable to hide just how badly this unexpected turn had shaken him. Queen Margarita did not retreat even a single step. With a fierce glare that made it clear she would not accept any argument, she delivered her ultimatum straight to Adrian. This time, she would personally be the one to find him a proper spouse. Adrian slumped back into the throne as if all the strength had drained out of him at once. His posture loosened, a long and exhausted sigh slipped from his mouth, and with everything crashing down around him, his eyes went unfocused as he muttered that he honestly had no idea what was happening anymore. Elsewhere, away from all that royal pressure, Adelia Byron sat quietly by herself. Her face looked distant and thoughtful, as though she was still trying to make sense of the strange, sudden path her life had been forced onto. Eventually, Adelia turned toward Adrian and carefully asked whether she would be able to receive manna as well. Adrian answered without hesitation, firmly telling her that she would. Then he looked at her with a knowing expression and added that the manna she received would not be ordinary. It would be something very special. In the next moment, blue energy erupted from Adrian's hand, flickering around his fingers like a living flame. As that power gathered and pulsed in the air, his thoughts turned toward one bitter realization. The world had completely forgotten the Sword Marquis, along with everything that name had once stood for. Adelia's eyes suddenly blazed with a brilliant golden light, shining fiercely from within. The uncertainty that had once lingered on her face began to shift, replaced by a rising determination that seemed to answer the power awakening right in front of her. A fierce red aura flared around Adrian's body, wrapping him in a blazing radiance that felt almost like heat made visible. His voice rang out with absolute conviction as he declared that he had not forgotten a single thing. Then, in response, a blinding golden light burst forth, pulling out the essence of Adelia's past and the path she had once walked. Within that golden light appeared the vision of a phantom sword, the very weapon that had once moved at her fingertips as naturally as if it were an extension of her soul. One by one, the scattered fragments of that forgotten path gathered together, swelling into a vivid living aura, so intense it almost felt unreal. That radiant power shimmered in the air with a force far too vast to be described in simple words. At first it surged wildly, pulsing and thrashing like it could overflow at any moment. But little by little, the chaos began to settle into a rhythm, guided by a magnificent, resonant beat. And that powerful rhythm was not coming from the air or the light around her. It came from Adelia's own heart, beating steadily beneath the rising storm of golden manna. The golden brilliance climbed even higher, wild, overwhelming, and impossible to ignore, as Adelia Byron felt manna rush through every part of her body. Her eyes burned with fierce light, as though power itself had taken root deep inside her. Adrian watched the scene in stunned silence as the manna successfully carved its mark into Adelia's very being. The ritual had worked, and the transformation taking place before his eyes was far too clear for him to deny. Adelia's gaze was no longer the same as before. A deeper, steadier light now rested in her eyes, carrying the unmistakable weight of manna that had finally settled properly inside her body. A golden glow burst out from her hand, bright and undeniable, as raw power surged from within her. Adelia could only gasp in astonishment, staring at the force that had answered her call as if it had truly belonged to her all along. As the full scale of her transformation hit her, Adrian stood above her with a firm, commanding presence. He declared that the ritual was complete, and from that moment onward, she was his warrior. That meant he would be the one to guide her, shape her, and take responsibility for what she became. Adelia was so overwhelmed by the sudden weight of his declaration that the words seemed to catch in her throat. All she could manage to force out was his title, her voice trembling with shock and disbelief. Then she noticed Adrian's exhausted eyes as he turned slightly away, and concern immediately crossed her face. Adrian let out a heavy, drained sigh, clearly worn down by the whole ordeal, and grumbled that doing all of that just for one person's mana heart had taken far more effort than anyone would ever expect. Still shaken by everything that had just happened, Adelia looked directly at him and forced herself to ask the question weighing on her heart. She demanded to know why he would go so far for someone as lowly as her. For a brief moment, silence settled heavily between them. The room felt so still that even the smallest shift in posture or breath seemed to stand out, but Adelia could not simply let the question disappear into that silence. She pressed him again, her voice filled with confusion, gratitude, and emotion all tangled together, asking why he was being so kind to her in the first place. Then, overwhelmed by fierce resolve and deep gratitude, Adelia Byron lowered herself into a profound bow before him. With her head bowed low, she vowed that she would serve Adrian with every part of herself for the rest of her life. A nervous sweat drop seemed to cut through the seriousness of the moment, breaking the heavy atmosphere just slightly. Adrian quickly drew the line in his own blunt, awkward way, reminding her not to forget exactly who he was, her master. Delia's eyes flew wide open at once, and her answer burst out with almost startling eagerness. She responded again and again, making it absolutely clear that she understood him. Adrian turned away from her, his back now facing her in a quiet but commanding posture. Even without saying much, his presence carried the weight of someone who expected to be obeyed. Then he glanced back over his shoulder with a piercing look, and warned that he was worried she might forget. Adelia's expression softened and fell just a little, and with a quiet, resigned reply, she accepted his concern as though she understood why he had said it. A few days passed after that. Sir Vale Ballarhard stood before Adrian with the steady discipline of a loyal knight, addressing him formally as he brought up the matter concerning Bernardo Eli. Adrian listened in silence as Vale continued his report. According to the information Vale had received, Bernardo Eli had been granted permission to see her, at least up until a certain point. The moment Adrian heard that, his eyes flashed with disbelief. He immediately demanded to know whether that was really true, and irritation quickly crept into his voice as he asked if he was seriously expected to go through the entire trial all over again. In Adrian's mind, the very idea was absurd. Royalty was not supposed to stand before trials like ordinary offenders, yet somehow, this latest report had managed to make an already troublesome situation even more annoying. Still caught in thought, Adrian sat with a cup in hand, appearing relaxed on the surface, even though irritation was clearly simmering beneath his calm exterior. While another man listened nearby, Adrian spoke in a measured tone about what it meant to be a man of proportion. Then his attention shifted toward Adelia. He asked her directly how she was doing, and the sudden question made her flinch slightly. When she asked what he meant, Adrian wasted no time clarifying and went straight to the point, asking whether her mana heart had stabilized yet. Adelia answered with careful respect, confirming that everything was fine. Her posture stayed composed and proper as she addressed him formally as Your Highness. Adrian did not let even a second go to waste without hesitation or build-up. He informed her that starting from that very day, she would be joining his training. He lifted his hand in a confident thumbs up, as if the decision had already been made and there was no room left for debate. Then he ordered her to change clothes and come to the training grounds, making it clear through his tone that excuses were not part of the plan. Just as Adelia was still absorbing that command, Adrian added one more instruction. He told her to leave the bag behind because that was a knight's bag, not something she should keep carrying around like a servant. Soon after, the scene moved to the training grounds, where Adrian was already waiting for her. He stretched his body with practiced ease, loosening his muscles as though he was preparing to push the upcoming session as hard as he possibly could. Adrian Leonberg, looking sharp, even in a simple casual shirt, snapped at his attendant with obvious irritation. His eyes narrowed as he demanded to know what the man thought he was doing. Then Adrian gave a confident smirk and clarified the situation himself. He was only warming up, nothing more than that, and the relaxed certainty in his expression made it clear he was already prepared for whatever came next. But Adrian's attention quickly shifted to Adelia Byron, who had arrived in full armor and looked far more serious than before. He pointed out that he had been talking about her just as her armored boot came down against the ground, with a heavy, solid thud. Then Adrian made the announcement right in front of Vale Ballarhard, dropping it as if it were the most natural decision in the world. He intended to make Adelia a knight. Vale's face tightened at once, disbelief and concern almost breaking through his disciplined composure. To him, the idea sounded far too reckless, and he could not understand how Adrian could treat the title of knight so casually. Adrian brushed Vale's objection aside without even a moment of hesitation, telling him to back off and asking when he had become so nosy. Then, as if throwing the challenge straight back at him, Adrian added that if Vale was so bothered by the idea, he could try handling the matter himself. Adelia Byron strode past them without even breaking pace, every firm step making her armor clank heavily as she headed straight for the training grounds. Behind her, Vale Ballarhard could only call out to His Highness in alarm, his anxious voice making it clear that Adrian's sudden decision had left him deeply worried. By the time Adelia finally came to a stop, nearly all the strength had gone out of her body. She sank heavily onto her knees, shoulders rising and falling as she struggled to catch her breath, and through sheer willpower, she forced out the words that she had finished all 10 laps. But Adrian Leonberg had no intention of letting her collapse there and call it a day in his eyes. That harsh physical training had only been the opening step, just enough to stir her body awake and test her endurance. The truly important part came next, placing a sword in her hands and teaching her how to use it the right way. Adelia lowered her head, her voice quiet and heavy, as she apologized for how weak she had been in the past. Yet even with that humble apology, her eyes told a completely different story now. There was a fresh fire burning inside them, a fierce determination that made it clear she was ready to pour everything she had into the training. Adrian caught that new intensity in her gaze, and a knowing smirk slowly touched his face. Instead of rushing ahead, he began from the most basic foundation of swordsmanship, explaining how she should place her feet, how to steady her body, and how to build a stance firm enough to support every movement that would come after. Then Adrian's sword flashed through the air. His movement was smooth, sharp, and dangerously elegant, the blade cutting forward in a powerful blur before finishing in a flawless arc. The entire swing looked so natural in his hands that it seemed effortless, as if his body had known the motion for years. After showing her exactly how the movement should be done, Adrian passed the sword to her without wasting words on another explanation. The message in that simple gesture was clear enough. Now it was Adelia's turn to try. Adelia tried to imitate the swing he had just shown her, but matching Adrian's movement was nowhere near that simple. Her body moved stiffly, her balance looked uneven, and the angles of her posture came out awkward, falling far short of the easy grace he had displayed. Then, as Adelia focused more deeply on the motion, something unusual stirred inside her. A faint, otherworldly green glow flickered within one of her eyes, like some hidden power had suddenly awakened beneath the surface and begun to answer her effort. From there, Adelia's training rapidly became sharper and more intense. Her sword sliced through the air and struck with a clear, ringing impact, and as she drew back, her armored foot hit the ground with a solid, heavy thud, already setting her body up for the next movement. Adrian watched every motion with narrowed eyes, studying her with the serious focus of a mentor who had no intention of overlooking even the smallest flaw. His gaze followed her stance, her grip, and the way the blade moved through the air. What he saw left him genuinely stunned. In Adrian's mind, one thought rose above all the others with startling clarity. After seeing the move only once, she had copied it almost perfectly. Adelia lifted her gaze toward him, her eyes eager and searching as she still held the sword in both hands. With nervous hope in her voice, she asked whether the stance she had just taken was correct. For a brief instant, surprise flashed across Adrian's eyes before he narrowed them again and forced himself to focus. Not even a full minute had passed since he demonstrated the technique, and somehow she had already reached a level of imitation that should not have been possible so quickly. Adrian realized then that he could not afford to let his guard down around her, not even for a single second. This was supposed to be the weakest training partner of the eldest royal, and yet the talent she had just revealed was already threatening to overturn that assumption completely. Then that eerie green light shone in Adelia's eyes once more, and a dangerous thought shot through Adrian's mind. At this pace, what if she did more than catch up to him? What if she surpassed him right here, during this very training session? Realization hit Adrian like a sudden jolt, sharp and unexpected enough to freeze him in place for a moment. For that brief instant, even he could not immediately shake off the shock. Adrian could only let out a low, unsettled sound as his thoughts raced, completely shaken by the raw talent unfolding right in front of him. But before he could fully sort through what he had witnessed, Vale Ballarhard had already stepped in beside him and grabbed firmly onto his arm. Vale's voice came out harsh, urgent, and full of warning as he demanded to know what Adrian thought he was doing. The grip on Adrian's arm made it clear that this was not a casual objection. Adrian's expression tightened into a silent challenge. His eyes alone made his answer clear. He had no intention of backing down, lowering his head, or allowing Vale to stop him so easily. Vale's warning snapped through the air as he told Adrian not to even think about coveting Adelia. But Adrian did not retreat from the accusation. Instead, he sent a cutting question right back at Vale, asking what he could possibly offer that child in the first place. Vale scoffed as though the answer should have been obvious to anyone. In his eyes, Adrian was still nothing more than a novice, someone who had only held a sword for a few short months and had no right to speak with such confidence. But as Vale's dismissive words lingered in the air, raw blue energy suddenly erupted around Adrian. It crackled and surged wildly, while his eyes blazed with an unnatural light. Wrapped in that rising power, Adrian's voice turned cold and certain as he declared that Vale Balarhard would not be able to handle her. Adrian's eyes narrowed further, and a fierce resolve settled deep inside him. The weakness of the person he used to be was no longer something he would accept, and he would not allow anyone to throw that past version of him in his face. That old Adrian was already gone. He made it clear through his gaze and the pressure around him that he had moved past that former weakness. And the power he carried now existed on an entirely different level. The blue light in his eyes burned even brighter as he braced himself for the true burden that lay ahead. If protecting Adelia meant facing a trial that others could never withstand, then Adrian would take that challenge onto himself without hesitation. A massive blue aura burst out around him, swirling violently like a storm that had suddenly been unleashed. The force pouring from his body was so intense that the space around him seemed to grow heavy and almost unbearable. With his eyes blazing fiercely, Adrian gave an answer that left no room for argument. If Vale could not handle it, then no, Adrian himself could. Because Adrian was not speaking from shallow pride or empty confidence. His mind flashed back through nightmare after nightmare, through monstrous battles so overwhelming that ordinary warriors would have broken apart simply from remembering them. He had stood against the giant king, the mad dragon, and countless other terrifying beings that no single blade should ever have challenged. In those memories, a legendary weapon gleamed through blood, chaos, and ruin, standing as proof of the savage history he had somehow survived. That blade seemed to hold the echoes of endless battle within it. Every strike, every slaughter, and every brutal memory had been folded into its power, until that violent legacy became something inseparable from Adrian himself. The legendary sword known as Gruhorn pulsed with an ominous red glow, as though the weapon itself still remembered every blood-soaked path it had carved open in the past. Gruhorn was no ordinary weapon. A portion of its wielder's soul and mana had been transferred directly into the blade, and now that buried power was beginning to surface again, burning fiercely through the crimson tint in Adrian's eyes. His gaze deepened into a blazing infernal red, fierce, steady, and impossible to ignore. There was a terrifying resolve in those eyes, the kind that would not bend or waver before anyone. Vale Balarhard could only stare at him, stunned by the sight unfolding before him. For the first time, genuine concern flickered across Vale's face as he took in the overwhelming scale of Adrian's transformation. Adrian stood firm against the dark night behind him, his figure carrying a heavy presence as the shadows framed his body. His voice came out low and absolute as he began to speak, saying that the red light surrounding him flared even stronger, swelling outward with the raw force of his conviction. Then Adrian finished the thought with a single word, heavy, possessive, and impossible to misunderstand: mine. Adrian Leonberg, now carrying the ancient presence of Gruhorn within him, laid claim to Adelia with a possessiveness that felt less like affection and more like a warning. Crimson aura erupted from his body, silently daring anyone nearby to even think of reaching for what he had chosen as his own. His eyes burned with razor-sharp intensity, never wavering for even a moment. From him radiated a chilling hatred toward anyone foolish enough to challenge his will or try to take what he had already claimed. Then the prince turned, his armored figure shifting with quiet but undeniable force. The raw power still surrounding him made even that simple movement feel overwhelming, as if the air itself moved with him. One of his eyes flared with a dark, blood-red glow, so ominous and heavy that the atmosphere around him seemed to thicken. Just looking at it was enough to make the moment feel dangerous. A soft, unsettling gurgle slipped from Adrian as his face suddenly twisted in distress. It was as though some unseen force had wrapped itself around him, pulling at his awareness and blurring the world until he could no longer hold on to it clearly. Adrian began to lose himself, unable to even cling properly to the feeling of life and vitality. He sank into a dark, watery abyss where cold pressed in from every side, and the deeper he fell, the more his senses slipped away into absolute blackness. Inside that darkness, his eyes ignited with fear and recognition, and one dreadful question rose from within him. Was this the dark prophecy finally beginning to unfold? His body drifted helplessly through the void, and a chilling realization pierced him with brutal clarity. If this continued, he would be finished. But then, from deep within the abyss, thorn-like energy burst out around a spectral blade as the true power of Gruhorn began to awaken. A monstrous presence roared through the darkness, its voice filled with terrifying certainty as it declared that this pathetic body would be devoured by the soul of Gruhorn. Shadowy hands with clawed fingers suddenly lunged from the void, reaching for Adrian from every direction at once. Horror spread across his face as those hands closed in, trying to drag him even deeper into the abyss. Then Adrian's eyes snapped open, one of them blazing a fierce crimson red. In that horrifying instant, the truth finally became clear to him. This was the real danger he had failed to recognize. But Adrian did not surrender to it. Instead, he surged back with fierce defiance, planting his feet on a glowing blue platform beneath him as he roared for it to stop. That defiance erupted around him in a violent burst of furious blue energy. Spectral forms exploded into existence at his side, crackling with wild, untamed power as Adrian fought back against the darkness, trying to swallow him whole. In the middle of that darkness, Adrian's stare grew razor-sharp, both eyes burning with an unnatural blue radiance. For that moment, he barely looked like a prince at all. He looked more like something old, buried, and terrifying, clawing its way back into the world through sheer force of will. His hand snapped forward through the chaos, slicing into the storm as though he were giving the raging power a direct order. The blue energy roared back around him, swelling with a deep, thunderous hum before it finally began to solidify into a force that stopped running wild and bent itself beneath Adrian's command. Adrian stood in the center of it all like an unshakable pillar, his aura spilling out in heavy waves that seemed powerful enough to twist the very flow of events around him. After all, there was an old saying that a single ordinary night could save the lives of 10 soldiers. Vale Balarhard silently turned that saying over in his mind, his expression growing grim as the meaning sank deeper. Those words were not light to him. They carried the weight of battlefields, blood, and the countless lives that might be protected by one true knight standing in the right place. But Adelia Bayern's belief reached beyond that simple saying. In her eyes, a knight with real worth was not someone who merely saved 10 people. A truly exceptional knight could protect 100 lives, changing the fate of an entire battlefield. Standing before the towering castle, Adelia's conviction rang out with unmistakable clarity. She declared that a child with that much potential could start a revolution even now, right in front of the royal family's own eyes. As she looked out across the frozen northern lands, Adelia held firm to that belief without wavering. For the commander of the northern frontier, the conclusion had already been reached in her heart. She was convinced. Vale Balarhard's gaze sharpened as he questioned what truly made a cause great enough to pursue. The thought settled between them with a heavy weight, but just as that seriousness began to deepen, the conversation veered sharply in another direction. Adrian cut straight through the atmosphere with blunt defiance. He did not pause, did not soften his tone, and did not try to dress up his answer. He simply said that he did not care. Count Balarhard refused to let the matter die there and pressed him again. His words carried the weight of accusation, as though he could not believe that even the possibility of saving countless lives still was not enough to move Adrian from his decision. But Adelia's loyalty spoke louder than any argument the Count could make. Her body, her heart, and her future had already been pledged to His Highness, and she remained firmly rooted in place, refusing to be swayed by the reasoning thrown at her. Still, Vale Balarhard did not give up. With the intensity of a man reaching toward a future far larger than himself, he demanded an effort worthy of the grand path he believed they had the chance to seize. Adrian's reply came instantly, sharp enough to cut the air between them. That single no rejected everything at once, even the words Adelia had once remembered with such absolute conviction. Then Adrian shifted the pressure right back onto his uncle, challenging him by asking whether Vale truly had nothing else left to teach. And beneath all those stern lectures and grand speeches, the Count's strangely simple motive finally slipped into view. What he had really wanted was to help Adrian lose some weight. Adrian drew the line clearly for Vale Balarhard, leaving no room for misunderstanding. If Vale wanted to continue staying in his palace, then he had to stop meddling in Adrian's affairs. Beside him, Adelia's devotion did not shake for even a breath, her heart crying out that she would never go against His Highness's will. Vale Balarhard took in Adrian's words without allowing much emotion to show on his face. His expression stayed nearly blank, unreadable, and controlled, before he finally gave a short response and accepted the condition. After that, no matter what happened, Adelia never strayed far from Adrian's side. Her hand remained close to her sword, and her watchful presence became a quiet promise that the moment danger appeared, she would move to protect him without hesitation. Later, as Adrian walked with Adelia at his side, her devotion remained as intense and unguarded as ever. She even admitted with complete honesty that simply serving him, even if she did nothing else, felt strangely enjoyable to her. Adrian's attention soon shifted toward a sword that seemed to hum with quiet, contained power. He stared at the blade with growing curiosity, his expression tightening with interest as a small, thoughtful sound slipped from him. Golden energy began to pulse around the sword, spreading in soft waves of light. The glow washed over the nearby armor and flickered across the ground at their feet, bathing the scene in a warm radiance that made the weapon feel almost alive. Nearby stood a dark-haired man marked with scars, his gaze sharp enough to silence anyone who met it. Everything about him radiated authority, from the firm line of his shoulders to the fierce intensity burning in his eyes. That piercing stare struck with enough pressure to make Adrian pull back slightly, caught off guard by the sudden force behind it. The man then demanded to know why Adelia, who had been helping him with the sword, was still standing there at all. Then, with a sudden clap that felt almost mocking, the man turned his focus toward Adelia instead. He praised her work in a tone that made her success sound less like a compliment to her and more like another reason for Adrian to look troublesome. Adrian looked unusually sheepish as he admitted that he may have pushed the situation a little too far. Considering how quickly Adelia had been improving, even he seemed to realize that things had gotten ahead of him faster than expected. But the older man's mood changed in an instant. His expression hardened into something cold, sharp, and dangerous as he asked Adrian whether he had taught Adelia that technique as well. Adrian blinked in confusion, and a flicker of unease crossed his face as he confirmed that he had. Then, unable to understand the problem, he asked plainly whether there was something wrong with teaching it to her. The man's anger exploded immediately. He shouted that it was already bad enough for Adrian alone to master such a cheap trick, but now Adrian had gone even further and taught that same trick to someone else. Adrian closed his eyes for a moment, the sudden storm of pressure clearly weighing down on him. It was as if the older man's anger had crashed over him all at once, leaving him briefly silent beneath it. Then the older man, his face dark and thunderous, handed down his verdict without the slightest mercy. His command was simple, cold, and final. He ordered Adrian to get out. Adrian remained where he was while the furious Count tore into him, insisting that there had been a better path and a far greater potential that Adrian could not even begin to understand. With his eyes burning red from rage, the Count's anger finally erupted as he accused Adrian of ruining everything. Vale Balarhard, still acting as Adrian's loyal knight, moved as if he intended to step between them and addressed his prince with careful respect. But the Count cut across him immediately, his voice sharp as he demanded that Adrian leave right then and there. Adrian had no intention of being chased out like some scolded child. He turned his back with his pride still intact, making it clear through his posture that if he was going to leave, he would do it by walking out on his own 2 feet. A quiet, almost contemptuous sound seemed to hang in the air as Adrian strode away. Behind him, the Count remained seething, his glare fixed on the prince's back as Adrian put distance between them. Vale Balarhard followed after his prince, still unable to hide the concern in his expression. Meanwhile, Adrian's own thoughts churned restlessly, and for a brief moment, he wondered whether what he had taught really had been nothing more than a cheap trick after all. But that moment of doubt did not stay with him for long. Adrian immediately pushed the thought aside, knowing deep down that the Count's accusation was wrong. His loyal knight finally spoke directly, unable to keep the worry out of his voice. Cutting straight to the heart of the matter, he asked why the Count would say something like that in the first place. Adrian answered with a knowing look, saying that the Count and everyone else living in this era simply did not understand. Even so, the Count's furious words still echoed behind them, insisting that Adrian's teachings had completely lost sight of what mana truly was. Adrian clicked his tongue at the accusation, clearly unimpressed by the idea. If they had truly understood what they were dealing with, they would never have thrown it away like useless garbage. Then, with a faint smirk touching his lips, he promised that they would understand soon enough. With that, Adrian turned and continued walking away from the city, his loyal knight following close behind him. As he moved forward, one powerful realization settled deeper inside his mind. The mana heart contained a power far greater than anyone around him seemed capable of comprehending. As if to prove that very thought, faint blue sparks began to crackle around Adrian's body. A moment later, that energy surged outward in a silent but overwhelming burst, filling the air around him with raw power. Adrian stood with his arms crossed, his expression carved with unshakable resolve. He looked like someone who had already chosen his path and had no intention of letting anyone drag him away from it. Then Adrian lifted his gaze and remarked almost casually that the other person had acted as if he would never come back. Behind him, his knight answered quickly and respectfully, saying that he had only been following his highness's orders. The Count met Adrian with a hard, steely stare and threw down the challenge before him. He was prepared to shape Adrian into a true king, but only if the prince could break through his defenses and prove he had the worth to stand there. Adrian already had his hand near the hilt of his weapon, his focus sharpening as he cut straight through the Count's grand theatrics. Rather than play along with the atmosphere, he demanded to know what the actual wager was. He shifted into position, carrying himself like he was ready to strike at any moment. Across from him, the Count's voice boomed through the space as he announced the stake with complete confidence: a wish. The Count laid out the terms without hesitation. If Adrian managed to break through his defense, then he would earn the right to make any wish he wanted. But if Adrian failed, then he would have to hand over his mana heart. Adrian remained calm, and a smirk tugged at his lips, as though the danger only made the wager more entertaining to him. For the moment, he accepted the terms, and agreed to stake a single wish. Their reflections shimmered as the tension between them thickened like a blade drawn halfway from its sheath. Adrian quickly clarified that this was not exactly what he had meant, but the Count's helmet gleamed beneath the light as his voice thundered out and ended the discussion with one command: fight. A sly grin spread across the Count's face, revealing that this confrontation had never been as sudden as it seemed. From the very beginning, he had already been preparing the next battle. Adrian was still taking in the sheer audacity of the Count's challenge, but the venom hidden in those words had already struck deep. This was no longer just a test of strength or skill. It had become a direct provocation, one Adrian could not simply ignore. But Count Balarhard did not give Adrian even a heartbeat to steady his thoughts. A storm of dark pressure wrapped around his body as he lunged forward in a blinding rush, his spear already driving ahead like it was no longer just a weapon, but the sharpened edge of his iron will. Adrian's blade ignited in response, flaring as he brought it up to meet the attack head-on. The spear and sword crashed together with a deafening metallic clang, the sound ringing through the air like the first bell of a brutal war. Count Balarhard did not stop after that first clash. He pressed forward with a merciless storm of attacks, each thrust and swing coming faster, sharper, and heavier than the last, forcing the young prince to defend himself with every scrap of focus he could gather. In front of Adrian, the spear turned into a deadly blur. It flashed again and again through the narrow space between them, a bright streak of killing intent, slicing through the air before his eyes could fully follow it. But Adrian was not willing to keep being pushed backward forever. With a sudden burst of strength, he forced his body forward and struck back, his counterattack tearing through the air so violently that a shockwave rippled outward from the force of the swing. Count Balarhard only grinned at the attempt, as if Adrian's resistance had merely entertained him. Dark power burned in his eyes, and his voice came out dripping with contempt as he mocked the prince, asking whether that was truly everything he had. Adrian's expression hardened the instant those words reached him. Frustration flashed across his face, sharp and visible, but underneath that irritation was something even stronger, a fierce resolve that refused to crack beneath the Count's overwhelming pressure. Then Adrian kicked off the ground with explosive force. White energy burst around his body as he shook off the weight of the Count's brutal assault and threw himself back into motion, refusing to let the battle end with him pinned down. Count Balarhard watched him move without the slightest shift in expression, his face remaining as cold and solid as carved stone. Then his voice cut through the tension, calm and merciless, asking if Adrian had already given up. Adrian held his stance, even while fully understanding just how monstrous the opponent in front of him truly was. Count Balarhard's strength was almost absurd, but even knowing that, losing was still something Adrian could not allow himself to accept. Then blue lightning began to rage around Count Balarhard, and Adrian finally understood just how far beyond him his uncle really stood. This was a terrifying level of power, the kind that allowed him to pour out his full mana without restraint, and every surge of it seemed aimed at crushing Adrian in the most humiliating way possible. A pulsing blue mana core blazed to life with overwhelming intensity, beating with power like a second heart inside the storm. With a mana heart that fierce now turned against him, Adrian could feel the danger pressing in, close enough that the entire battle seemed one step away from becoming a death sentence. Adrian's eyes widened as a strange chill ran through his thoughts. Something about this situation did not sit right with him, and before he could push the suspicion away, one question rose sharply in his mind. Wasn't all of this a little too strange? Count Balarhard's face stayed locked in cold determination, while violent blue energy continued swirling around his body. It gathered, twisted, and churned like a storm on the verge of breaking loose, making the air around him feel dangerously unstable. Centuries in the past, the world had once been filled with countless mana heart knights. They performed feats that seemed impossible to ordinary warriors, their armor pulsing with raw power until a revolutionary new method of mana manipulation appeared and changed the path of knighthood completely. That new technique allowed knights to release their power across astonishing distances, stretching their influence far beyond the reach of their own bodies. In truth, the legendary knights of that era had all been mana heart knights, and the greatness people remembered had been built on that very foundation. And to Adrian, the so-called mana chain was not some superior road to strength at all. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a clever trick, a way of extending mana manipulation outward and controlling power from a distance. Hearing that idea laid before him, Adrian immediately challenged the meaning behind it. His eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening as he demanded to know what Vale Balarhard was truly trying to say about the mana heart. Vale Balarhard offered a view that completely turned the assumption around. The mana heart itself had never been weak, he insisted. The real failure belonged to the people who had used it poorly. Standing there with his sword gripped tightly, he seemed to weigh the truth of those words even as he spoke them. Adrian fixed his gaze on the older man, cutting straight through the tension between them. He waited with sharp impatience, clearly wanting to hear the real point hiding beneath all of this talk. Then Vale revealed something far more important, asking whether Adrian had ever heard of a martial spirit hymn. He added that the very place where they were standing was known as a place of crossed swords, a legendary battleground tied to warriors and the paths they carved for themselves. Adrian, however, brushed the subject aside almost immediately, as though it had nothing to do with the fight unfolding in front of him. Adrian answered with a knowing smirk, the look on his face suggesting that he had already guessed where Vale was trying to steer the conversation. He seemed almost amused, as if the explanation had arrived exactly where he expected it to. Vale continued regardless, explaining that once the mana heart had been conquered, those who relied on it were pushed into a lower position, almost like servants beneath another system. Then he threw Adrian's own earlier words back at him, forcing the prince to face the contradiction hidden in what he had said. The information struck Adrian all at once, heavy and dense enough that it could have overwhelmed anyone else. When he was asked whether he needed a moment to breathe and take it in, Adrian rejected the offer immediately, making it clear with his expression and tone that he could handle even more. For a knight, the path they walked mattered more than almost anything else. Every step forward, every battle survived, every wound endured, and every mark left behind became proof of who they were and what kind of power they had earned. The image shifted to a brutal battlefield buried beneath snow and roaring wind, where a young knight stood with conviction blazing from his entire body. Facing the frozen world around him, he declared that his 100 victories were the greatest source of pride he possessed. He went even further, claiming that those victories were not only his pride, but also the very source of his power. Vale Balarhard's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the meaning behind those words, and a quiet sound slipped from him under his breath. Then a blinding blue light erupted from the young knight, fierce and ethereal, marking the moment a martial spirit hymn was engraved directly into his being. The shimmering energy gathered around his outstretched hand, taking shape with a force that could not be denied. With that surge of power, the martial spirit hymn was granted to him. It settled into his body and spirit as a new strength, not borrowed from anywhere else, but born directly from the path he had walked. That newly awakened power flowed straight into the knight's sword, filling the blade until it began to hum with energy from within. It was not some rare or exalted hymn praised above all others, but a common-rank martial spirit hymn of sparring. Vale's eyes lit with sudden understanding. What had seemed so grand and extraordinary on the surface was, in truth, only a small and ordinary achievement for someone who had not even earned the title of knight yet. Then the vision reached its peak as the effect of the hymn of sparring finally activated. The vision intensified, revealing a young warrior with golden hair flowing around him. His eyes burned with electric blue light as raw power poured into the sword, clutched tightly in his hands, making the weapon shine with violent force. This was the true power hidden within the mana heart. A martial spirit hymn had been unleashed, surging through the weapon with unstoppable force and proving that the strength it carried was anything but meaningless. A blinding blue aura suddenly exploded around Adrian as the hymn of sparring fully activated through him. But Count Balarhard only looked at that power with arrogance in his voice, dismissing the entire display as pointless. Kept taunting Adrian, driving the insult in deeper, as he claimed that without a mana core, there was simply no way Adrian could win this battle. To the Count, the outcome seemed settled before the next clash even began. But Adrian had already stopped listening to the insults. Instead of answering with words, he charged straight in, his sword flashing forward like a lightning-fast streak of blue power cutting through the space between them. Then the two weapons met once again. Steel crashed against steel in a violent burst of sparks, and the impact tore across the battlefield between them like an explosion of pure force. The ancient power of Gruhorn surged through Adrian's body, racing through the powerful rings and overflowing from the deepest core of his being. It was as though the old weapon's legacy had risen inside him all at once. Adrian forced himself through the pain, refusing to let his body buckle or collapse under the strain. Blue lightning erupted around him as the raw power seized hold of him, pushing him forward even as it tore through him. Count Balarhard simply watched Adrian struggle, his expression cold and unmoved. Slowly, a smirk spread across his face, as if the prince's desperate effort was not impressive enough to worry him, only amusing enough to mock. Their weapons clashed again, steel screaming against steel, while sparks scattered violently around them. Through the harsh metallic noise, the Count's voice cut in, admitting that Adrian was quite good, but the praise twisted into mockery almost immediately. The Count said Adrian was only good at stubbornly enduring, nothing more. Yet instead of breaking under the insult, Adrian's eyes burned even brighter, and the blue energy surrounding him flared in fierce response. Adrian fired back in a voice that seemed to carry the weight of centuries behind it. To obtain this hymn, he had not struggled for days or years. He had spent more than 100 years reaching this point. The mana contained within the rings had been forged over 1,000 years, shaped into a power meant to stand against the Knights of the Ring. Through countless climbs, endless challenges, and repeated trials, that strength had been tempered again and again until it became something far beyond ordinary mana. Drawing on that ancient power, Adrian's sword erupted in blinding blue light. Then he unleashed the devastating 1,000 waves, sending a torrent of razor-sharp energy slashes tearing forward in a furious wave of destruction. With his eyes burning in fierce resolve, Adrian poured everything he had into that strike. This was not a simple swing of a sword. It was the raw force of the hymn of sparring, brought fully to life through his blade. The ground exploded beneath the sheer force of the attack, bursting apart as the wave of power crashed forward. Count Balarhard, caught completely off guard, barely managed to utter a single word before the blow reached him. For the first time, it seemed as though the Count had been pushed just a little beyond the limits of what he had expected. That calm confidence of his finally wavered, if only for an instant. A crushing impact tore through the air, heavy and violent enough to silence every trace of arrogance for one breath. The force of the strike seemed to swallow the battlefield in a single brutal moment. A fresh gash opened across Count Balarhard's face, breaking his confident grin apart, and replacing it with pure shock. Across from him, Adrian's eyes burned with unyielding determination, while his glowing blade still vibrated with the raw power he had just unleashed. Adrian shoots forward like a released arrow, moving so fast the very air seems to split around him. His sword becomes a blur in his hand, unleashing a furious storm of slashes, and every strike burns a vivid trail of blue light across the battlefield. His golden eyes blaze as though a fire has been lit deep inside them. Power floods through his entire body, tightening every muscle, and Adrian forces the assault even further, driving his swordplay to the absolute limit without backing down for even a second. Count Balarhard is struck by the sudden ferocity of it all. His face tightens, his eyes narrowing as he realizes Adrian is still enduring, still standing, still pushing past what should have been his breaking point, leaving the Count silently shaken by how long this opponent has managed to last. In Adrian's grip, the ancient sword lets out a shrieking cry, almost like the weapon itself is alive and enraged. Violent mana coils around its edge, crackling brighter and louder with every heartbeat, as if the blade is on the verge of exploding apart from its own power. Then Adrian's blade crashes down with terrifying force. The moment it connects, the impact detonates between them, sending a brutal shockwave tearing outward and making the space around the two fighters tremble. The weight behind that single strike is enough to shove Count Balarhard backward. His stance falters under the pressure, his defenses rattling so violently that for one tense moment, it looks as if they might collapse entirely. Even after that violent exchange, Adrian remains planted where he stands, sword raised and ready for another blow. His posture carries both deadly accuracy and overwhelming strength, making it clear he is prepared to answer whatever comes next. For the first time, Count Balarhard's composure truly cracks. Disbelief spreads across his face, and his thoughts stumble as he tries to understand what he is seeing, forced to wonder whether the judgment he made about Adrian had been wrong from the very beginning. Emerald energy suddenly erupts from Count Balarhard's hand, flashing sharply through the air. In that instant, a cold realization settles over him. Mana hearts are not all the same. Still reeling from Adrian's heavy blow, he fixes him with a hard, furious glare as a darker aura begins to rise, accusing Adrian of letting arrogance take hold. But Adrian does not give that accusation time to hang in the air. Before the words can fully settle, he answers with movement, slamming his foot down so hard that the ground beneath him splits and fractures. From the shattered earth, Adrian launches himself forward again, wrapped in a brilliant blue radiance. His sword sweeps upward in a powerful arc, while raw energy snaps and lashes around the blade like living lightning. Another thunderous clash erupts across the battlefield. The impact blasts dust, broken stone and jagged fragments in every direction, filling the air with debris as the force of their collision shakes everything around them. Adrian's blue aura flares even more violently, pouring from him as he makes it clear he is finished playing around. Across from him, Count Balarhard remains upright amid the swirling dust, calmly reading the renewed resolve in Adrian's stance, and even acknowledging that such determination is worthy of praise. Count Balarhard looks up at Adrian with a faint spark of interest in his eyes and says that he will praise him for this much. But that brief interest soon gives way to a heavier, more measured expression as he concludes that, just as he expected, an ordinary-grade martial spirit hymn is still nowhere near enough. A crushing pressure suddenly comes down on Adrian, heavy enough to force him to one knee. He drives his sword into the ground and leans against it, using the blade as the only support keeping his battered body from collapsing completely. Even in that weakened position, Adrian's gaze does not shake. His eyes burn with stubborn conviction, and through the strain in his body he declares that the knights made one terrible mistake. As if pulled from the depths of an ancient legend, the image of a red-caped hero appears, standing proudly atop a mountain of fallen enemies like an unstoppable titan from a forgotten age. Those legendary knights had failed in one critical way. They left behind no true strength for the generations that came after them. In the beginning, none of it had been lost. Everything had been passed down properly, inherited in its complete form, with its original brilliance and power still intact. The old legend continues to unfold, showing the hero refining devastating sword techniques and mastering the profound martial spirit method used to temper, strengthen, and polish the heart itself. There had even been martial spirit hymns that shone with magnificent power. But time has always been merciless, and little by little, it began to gnaw away at those once glorious achievements until their radiance started to fade. The ancient hero, once surrounded by victory and blazing triumph, now seems burdened by the weight of forgotten history. Those incredible feats slowly disappeared into distant whispers, becoming no more real to the present age than tales of dragons that no living person had ever laid eyes on. There was once an era when colossal kings and monstrous beings truly walked the world. But now, even the proof that they ever existed has grown thin, reduced to rumors drifting faintly on the winds of history. In that forgotten age, even the greatest martial spirit techniques eventually slipped beyond human reach and became myth. Humanity still survived, of course, by adapting and creating new martial spirit hymns to replace what had been lost. But compared with the ancient arts, their power was painfully limited. In those days, defeating 10 knights with a single hymn was already considered remarkable, and cutting down 100 soldiers was treated as the absolute ceiling for a hymn designed only to fight humans. Those newer martial spirits were simply nothing like the legends of old. They never reached the realm of myths or heroes, and when placed before even a basic holy strike, they were too fragile and underpowered to withstand it. Adrian sits alone in a dark room, staring at the faint glow spreading across the wooden table in front of him. As his thoughts churn, the truth becomes impossible to deny. With martial spirits this incomplete and half-formed, reaching genuine power is nothing more than a fantasy. From above, Adrian Leonberg looks down with sharp contempt in his eyes and throws out a biting challenge, asking if the man below has been drinking dirt. He cannot even make sense of the nonsense being thrown at him, and with a sudden flash of blue energy, he moves swiftly, almost dismissively. The one standing against him is Vale Ballarhard, and Vale does not take even a single step back. His eyes burn with fierce defiance, showing no sign that he intends to retreat. Adrian's power erupts around him in a brilliant blue aura as he snarls at Vale Ballarhard, calling him an arrogant and foolish knight. He stomps down with crushing force, his voice dripping with contempt, and demands that Vale understand just how great a thing he has thrown away. Then something horrifying begins to form around Adrian. A monstrous shadow swells outward, pulsing with a hellish red glow until its dreadful shape becomes impossible to ignore, its eyes burning like twin sparks of crimson malice. Fully unleashed, the dark entity towers before Vale Ballarhard, its voice echoing with the chilling promise that it will teach him a brutal lesson. A massive, glowing hand reaches forward, making the threat feel even more suffocating and inescapable. Dark, crimson energy coils around Adrian's hand as the transformation ignites, releasing a pressure so intense that no ordinary sword could ever hope to pierce through it. This is a power savage enough to tear through even a dragon's scales. As Adrian rips a blade free from its sheath, his entire body becomes wrapped in a storm of shadow, red lightning, and violent, crushing pressure. A primal roar tears out from deep within Adrian, raw and beast-like. His eyes ignite with infernal crimson fire, and the transformation explodes with even greater force around him. That overwhelming power detonates through Adrian's body and slams into the earth beneath his feet. The ground cracks under the impact, while the savage force raging inside him seems to howl for the blood of his enemies. Adrian understands that this monstrous strength is born from the ancient hymn of True Dragon, but as his hand twists and his fingers sharpen into razor-like claws, the sheer might of the hymn begins turning against him, threatening to tear his current body apart from the inside. A guttural cry of agony bursts from Adrian's throat, and blood sprays from his mouth as chaotic crimson energy rampages across his body. At his chest, a strange blue light fights desperately against the inferno, struggling to stop the power from swallowing him whole. Even so, one vital part of the hymn is still missing, leaving an empty gap inside the ancient chant. Because that piece is absent, Adrian remains dangerously exposed, with the ultimate power of the dragon still hovering just beyond his grasp. Adrian's body convulses violently as the force of the hymn of true dragon bursts out of him in a savage wave of crimson. The very air seems to rip apart as the ancient incantation takes hold, the power said to split even a dragon's scales. His eyes burn a furious red, and a raw scream tears from his throat. He clenches both hands until the strain shows in every knuckle, desperately fighting to contain the unstable power surging wildly through him. Then, from within the darkness, a figure wrapped in heavy energy suddenly strikes. Their attack flashes forward like a blade of azure light, crashing violently into Adrian's raging crimson aura. The collision shatters the air around them, sending brilliant shards of blue energy bursting outward. In that clash of forces, the azure power begins to press in harder and harder, completely overwhelming the red. Adrian's eyes widen with genuine shock as the terrifying truth finally hits him. If this continues, the power rampaging through his body will devour him from the inside out. The blue energy gathers in the air, twisting tighter and tighter until it forms a radiant vortex. It churns violently, pulsing with wild, untamed power as the pressure around it grows heavier. Then, with a deafening roar, the two opposing forces slam into each other in a catastrophic explosion. The ground beneath them is ripped apart, and the clash blossoms into a blinding golden-orange blast, as though the entire battlefield is being torn open from the center. Adrian is hurled backward by the sheer force of the explosion, his body battered by the blast. Somewhere through the chaos of dust and noise, a desperate cry of "Your Highness" cuts sharply through the air. But even through the smoke, drifting dust, and scattered rubble, the shadowy figure does not stop. They continue advancing step by step, dark energy crackling around them with no sign of hesitation. Adrian grips his injured arm tightly, pain twisting through his body as he stares ahead in disbelief. In that moment, he is forced to understand that this fight has already slipped completely beyond his control. Count Balarhard stands over the defeated prince, his presence cold, heavy, and overwhelming. Looking down at Adrian, he delivers a cutting taunt, asking whether Adrian had not claimed he would use only one ring. With his eyes glowing a cold blue, Count Balarhard twists the humiliation even deeper. He points out that Adrian still failed, even after abandoning that claim and using all 4 rings. Count Balarhard remains standing in complete victory, his blue aura radiating from his body like undeniable proof of the overwhelming strength that crushed Adrian's challenge. Looking down at the broken prince before him, Count Balarhard delivers the final insult with merciless calm, telling Adrian that in the end he could not even protect his own sword. Adrian lay sprawled across the freezing ground, his body so battered he could barely move, while the broken remains of his sword rested in scattered fragments beside him. Above him, Count Balarhard pressed in the final merciless truth, making it clear that this ending had already been decided before the battle had even truly begun. Pinned beneath the weight of defeat, Adrian had no strength left to push himself back up. All he could do was stare from the frozen battlefield as Count Vale Balarhard stood over him, his towering presence making the brutal conclusion of their fight impossible to deny. Those sharp electric blue eyes stayed locked on the fallen prince, cold, steady, and completely unforgiving. But the deepest wound came from the scarred Count himself, crimson light burning in his gaze as he delivered the words that struck harder than any blade. Adrian had lost. From deep within the void, a terrifying beast shaped like a dragon suddenly bursts into sight, its jaws gaping wide as rage blazes in its eyes. Black energy churns around it like a violent storm, but Gruhorn reacts in the same instant, his blade flashing upward as he moves to confront the monstrous threat head-on. The pressure crashing down on Gruhorn is far too overwhelming. His hand shakes around the hilt of his sword, barely holding on as dark energy splatters and surges through the air, and a raw, desperate cry of no tears from him, even as his spirit refuses to break. The struggle only becomes more violent, and Gruhorn screams into the swirling abyss, begging for it to stop. Then, driven by pure willpower, he reaches out and grabs hold of a glowing blue crystal, its light slicing through the darkness like one last beacon as he roars for everything to end while power crackles wildly around him. Adrian suddenly jerks awake, his eyes snapping open as if he has been ripped out of the nightmare by force. Fear and pain twist across his face together, leaving him looking as though the darkness he escaped is still clawing at his body. Before he can even gather his thoughts, his hand moves on instinct. He grips the fabric over his chest in a tight, desperate fist, as if he is trying to keep himself from falling apart. Morning sunlight spills gently into the quiet room, spreading across the bed where Adrian lies. After the chaos of the vision he just escaped, that calm brightness only makes the silence around him feel even sharper. His fingers clamp down even harder on his clothes, pulling the fabric tight against his chest. Under the force of his grip, the strained cloth gives off a faint tearing sound. Slowly, Adrian forces his body upright, still unsteady from what he has endured. He looks down at his trembling hands, and one chilling thought echoes through his mind with painful clarity: the true martial spirit him. A cold understanding settles over him, quiet and heavy, like a whisper coming from the dark. This pain is the price he paid for forcing that power open, the consequence of using the terrifying force known as splitting the dragon's scales. A sharp, twisting agony suddenly tears through Adrian's chest, making his entire body seize. The meaning cuts even deeper now, because the foundation of that martial spirit was a hymn tied to a dragon, and that meant his own body had become the vessel forced to bear its enormous burden. Even with that power shaking through him and leaving every part of his being marked by the transformation, Adrian understands one thing without the slightest doubt. No matter how dangerous it was, the risk had still been worth taking. This was the very first martial spirit hymn Adrian had ever woven by his own hands. It was born from his own will, shaped by his own strength, and created along the path he had chosen for himself. To Adrian, those 100 victories were never just memories of battles he had survived. They were his pride, his strength, and the very foundation that allowed him to keep standing tall. Through 100 duels, Adrian had endured hardship after hardship, each trial crashing into him like another merciless wave. And with every challenge he survived, he was shaped into someone even harder to break. Now, even greater waves were waiting for him somewhere ahead, but Adrian's resolve did not falter. His efforts had not been in vain, because the grade of his dragon's sacrifice had risen slightly, revealing the first sign of a new level of power opening before him. As Adrian slowly comes back to himself, a worried attendant rushes to his bedside. Her anxious face shows how desperately she hopes the new strength he gained will be enough to face their current crisis, and she addresses him with urgent concern as His Highness, Prince Adrian. Her voice trembles with relief as she tells him how grateful she is that he has finally regained consciousness. The worry she had been holding inside seems to spill out all at once now that he is awake. Then she quickly explains just how terrible the situation around them became. Everything had fallen into chaos. The castle itself had collapsed, and she had never seen him look so utterly humiliated before, so she can only ask him what happened. Once Adrian is fully conscious, the attendant does not waste any time giving him the next piece of troubling news. Count Balerhard left behind a message, ordering that he be informed the very moment His Highness woke up. A low, pained groan slips from Adrian's throat as he takes in the news. His gaze sharpens little by little, but beneath that focus, a faint trace of unease begins to show. His hand clenches once more, though this time the motion carries a quieter, steadier determination. Whatever may be waiting for him next, Adrian understands that before anything else, he has to let his body rest. The ugly scar carved across his chest makes it painfully clear how violently that power tore through him. If he fails to fully heal the spirit damaged by pushing the martial spirit him past its limit, the consequences will be catastrophic. Adrian knows that what would come afterward would not be simple pain or ordinary suffering. It would be a merciless reckoning, one brutal enough to drag his entire world into darkness. His current reality, and the memories of his past, would start crashing into one another without mercy. Everything inside his mind would twist together, turning into a chaos too unbearable to control. And if that collapse continued without stopping, the world around him would eventually shatter completely. In the end, Adrian would become a raving madman, trapped forever inside his own martial spirit. That thought hits him with an icy force. He would be dragged back into that blackened world once again, and this time there might be no coming back, because the possibility of losing his mind for good sends a cold chill through him. Agnes Byrne appears like a legend given human form, a powerful swordswoman whose very presence carries both elegance and strength. Her auburn hair burns like a symbol of the extraordinary bloodline she left behind. Back in the present, Adelia reveals the truth to Adrian. Agnes Byrne was a legendary swordswoman, and because Adelia is her descendant, she may carry the potential to inherit the incredible martial spirit hymn that Agnes left behind. Adrian is visibly stunned by the revelation, his mind struggling to accept what he has just heard. Adelia's ancestor was not merely impressive, but a legendary swordswoman powerful enough to leave a martial spirit hymn for the generations after her. But Adelia does not allow that sense of wonder to linger for too long. She pulls the conversation back to the reality in front of them, warning that if she truly wants to wield a hymn of that level, she will have to grow far beyond her current limits. When the subject turns to Adrian's thoughts on the hymn, he hesitates. His words catch in his throat, and behind his eyes, a storm of thoughts seems to move too quickly for him to answer right away. His gaze drops, and a troubled expression settles over his face. He struggles to find the right response, faltering over the words before he can properly say what is weighing on his mind. Adelia lowers her eyes as she thinks about the road ahead of her. Her voice is quiet, but there is determination hidden inside it as she wonders what might happen if she could truly become a knight. Inside her mind, the image of a smaller, younger Adrian suddenly flashes into view. That memory sharpens her resolve even more as she imagines what it would really mean if she became a knight. Then Adelia turns with clear purpose, her red robes swaying around her as she begins to walk away. Before leaving, she gives Adrian one practical piece of advice. If he cannot figure it out right now, then he should try again later. Adelia walks past Adrian while he stays seated where he is, still caught in his thoughts with a half-finished glass of wine resting nearby. But just as she moves away, her steps suddenly slow, as though doubt or a new decision has stopped her in place. She pivots sharply, her expression now filled with earnest conviction, and calls out to His Highness. Then she clasps her hands together in a gesture of deep respect and unwavering resolve, declaring that she will become one. Adrian's eyes widen immediately. The sudden strength and sincerity behind Adelia's vow catch him completely off guard, leaving him frozen for a moment. Before them, a magnificent ancient sword begins to take shape, glowing with a soft and otherworldly radiance. It feels as if the very essence of martial deeds has been given form right before their eyes. Martial spirit hymns often begin with something grand and dramatic, like the powerful cry of a trumpet ringing out across a battlefield. But some legendary hymns are born from something much simpler, like a single firm step forward across an open field. Adrian can only stare in stunned silence. His eyes widen as the meaning of what he is hearing crashes into him all at once, leaving him unable to respond. Those extraordinary hymns often begin with a sincere and unshakable oath. It is just like the moment Adelia knelt before him and pledged her entire life to His Highness, with all the resolve she possessed. A vow like that is not merely a string of words spoken in the heat of the moment. It is a binding declaration of loyalty, powerful enough to redirect the entire course of a person's life. The prince looks down at his hand, still trying to grasp the weight of devotion that deep. At the same time, he tries to understand what kind of power such a vow may have awakened. Then a thought strikes him with sudden force. Could this be something like Adelia's martial spirit hymn? The instant that question forms in his mind, a fresh surge of power erupts before him. Golden light bursts outward from a hand, pulsing with fierce living energy. The air around it seems to tremble under the sudden release, as if the power itself is announcing its arrival. As that radiant energy gathers and takes shape, a brand new martial spirit hymn is born before their eyes. The oath made manifest rises like a glowing mystical tree, bright, alive, and unmistakable proof that something truly powerful has come into existence. And this was not some ordinary hymn quietly awakening in the background. A clear confirmation flared before Adrian's eyes as the power finally stabilized into a distinct form. A normal-grade martial spirit hymn, the hymn of domination, had been forged. Adrian stared in stunned silence as a glowing orb pulsed in his palm, its sudden force so intense that even he was shaken by how violently it had come into existence. Taylor, however, did not flinch from what had just been born. Still kneeling in place with unwavering resolve, he accepted the emergence of this new martial spirit hymn completely, even though achieving it meant carrying the suffocating weight of absolute submission on his own shoulders. Somewhere else in the city, Adelia drew in a sharp, startled breath, the realization striking her like a blow straight to the chest. She could barely process the fact that a descendant of the Vale Marquis had truly created a hymn centered on subordination. Adrian recovered from his shock quickly, the surprise in his eyes fading into something much sharper and more calculating. This turn of events had come without warning, but he understood almost immediately that this newly born power could become a meaningful advantage if used properly. He lowered his gaze toward his hand, where a faint, otherworldly glow still clung to his skin. Deep inside him, he could feel the seed of that martial spirit hymn settling in, taking root within his very being like something that had only just begun to grow. A knowing smile slowly curled across Adelia's lips, carrying a confidence that almost seemed wicked. Behind that expression, she was already calculating how Adrian's newly awakened power might fit neatly into the larger plans beginning to form in her mind. When Adrian faced Taylor again, the hard edge in his expression eased, and he offered him a simple but sincere word of thanks. Even so, the mystery of this new power still lingered heavily around him, while Adelia watched from across the table, her untouched food sitting before her as a quiet tension spread through the room. Worry gathered clearly across Adelia's face. Her eyes stayed fixed on Adrian, studying him closely as though she were trying to catch every tiny shift in his expression and understand what was happening inside him. Adrian sat across from her, still visibly worn down by everything he had endured. His thoughts kept circling restlessly, because although he knew a new power had definitely been born inside him, he still could not tell what purpose it served or how it was supposed to help him. Several days slipped by after that, and beneath a clear, flawless sky, the grand castle stood in solemn silence. Yet even as time moved forward, Adrian remained caught in the same unanswered questions, unable to fully understand the power now resting within him. He listened closely to the voice speaking from somewhere out of sight, keeping his face so perfectly controlled that not even the smallest hint of his thoughts was allowed to show. Standing before the majestic throne as Prince Ian, Adrian calmly assured Queen Margarita that he was fine. Off to the side, Adelia remained nearby, watching the exchange with sharp attention and taking in every word. But inside Adrian's mind, the situation was anything but calm. To him, facing a real enemy on the battlefield would have been far easier than trying to untangle the complicated question of who he truly was. Queen Margarita was wrestling with complicated thoughts of her own. After all, dealing with people who believed they had some rightful claim over Adrian's very essence was far more difficult than simply standing against an enemy she could see and strike down. Then a question was placed before Adrian, one that cut straight through every layer of hesitation and struck at the heart of the matter. Did he resent his uncle? Adelia seemed to sense the pain hidden behind that question, and she made it clear that she had no intention of hurting him with it. She understood just how harshly he had been treated. But Adrian answered with cool restraint, saying that he did not truly resent him. Adelia refused to accept that answer so easily. She challenged him directly, asking how he could possibly feel nothing after enduring his uncle's constant severity and endless scolding, even calling his denial an obvious lie. Adrian, however, only shook his head and repeated with firm calm that he truly did not resent him. With his gaze steady and unmoving, Adrian stood his ground even more firmly. He insisted that those feelings simply did not exist inside him, refusing to let even a crack appear in his answer. Yet beneath that calm expression, something far more dangerous was stirring in silence. The inner demon planted inside him on that fateful day had stripped away his pride and twisted the truth within him, leaving Adrian to carry a monstrous burden that no one else could see. That dark seed was a vicious gift left behind from that day, buried deep inside him like a curse waiting for the right moment. Adrian understood that if he failed to overcome it, the thing within him would eventually surge out and devour him completely. Even with that threat weighing on him, Adrian kept himself focused. He took in every word with intense attention, while a steady determination burned beneath the calm mask he showed to the room. Adelia went on, explaining that Adrian's uncle had been deeply trusted by the Emperor, but that he had always been rough and difficult by nature. In that sense, he was completely unlike Adrian himself. She pushed Adrian to look at the matter from a wider angle. Without that harsh and rough edge, she argued his uncle might have become a complete fool, the kind of reckless man who would even dare to disrespect the Emperor. A faint flicker of understanding crossed Adrian's face. He remembered how people said his uncle had held the Emperor's heart more securely than any official title or formal position ever could. But that fragile sense of calm could not last. The moment probation ended, everything fell into chaos, and a younger Adrian was swept into the turmoil as orders came down for him to be arrested along with everyone else. Adelia wondered whether his uncle's impossible position had forced him into that twisted role, while the young Adrian's face tightened with visible anguish. Adrian raised a hand to his chin, his eyes darkening as he turned those painful details over in his mind. But instead of answering immediately, he held his silence and let the thoughts settle. Rather than speak, he turned his gaze toward the window and released a heavy sigh. With his hands clasped together, Adrian remained lost in thought, while the conversation and the memories it had stirred continued circling through him without end. One question burned in Adrian's mind more sharply than all the rest. Why would that man of all people go so far for him? Before he could sink any deeper into that thought, the old scholar Niccolo Marciadel called out to the prince, his expression grave and serious. But Gruhorn's answer came at once, sharp enough to cut through the room. Without the slightest hesitation, he interrupted Niccolo with open defiance. Nearby, Adelia Bayern watched the tense exchange unfold, and all she could think was that the atmosphere around them was growing more uncomfortable by the second. Niccolo continued pressing the issue, his voice growing heavier with each word. He warned that if neither side was willing to yield, then the fragile peace between humans and demons would be destroyed. His voice rose almost to a shout as he asked whether the prince was truly prepared for that outcome, reminding him that he had only just returned. The tension in the room climbed higher with every word, but Gruhorn refused to step back, snapping in return that he had not even begun yet, and that no one should dare try to toy with him. Although Gruhorn appeared young on the outside, his mind was already moving far beyond what his age suggested. He had gathered more than enough information to understand the board laid out before him, and the pieces now in play. Niccolo looked almost defeated for a moment as he apologized, saying he could not simply allow this matter to proceed unchecked. But then his stance shifted, and he offered a different path, saying he would stand with Gruhorn if the prince was truly determined to continue. Niccolo then made his condition perfectly clear. Gruhorn would have to face a series of trials first, and only after proving himself worthy would the old scholar lend him the full weight of his power. Gruhorn's expression twisted into a confident, almost predatory smirk. His answer came smoothly and with chilling ease as he said that he liked the sound of that. Niccolo slammed a book down onto the table, and the heavy impact echoed through the room. Gruhorn's conviction burned in his eyes as he declared that humans always had to be watched carefully because the moment they were shown too much leniency, they would exploit it. Niccolo's eyes widened ever so slightly. Whether he liked it or not, he was forced to acknowledge just how coldly accurate the prince's assessment really was. Then Niccolo pushed the book forward across the table, a sharp glint lighting his eyes. He promised that Gruhorn would find the book's cold economic analysis of human-demon relations rather interesting. The argument written inside the book was brutally direct. It claimed that the Mana Protection Act had been nothing more than a complete deception, one that benefited only the demons while turning them into idle burdens carried by humanity. Niccolo's words landed exactly where he intended, and the young prince could not dismiss the logic so easily. In the end, he conceded that every relationship, no matter how noble it appeared, was ultimately built on exchange between both sides. The scholar dug even deeper into the text, pointing out key sections with careful precision as he strengthened his argument piece by piece. Outside the room, the sun slowly sank toward the horizon, stretching long shadows across the magnificent castle. Niccolo turned his attention back to the prince, the heavy book resting between them like silent proof of everything he had just explained. Its presence alone seemed to weigh on the conversation. Gruhorn let out a surprised breath, caught slightly off guard by how the discussion had unfolded. Niccolo, however, only smiled calmly and said that he would wait for the prince's decision. The prince lowered his gaze, staring quietly at his own hand as though the answer might be written somewhere in his palm. Then the truth behind the entire exchange settled over him, and a dry laugh slipped from his lips. This had never been a simple lesson at all. It had been a masterful display of manipulation, from beginning to end. That old man really was sly, Adrian thought to himself, and despite everything, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, Niccolo remained as careful and calculating as ever, quietly considering what move the first prince would choose next. Niccolo Marchiadel stood within the lavish chamber, his expression unreadable. Behind that calm and composed face, his sharp mind remained hidden, turning over possibilities no one else could see. Inwardly, he reflected that this prince was nothing like the rumors had claimed. And as time continued to move beneath the brilliant sun, that thought remained in the air like the beginning of a far more complicated game. Back in his own room at last, Adrian Leonberg let his tense shoulders sink, as though they had been carrying the entire weight of the palace. A long, drained sigh slipped out of him, heavy with every irritation, every scheme, and every exhausting problem that had piled up around him. He collapsed across the bed without even trying to sit properly. His body sprawled out in pure boredom, while Niccolo Marchiadel stayed close by. For a while, neither of them said anything until Adrian finally broke the thick silence with a flat, honest mutter that he was so bored he could barely stand it. As much as Adrian hated admitting it, Niccolo was far from the monster those ugly rumors had painted him to be. Still, even after realizing that Adrian knew perfectly well that pretending nothing had happened or hiding behind excuses would only make what had already been done even uglier. And yet, despite everything that had taken place, Niccolo was still there at his side, calm, steady, and patient enough to wait without pressing him. For the first time Adrian could remember, something uncomfortable pricked at his chest, a small, unfamiliar guilt that refused to disappear. Adrian slowly shifted his gaze toward Niccolo, his expression sharpening as he asked what they should do next. Then, without wasting another breath or dragging out the tension any longer, he gave the order plainly and told him to bring the man inside. Several days had slipped by since the last duel, but Adrian could feel that the quiet pause had finally reached its end. The moment he had been waiting for was here. Niccolo Marchiadel, watchful as ever and careful with every reaction, clearly understood the same thing. This meeting had been delayed long enough, and now it could no longer be avoided. The very instant Adrian found himself face to face with the newcomer, a faint uneasiness flickered across his features. His expression darkened for a brief moment, just long enough to reveal that even he could not completely hide what he was feeling. The air inside the room seemed to grow heavier as that imposing figure stood before him, still and unyielding. His cold stare locked directly on Adrian. In those eyes, Adrian could see it at once. The resentment had never faded. Beneath the surface, old hatred still burned. the kind of hatred carved deep by a painful past. The man did not offer even a single word, but his silence was far from empty. It pressed down on the room so heavily that it felt as if every unspoken accusation was hanging in the air between them. Adrian felt his chest tighten under that wordless pressure. Then, with an unusually gentle look softening his face, he lowered his eyes and allowed a sincere apology to leave his lips, quiet but unmistakably real. A sharp flare of anger flashed through the visitor's eye, as if every miserable consequence caused by the prince's foolishness had surged back to the surface all at once. Looking down at Adrian, he spoke with a voice that cut cleanly through the stillness, firm and unwavering, declaring that he regretted nothing, not one thing, not for a single moment. Those merciless words should have struck Adrian hard, and yet, strangely enough, they brought him a sense of relief. Seeing that the man had not bowed, softened, or changed after all this time left Adrian with a quiet satisfaction he could not quite explain. Then his uncle's voice sliced sharply into the room, forcing Adrian to remember exactly what he had done in the past, especially the capture of his own brother, Andrew. But Adrian barely reacted. Instead, he faced that anger with a calm, almost composed expression and simply asked what his uncle wanted from him. His uncle's scarred face stayed rigid, as hard and unmoving as carved stone. His eyes, however, burned with a stubborn intensity, a fierce anger, and resolve that showed no sign of softening anytime soon. Then, with a desperate edge beneath his voice, the older man offered Adrian anything he might demand. His arm, his eye, even whatever else would be enough to satisfy him. But Adrian only dismissed the offer with a careless wave, as if those sacrifices were nothing but worthless scraps, asking what he was supposed to do with junk like that. For a brief moment, Adrian simply looked at him. Then a small, knowing smirk began to creep across the corner of his mouth, hinting that he had already decided exactly how this conversation was going to go. With shameless confidence written all over his face, Adrian announced that, believe it or not, he was actually being generous this time. He made it very clear that from this point on, he would be the one deciding the conditions, and before anyone in the room could interrupt, object, or try to steer the conversation away, Adrian declared that he would state what he wanted first. Then Adrian turned his attention toward his uncle with a strangely casual attitude, as if they had not just been standing in the middle of a tense confrontation and brought up something none of them had expected, an outing beyond the palace. His uncle immediately stiffened, still tense from everything that had just been said, and pushed back without hesitation. He reminded Adrian that even if his probation had already come to an end, that did not suddenly give him permission to wander freely outside the capital. Adrian merely flashed him a confident grin, brushing aside the concern as though it barely mattered. He explained that he was not planning some reckless journey to a faraway place. He only wanted to go a short distance beyond the capital's walls. He explained the plan in a straightforward way. The arrangements would take a little time, of course, but with the upcoming banquet drawing closer, that event would create the perfect opening for him to slip away properly, without causing unnecessary trouble. His uncle wore the expression of a man who already knew he had lost this argument before it was even finished. After a weary pause, he finally gave a reluctant nod and promised that once the schedule had been finalized, he would contact Adrian. Adrian, sounding completely like the one holding authority in the room, simply told him to make sure it was done properly. Then his uncle, still carrying that unreadable look on his face, studied Adrian closely and asked what exactly he was planning to do with this outing in the first place. Adrian paused for a moment as if quietly weighing how much of the truth he should actually reveal. But before he could give a full answer, his uncle hesitated and began in a low, cautious voice with a drawn-out, uncertain, "Well." A sly grin spread across Adrian's face, brightening his expression with a mischievous edge. He admitted that the idea had come out of nowhere, but he had simply reached the point where he could no longer ignore his curiosity about what existed beyond those palace walls. Even while saying that, Adrian's mind was already turning. The Count's broken promise had unexpectedly become a useful opening, and Adrian fully intended to take that opportunity and squeeze every possible advantage out of it. Still, even with his thoughts moving toward his next scheme, Adrian could not completely shake a faint sense of pity for the stubborn old man. After all, his own antics had clearly dragged the man into more trouble than anyone would have wanted. Before Adrian could sink any further into those thoughts, his uncle's voice cut in and snapped him back to the present. He demanded to know what Adrian found so amusing, then pointed out that lately, the prince had been looking a little too cheerful for comfort. Adrian answered only with a vague hum, giving away almost nothing. His uncle, meanwhile, addressed him with the proper respect owed to a prince, even though the tension between them had not fully disappeared. Then the older man finally delivered the news Adrian had been waiting to hear. The letter had arrived at last. A pristine letter was brought before him, untouched and neatly presented. Its seal was pressed tight with a vivid red wax emblem. the kind of striking mark that made it clear something important was waiting inside. The message itself was brief, almost surprisingly so, but the meaning behind it landed with force. The sender wrote that they had recently achieved a small accomplishment, a simple phrase that carried the unmistakable weight of victory. And the person behind that message was a fierce woman with long, dark hair and eyes blazing with brilliant blue light. Her armored figure stood surrounded by raw, crackling power, while electric blue energy surged around her razor-sharp blade, humming like a storm gathered at the edge of release. With those bright blue eyes burning fiercely and her dark hair flowing around her, she declared that it seemed they would soon be able to meet Adrian. Until that day finally came, she hoped he would remain safe and in good health. That powerful message had been sent by none other than Arwen Kurgayan. As Adrian held the letter in his hand, a subtle smile touched his face. The timing was almost too perfect, and 5 days later, his uncle arrived with news that suited him even better. Then, just 2 days after that, the long-awaited departure finally began. Carriages rolled forward, guards rode out with thunderous force, and the entire procession moved through the castle gates with all the weight and presence of a royal journey. From inside his carriage, Adrian leaned slightly toward the window and looked out at his uncle. He asked where they were actually headed, reminding him that he had said they were only stopping by to visit Ellen County. Somewhere nearby, his uncle stood with that stern, knowing expression fixed on his face. With a dry remark, he observed that Adrian truly was the type who could not stay still for even a moment. Adrian pressed him harder, clearly wanting real answers instead of vague comments. He urged his uncle to stop circling around the issue, explain the details already, and then get back inside the carriage. Ellen County was not just some ordinary territory tucked away on the map. It was known as the royal court's greatest center of weapon production, a land shaped by steel, skilled hands, and the military strength that came from both. Deep within its borders, rich iron mines produced ore of exceptional quality. It was exactly the kind of raw material that every army would covet, because from that metal the foundation of powerful weapons could be forged. And beyond the mines, Ellen County also housed a legendary guild of blacksmiths. Those craftsmen were waiting there, ready to transform that precious iron into weapons strong enough to shift the momentum of a battlefield. With a sly grin spreading across his face, Adrian's uncle announced that, from every angle, everything about this place was absolutely perfect. Adrian, however, looked completely thrown off by that explanation. He admitted that all he had wanted was to patrol the borders and take a proper look at the royal armory. His uncle bowed deeply and asked His Highness for forgiveness, but then calmly delivered the real blow. This matter had come down as a royal order, which meant any discussion about weapons was completely off the table. Adrian grumbled under his breath, admitting that it made sense when he considered his uncle's position. But behind that irritated look on his face, his mind had already started moving again, quietly searching for another path forward. Fierce glint sharpened in Adrian's eyes as one conclusion settled clearly in his mind. If he truly wanted a proper weapon, then sooner or later he would have no choice but to storm the royal palace and take one for himself. And with that thought lingering in his head, the journey carried on. The carriage wheels continued to turn, the guards rode steadily beside them, and Adrian sat deep in thought, already beginning to shape the next move he would make. Meanwhile, Vale Ballarhard stayed close enough to observe Adrian without making it obvious, his sharp old eyes catching every tiny shift in the prince's face. And the longer he watched, the more he began to understand that beneath that troublesome royal attitude, his nephew was not just acting on impulse, there was a surprisingly capable mind working behind that mask. But the journey was not made up only of silent calculations and clever thoughts. Inside the cramped carriage, Adrian was already fed up with the airless, uncomfortable ride, and he snapped for someone to close the window. Vale Ballarhard, however, rejected him without the slightest hesitation. Whether they suffered inside the carriage or endured the road on horseback, the harsh 20-day trip had barely even begun. Their route stretched out far ahead of them, first leading through Ellen County for a short stop along the way. After that brief pause, they would have to force their way through another difficult 2-day march before finally reaching Iron Lion Castle. That stop was meant to give the whole group a chance to breathe, recover from the road, and gather their strength before the final return toward the capital. But Adrian was in no mood to appreciate any of that, because at that moment, all he could feel was the suffocating sense of being trapped. For 3 full days, Adrian had been sealed inside that same carriage, stuck in one narrow seat with the walls pressing in around him and barely enough space to shift his posture. And the constant rattling of the carriage was only part of the torment. Across from him sat someone so impossibly dull that even the quiet between them started to feel heavy, awkward, and almost painful to endure. At last, Adrian's patience ran out completely. With irritation building at his temples and boredom gnawing at him, he decided that before anything else, He needed to check the state of his own body. Once he looked inward, the answer became painfully clear. After using the sword of true Gruhorn, the mana inside him had been drained almost to the very bottom, leaving him close to empty. A faint blue light began to gather around Adrian's body, thin and unstable, flickering as if it could vanish at any moment. That weak glow made it obvious just how much power had been torn out of him. Now there was no avoiding it. He had to build that mana back up again. Adrian pulled his attention deep inside himself, preparing to search out every remaining trace of mana hidden within his body. He narrowed his mind until everything else faded away, focusing only on that hollow space inside him. Bit by bit, Adrian set himself to refill it, determined not to let even the smallest fragment of usable power slip past him. Blue energy began to ripple around him in slow, steady waves. As Adrian pulled every buried spark of mana from the depths of his body, that faint glow gradually strengthened, pulsing with more life than before. Then a thought cut through Adrian's concentration. If he could fill his mana heart completely in its current state, then the possibilities waiting for him would be almost ridiculous, far beyond anything he had expected. All at once, a powerful shock surged through his entire body. Adrian's eyes flew open wide, his expression frozen in disbelief as the realization hit him without warning. One stunned question screamed through his mind. When had his mana leaked and spread this badly? The amount of energy moving through him was far greater than he had imagined, as if his body was still carrying the aftermath of some absurdly powerful magical feat. And then the answer became perfectly clear. This overwhelming change, this impossible expansion inside him, had been caused by none other than the sword of true Gruhorn. His mana heart had not simply recovered from exhaustion. It had grown, expanded, and climbed to an entirely different level. Adrian could feel that change spreading through his whole body, reshaping him from within as though his very foundation had been rebuilt. Because of that transformation, his body was no longer limited to the amount of mana it had once held. Now, it could contain far more power than before, opening a much wider vessel inside him. Adrian had finally stepped into the sword expert stage. With that breakthrough, a completely new condition for his strength had opened up in front of him, changing the way his power could grow from here on. Even better than that, some of the restrictions placed on the authorities he had recovered were beginning to loosen. The tight limits that had once held them back were easing, giving Adrian more freedom to use them. And among those awakened powers, the legendary Gruhorn Sword Authority had clearly advanced the most. Its level had risen sharply, standing out above the rest, with a presence Adrian could not ignore. As the messages faded from sight, Adrian was no longer focused on the road outside. He was lounging against a plush couch, completely absorbed by what hovered in his hands, two tiny glowing figures, strange little forms born from his own power. Watching them float there, he let out a low sound of interest. Adrian leaned his gaze closer to the miniature versions of himself, studying the way each small figure shimmered faintly above his palm. The sight was so strange and fascinating that a soft, impressed sound escaped him before he could stop it. Then a confident smile slowly spread across his face, carrying an almost dangerous edge. His fingers curled into a fist, and the thrill of raw power seemed to buzz through his entire body. After breaking past his former limits and climbing to a new height, Adrian Leonberg finally reached a breathtaking estate. Its grand classical architecture rose proudly over the surrounding land, elegant and massive enough to make the whole place feel like a symbol of wealth and authority. Inside the estate, a young man was already waiting to greet him. He bowed deeply before Adrian, lowering his head with such careful respect that every word he spoke seemed filled with honor at receiving the prince. The young man introducing himself was Torrance Ellen, the eldest son of the Ellen family. Stepping forward with polished manners, he formally welcomed Adrian into their household. As they began walking through the estate, Adrian gave a brief word of thanks for the hospitality. Torrance, acting like the perfect host, immediately assumed the long journey must have worn the prince down and offered to guide him directly to his room so he could rest. Adrian listened quietly as they walked, his face giving away almost nothing. His expression remained calm and unreadable, making it hard to tell whether he was interested, tired, or already thinking about something else entirely. But this estate was famous as a major center of weapon production, and Adrian had not forgotten that for even a second. The moment he stepped inside, his attention naturally drifted toward the many weapons displayed around him. Unfortunately, most of those weapons were clearly meant for show. They gleamed beautifully and looked impressive on display, but they were polished decorations rather than tools meant for a real battlefield. Somewhere among all that flashy, useless gear, Adrian still needed to locate the one special item he had truly come to find. With that purpose fixed firmly in his mind, Adrian sharpened his focus. He pushed aside the distractions around him and locked onto a single mission: Find the crucial item hidden among everything else in this estate. Nearby, Torrance turned toward an older attendant and asked whether the Blacksmiths Guild had truly taken control of that particular area. The attendant answered carefully, admitting that they had, though his hesitant tone made it clear there was more to the matter than he wanted to say. Adrian picked up on that conversation immediately. The instant the blacksmiths were mentioned, his attention shifted away from the decorative weapons and toward the territory connected to the guild. Without waiting around or asking for a long explanation, Adrian was already heading in that direction, moving as though his decision had been made the moment he heard the word blacksmith. The attendant hurried after him and quickly warned that blacksmiths were not an easy group to deal with. They were stubborn, difficult people, and Adrian should not expect them to warmly welcome him just because he was a prince. Adrian accepted the warning without looking especially surprised. He already understood that craftsmen like them, once absorbed in their work, would not easily tear their attention away, not even if a noble lord appeared right in front of them. He knew exactly what the attendant was trying to say. These blacksmiths had a reputation for being as hard-headed as the iron they hammered into shape. But Adrian also understood something else. Real craftsmanship deserved respect, and sometimes respect came with a generous hand. The moment Adrian stepped inside the guild, a wave of heat struck him head-on like a physical wall. Furnaces roared all around the vast space, and bursts of flame flashed through the air, lighting everything in fierce, violent waves. The attendant had to raise his voice just to be heard over the thunderous noise. He warned Adrian that the heat was unbearable and that they could leave if the prince found it too much. Around them, blacksmiths hammered glowing metal without pause, filling the guild with the wild rhythm of steel, fire, sweat, and sparks. Adrian, however, did not take even a single step back. He stood calmly in the scorching air, determination steady in his eyes, while the endless clang of hammers echoed around him like the heartbeat of something being created from raw flame. Torrance Ellen glanced toward him with visible concern, his eyes lingering on Adrian's face. Silently, he seemed to wonder whether the prince could truly endure a place this harsh and overwhelming. The flames kept roaring higher, washing the entire blacksmith's guild in a fierce red-orange glow. The light flickered over walls, tools, and sweating workers until the forge looked less like a workshop and more like the inside of an inferno. Adrian stood in the center of that suffocating heat as though the fire itself had swallowed him, yet the resolve in his eyes burned even brighter than the flames around him, untouched by the pressure pressing down on every side. All around him, the blacksmiths continued their work with relentless force. Their hammers came down again and again, each brutal strike carrying the weight of tireless effort and absolute concentration. And there, in the middle of that roaring chaos, Adrian Leonberg remained planted where he stood. He endured the oppressive heat without backing away, his gaze fixed forward with an intensity that did not waver. Then, cutting through the endless roar of flames and the crash of metal, one sound rang out more clearly than all the rest. It was a clean, perfect strike, so precise that it immediately caught Adrian's attention. The hammer continued to fall, and every impact carried the unmistakable control of a true master. Then the smith pulled himself back from the forge for a moment, a quiet breath leaving him as his eyes noticed something new nearby. Before the forge stood an ancient blacksmith, his body lit by heat and raw strength as he worked with terrifying focus. The hand gripping his hammer seemed almost wrapped in flame, revealing the tremendous power behind each and every strike. Adrian's eyes suddenly flared with golden light as realization struck him all at once. This was the one. In that instant, a burning memory rose from deep within him. The sight of a roaring inferno, the image of a legendary sword, and the very first thing he could remember. Back in the present, Adrian Leonberg stood inside the heart of the blacksmith's guild, sweat sliding down the side of his face as the heat pressed against him from every direction. Around him, the entire workshop blazed like a giant furnace, packed with violent flames, raw metal, and a fierce power that seemed to shake the air itself. Adelia Byrne, standing close beside him as his loyal attendant, noticed his condition almost immediately. Her eyes lingered on the sweat beading across his face, and though she said nothing at first, the quiet concern in her gaze made it clear she was watching him carefully. Adrian merely let out a short, dismissive sound, brushing the whole thing off as if admitting the heat was getting to him would be more annoying than the heat itself. A brief sigh escaped him as his eyes swept across the burning guild. In one glance, he took in the rushing flames, the flying sparks, and the constant thunder of hammers striking steel. The blacksmith's guild was bursting with life and motion. Craftsmen moved everywhere across the floor, their hammers crashing down in a deafening rhythm, while the forges exhaled waves of scorching fire into the already blistering air. Then heavy footsteps began to echo through the massive hall, somehow cutting through even the roar of the forge. A man pushed his way forward from among the workers, lowered himself deeply before Adrian, and offered his formal respects to the prince. Adelia quickly leaned closer to Adrian and explained in a low voice that the man now standing before them was Saksin, the master craftsman who ruled over the entire blacksmith's guild. But Adrian Leonberg was hardly focused on the greeting. His attention had already been stolen by the forge itself, by the molten glow of heated metal, the spray of sparks, and the fierce force radiating from the work taking place before him. Before Adrian could even blink, Saksin suddenly exploded with anger. His voice boomed across the guild as he shouted that the prince should be shown proper respect, barking at the man like a furious master scolding a reckless rascal. Adrian simply looked down at the raging guildmaster without the slightest hint of fear. Then, in a cold and perfectly calm voice that sliced through all the noise around them, he delivered one blunt remark. He was loud. Saksin froze on the spot, stunned into silence. His expression crumpled with disbelief, as if he could not quite process that the prince had actually answered his fury with something so flat and fearless. On the anvil nearby, the heated metal bar continued to burn with an intense glow. Its surface pulsed with wild, untamed heat, looking almost as if it had swallowed the furnace's fire and was still struggling to contain it. Adrian's eyes remained fixed on that glowing bar, and the more he watched, the clearer the situation became. The blacksmiths were still fighting to control the heat, despite all their preparations, and worse than that, they were carrying out a process he had never ordered. Saksin snapped back at him without backing down, telling Adrian that unless he intended to step in and handle the furnace himself, he should stop standing there and getting in the way. All around them, the rest of the blacksmiths continued forcing their way through the work, barely slowing even for the confrontation. One of them shouted urgently across the noise, calling for his partner to grab the tools. Adrian ignored Saksin as if the man's anger did not matter at all. His gaze dropped toward the forge, and then, in a calm voice that no one expected, he gave a simple command, step on the pedal. His eyes settled on the furnace with sharp, unwavering focus. In that moment, Adrian's silent presence felt less like curiosity and more like a cold judgment pressing down over the entire workshop. The forge responded with a violent roar. Flames surged upward as the hammer strikes thundered one after another, each impact falling into a relentless rhythm filled with raw, crushing power. Every blow sent sparks bursting out in bright, blinding showers. The sound of steel meeting steel tore through the guild like a ringing command, sharp enough to cut through the heat and noise. Adrian's attention never left the blacksmith's movements. Every strike carried an undeniable force, and as the inferno raged in front of him, something deep inside Adrian began to stir. A piercing blue light ignited in his eyes, reflecting the wild power of the forge back at the flames. The air around Adrian suddenly seemed to erupt into motion. Heat, flame, and blinding light twisted together around him, forming a raging vortex that made the space feel as if it had become the center of a storm. Through that blazing chaos, the hammer came down once more. It crashed into the incandescent metal with a force so heavy and absolute that it felt powerful enough to shake the earth beneath their feet. Adrian stood firm in the middle of that inferno, his gaze still locked on the blacksmith. The man did not hesitate for even an instant, each strike shaping the metal with such certainty that it looked almost as if he were carving destiny into the blade itself. Then, without warning, an overwhelming golden energy burst around Adrian and rushed through his body. The sensation hit him so intensely that it nearly left him stunned where he stood, and for a moment he could only reel beneath the force of it while desperately trying to understand what this strange feeling was. Inside his mind, a brutal battlefield suddenly unfolded beneath falling snow. Countless bodies lay scattered across the frozen ground, and there rested the one once called the Demon Sword Gruhorn, the legendary ancient hero himself. Yet, for some unknown reason, that vision faded and gave way to a lavish hall, where Vale Baillarhard and Torrance Ellen were speaking seriously about a master craftsman who had spent 100 straight months melting and forging without rest. Torrance Ellen could not hide his confusion as he listened. He asked whether all that impossible effort had resulted only in failures, but Vale Baillarhard simply gave a small shrug, admitting that judging something like that was not so simple. After all, every sword forged by that powerful, white-haired smith was treated as a masterpiece. His skill had built such an overwhelming reputation that people had come to call him by a legendary title, the Master Smith of Swords. What made it even stranger was the way Saksin worked. He would melt down swords that looked worthless at first glance, blades that seemed beyond saving, yet somehow no one could fully understand how he transformed them through his craft. Then Vale Baillarhard revealed something even harder to believe. For the past month, the old smith had barely slept at all, pouring his body, his spirit, and every last ounce of strength into the forge. Torrance Ellen's concern only deepened when he heard that. He pointed out that once a craftsman was no longer young, pushing his body that far made his condition something they had to worry about far more seriously. As the two of them continued walking toward a magnificent building, their tense conversation carried on. Step by step, their words led them closer to the heart of the estate and the mystery waiting inside it. Vale Ballarhard finally stated it plainly. The smith was nothing less than a true craftsman, and from that point onward, the prince became just as relentless. Day after day, Adrian came to the forge every morning and refused to leave until night had completely swallowed the sky. Through all of those long days, the old smith never slowed his hands. Like a living machine created for the sole purpose of forging, he kept swinging his hammer, each movement so quick, precise, and steady that it almost blurred before the eye. Adrian only watched in silence. He stood nearby as the forge roared and the hammer came crashing down with a heavy, powerful clang. Then another strike followed, just as fierce and earth-shaking as the one before it. Eventually, the people in town grew used to the sight of the first prince lingering near the forge. What had once been shocking became ordinary, and most of them barely reacted anymore when Adrian appeared there again. Then, at last, the time came for the prince to leave. His footsteps sounded with a quiet, heavy thud as he stepped away from the place where he had spent so many days watching the forge. Resting in his hand was a newly made sword. Its fresh surface gleamed with a clean, sharp brilliance, catching the light as if the blade itself had only just awakened. Adrian stared down at that blade, his eyes filling with a deep and unreadable thought. The immense force behind its creation seemed to echo inside him, leaving a weight that he could not easily ignore. The forge blazed once more, and with every thunderous clang, golden energy burst outward in brilliant waves. The master smith unleashed the full weight of his power, crafting something that felt less like an ordinary weapon and more like a truly legendary creation. But back at the estate, Adrian found himself caught deep inside his own thoughts. Too many ideas were racing through his mind at once, tangled together so tightly that he could not easily pull them apart. Regret tightened in his chest, no matter how hard he tried to ignore it. More than anything, he wanted just one final look at the master's legendary creation before he was forced to leave. With his back turned to the lavish surroundings of the estate, Adrian carried that silent weight with him. He did not say the desire out loud, but it showed in the heaviness of his posture and the hesitation in his steps. Still, duty had no intention of waiting for him. With a heavy heart, Adrian gave the order to his attendants, telling them it was time to go, since a party was scheduled for that night and they would have to depart early the next morning. What Adrian did not realize was that Saxon had been watching him all along. From where he stood, the old master smith's face slowly curved into a knowing smirk. Deep down, Saxon wanted the prince to see the finished sword, even if it was only for a single second. The magnificent blade now shone with a power so extraordinary that it seemed almost beyond this world. Just as Adrian began to walk away, a sudden shout rang out from behind him. The voice cut through the moment sharply enough to stop him dead in his tracks. Adrian turned back and saw Saxon standing there with unmistakable pride on his face. The old smith announced that the sword was complete, and all around them, the air began to crackle with energy as quiet gasps spread through the crowd, and something extraordinary started to take shape. With his golden hair catching the light, Adrian stared upward at the sight before him. Everyone standing with him froze in shock, unable to look away from the incredible scene unfolding in front of their eyes. Across the town, beneath the blazing glow of the setting sun, Saxon had finally brought his work to an end. Two extraordinary blades, forged with absolute precision and power, now stood completed and ready. Saxon lifted a calloused hand and wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. That rough palm alone seemed to tell the story of the brutal labor, endurance, and overwhelming effort he had poured into the work he had just finished. And then, there it was before them. The newly forged sword radiated with a brilliant, almost sacred force, its light bursting outward as though something holy had just been pulled from the heart of fire and shaped through steel. Then came the reveal none of them had been prepared for. Saxon stepped forward, no longer looking like the soot-covered blacksmith who had been buried in the forge, but dressed in the refined clothing of a nobleman. With solemn grace, he lowered himself before Adrian and presented the legendary sword with both hands. He raised the blade high toward Adrian, holding it with the weight and care of something beyond ordinary craftsmanship. His voice came out steady and powerful as he declared that he was dedicating this sword to His Highness. Saxon's gaze did not waver from Adrian's face. His eyes carried more than simple pride. There was a quiet, unshakable resolve in them that made the entire moment feel heavier, as if the sword itself had brought fate into the room. Adrian and everyone who had accompanied him could only stand there in stunned silence. The sudden turn of events had caught them completely off guard, leaving them frozen before the extraordinary scene unfolding in front of them. The metal seemed to hold the heat of 1,000 burning suns within it. That fierce power had been hammered, folded, beaten, and refined again and again until it finally reached a flawless form worthy of its overwhelming presence. Then, with a sharp, powerful swish, the freshly forged blade slid free from its scabbard. In that instant, the sword revealed itself completely, flashing into view with a force that demanded everyone's attention. Its polished surface caught every bit of light around it, reflecting the glow with such clean brilliance that the blade almost appeared to shine from within, as if it carried its own quiet radiance. This was not some ordinary weapon drawn from a forge. It was the legendary blade named in the Song of the Smiths, the sword said to call forth a sun-like blade and a king, and when Adrian wrapped his hand around that magnificent weapon, its perfect weight settled into his grip, as naturally as if it had been waiting for him. Zaxxon watched Adrian's reaction closely, then spoke with solemn confidence as he gave the blade its name. This sword, he said, would be called Twilight. The name Twilight might have suggested fading light, the edge of evening or darkness slowly approaching. But to Adrian, the sword did not feel like an ending at all. It felt more like the first glow of dawn breaking across the horizon. A smirk tugged at Adrian's mouth as he looked from the sword back to Zaxxon. With a teasing edge in his voice, he remarked that the old blacksmith had chosen surprisingly elegant words for someone who spent his life at the forge. Zaxxon looked honestly caught off guard by that response. His stern, dignified composure cracked for a moment, and all he could manage was a bewildered, stumbling reply. Then the old blacksmith released a deep sigh, one filled with relief that seemed to leave his whole body at once. Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward Adrian, who now stood before him holding the blade that had just been born from the forge. Zaxxon's weathered face still showed every trace of exhaustion, every brutal hour of labor, and every flame he had endured. Yet beneath that fatigue there was now an unmistakable glow of triumph. Later, with Vale Ballarhard and Adelia Byron nearby, Zaxxon approached Adrian as though he had something important to discuss. Adrian, however, did not let him get far, simply telling the old smith to take the matter to his uncle instead. Night eventually settled over the castle, wrapping the walls and towers in darkness. Adrian decided he would remain there until morning, while guards stood watch along the battlements beneath the quiet night sky. Alone inside his room, Adrian sat in stillness, his mind refusing to settle. Again and again, his thoughts circled back to the sword, to Zaxxon, and to the strange weight of everything that had happened around its creation. While Adrian rested, Zaxxon stood silently with his own thoughts turned toward the prophecy. To the old smith, this sword was deeply tied to Adrian's destiny, almost as if it had begun taking shape from the very moment the prince first appeared before him. Now awake, Adrian listened as Zaxxon continued speaking. The old smith said the sword had practically chosen the day of its own birth. Adrian's eyes narrowed slightly at that, and with clear skepticism in his voice, he asked whether Zaxxon truly believed such a thing. Adrian's expression gradually turned more serious. The weight of Zaxxon's words settled over him, and for a moment, he seemed to quietly measure everything the old smith had just revealed. He held the old man firmly, steadying him as the moment shifted. Zaxxon's face changed from simple shock into dawning horror, as if some chilling realization had finally broken through and reached the deepest part of him. "I see," Zaxxon breathed, his eyes snapping wide open. In that instant, a terrifying new understanding flashed across his face, sharp enough to change the entire air between them. Adrian's fingers tightened around the sword as Zaxxon's earlier words echoed through his mind. And now, more than ever, he felt as though he could finally understand exactly what the old man had been carrying in his heart. Still lying there, Zaxxon whispered again in a faint, trembling voice. The words came out weakly, as if the truth had only just finished settling inside him and left his heart shaken. For a moment, his eyes closed under the weight of that revelation. Then, with a sharp breath, they opened again, burning with renewed determination, as though he had finally reached the answer he had been searching for. Zaxxon looked up at Adrian and slowly stretched out one hand toward him. In a quiet but urgent voice, he asked His Highness to lend him the sword, if only for a moment. Adrian said nothing as he watched the old blacksmith's hand move toward Twilight's hilt. The air between them grew heavy and tense, as if even the room itself was waiting to see what would happen next. With a steady grip that carried the confidence of a man who knew steel better than anyone, Zaxxon took hold of the blade. As his rough, calloused fingers closed around the hilt, a deep realization seemed to pass through him. Then, with emotion rising beneath his voice, he offered a heartfelt plea for the future of the sword. Zaxxon begged quietly that this blade might one day grow to become as great as Adrian himself, his words carrying the sincerity of a craftsman entrusting his soul to his creation. Adrian lowered his gaze toward the sword, and the look in his eyes began to change. A fierce resolve hardened across his face, replacing hesitation with something far more certain. His hand closed around the weapon with unwavering strength. In that single grip, it was as though Adrian had already accepted the weight of what Twilight was meant to become. Then Adrian met the Elder's eyes directly. His answer came without hesitation, filled with absolute certainty, as he declared that it certainly would. Later, Adrian stayed beside Saxon in quiet silence, keeping watch over the exhausted old master as he finally allowed himself to rest. Saxon's sleeping face looked peaceful now. The tension, pride, and fiery intensity of the forge had softened at last, leaving only the calm expression of a man whose long work had finally reached its end. Outside, beneath the wide stretch of the night sky, Vale Ballarhard and Adelia Byrne continued to stand watch. And through the stillness, Adrian's firm promise seemed to linger in the air like an oath. It certainly would. A luxurious box lined with deep red velvet snapped open, revealing Twilight inside. The silver blade gleamed beautifully against the rich fabric, resting there like a treasure crafted for royalty. Torrance Ellen spoke with the smooth confidence of a practiced diplomat, explaining that the true value of any sword could only be understood once it was tested in battle. Then, with perfect composure, he suggested that it would be extremely convenient for Adrian to keep such a weapon at his side. Adrian, surprisingly calm on the surface, acted as though the matter was nothing serious. He said he had only happened to come into possession of the sword and intended to offer it to his father, then warned Torrance not to misunderstand his intentions. But the moment Adrian's hand closed around the hilt, that calm mask slipped just a little. A genuine, almost instinctive smile rose onto his face, silently revealing the truth he could not fully hide. This was a good sword, an excellent blade in every sense. Torrance remained perfectly composed, as if he had expected that reaction. He simply repeated that a fine sword was a gift, and Adrian should accept it without unnecessary hesitation. Then, with polished confidence and a proud lift in his tone, Torrance declared that the Ellen family's loyalty to the royal family had always been exceptional. Adrian responded with a small, thoughtful sound, giving away very little. Torrance smoothly finished his point by saying that serving the royal family was an honor the Ellen family held with pride. Adrian's true thoughts, however, were much more cunning than his calm expression suggested. At first, he had planned to use this flashy magic sword as bait to reclaim the Master Smith's real sword, but somehow the situation had turned in his favor, and he had gained a perfectly good weapon for nothing. Beneath the wide, clear sky, the journey continued onward. The cavalry surged ahead at full speed, their horses pounding down the road with fierce momentum. But behind them, the carriages and wagons struggled badly, rattling along as they tried and failed to keep up with the faster riders. They were already running far behind schedule, and Vale Ballarhard had no intention of letting the delay grow worse. He drove his troops forward with a harsh shout, ordering them to quicken their pace and close the widening distance. Watching how intensely the knights were moving, Adrian glanced toward the commotion and could not help making a comment. From the look of it, Vale seemed incredibly busy. Vale, however, looked genuinely surprised to see Adrian there at all, especially since the prince had been absent from the county for so long. Adrian quickly brushed past the suspicion by explaining that he had been carrying out a secret mission from the king. Adrian's armor gave a faint creak as he shifted in place, the sound quiet beneath the movement around him. At the same time, one thought settled clearly in his mind. His father, the King of Leonberg, had definitely been moving behind the scenes. Vale Ballarhard laid out the plan with the blunt efficiency of a commander, explaining that they would make a lightning-fast ride straight back to the capital. The pace would be ruthless, the kind that would break anyone who could not properly handle a horse. Adrian's face stiffened at once, and after a painfully awkward pause, he muttered that there was one tiny problem with that idea. Then Adrian said it plainly, without even trying to dress it up or make it sound less embarrassing. He had absolutely no idea how to ride a horse. For a brief moment, Vale Ballarhard's face went completely empty. It was as if Adrian's confession had struck him harder than any weapon could have, and a stunned silence dropped between them, heavy and almost impossible to break. Standing before the waiting horses, Adrian delivered the truth with a perfectly straight face. He reminded them, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, that he had quite literally once been a sword. Then he looked toward the horses, his expression still calm but deeply unimpressed, and asked the question that naturally followed. How exactly was a sword supposed to learn horseback riding in the first place? The road to Iron Lion Castle quickly turned into a rough, chaotic ordeal. Adrian and Taylor Tailheim were thrown into one miserable bump after another, and the journey became far less heroic than anyone might have imagined. Even with all that trouble dragging at their heels, the group did not stop. They forced themselves forward step by step, pushing through every delay, every jolt, and every miserable obstacle that tried to slow their advance. Adrian's face remained set in stubborn determination. his jaw tight and his eyes fixed straight ahead. No matter how unpleasant the road became, he looked like someone who had no intention of turning back now. It was messy, exhausting, and nowhere close to elegant, but somehow they managed to finish the journey in a single day. At last, the great Iron Lion Castle rose on the horizon, and Adrian led his squad of knights directly toward its towering gates. Adrian lifted his gaze toward the massive fortress, taking in its sheer size, its heavy walls, and the overwhelming presence it carried. As he stared up at it, one simple thought settled inside him. They had finally arrived. With a heavy thud of boots against the ground, First Prince Adrian Leonberg and his companions finally stepped onto the grounds of the legendary Iron Lion Castle. There, York Walladin was already waiting with barely contained excitement, prepared to greet His Highness in proper form. The proud stronghold carrying generations of Leonberg blood, honor, and history now stood open for the prince's arrival. Adrian watched the welcoming party with a faint smile tugging at his lips. Their enthusiasm was so intense that he could not help thinking it was almost absurdly overdone. Standing nearby, Torrance Ellen looked over the scene with obvious confusion and quietly wondered aloud why they were being welcomed with such an exaggerated amount of ceremony in the first place. Adelia Byron, wearing a sly little smirk as if the answer had been clear to her from the start, smoothly picked up on his question and said the reason was painfully obvious. Then, as though the scene still did not have enough drama, Arwen Kirgayen stepped forward with casual confidence and asked whether she should make things a little more interesting. She turned her gaze toward Adrian and addressed him in an overly formal tone. On the surface, her words sounded respectful, but underneath them was a teasing edge sharp enough to be noticed immediately. With that same composed and cutting manner, Arwen declared that she had graciously allowed herself the honor of meeting His Highness once again. Adrian reacted instantly, not letting that strange performance continue for even a second longer. He called Arwen out on the spot, demanding to know exactly what she thought she was doing. But before the tension between them could fully settle, a mysterious young woman appeared. Her fiery hair stood out at once, a book held close against her chest, while a cold and powerful presence radiated from her. Adrian noticed her immediately, drawing in a sharp breath of surprise. Without wasting a single moment, Adrian moved to shield Adelia Byron. He placed his body between her and the possible threat, his posture making it clear that any danger aimed at her would have to pass through him first. While Adrian rapidly measured the situation in his mind, Adelia simply stared at him in visible confusion. She clearly could not understand why he had reacted so suddenly, or why he looked so ready for trouble. Adrian brushed the strange moment aside in his own mind, smugly thinking that building such absolute loyalty in Adelia from the very beginning had turned out to be extremely useful after all. A confident smirk touched Adrian's lips, sharpening his expression as he prepared to make his next move. He ordered his loyal followers to keep up with him, then strode forward without hesitation. Every step carried the kind of confidence that made it clear he expected them to follow him without question. A daring grin spread across Adrian's face, his expression showing that he was more than ready to settle the matter. He boldly declared that everyone should remember the knights now standing behind him, because their loyalty had already been firmly locked in place. Standing tall with his sword resting casually over one shoulder, Adrian radiated complete confidence. His gaze swept over the knights gathered at his back, as if their presence alone had become part of his strength. Before him, the Iron Lion Knights stood in perfect formation, their armor flashing brightly beneath the sunlight. Adrian turned to face the assembled warriors head-on and threw out a fearless challenge, demanding to know who among them dared show him the sword of the Iron Lions. The detailed plates and polished edges of a knight's armor gleamed under the sun, every piece reflecting the pride, discipline, and fierce reputation of the Iron Lions. With a fierce, determined look burning in his eyes, Adrian watched Taylor Tailheim turn away and walk off. The meaning was clear. Taylor had understood the command he had been given and accepted it without hesitation. Then Adrian turned back, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he met Vale Ballarhard's gaze directly. He declared that he was staking the entire Leonberg name on this, and that Vale would be personally responsible for how their spar played out. Vale Ballarhard merely scoffed, asking if there was truly no end to this madness. Meanwhile, Torrance Ellen and York Walladin stared in shock, slowly realizing that the iron-hearted knights of the Leonberg family had somehow become pieces in one enormous bluff. The tension in the courtyard thickened as armored knights faced one another beneath the open sky. Then a new challenger stepped forward, announcing himself as Dale Denant, ready to step into the confrontation. Dale Denant advanced on behalf of his proud family, refusing to show even the slightest hint of retreat. With firm resolve, he asked permission to challenge the prince directly. The knight's determination was impossible to miss, and he boldly stated that he would stand before the prince himself. Adrian, however, had no interest in turning the moment into ceremony and cut straight through the formality, telling him that permission was not needed. Dale Dinant did not simply let that answer pass. He emphasized that he had still asked properly for permission, making it clear that he intended to follow the proper form, even while challenging Adrian. Then his tone turned cold as he warned Adrian to be careful. The moment for talking was over, and in the very next instant, Dale Dinant burst forward, his staff blurring as he charged with explosive speed. Adrian's expression tightened, his eyes blazing with sharp focus as the challenge truly began. A burst of electric blue energy shot forward with unbelievable speed, cutting through the space between them in an instant. The armored attacker, wrapped in a powerful blue aura, launched himself into action like a bolt of lightning ripping across the courtyard. A young knight was completely caught off guard by the lightning-fast assault. The instant the blow struck, a rough scream tore from his throat, filled with shock and pain. The impact landed with brutal force, hurling him backward through the air before his body slammed hard into the unforgiving ground. From a short distance away, Adrian remained perfectly composed, watching the chaos unfold without a flicker of panic. In his hand, a small blue orb pulsed quietly, glowing with controlled power. Another knight stood over the fallen trainee, looking down at the damage with a cold, unreadable stare, as if measuring the result without emotion. Someone shouted Paul Rothheim's name in shock, realizing that the knight lying there was only a first-year trainee. The one speaking, however, was already in his third year, which made the difference between them painfully clear. The fallen knight groaned again, pain twisting through his body, as the relentless force of the impacts continued to batter him even after he hit the ground. Then another knight roared out that he was Raleigh, a magic apprentice. Coughing hard, he poured everything he had into a powerful magical attack. Adrian answered immediately, unleashing a devastating sword strike so fast that the blade became little more than a blur. Debris exploded into the air from the force of the collision, scattering across the field, yet Adrian remained exactly where he stood, calm and cold, as if the violent blast had not troubled him in the slightest. Another opponent went down almost immediately, launched through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground with a brutal impact. Outside the massive academy, Adrian completely dominated the field while the watching knights stared in awe. Several bodies lay sprawled around him, making it painfully obvious that he was fighting on an entirely different level from everyone else there. Adrian merely let out a tired sigh, as if the entire confrontation had been more boring and tedious than genuinely difficult. Then, from somewhere within the restless crowd, a dark-haired knight forced his way to the front, his figure immediately drawing attention as the noise around him seemed to split apart. Without pausing or showing even a hint of hesitation, he threw down the gauntlet before everyone, making his challenge impossible to ignore. He had no desire to waste his strength on lesser opponents anymore, and he said it plainly, he wanted to cross blades with the real knights, because everyone else had moved far too slowly to even come close to satisfying him. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, locked straight onto Adrian Leonberg as though no one else in the arena mattered. And right there, with the prince standing before him, the dark-haired knight called out Arwen's name without the slightest tremor in his voice, almost as if he were deliberately testing how Adrian would respond. Adrian answered only with a small, composed nod, his face remaining so calm that it was difficult to tell what he was thinking. But the dark-haired knight did not stop there. He pushed his demand even further, and the intent beneath his words was painfully clear. Inside his mind, Arwen had already been decided as someone who would leave with him. A tight, uneasy silence began to press down over the arena, slowly thickening the air, until even the smallest movement felt heavy. From where she stood, Adelia Bayern kept her eyes fixed on the confrontation, watching every glance and every word as the tension continued to build in front of her. Adrian Leonberg remained standing with that effortless confidence of his, as if the entire situation had already fallen neatly into the palm of his hand. He shifted his attention toward Vale Ballarhard, and Vale responded at once with the proper respect, lowering his voice and addressing him formally as Your Highness. At that moment, a sly little spark appeared in Adrian's eyes, almost playful, as if a new idea had just begun to amuse him. He looked out across the gathered knights and spectators, then raised his voice so all of them could hear, openly reminding the crowd that he knew very well how much they enjoyed a thrilling wager. With the atmosphere already stretched tight, Adrian tossed out a proposal designed to set everyone's nerves alight. It was not a quiet or ordinary bet, but the kind of dangerous gamble that could make every person in the arena lean forward, restless with excitement and desperate to see what would happen next. But Adelia Bayern was not about to let those words slide past her in silence. The instant she understood the direction Adrian was taking, her expression stiffened, her gaze sharpening as irritation and alarm rose plainly across her face. She cut in with a sharp, firm voice, making it absolutely clear that Arwen was not some trophy to be wagered or handed around for entertainment. Adrian, however, did not retreat from what he had chosen to do. Instead, his next order rang through the arena with the unmistakable weight of royal authority. He called out to Karl and ordered him to bring the sword forward. The moment those words left his mouth, the gathering seemed to freeze in place, as if everyone had unconsciously stopped breathing while waiting to see exactly what kind of weapon the prince was about to put on the line. Once the legendary sword was placed in Adrian Leonberg's hand, the stakes of the challenge rose far beyond anything the crowd had expected. He presented the blade before them like the centerpiece of the entire arena, declaring that the one who emerged victorious would be allowed to claim that weapon as their reward. There would be no delay, no private arrangements, and no long preparation period for anyone to think better of it. Adrian made it clear that the sword was being offered immediately, right here in front of every witness present, as the prize waiting at the end of the match. For a moment, the entire crowd went utterly silent, stunned into disbelief by what they had just heard. Adelia Bayern and Vale Ballerhard both stared at Adrian as though their minds were still trying to catch up, their expressions caught between alarm, protest, and the sheer inability to accept that he had truly said it. Adelia could not allow that declaration to stand unchallenged. She stepped forward with firm conviction and reminded Adrian that his value could never be weighed against a single sword, no matter how priceless it might be. As a prince, his life, his bloodline, and his position were worth hundreds of thousands of times more than any blade. She did not yield even slightly. Her voice carried with even greater strength as she insisted that Adrian's royal worth was something beyond comparison. No weapon, no matter how famous its maker or how beautiful its forging, could ever be placed on the same scale as what he represented. Vale Ballerhard immediately backed her up, his agreement coming so quickly that there was no room for doubt. In his eyes, Adelia had not merely made a correct argument, she had expressed it brilliantly, with exactly the force the situation demanded. Before that tension had a chance to settle, another challenger moved out into the open. Dunham Fahrenheit stepped into the center of attention with his head held high, and introduced himself proudly, declaring that he was not just some ordinary swordsman, but an official knight of the Iron Lion Knights, ready to unleash the renowned Triple Chain. Adrian seemed honestly surprised by the sheer confidence in Dunham's voice, a small breath of astonishment slipping from him as he studied the knight's determined expression. He asked if Dunham truly intended to go through with it, as though even Adrian had not expected him to show that much resolve. As Dunham Fahrenheit accepted the challenge and stepped forward, Adrian unveiled an extraordinary weapon before him. He introduced the blade as the 17th masterpiece created by the legendary master smith Saxon, turning the challenge into something far more dazzling than a simple duel. Then Adrian stated the terms so clearly that no one could misunderstand them. If Dunham won, that blade would become his. Dunham's eyes widened at once, and the words burst from him before he could hold them back, stunned by how unbelievable and strangely perfect the coincidence seemed. The sword itself was mesmerizing, the sort of weapon that seized attention even before anyone had a chance to study its edge. Its hilt alone looked like a work of art, every polished curve and carefully shaped detail revealing craftsmanship on a level far beyond anything ordinary hands could produce. Adrian raised the sword high so that everyone in the arena could see it, openly admitting that owning a creation made by a true master smith had been one of his lifelong dreams. As the blade lifted above him, a soft and almost heavenly glow seemed to radiate from it, bathing the scene in a light that made the whole presentation feel solemn and ceremonial. Then came the revelation that struck with even greater force. This was not simply one of Saxon's works, it was his 100th and final masterpiece. Dunham Fahrenheit stood frozen, stunned that he had never even heard a rumor about such a thing, and in that instant he understood just how terrifyingly valuable the blade truly was as the master smith's last and greatest creation. With a fierce, almost defiant resolve, Adrian accepted the challenge without holding anything back. A vivid blue aura began to burn around his entire body, crackling through the air like contained lightning. Dunham watched him closely and admitted that, even if others saw Adrian's chosen path as twisted, the relentless effort behind that path was something no one could deny. A deep vibration of power rolled outward from Adrian as he made his declaration. Blue energy gathered around his hand, bright, unstable, and alive, while he promised in a steady voice that he would pour absolutely everything he had into the battle that was about to begin. The force surrounding him swelled even further, humming through the arena like a current with a will of its own. In that charged moment, Adrian reflected on how people looking from the outside might call the road before him misguided, judging the path he had chosen without truly understanding it. But Dunham Fahrenheit, now wrapped in a faint blue radiance of his own, only scoffed at what he was seeing. To him, Adrian's burning conviction carried little weight. It looked less like true righteousness and more like a convenient political performance, staged neatly to stir the hearts of the people watching. That quiet insult seemed to reach toward Adelia Bayern as well, cutting into the already strained mood around her. She could only stand there with worry spreading across her face, watching as the confrontation tightened more and more around Adrian. Even Vale Ballarhard, who was usually so controlled and difficult to shake, sat there beneath the strange wash of blue light with an expression no one could easily interpret. He remained silent, his unreadable gaze fixed on the scene as he weighed the meaning of everything unfolding before him. Adrian's eyes shone with a fierce electric blue light, and not even for a heartbeat did his conviction falter. In his mind, the path he had chosen was righteous, especially if walking it meant doing what had to be done for the sake of his people. Then he turned his gaze toward Adelia, meeting her eyes directly as his voice sharpened into something closer to a command. He told her to watch carefully, and the sudden heaviness behind those words left her completely bewildered, as if she could not yet understand what he intended to show her. In the next instant, Adrian unleashed a violent burst of power. An enormous circle of electric blue energy erupted around him, spreading outward in a blazing ring as lightning-like strands whipped and snapped through the air with terrifying speed. Surrounded by that storm of raw power, Adrian began to give form to what this chosen road truly meant. His voice thundered with complete certainty, and the blue energy raging around him flared even more wildly as he made it clear that this was the path they were walking now. Adelia's face stayed tight with worry as she watched him from where she stood, still unsure what would happen next or what Adrian was trying to prove. Beside the unfolding spectacle, Vale Ballarhard remained silent, his expression as unreadable as ever. Then, with another explosive surge, Adrian's blue aura transformed into a blazing golden-orange inferno. The shift was overwhelming, as though his decision had been sealed not just by words, but by fire itself, and his eyes burned with the same wild energy now roaring around his body. A faint orange glow washed over Adelia's face, and the anxiety in her expression slowly changed into something far stronger. Her eyes hardened with fierce determination, carrying a silent, unmistakable promise that she would meet this challenge head-on and absolutely crush it. Sitting back in his chair, Vale Ballarhard let his thoughts drift over everything that had happened, quietly wondering how many times they had already come to Iron Lion Castle by now. His gaze moved toward the teacup placed near him, and after a brief moment of still reflection, he continued turning the question over in his mind. This would be the Vale paused before completing the thought, a low, contemplative hum slipping from him as he tried to settle on the exact number. The answer was close, but just distant enough to make him stop and think. His thoughts shifted next to the royal family. The fourth prince had no ambition for the throne and would likely not bother appearing at all, while the third and fifth princes had only made visits when Adrian Leonberg, the first prince, had been under probation. Vale also remembered that the second prince had come by some time ago, and as that memory surfaced, he turned his gaze toward the subordinate standing beside him. With a weary, dismissive wave of his hand, Vale released a heavy sigh, the gesture making it clear that the entire situation still irritated him even now. The frustration had not disappeared with time. If anything, remembering it only made it rise again. So that was how dreadful Adrian's reputation had become. The first prince should have been recognized as the rightful heir, and yet things had somehow collapsed into this miserable state. Vale's eyes sharpened with anger as he finished the thought, the look on his face making it clear that his subordinate also bore part of the responsibility. He continued thinking back to the time when the commander of the Third Legion had shown at least a small amount of support for the first prince. Vale's voice sank lower, threaded with regret, as he admitted that Adrian should never have been left to stand so completely alone. Then Vale snapped at his subordinate, his eyes flaring as he demanded to know why the man had spent all this time acting like some sort of guardian angel. Yet even as the accusation left his mouth, Vale gave a bitter nod, acknowledging the truth himself. His subordinate had not been wrong, and Vale had indeed abandoned his own nephew. His mind then turned toward another prince, the kind of man who would have become a disastrous ruler in an entirely different way. Even so, Vale knew that a simple tyrant would at least have been easier to manage, easier to predict, and easier to keep under control. But then there was Adrian Leonberg, his nephew and the first prince, the same young man Vale had once berated for obsessing over some bizarre waxed potion. The memory came rushing back with violent clarity. Adrian's eyes bulging as Vale seized him by the throat, choking him while roaring in fury and demanding to know whether he had completely lost his mind. Vale remembered Adrian's reckless defiance just as vividly. There had been a wild madness in that young prince, enough for him to dare raise a sword and launch an attack against his own uncle, as though blood ties meant nothing in that moment. His grip had tightened around the struggling boy with crushing force, rage twisting his face as he looked down at Adrian. In that fury, Vale had branded him a hopeless scoundrel, a foolish prince who seemed to have lost every last trace of sense. Vale's eyes narrowed as yet another memory rose to the surface, one that carried the bitter weight of the disappointment waiting for him when he returned to the palace. the recollection settled over him like a shadow, darkening his expression. His own nephew, Adrian Leonberg, had been bold enough to send him poisoned wine, presenting it without shame as though it were an ordinary gift. Worse still, he had even attached a letter to it, acting as if there was nothing strange or unforgivable about what he had done. In a sudden burst of fury, Vale crushed the bottle directly in his hand. His power erupted so violently that the poisoned wine disappeared in an instant, vaporizing into the air before even a drop could remain to cause harm. With that single, violent act, the last fragile thread of family affection still clinging to Vale Ballarhard was scorched away entirely. Whatever small warmth he had once tried to preserve for his nephew disappeared in the blaze, leaving only cold anger and a disappointment so bitter it settled deep in his chest. The poison, no matter where Adrian had found it or how he had managed to get his hands on something so vile, was obliterated in an instant beneath Vale Ballarhard's overwhelming mana, and as that deadly liquid burned out of existence, the final trace of tenderness he had once held for his nephew seemed to vanish along with it. Even after that, Vale understood that the struggle had not truly ended. Standing against the First Prince's wicked behavior felt like fighting a battle with no finish line, because by then, Adrian Leonberg had already fallen so far into disgrace that the idea of saving him seemed almost impossible. And yet, for all of that darkness, one uncomfortable truth remained. Adrian was still growing stronger day after day, wasn't he? That realization lingered heavily, impossible for Vale to brush aside no matter how much resentment he carried. The First Prince had begun to carry himself like a true king. Vale pushed that point even harder, admitting that Adrian, as the eldest prince and rightful heir, had transformed into someone almost unrecognizable from the shameful, reckless young man he had once been. The man standing before him listened in grim silence, taking in each word with a harsh, severe look carved across his face. Vale emphasized that this was exactly why it mattered so much. Adrian needed enough strength, presence, and standing to compete on even ground with the other princes. Vale Ballarhard lowered himself to his knees, sinking down so deeply that it almost looked like an act of complete prostration. His voice carried desperate pleading as he begged to be understood, and when the full weight of the truth finally struck him, his eyes widened in sudden, stunned realization. He lifted a hand to his chin and rubbed it slowly, his brows drawing together as confusion settled over his face. No matter how many times he replayed everything in his mind, the pieces still refused to fit neatly together, leaving him unable to fully understand what had happened. Looking up at the man before him, Vale admitted with a troubled expression that he could no longer tell which one of them had changed more, himself or the First Prince. The elder's gaze sharpened as it fixed on him, and in a commanding tone, he ordered Vale to raise his head, calling him by the name Silver Lion. As that imposing figure turned away and began striding off, Vale Ballarhard could not keep silent. He called after him with urgency rising in his voice, addressing him with deep respect, as Your Excellency Walladin. Somewhere else, the tension had not eased at all. Adelia Byron finally spoke up, and although she tried to keep herself composed, the worry in her voice was impossible to hide as she asked about the First Prince. Beneath the open sky, the great castle stood tall and silent, its massive stone walls looming over everything like a witness to the storm brewing within. Walladin, however, remained completely calm. He brushed aside Adelia's concern and assured her there was no reason to panic, because Dunham Fahrenheit understood exactly where the boundary was and would never allow the duel to go beyond control. Adelia still did not look reassured. Doubt tightened around her eyes as she pressed the question further, asking whether Dunham could truly defeat Prince Adrian when the fight was a serious duel and neither side intended to hold anything back. Walladin answered her with a knowing expression, almost as if the answer should have been clear without needing to be said. He simply reminded Adelia that Dunham was her knight after all, and let that fact carry the weight of his confidence. But Adelia only looked more confused. Her face twisted with open disbelief, and she could not help murmuring that Walladin had changed far too much because the things coming out of his mouth now sounded completely absurd to her. Then, without the slightest warning, the training ground erupted into chaos. Dunham Fahrenheit was thrown backward with brutal force, his body skidding across the stone floor before crashing down hard enough to make the entire arena seem to tremble. He lay sprawled on the ground, stunned and barely able to process what had hit him. His senses were scattered from the impact, and all he could force out was a broken gasp as shock washed over his battered body. Dunham Fahrenheit had been completely overwhelmed, left collapsed and unconscious in the middle of the training ground. Around him, the crowd buzzed in stunned disbelief, because Adrian had crushed the match so decisively that his monstrous strength could no longer be questioned. Without sparing much time for the fallen knight, Adrian turned his back and walked away, blue power still radiating from him like heat rolling off a living flame. From farther away, two stern-faced men observed the result in silence. One of them spoke with calm certainty, his tone carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had expected the outcome from the very beginning. Adrian lowered his gaze, and his fingers slowly curled into a tight fist. In that small motion, the air around him seemed to shift, growing heavier, colder, and far more dangerous than it had been just moments before. A confident smirk spread across Adrian's face as his aura suddenly flared around him with violent intensity. Then he made the truth clear. Dunham had never been the one everyone should truly fear. Blue power gathered around his glowing hand as he called for the next challenger, and at that exact moment, an old memory surfaced in his mind, carrying the words his uncle had always spoken. He remembered a night drenched in brilliant blue energy, a scene wrapped in that strange, luminous power. Along with it came the lesson that true night only began once 2 rings had been reached. The instant that memory came fully alive inside him, Adrian's blue aura erupted with terrifying force. Waves of raw, unrestrained power pulsed outward from his body, spreading through the air as if the memory itself had ignited him. Bathed in crackling blue light, Adrian stood his ground without moving an inch. The pressure pouring off him was so intense that it proved his earlier words had not been empty arrogance or reckless boasting. But even while that overwhelming power surged through him, one sharp thought cut cleanly through the chaos. This strength still was not enough. With power at this level alone, he could not defeat a dragon that had devoured a feudal knight, and that brutal realization hardened his gaze with a cold, renewed resolve. Once Adrian reached that decision, the blue energy surrounding him exploded outward again. It twisted and roared into a violent vortex around his body, spinning with a force that looked almost impossible to restrain. A blazing message flashed before his eyes as trait overload activated. The moment that trait took hold, the raging storm of energy around Adrian seemed to drop into an eerie, unnatural silence, leaving only the fierce glow burning in his eyes. His fingers tightened even more around the sword hilt, gripping it as if he were anchoring himself through the weapon. Blue light continued pouring from his body in waves, making it appear as though the power was no longer just surrounding him, but had become part of his very being. Then a cold and deeply unsettling sensation spread through him. His body suddenly felt strange, almost unfamiliar, as though it had shifted into something foreign and no longer belonged entirely under his control. One of Adrian's eyes changed, igniting with a complex blue pattern that mirrored the terrifying transformation unfolding inside him. He felt it again, the same electrifying sensation from before, a surge of power so intense that it did not simply make him stronger, but seemed to alter him completely from within. In the next instant, Adrian moved with lightning speed. Brilliant blue energy burst from him like a torrent as his sword ripped through the air with a fierce, cutting whoosh. His aura flared brighter, wild and untamed, and then he brought the blade down in a devastating strike that released a shockwave of blue power, blasting everything in its path away. Adrian dropped from above with his sword still extended, while several figures were sent crashing hard to the ground, completely defeated by the force of his attack. When he landed, the impact thundered through the arena, splitting the earth beneath him with a brutal force that seemed to rattle straight through the bones. But even after such an overwhelming display of strength, Adrian suddenly clutched his chest tightly. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, making it painfully clear that using power like that demanded a heavy price from his body. Outside, the onlookers stared up at the massive structure in stunned silence, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and fear as they took in the destruction before them. Broken debris rained down from the shattered building, while Adrian simply walked away from the wreckage, leaving the devastation behind as if it were nothing. He unleashed another devastating sword strike, and the moment the blades clashed, the sound rang out like an explosion. Raw force burst through the impact, shaking the air with a sharp metallic roar. Adrian gave his opponent no chance to recover, not even a single breath. He immediately followed with a lightning-fast kick, the blow slamming in with bone-crushing speed and brutal precision. A rough roar tore from Adrian's throat as power surged violently through him. His eyes blazed with the same wild, unrestrained energy that was burning deep inside his body and spilling out through every movement. He swung again at blinding speed, his blue aura bursting around him like a storm. His opponent barely managed to react in time, raising their defense at the last possible moment against the incoming strike. The attack did not ease for even a heartbeat. Adrian's movements blurred together one after another, his blade flashing like a streak of blue light as his opponent fought desperately just to keep defending. With a deafening crash, Adrian's sword struck with full force. Sparks exploded outward from the point of impact, accompanied by a violent surge of power that made the entire exchange feel like a battlefield eruption. Adrian seized the momentum immediately, refusing to let it slip away. Blue energy swelled around his blade as he drove his opponent backward step by step, pressing the attack so relentlessly that there was no room left to breathe. Terror flashed across the opponent's face as their sword began to groan beneath the unbearable pressure. Cracks spread through the blade from Adrian's overwhelming force, and then, with one final earth-shaking blow, his glowing sword smashed the weapon apart completely. Adrian's eyes still burned with that unmistakable blue light, proof that the power within him had not yet faded. A final streak of azure energy sliced through the air, carving a bright line for an instant before vanishing, as if swallowed by the wind. When the light faded, all that remained on the ground was a broken sword hilt. It lay there, abandoned and useless, a silent piece of evidence showing just how absurdly powerful Adrian's attack had been. Beside the shattered weapon, a motionless hand rested against the ground, its faint orange glow already dimming into nothing. Adrian stood victorious before the enormous castle, looking over the defeated men scattered around him while a thin blue aura continued to shimmer from his body. Then Adrian threw his head back and laughed, the sound ringing out across the area with pure triumph. His expression was filled with open satisfaction, as though the victory before him had confirmed everything he wanted to prove. Meanwhile, Dunham Fahrenheit delivered the result to Vale Ballarhard, reporting that Brighton had been knocked completely unconscious. Vale responded only with a calm nod, stating without sympathy that such a beating was exactly what Brighton deserved for his blasphemy. Adrian, meanwhile, stood wrapped in an ethereal blue silhouette, glowing as though he had become the very center of an untamed storm. The energy roared around him with incredible intensity, yet his resolve burned even brighter, carrying a silent vow that he would face whatever challenge stood in his path. And there, at the heart of that overwhelming power, something new began to form. Within Adrian's hymn of sparring, a fresh verse slowly started taking shape, as if the battle itself were becoming part of his song. Adrian wondered if this was finally the moment, perhaps only now, after climbing to such a terrifying height of power, could he begin to grasp the true sword meant for him. The raw energy tightened and gathered more fiercely, coiling around the hilt of his blade with an intensity that made the air itself feel charged. In that instant, there was no denying what had happened. The hymn of sparring had crossed into an extraordinary grade, and its very essence began to shift, bend, and rebuild itself, as though it was evolving to keep pace with the terrifying level of power Adrian had just reached. Adrian slowly raised his eyes, taking in the change without a word, as if he had already accepted the surge moving through him. Brilliant blue light wrapped around his entire body, climbing from his boots up along his limbs and gathering around the sword in his hand like a living flame that refused to go out. The hymn of sparring was no longer the same power it had been before. Something sharper, stronger, and far more dangerous had awakened in its place, the hymn of dueling. And as Adrian understood the meaning of that transformation, a fierce, triumphant grin spread across his face, filled with pure satisfaction. From beyond the dust still drifting through the air, a voice suddenly sliced through the heavy silence. It called out sharply, filled with alarm, demanding to know whether Adrian was still all right after what had just happened. Adrian rose to his feet again and met the eyes of his steadfast ally. And for that brief moment, neither of them needed to speak. In a place ruled by strength and pride, true respect could only be earned by the one left standing in victory, the kind of respect given to a real knight. Adrian turned toward the crowd gathered before him, his presence still burning with confidence, and declared that this was not even close to the end for the first prince. Vale Ballarhard watched without interrupting, silently sensing that Adrian's climb had not stopped here, and that he was still destined to rise even higher. Even so, Adrian did not try to dress up the truth or pretend the fight had been easy. He admitted plainly that the battle had driven him right to the edge, leaving him with barely enough strength remaining to keep himself upright. Among the watching spectators, someone let out a cold, contemptuous sneer. From the look in their eyes, they saw the men before them as nothing more than simple, ordinary people, men who could never truly understand the scale of what had just unfolded. A confident grin tugged across Adrian's face as he spoke of his devotion to the sword, his voice carrying the bright heat of triumph. To him there was nothing in the world that could stir his spirit, sharpen his focus, or set his blood burning quite like the blade. Then his expression slowly shifted, turning thoughtful as a different realization settled over him. He understood that his friend would despise empty comfort and meaningless praise, and he knew that losing with honor held far more worth than winning through lies or trickery. Adrian turned his attention toward Vale Ballarhard and began recalling something from earlier, speaking as though both of them had witnessed a moment too important to simply ignore. Whatever had happened before, it had clearly left a mark on his thoughts. Vale Ballarhard could barely accept what he was hearing. Those monsters should never have been able to break through Adrian's barrier, which meant the mana behind them had been far stronger than anyone expected. Dunham Fahrenheit agreed immediately, acknowledging with a serious look that their power had been no ordinary force. With a faint smirk, Vale Ballarhard admitted that hearing Adrian speak so obsessively about his sword was strangely satisfying. But Adrian, kneeling off by himself and withdrawn from the noise around him, was already lost deep in his own thoughts, remembering how the world he once knew had shattered, and how the person he used to be had been left behind with it. And yet, after losing so much and watching everything familiar collapse around him, Adrian suddenly understood something with surprising clarity. There was still one thing, no matter what had happened, that he had never truly been able to throw away. A vivid image burst through his mind like the first blaze of sunrise, with figures standing in silhouette against the radiant light. That vision carried the meaning of accepting defeat with dignity and honoring genuine strength, and Adrian finally realized that this was the unbreakable spirit carried by true knights. The courtyard was filled with movement beneath the open sky, alive with the presence of important figures gathering in one place. The formal meeting was drawing to a close, and the air carried that quiet sense of ceremony that comes just before everyone begins to part ways. Adrian, still carrying himself with the polished bearing of the young prince, brought the gathering to an elegant close. His farewell was smooth, courteous, and controlled, perfectly suited to the role he was playing before the assembled nobles and knights. He even wished Count Waladin good health with refined manners, as if every word had been carefully placed. Count Waladin immediately returned the sentiment, responding with equal courtesy and telling the prince to take proper care of himself as well. Only after that exchange did Adrian seem to casually recall the count's name, almost as though it had finally settled into place in his mind. The realization came lightly, but it still carried a hint of his usual carefree attitude. Count Waladin's expression turned faintly uneasy as he asked Adrian to keep their conversations quiet. Then, choosing his words with care, he gently suggested that perhaps the wiser path for the prince would be to confess openly instead of letting things remain hidden. A sly smile slowly curved across Adrian's face, making it obvious that Count Waladin's warning had not frightened him at all. If anything, those cautious words seemed to awaken his mischievous side even more. As Adrian thought of someone else he might toy with next, his hand rested casually near his sword as though the gesture meant nothing. Around him, the shadows seemed to gather a little deeper, quietly hinting that another move was already taking shape inside his mind. The golden sun blazed across the wide sky, pouring bright light over the road ahead as their journey continued forward. Before long, the group arrived at a temporary campsite, and Count Waladin decided that this would be where they stopped to make camp. Adrian responded with nothing more than a relaxed flick of his wrist, granting permission as if the decision barely required his attention. The gesture was casual, almost lazy, but it was still enough to settle the matter. Count Waladin kept his gaze fixed on the prince, studying him carefully while keeping his own expression composed. Behind that calm face, his thoughts were clearly moving quickly, silently calculating what Adrian might decide to do next. Then, while speaking to Adelia Bayern in a tone that made it sound almost ordinary, Waladin let something important slip. Adrian's next major moves were coming soon, and he mentioned it as though the pieces were already beginning to fall into place. Back in his room, Adrian released a long, heavy yawn, his whole body giving off the mood of someone already tired of dealing with the day. He wondered if it was finally time to sleep, though the thought sounded less like a question and more like something he had already decided. Suddenly, Adelia Bayern appeared before him, lowering herself into a flawless, formal bow. With perfect composure, she announced that the prince had returned, her posture and voice as disciplined as ever. But Adrian's mind had already wandered far away from the moment in front of him. He found himself thinking that maybe his true calling in life was to become an absolute slacker, though naturally the kind of slacker gifted with such rare talent that even laziness somehow felt unfair. Clearly unwilling to deal with anything troublesome, Adrian simply turned his back on Adelia, as though he wanted the conversation to end before it began. She still called to him cautiously as Your Highness, carefully trying to reach him without provoking his mood. Still lying in bed, Adrian cut her off before she could properly continue. His voice came out sharp and impatient as he told her to forget it and leave him alone, making it obvious he had no intention of listening. A deep, contemplative look settled over Adrian's face, softening the laziness from a moment before into something far heavier. As the quiet of the room pressed in around him, his thoughts turned inward, pulling him away from everything outside. Dunham Fahrenheit, the famed man-lion knight, possessed swordsmanship on a level most knights could only dream of reaching. Many would spend their entire lives without ever touching B grade. Yet Dunham had always understood that Adrian was different, especially in those moments when the power of Gruhorn began to stir inside him. The strongest figure in the kingdom, the one who stood at the very summit, existed on a level ordinary warriors could barely imagine. Compared with that kind of height, most fighters could only look upward from far below. But as powerful blue light radiated from Adrian's body, he understood something deep in his bones. Even the most gifted ordinary people still had limits, and he had already crossed beyond the boundary that kept them confined. Adrian's thoughts raced one after another, and he realized that this very moment was exactly why he had once searched so desperately for a destiny different from the one placed before him. The path he had rejected now felt tied to everything unfolding inside him. He remembered the mana chain, that crushing force that had once overwhelmed him so completely that escape seemed like the only choice left. That was why he had been so desperate to sever himself from the past that had trapped him and held him down. But now Adrian could see the truth with far greater clarity. Everything had its proper timing, and no mana chain, no matter how terrifying or unbreakable it seemed, was truly impossible to break forever. In the end, it all came down to the movement of time. What mattered was whether Adrian could endure long enough, keep moving forward, and survive until the right moment finally arrived. Adrian had to admit that this new path was still unclear to him. So instead of pretending he had already mastered it, he chose to return to the very beginning and start learning again from the ground up. And more than anything else, that was the mindset he needed to carry with him. Not pride, not impatience, but the willingness to begin again properly and keep moving forward. Vale Balarhard reassured him that it was not too late, firmly reminding him that with enough effort, even a goal that seemed impossibly far away could still be reached. Adrian jolted awake at once, his thoughts spinning in confusion as he wondered whether that intense experience had only been a dream or some fleeting illusion passing through his mind. A voice struck him with a sudden question about the Iron Lions, cutting through his confusion. Vale Balarhard followed it with a startling remark, saying that the other princes would never have accepted them with such calm composure. At that moment, Ian appeared with a polished, confident smirk on his face. He casually called the decision a very wise judgment, speaking as if he had arrived at exactly the right time to approve what had been done. Adrian's expression went completely blank. For one brief heartbeat, all thought seemed to stop, and the only thing flashing through his mind was a stunned question. What in the world was happening here? He shouted for his uncle as an invisible pressure seemed to press in around him. Then the realization hit him like lightning, sharp and impossible to ignore. They did not remember him. They did not remember the mana chain. Adrian froze in place for a moment, his body stiff as his thoughts stumbled over that discovery. Then another memory suddenly flashed through his mind, the memory tied to bringing down the Red Dragon. Ian cut in and clarified the situation, explaining that their so-called duet had actually been about crushing the double-chain knight. He added, with complete confidence, that he had already practiced for it. Then Ian stepped forward with firm resolve, his posture carrying the weight of a long-held commitment. He declared that he would finally fulfill the promise he had made long ago. Adrian was left standing there in utter confusion, his mind spinning wildly as unfamiliar memories, strange gaps, and Ian's bold declaration all crashed over him at once. Nothing around him seemed to fit together anymore, and the more he heard, the less certain he became of what was truly happening. Vale Balarhard placed one hand firmly over his heart, and the weight of his vow settled over the room like a solemn oath carved in stone. As a count of the kingdom and the commander of the royal knights, he swore his absolute loyalty to the first prince of House Leonberg without the slightest hesitation. Adrian stood with his back turned to him, quiet and unreadable, listening to every word his uncle offered as though each pledge only made the situation more difficult to accept. With a presence that pressed down from above and could not be ignored, Vale Balarhard formally declared that he would stand behind the prince. Yet Adrian, slumped on the bed with his posture loose and his expression far from comforted, could not bring himself to feel relieved. Deep in his heart, suspicion immediately stirred, and he wondered whether this sudden support was simply another trap waiting to close around him. Adrian's face twisted with real anguish, the kind that could not be hidden behind sarcasm or royal pride. Strain gathered in his eyes as he desperately begged them for one thing above all else, to keep that one crucial secret away from him, no matter what happened. Vale Balarhard looked at him with steady, unshakable conviction and gave only a simple answer, telling Adrian to trust him. Later, beside a waiting carriage, Adrian finally lost control of the frustration boiling inside him. His voice burst out as he demanded to know when, exactly, he had ever said he wanted to become king in the first place. But by then, Vale Balarhard's declaration had already grown beyond anything Adrian could stop. All across the city, the news spread like fire, and people erupted into celebration from every direction. Cheers rose, voices overlapped, and congratulations came pouring down on Adrian whether he welcomed them or not. Inside a grand hall filled with ceremony and watchful eyes, Adrian stood at the very center of everyone's attention. From every side, congratulations were offered with polished formality, while Vale Balarhard, Adelia Bayern, Gillian Leonberg, and countless nobles bowed deeply before him, each one presenting their respect with careful, graceful precision. Vale Balarhard, now officially elevated to the rank of Duke, stirred the knights with a bold and ringing declaration. In front of everyone, he proclaimed that Adrian's path toward kingship would become a tremendous blessing for the entire realm, a statement powerful enough to send murmurs rippling through those who heard it. Before much time had passed, the palace around Adrian was overflowing with new faces. Attendants and servants arrived one after another, all sent directly from the royal court with the official duty of waiting on him and tending to his every possible need. Adrian, however, wanted absolutely none of it. The more servants hovered around him, the more his expression tightened with naked irritation, and every unnecessary bow, greeting, and offer of assistance only dragged his mood lower. Now that he stood as the emperor, every glance in the hall, every respectful bow, and every fussy servant seemed to orbit around him like he was the center of the world. Instead of feeling honored, Adrian looked ready to explode. At last, unable to swallow the annoyance any longer, he roared that the whole thing was unbelievably irritating. Without even trying to soften his tone, Adrian snapped at his loyal knights and gave a direct order. Every last one of those attendants was to be sent back immediately, and from the sharpness in his voice, he clearly wanted it done before they tested his patience any further. Vale Balarhard, ever practical and calm in the face of Adrian's temper, reminded him of the problem in a measured voice. Those attendants had been sent by royal decree, Your Majesty, which meant they could not simply be dismissed on a whim. Still burning with frustration, Adrian shot back that if they could not be sent away, then they should at least be kept out of his sight before their constant fussing annoyed him to death. For one brief moment, a rare stillness settled through the royal halls. The noise, the bows, and the endless attention finally faded back, softening the heavy atmosphere that had been pressing around Adrian since the beginning of the day. At last, Adrian was granted a small piece of peace. He dropped heavily into an enormous chair, letting his body sink into it with obvious exhaustion, while his thoughts began to drift inward into a deeper, quieter contemplation. That precious silence barely had time to settle. From somewhere beyond the room, a familiar voice suddenly called out, cutting straight through the quiet as it asked whether Adrian was there. A moment later, another voice, tense and edged with suspicion, sliced through the air. It demanded to know why the young prince had come here at all, as though his very presence already carried some hidden intention. The accusation kept coming without giving Adrian any room to answer. He was accused of manipulating everyone from the shadows, quietly pulling strings where no one could see. Then came the sharper blow. Gillian Leonberg, the third prince, had apparently been training in secret with Count Balarhard and had even learned about Adrian's position as Grand Duke. Adrian brushed the accusation aside as though it were far too troublesome to deal with properly. He insisted that he was much too clueless to manage schemes that complicated, painting himself as nothing more than a lost prince, still trying to figure out which path he was supposed to walk. Gillian jabbed a finger toward him, his anger rising so sharply it burst through his voice. He shouted that Adrian had made a terrible mistake by trying to fool him, as if that one insult had wounded his pride more than anything else. Adrian turned his head with a tired, almost empty expression, muttering that he had no interest in any of this. Sitting alone upon the throne, his thoughts slid past Gillian's anger entirely and locked onto the real culprit behind the confusion, silently vowing to hunt down whoever had created this mess. Somewhere else, a scarred man watched the situation with cold calculation gleaming in his eyes. His dark, ornate armor caught the light in sharp lines as he stared ahead, and from his mouth came a single chilling word, spoken with dangerous meaning: uncle. For the moment, Adrian chose to wait and observe rather than strike back immediately. If Gillian wanted to turn this into a game, then Adrian would play along for now, especially because this kind of petty political noise barely felt worth his serious attention. But Gillian had no intention of letting the issue fade away so easily. He pushed Adrian harder, demanding to know why he had acted on the Balarhard matter without telling him even a single word beforehand. Then Gillian explained exactly why that mattered so much. The Balarhard family was not just another noble house, they were the only wall standing between the kingdom and the terrifying monsters lurking in the northern mountains. With a sly grin curling across his face, Gillian added that as long as the powerful figures at court remembered the cruelty and brutality of winter, the Balarhards would remain untouchable. Their role was too important, and everyone knew it. Adrian let out a quiet sigh of relief, as though one piece of pressure had finally slipped off his shoulders. Gillian, however, only gave a casual shrug and said the result was nothing more than business as usual, the sort of outcome that would have happened sooner or later anyway. Then Gillian's face turned serious, and the weight in his voice grew heavier. He asked whether Adrian honestly believed the fate of a failed firstborn could change simply because he stayed silent, kept his head down, and did nothing at all. Gillian continued without softening his tone, pressing the warning into Adrian's mind as something he needed to remember no matter how things changed around him. This was not a passing comment, it was a reality he could not afford to forget. Then he stated the truth in the most brutal way possible. Adrian's legitimacy as the firstborn son was fixed in place, and unless Adrian died, that fact would never vanish from the eyes of the kingdom. Adrian's expression darkened as Gillian drove the point deeper. No matter how quietly he tried to hide in the background, no matter how little he acted, that alone would never be enough to change the way the world saw him. Later, Adrian's thoughts kept circling back to those words again and again. The more he turned them over, the sharper his resolve became, until a new determination settled in his eyes. He needed to find something real for himself. Up until that point, Adrian had always assumed that being the firstborn should have been enough on its own. In his mind, that position alone should have carried the weight needed to settle everything. Yes, that had been exactly how he had thought. He had treated birth itself as the answer, as though bloodline alone could decide his worth, his path, and the place he was meant to stand. The palace halls around him glittered with overwhelming luxury, every polished floor, towering pillar, and grand decoration silently displaying the power he was expected to claim. Surrounded by nobles, formal smiles, and hidden court schemes, Adrian watched the kingdom's power struggles unfold around him, each one reminding him of the heavy meaning carried by the legitimate bloodline of Leonberg. He entered the opulent hall with steady, deliberate steps, his posture calm but impossible to overlook. Even before anyone announced him, his presence alone declared the arrival of the eldest son of the Leonberg royal family. As Adrian moved through the crowd, whispers began spreading from one noble to another like a quiet ripple through silk. Everyone confirmed what their own eyes had already seen. Adrian Leonberg, the first prince, had arrived. His eyes swept across the lavish chamber with controlled focus, taking in every polished smile and every hidden intention. He measured each noble face, every rival concealed behind courtesy, and every possible ally standing among the glittering crowd. All around him, nobles gathered in hushed clusters, their whispers weaving through the hall like threads of intrigue. Among them stood a sharp-eyed noble with dark hair and glasses, silently observing everything with an expression so controlled it revealed nothing at all. Across the room, a mysterious figure stood draped in regal purple, instantly drawing the eye despite her silence. Her face remained hidden behind a veil, yet the quiet grace and the way she carried herself made her presence impossible to ignore. Beneath the dazzling lights of the hall, Adrian stood with the bearing of a true royal, his golden hair catching the glow around him. He waited there as the atmosphere gathered itself, preparing for the night's main event to begin with the banquet. The first prince, Adrian Leonberg, had arrived in full view of the court. His footsteps rang through the magnificent hall with enough force and confidence that every noble present had no choice but to take notice. He climbed the grand staircase with storming momentum, each step carrying a heavy sense of pressure. From above, he glared down over the assembled nobles as if he were already passing judgment on every single one of them. Karl, the dark-haired attendant, was left completely stunned by the sight. Unable to contain his amazement, he shouted that Adrian's dignified presence was breathtaking, almost like seeing the king in his prime. With Adelia Bayern now standing at his side, Adrian merely smirked at the commotion and wondered whether this whole display was nothing more than a performance. He released a quiet sigh, his gaze drifting over the people gathered below. For a moment, Adrian seriously questioned whether these were truly the respected elders of the kingdom, or simply another collection of people hiding ugliness behind ceremony. Below him, several nobles seemed to give off a sinister glow, a dark impression that made them stand apart from the rest of the crowd. Each one carried the same ugly trait, marked by the heart of a serpent. This was not merely a simple trait. It was evil karma made visible, something formed from trampling others beneath their feet, and feeding on that cruelty until it took the shape of a terrifying coiling serpent. Surrounded by a faint purple aura, Adrian scanned the crowd with razor-sharp eyes, silently condemning the vile qualities those nobles carried. His gaze moved slowly and carefully across the room, focused, severe, and impossible to distract. At last, his judgment settled on one person in particular, the only one who seemed worthy of his absolute disdain. Adrian's mind began racing as he considered his next move. He needed attendants, but not just people who were capable or obedient. He needed people with absolute purity. Just then, a noble stepped forward, bowed deeply before him, and dared to open his mouth. Feeling the cold weight of Adrian's disapproval bearing down on him, the noble quickly lowered himself even further. His posture turned more submissive as he apologized for even daring to stand in Adrian's presence. But Adrian's decision had already been made before the noble could say anything more. This was exactly what he had been looking for. These people would become the vessels for the seeds he was about to plant, and as that thought took shape, his stare sharpened with a quiet, dangerous intensity. Joseph, a noble whose bloodline had once received direct sanction from the Emperor of Bourgogne himself, suddenly failed to keep his noble composure intact. The moment that name reached him, shock broke across his face before he could hide it, as though the mere sound of it had struck deeper than any sword ever could. Then, from high above the hall, a powerful voice rolled down from the balcony and filled the entire chamber. It announced the arrival of a major figure from the Empire, and as Adrian stood below with Adelia Bayern at his side, the proclamation thundered through the gathering with unmistakable weight. Ambassador Quillon de Bourgogne-Montpellier had arrived. The instant Adrian heard that name, his expression dropped. For a brief heartbeat, the glittering hall, the murmuring nobles, and every surrounding sound seemed to fade into the distance, leaving only his stunned reaction behind as a single word slipped from his lips. The hall began to stir with anticipation as the ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Quillon de Bourgogne-Montpellier, stepped into view and gave a wide, elegant bow. His purple and gold robes shimmered beneath the bright lights, turning his entrance into a display no one in the room could possibly ignore. When he straightened, he did so with smooth, practiced confidence, a sly smile forming at the corner of his mouth as his gaze moved across the room. This was not some ordinary messenger from a foreign land. Standing before them was the famed ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Quillon de Bourgogne-Montpellier himself. His eyes found Adrian almost immediately, as if the prince had been his true target from the start. Then, wearing a familiar smirk far too casual for such a formal occasion, he greeted Adrian like someone with shared history between them, saying that it had been a while, Prince. Adrian's eyes suddenly flared with a fierce electric blue light. Around him, a violent crimson force surged in terrible silence, as if the rage beneath his skin had taken shape and begun roaring without making a sound. The name of the empire seemed to hang in the air like the opening blow of a war, Bourgogne. It was a nation upheld by an unstoppable military machine, with legions of knights ready to march and spearheads gleaming in disciplined formation. But to Adrian, it was far more than a foreign power. It was an ancient enemy, one he and his old companion had fought against for centuries, a ghost from 400 years ago that still burned in his memory as vividly as blood and fire. Whatever calm had been resting in Adrian's eyes disappeared completely. In its place, furious blue light blazed with terrifying intensity, and the power inside him began to tremble, as though one more breath might be enough to make it explode. That imperial name was carved deeply into the suffering of this kingdom, bound to wounds that had never truly healed. To Adrian, hearing it spoken with such pride, felt less like a formal introduction and more like a direct insult thrown straight in his face. Inside Adrian, pure rage detonated like a violent explosion, flooding his thoughts with the phantom image of crimson blood splashing across his vision. He stood on the edge of losing control entirely, until in the next instant, the ambassador's hand suddenly clamped onto his arm with a shocking grip, firm and iron-like enough to stop him in place. Adrian remained frozen where he stood, his pristine uniform almost seeming tainted by the blood-soaked fury raging through his mind. His face had gone terrifyingly still, not calm, but restrained by only the thinnest thread, like anger had been sealed behind a mask that could crack at any moment. Adelia Bayern, who had been watching him closely from the start, reacted at once to the strange outburst from His Highness. Beside her, Joseph stared in complete confusion, openly admitting that he had never once seen Adrian behave in such a frightening, unstable way before. Adrian, still visibly shaken by the storm that had nearly broken loose inside him, managed to force out only a short apology. His voice sounded clipped and strained, and he admitted that he had completely lost his composure in front of everyone. The ambassador watched the whole exchange with an unsettlingly knowing gaze, as if he understood far more than he intended to say aloud. Rather than press Adrian in front of the others, he simply gave him a quiet, meaningful look, one that seemed to ask a question without needing a single word. Still wearing that polished composure, the ambassador then offered to escort the prince. Around them, nobles and knights remained gathered in uneasy silence, still trying to make sense of the strange and dangerous moment they had just witnessed. Later, inside his private chambers, Adrian muttered in frustration that he needed to change out of his clothes. But as he moved, a startling realization hit him with unexpected force. His old body had been so useless that it could not even handle his powers properly, and the discovery left him genuinely stunned. At the same time, Vale Ballarhard narrowed his eyes, carefully studying the unfamiliar man who had stepped into the middle of the situation. His gaze sharpened with open suspicion as he asked exactly who this person was. Then the answer became clear. The stern, serious-looking figure was none other than Marquis Bielefeld, carrying himself with the weight and confidence of a man accustomed to importance. Adrian clasped his hands together in thought, quietly repeating the name to himself, and realizing that not everyone had been informed after all. Adrian watched the group carefully, letting his attention linger especially on Marquis Bielefeld. The space between them felt uncomfortable, thick with awkward silence, guarded expressions, and intentions that no one seemed ready to say out loud. Once Adrian was alone again, he nearly lost control. He clutched at his head as pain and frustration surged through him all at once, while his eyes glowed with an intense blue light, exposing the unstable power still churning dangerously inside him. Meanwhile, Adelia Byron and Joseph looked on with clear concern written across their faces. Adelia was the first to speak, her tone heavy and cautious, as she said that she had heard something had happened. The air between them grew thick with things no one wanted to say directly. Marquis Bielefeld stood there with a face like carved stone, revealing nothing through his expression and giving no easy clue about what he was truly thinking. His eyes fixed on Adrian, Marquis Bielefeld did not soften his words in the slightest. Another voice cut in as well, pointing out how dangerously volatile Adrian had looked, as though he had been only moments away from causing a serious incident. Adrian's hand tightened against the table as he was forced to admit, at least inwardly, that the accusation might not have been entirely wrong. Just like before, his eyes flashed with that unmistakable blue glow, betraying the power still stirring beneath his control. As the unseen voice demanded to know what on earth Adrian thought he was doing, his thoughts spun in restless confusion. He wanted to insist that he was not reckless enough to cause such trouble, and yet even he had to admit he could not fully understand what was happening, especially with the notorious House Bielefeld standing so openly at the center of everything and showing its power without hesitation. In this kingdom, nobles lowered their heads before House Bielefeld, with a reverence they would not even offer the royal family. That alone revealed just how strange and distorted the balance of power had become. The atmosphere felt like a powder keg waiting for a spark, charged so heavily that no honest person could call it peace. Looking back through the kingdom's history, the relationship had never truly been equal in the first place. From the beginning, it had been one-sided, barely deserving to be called an alliance at all. Adrian sank deep into thought over that unsettling truth, his expression tightening as the pieces weighed on him. He wondered aloud how things had ever been allowed to reach this point, questioning how the country had fallen into such a miserable state. Marquis Bielefeld only dismissed the question with a slight shrug, as if the answer was far less dramatic than Adrian expected. In a calm, almost indifferent tone, he said that honestly, it was not some extraordinary story. He recalled the age when legendary knights had once led the fight themselves, stepping proudly to the front lines and carrying the kingdom's strength on their shoulders. But as the years passed, the difference in power between the two sides only grew wider and wider. That divide did not close, and it did not remain safely balanced either. It continued to deepen over time, stretching farther apart until the gap became too enormous for the kingdom to overlook any longer. Before the empire had even fully risen into the great power it would later become, the kingdom had already been reduced to a small nation, forced to bend beneath its pressure. It had been pushed into submission long before the imbalance could be corrected. That cruel fragment of history struck Adrian with brutal force. The realization landed heavily in his chest, like a physical blow he could neither dodge nor ignore. At last, Adrian began fitting together the broken pieces of his kingdom's past. Leonberg was only a small country at the edge of the continent, while the Bourgogne Empire had grown into a terrifying powerhouse. And yet, once upon a time, Leonberg had possessed something that allowed it to stand against that giant, some hidden strength that had given the kingdom a real chance to resist. From the very beginning, their martial training had been sharpened with incredible precision, each movement refined until it became part of a legacy. Ordinary achievements and nearly impossible feats were woven together over time, becoming heroic tales, then legends, and eventually myths that shaped the kingdom's very identity. Wrapped in a soft blue glow, Adrian fell into deep thought about those martial hymns. He began to understand that they had not simply been techniques or traditions, they had once formed the very core of Leonberg's strength. He finally grasped the deeper meaning behind the martial spirit hymns, the battle anthems that had made his family's name legendary. But that understanding came with a painful weight, because in the end, despite all that glory, they had lost everything. Later, Adrian looked directly at Vale Ballarhard, his gaze steady and his decision already set. Without hesitation or hesitation's shadow, he told his uncle that he had completely changed his mind. Vale Ballarhard was visibly caught off guard, and immediately asked what Adrian was talking about. But Adrian's thoughts had already settled on one single answer, sharp and impossible to avoid: becoming king. With a confident grin spreading across his face, touched by that familiar mischievous edge, Adrian declared that he was actually going to try it. This time, his words carried no uncertainty, only the boldness of a choice finally made. Even after everything Adrian had already contributed to the kingdom, Vale Ballarhard could not shake the deep regret that tightened inside him. As he looked at the path his nephew had chosen, that regret lingered heavily, as if the decision carried both hope and sorrow at once. Adrian, however, did not waver in the slightest. He accepted that someday he might come to regret walking this road, but he also understood with absolute certainty that this was a destiny he could no longer step away from. A magnificent palace rose into view, grand and imposing beneath the sky. It marked the second day since the envoy's critical arrival, and the sight alone made it clear that the tension surrounding the court had not eased at all. Dressed in his regal uniform, Adrian kept his expression perfectly unreadable. Whatever thoughts were moving behind his eyes, he concealed them behind a calm, polished mask, suitable for the dangerous stage of the royal court. Vale Balarhard came forward in haste, carrying urgent news that immediately changed the atmosphere. He revealed that First Prince Adrian Leonberg had vanished, while Lord Vale of the Northern Balarhard court had already arrived. Adrian's expression tightened the moment he heard it. A low, uneasy hum slipped from him as the weight of the situation began to sink in, and concern slowly settled across his face. Around them, the nobles reacted with open shock, gasps breaking out across the room one after another. Adrian and Vale Balarhard were left facing the stunned court together, as the tension in the chamber grew so thick it almost felt suffocating. A memory flashed back sharply, bringing with it the harsh words that had once been thrown at him. He remembered the blatant disrespect from people who saw him as nothing more than a country bumpkin, someone foolish enough to stand before royalty without knowing his place. Not a single person there had believed in him. In their eyes, this young man could never truly become king, no matter what bloodline he carried or what future might be waiting beyond their narrow expectations. He started out as nothing but a nameless child from a village almost no one remembered. One of those forgotten places travelers passed by without ever caring enough to ask what it was called. In the eyes of the world, he was just another nobody, a boy with no title worth mentioning, no reputation to lean on, and even among the discarded, he was never the one anyone imagined would climb upward. But no matter how many odds were piled against him, and no matter how heavily that contempt pressed down on him, he never allowed himself to stay buried beneath it. Instead, he chose to move forward anyway, stepping out beneath all those judging stares, just as the moment before him is demanding that he do once again. Adrian pushes himself up onto his feet, and the space around him immediately begins to tremble, deep blue energy rippling from his body while a low, powerful vibration spreads through the air. His gaze turns razor-sharp, calm yet unbreakable, like a blade being drawn from its sheath, as though an old, defining memory has suddenly risen from the deepest part of his soul. He remembers every single person who looked him straight in the face, stared right through him, and still failed to recognize what had been standing before them all along. Even when he was swallowed up by a sea of countless faces, Adrian was never truly ordinary, and the faint blue waves drifting from his quiet figure made his presence impossible to dismiss. He remembers standing there before the masses, shoulders squared, back straight, and head lifted high, refusing to bend even as their doubts tried to crush him into the ground. The power sleeping inside him carried the rhythm of royalty itself, something far beyond ordinary talent, a noble presence only a true crown could command. And yet those people still branded him unworthy, laughing at him as a country bumpkin and whispering that if he ever took the throne, the entire kingdom would be dragged into ruin. As the youngest, he had always been treated like the family's joke, especially when compared to his older brothers, who looked more refined, more prepared, and much easier for the kingdom to accept. Even so, beneath all that mockery, Adrian's eyes blaze with a fierce, stubborn light, and the same brilliant blue energy flares around him, as if his determination has finally taken physical form. His resolve turns solid, almost like stone, and every cruel glare, every mocking smile, every dismissive look he has endured, only pours more fuel into the fire burning inside him. That strength suddenly surges outward in a radiant burst of blue, not like a threat meant to frighten them, but like a silent declaration that the power within him has always been undeniable. From within the watching crowd, a stern man with fiery red hair locks his eyes on Adrian, his expression tense and unmoving as he silently weighs the prince standing before him. Adrian remains at the very center of the hall, blue energy flowing around him in heavy streams, his presence swelling until every eye in the room is drawn toward him. Then, with a calm confidence that feels almost dangerous, he speaks as though the outcome has already been decided, declaring that this much should be enough. The blue light in his eyes burns even brighter, and his voice begins to take on the weight of command as he says, "You may raise your—" But before his words can fully land, a dark, menacing force suddenly erupts from a distant hooded figure, purple energy crackling violently around them as a low whisper slips into the air, heavy with dread. The hood falls back, revealing an ancient elf with flowing white hair and sharp-pointed ears, and even she looks shaken to the core as if she cannot believe a being of such power is truly standing there. Adrian keeps his blue-lit eyes fixed forward, catching the elf's stunned reaction in an instant. And he understands that someone in this room still remembers the true weight of his name. This is not some ordinary elf walking into the hall. From the shadows comes a mysterious, overwhelming presence, her dark robe swaying around her as raw energy snaps through the air with every step she takes. For a brief moment, Adrian's composure cracks, his jaw dropping as shock and confusion strike him at the same time. Out of everyone who could have appeared, he can hardly believe that madwoman is here. For generations, elves have been praised as the height of beauty, gentle and benevolent beings so graceful that people believed they would never even harm the smallest living creature. A polished image is what most people imagine the moment they hear the word elf, a reputation carefully protected for more than 1,000 years. But beneath that dazzling beauty, the truth is far more terrifying. In reality, they are a merciless race, using their breathtaking appearances almost like a blade, drawing enemies close with beauty before tearing them apart without hesitation. Even knights born with iron-grade strength, warriors who should be difficult to break, can still find themselves helpless once they fall into an elf's trap. And among those elves, there are some who stand on a completely different level. Monsters wrapped in elegance. This woman is an elder high elf, a being who has survived for nearly 1,000 years. Her name is Sigrun, the legendary dancing magic swordswoman. 10 years ago, she joined the expedition that brought down the Red Dragon, and now she stands there with chilling ease, asking whether he will follow her if his master falls. A confident smile slowly curls across Sigrun's lips as she promises that if he comes with her, she will keep her companion entertained for all eternity. Then she presses even further, tossing out the question as though it amuses her. So what if he is only a sword? With that bold challenge, she declares that she will show him what it truly means to exist as one. This is the very madwoman who once put him through torment beyond imagination. Gruhorn can barely process what he has just heard, wondering if those words truly came from her mouth, only for Vale Ballerhard to confirm that the terrifying statement came directly from the king she serves. Facing the strange, unreadable elf, Gruhorn studies her carefully, searching her face as he asks whether the two of them have met before. Sigrun turns her attention toward him with faint curiosity and answers with a question of her own, asking why he would think that. Gruhorn admits that this is his first time meeting her, and that answer alone is enough to make Vale Ballerhard react with stunned disbelief, while the powerful figures around them silently observe the tension growing in the room. The ancient elf only lets out a soft hum, her gaze lingering on Gruhorn with an unreadable calm, giving away nothing of what she is truly thinking. Gruhorn's thoughts begin to race, pulling him back to memories of a guild where strength decided everything. Even 400 years ago, Sigrun had already been a legend, a living weapon he had once encountered. If she had been that terrifying back then, there is no telling what kind of monster she has become now. Sigrun speaks with cold certainty, saying that a sword polished to its absolute peak can cut through anything, and everyone listening feels drawn into her words. But she makes one thing unmistakably clear. Only those who have truly reached mastery, only those who understand the sword from the deepest level, can grasp what that power really means. That kind of understanding cannot be achieved through raw strength alone. It belongs only to those who have stepped beyond ordinary skill and entered a higher realm. Then she points that judgment directly at him, telling him in a calm, merciless voice that he has not reached that level yet. But instead of backing down or showing even a hint of fear, he simply grins, meeting her verdict with a cool reply that his tastes are just a little unusual. For a moment, Sigrun says nothing at all, her expression remaining unreadable, as though she is silently turning his answer over in her mind. Finally, with one small gesture, Sigrun brings their sharp exchange to a close, saying that although it was brief, meeting him was a pleasure. Far away from that charged encounter, on a brutal battlefield buried under snow, corpses lie scattered across the frozen ground as a lone warrior in crimson pushes forward, each step crunching through the icy silence. His eyes remain sharp and steady as he takes in the grim scene around him, and with quiet certainty, he realizes that for now at least, he has managed to survive. Elsewhere, inside a lavish room filled with comfort that does nothing to ease the tension, an older woman looks down at a tiny child, concern tightening her face as she murmurs that the little one is far too young. She continues looking the child over from head to toe, carefully examining every small detail, but what unsettles her most is the empty, distant stare, as if the child cannot even properly meet her eyes. A sudden chill of fear runs through her as a horrible thought strikes her all at once. Could this tiny child truly have been brought here to fight against her? The child, however, seems completely unaware of the weight pressing over the room, simply staring blankly ahead, and that vacant expression only deepens the woman's fear that this is happening far too soon. Her expression tightens as the seriousness of the situation settles over her, and she understands that this is not good at all. Then, from a tiny and mysterious figure, an otherworldly glow suddenly bursts outward, shimmering as though reality itself has been disturbed. Back inside the royal halls, the atmosphere turns serious once again, as the conversation shifts, and a confident voice declares that the prince will surely find the perfect match meant for him. But while everyone in the room talks as though the prince's future has already been neatly arranged, the prince himself quietly slips into deeper thought. Choosing a consort is not some simple ceremonial matter. The woman beside him would need wisdom, compassion, a healthy body, and a family strong enough to support the royal bloodline. With all of that responsibility closing in around him, he cannot help questioning whether he is truly ready to carry a commitment that heavy. And just as that thought weighs on him, the attendant suddenly brings news that crashes into the room like thunder. An elven delegation has arrived, formally asking for an audience. Instead of turning them away or hesitating for even a moment, the prince accepts immediately, almost as if the answer had already taken shape inside him. Once the prince gives his approval, the attendant moves without delay. She pivots at once and heads off to make the arrangements, her pace quick, sharp, and filled with purpose, like someone who understands that this meeting cannot be treated casually. She walks straight toward a dazzling figure whose very posture carries the elegance of royalty. Every motion is calm, graceful, and composed, and the woman standing there with a presence that naturally draws the eye is none other than Sigrun. Meanwhile, back inside the chamber, the prince is still trying to fully absorb what has just been announced. Elves have not appeared in their kingdom for ages, so the fact that an entire delegation has suddenly come seeking an audience leaves him genuinely shaken. With that radiant elf now standing before her, the attendant does not bother with polite detours or soft introductions. She faces Sigrun directly and asks the question everyone is thinking. Is it true that she has come here to become the prince's future spouse? Sigrun answers with a faint, knowing smile, the curve of her lips making it seem as though the question entertains her more than it surprises her. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she confirms it and proudly makes clear that she is a high elf. She calmly begins explaining her standing, making it obvious that she is not some wandering elf who happened to arrive at court, but a figure comparable to the highest nobility from an ancient and powerful lineage. At the same time, the prince's hand tightens almost without him noticing, his fist clenching while Gruhorn's thoughts spin frantically, trying to understand what Sigrun is truly aiming for. Sigrun continues speaking without even a trace of nervousness, as if every astonishing word she says is merely an ordinary fact. Her age alone towers over his by an impossible distance. She has lived for a full millennium, and the souls of ordinary mortals could never even begin to stand on the same level as hers. Bayern can only stare at her in stunned silence, watching Sigrun say these things with the casual ease of someone discussing the weather. Then the high elf adds with a confidence that feels deeply unsettling, that it was a beautiful day for a human, and that she herself was the reason the prince had followed her. Her eyes sharpen, and her gaze fixes on the room with such intensity that the atmosphere seems to grow heavier around her. Then she reveals that everything began from the very moment she first laid eyes on His Highness. Gruhorn is hit so hard by her words that his jaw nearly drops. The sheer boldness of what she has just claimed leaves him momentarily frozen, unable to find an answer quickly enough. He knows one crucial truth about elves: they do not speak lightly when it comes to fate or bonds. That makes Sigrun's claim land with even more force. Bayern, still rattled by how confidently the high elf is forcing the matter forward, can only ask whether everything Sigrun just said is actually true. Her face remains locked in disbelief, her eyes wide and unsettled as she silently wonders just how outrageously daring this elf can possibly be. Still shaken by the high elf's reckless declaration, Bayern's thoughts begin racing in every direction. She questions everything she thought she understood about fate, and whether this elf is truly trying to twist destiny itself into a marriage alliance with the prince. As if Sigrun can see directly through those thoughts, she delivers yet another declaration that leaves the room stunned. With a certainty that almost feels divine, she says the prince's destiny has always been intertwined with her own. Those words fall over the chamber like a heavy blade. No one moves at first, as if Sigrun has openly dared every person present to challenge the fate she has just claimed. Gruhorn is completely bewildered, yet he cannot simply reject her statement because he knows elves do not lie about matters like this. All he can do is stumble through his disbelief, demanding how she could possibly call a connection this deep nothing more than coincidence. The nobles around them begin to lose their composure. Sharp gasps ripple through the room, hurried whispers break out from every side, and one furious noble nearly explodes on the spot, unable to swallow the sheer arrogance of Sigrun's words. Just as the tension seems ready to snap, a crisp tack cuts through the chamber. From the other side of the door, a hand closes around the handle, prepared to swing it open and interrupt the charged scene inside. Even with the door about to open, Sigrun does not flinch in the slightest. The ancient elf remains perfectly composed, standing there with such overwhelming presence that she still seems to rule the entire room without moving a finger. Then she states her purpose with absolute clarity, leaving no space for misunderstanding. She has come here for one reason alone, to marry the prince and join their ancient clans together. The elder high elf fixes him with a piercing stare, her eyes unwavering and intense. She presses forward as though she expects his answer immediately, not later, not after discussion, but right there in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Gruhorn stands ready with the stillness of a veteran executioner who has spent 20 loyal years in service. His blade, his posture, and the cold silence around him all carry the weight of a man long accustomed to death. Sigrun's dagger-like eyes drill into him as she pushes the confrontation even further. She asks whether he has come merely to uncover the truth, or whether he has arrived to deliver the fatal blow with his own hands. A sly smile slowly spreads across her lips, and the look on her face makes it painfully clear that she is enjoying every second of the shock and pressure building in his reaction. Caught off guard by just how much she appears to know, Gruhorn can only force out a stunned question. His eyes narrow as he asks how she could possibly know anything about him at all. In response, terrifying purple energy surges up around Sigrun, twisting through the air like a storm of raw magic. Gruhorn feels the truth settle over him with a cold chill. This woman is a monster, and the depth of her power is far beyond anything he can properly measure. Faint blue glow sparks defiantly in Gruhorn's eye as he struggles to understand her bizarre claim that their destinies are somehow connected. His expression hardens into a silent challenge, especially once he realizes that she even knows the hidden truth of his identity as an executioner. Then Sigrun's voice cuts through the room with sharp, mocking confidence, as though daring him to stand before her at all. But Gruhorn refuses to retreat. With his eyes burning, he answers with absolute certainty, declaring that he knows exactly who he is. Sigrun, however, only continues to toy with him, reminding him that he has been speaking so boldly right in front of an executioner. At last, Gruhorn's patience finally breaks. He has heard enough of Sigrun's games, and the look on his face makes it clear that he is finished letting her control the scene, however she pleases. He draws a hard line in front of her, telling her to stop interfering with his destiny and to keep her hands away from the path he has chosen for himself. Sigrun, however, remains completely calm, as if his anger barely brushes against her. Her smirk stays in place while she casually admits that, for now, he is simply an entertaining little mystery to her. Gruhorn's expression turns cold as a brutal realization sinks deep into him. If he leaves this situation untouched, this insane elf could wipe his entire kingdom from history. So in silence, he makes a vow to turn himself into something she cannot ignore, a feast so irresistible, so exquisite, that she would never be able to treat him like a passing taste. The moment that audacious thought leaves him, Sigrun's eyes narrow slightly. For the first time, genuine curiosity seems to surface, and she asks him who he truly is. Gruhorn answers with hardened resolve, saying that at this moment, he is nothing more than a prince abandoned by his own father. Even as Sigrun challenges the very foundation of his existence, his voice stays steady and does not break. If she is really that curious about him, then she will simply have to keep watching. Only time will show her what he is going to become. The ancient elf falls silent, her eyes locked on him with a gaze so sharp and unreadable that not even the smallest hint of her thoughts slips through. She had always sensed that something about Adrian's trial was strange, as though the entire ordeal carried a deeper meaning that did not match what could be seen on the surface. But now, piece by piece, the truth finally begins to fit together in her mind. At last, she understands that everything was happening because of him. A violent wave of realization crashes over Gruhorn, and the truth strikes him with terrifying weight. That strange heritage from another world suddenly feels far more meaningful and far more dangerous than it ever had before. Then, in a flash of blinding light, the scene shifts. He appears walking through a magnificent hall flooded with sunlight, and the moment he enters, every noble and guard nearby turns their eyes toward him. The crowd bursts into shock as he stands openly before them, hand in hand with Sigrun. Without needing to say anything yet, the sight alone becomes a declaration no one in the hall can ignore. Standing side by side, the two of them look almost impossibly imposing, like a pair of forces powerful enough to shake the entire kingdom, simply by appearing together. Then he shifts his sharp gaze toward the gathered crowd, his expression steady and controlled, preparing himself to deliver the announcement that will change everything. And then he says it clearly, loudly enough for everyone in the hall to hear. He is going to be engaged to Sigrun. Even as the words leave his mouth, part of him almost recoils in disbelief, as if he has only just realized how casually he called out Sigrun's name in front of the entire room. But beneath that bold announcement, his mind is already moving several steps ahead. He knows he cannot afford to openly oppose Sigrun right now, so this engagement becomes a calculated move. Even if an alliance with the elves appears small on the surface, he understands that its true value is enormous. His real objective is much simpler and much more dangerous: deceive her, draw her close, and turn Sigrun into his own personal spy. After weighing every possible angle, he decides that this is the strongest move available to him, especially because of how much it could ultimately benefit the queen. Sigrun is much too perceptive to be taken in by the pretty little act unfolding in front of her. Even with that composed smile resting on her face, she can see straight through the engagement for what it really is. Not some tender romance, but a carefully arranged move on the political board, one meant to strengthen her position just as much as everyone else's. But to Gruhorn, that truth means almost nothing. While others may be staring at the surface of the engagement, he has already been moving according to his own hidden plan, playing a separate game from the very moment this arrangement began. Within the enormous hall, where even the smallest sound seems to travel up the walls and linger in the air, Gruhorn's mind is already racing far beyond the present moment. He intends to turn this entire farce into a weapon, using it to gather power, allies, and influence until the day finally comes when he can rip himself away from that frightening elf's control. Adrian Leonberg, a rising legend whose story is only just beginning to unfold, has now reached level 23. His strength, speed, endurance, magic, and even luck have all grown to remarkable heights, supported by a terrifying list of skills and valuable items. And yet, in that same quiet moment, he simply extends his hand and gently closes his fingers around a delicate flower, the fragile bloom looking almost impossibly small beside the overwhelming force he now carries. Still, no matter how far Adrian has climbed or how much power he has gained, the King of Leonberg remains seated above him on the throne with the stronger hand. Adrian understands that difference painfully well, because in the end, the greatest advantage between them does not come from effort or skill, but from royal blood itself. A sharp gasp escapes Bayern before she can stop it, and her next breath comes out strained and uneven. The full weight of what she has just pieced together slams into her all at once, leaving her momentarily frozen beneath the force of the realization. Not long ago, Bayern remembers Adrian's uncle Vale Ballerhard had stepped forward in desperation, searching for someone to support him in a dangerous political struggle. First, Adrian reached out and claimed the flower of Iron Lion Castle, and now, with startling boldness, he is stretching his hand toward an elf as well. Most people believe they understand beauty the moment they see a pretty face, but when the subject is the elf race, that ordinary idea falls painfully short. Their charm exists on an entirely different level, the kind of beauty so overwhelming that it captures the eyes first and leaves the mind scrambling to resist afterward. A sly, knowing smile slowly curls across Bayern's lips, the expression carrying both deep satisfaction and a spark of eager anticipation. And before much time passes, the duel with him is set into motion, feeling less like a simple decision and more like an unavoidable clash that fate itself has dragged into the open. Gillian grits his teeth, fully aware that killing Adrian outright would only create problems too large to clean up afterward. But that does not stop a cold, vicious smirk from tugging at his mouth as he settles on a better answer. If Adrian is left alive, broken, and still useful, that will be more than enough. A low, ugly sound rumbles from Gillian's throat as he presses a hand over his own face, sinking deeper into the cruelty of his thoughts. With a chilling certainty, he vows to crush Adrian so thoroughly that there will be no pride left in him, no hope to cling to, and no path back to the man he used to be. Meanwhile, on a brutal battlefield, swallowed by relentless snow, Adrian Leonberg stands among the fallen as though the merciless world around him has hammered him into something sharper and far more dangerous. In another place, Sturmhilde Stuttgart appears in full armor, his presence heavy and commanding, ready to deliver a declaration that carries the undeniable weight of law. Sturmhilde Stuttgart names himself the Silver Lion and commander of the Royal Knights, and with that authority, he formally certifies the duel. As Adrian is sent plunging from the towering structure, Sturmhilde's voice cuts through the air, making one thing unmistakably clear: no one will face punishment, no matter what result this battle produces. Gillian, however, only lets out a lazy yawn as if all the ceremony, tension, and gathered attention mean absolutely nothing to him. To his eyes, this is not some grand duel wrapped in royal significance. It is simply an exchange of blows he expects to end on his terms. Then, with almost casual cruelty, Gillian reveals what he has been hiding. He says he prepared carefully for Adrian and even brought along a few new toys, his tone dripping with mockery as he asks whether Adrian likes them. Then he adds, with a sharp edge in his voice, that he sincerely hopes the first prince will not disappoint the kingdom's expectations. Adrian feels the pressure slam down around him like an invisible mountain, pressing against his body and stealing the ease from every breath. All he can force through his mind is one strained thought. He has felt this kind of power before, but this time, something about it is unmistakably different. Jillian stands there wrapped in a faint blue glow, watching Adrian struggle as though the sight barely interests him. With a dismissive shrug in his voice, he says the pressure must be getting to him, then throws out a challenge, asking whether Adrian will still be able to slap him around after this. Before Adrian can properly respond, Gillian unleashes a devastating burst of blue energy. The strike crashes into him with a brutal, bone-rattling crack, blasting his body backward through the air while Jillian's voice follows after him, coldly warning that the pain will not end just because the duel eventually does. Adrian is forced to take the full impact head-on, his body jolting violently under the force of the attack. Blue aura erupts around him in a fierce explosion, swallowing the space near him in a burst of raw, violent power. The blow tears Adrian off his feet and sends him spinning wildly through the open air, blue energy still snapping and crackling around his body as he falls farther and farther away. Even in the middle of that dizzying descent, his thoughts drift back to the strength he has gained recently, and he mutters to himself that things have gotten just a little busier lately. Adrian slams into the ground with a heavy, unforgiving crash. The force from Jillian's attack rips through him from head to toe, driving the air from his lungs and leaving his body shaken by the violence of the impact. A raw cry of pain bursts from Adrian's throat, loud enough to make the watching crowd react at once. Three noble women freeze where they stand, their eyes widening in open disbelief as the duel suddenly turns far more savage than any of them had expected. Even Sturmhilde Stuttgart, the legendary commander of the Royal Knights, cannot completely mask the shock that crosses his face. As he looks at the figure before him, he finds himself questioning whether this battered yet unyielding young man is truly the same first prince he once knew. And yet, even from the ground, Adrian's eyes refuse to go dull. Pain is written clearly across his face, but underneath that pain, a stubborn flame of defiance still burns, making it obvious that in his heart, this fight has not ended. Then Sturmhilde's commanding voice slices through the heavy tension and officially declares Adrian, the first prince, the victor. Adrian stands over the fallen Jillian with the weight of triumph hanging in the air, while the surrounding nobles and guards stare on in a mix of awe, disbelief, and uneasy silence. With the final force of a gavel striking against stone, Sturmhilde delivers the verdict for everyone to hear. The third prince has been officially removed from the fight, and the decision leaves no room for argument. A wave of stunned cries passes through the crowd as Gillian, defeated but not completely shattered, lies on his back staring up toward the sky. His fate has been changed by the result of this duel, and even the clean, elegant lines of his uniform now look painfully out of place against the chaos twisting inside him. That spotless uniform only makes the contrast even harsher. On the outside, Gillian still appears neat, noble, and composed by birth, but beneath that polished appearance, humiliation and rage are already twisting through him like poison. Still reeling from the loss, Gillian lowers his gaze while the noble's whispers begin circling around him from every direction. Deep inside, he scoffs at their small-minded judgment, refusing to let their muttered opinions become something worth acknowledging. Across the way, Adrian stands beside Vale Balarhard, while Vale struggles to process the scene in front of him. His disbelief is so strong that he can barely keep it out of his voice as he asks whether Prince Jillian truly lost. The shock spreads through the room like a wave. Gillian has been defeated by someone who had only been training for a few short months. Rage contorts his face, twisting his expression into something fierce and ugly, and he curses Adrian with every bit of fury he can drag from his chest. Even the hardened guards, men trained to stand firm and keep their expressions under control, fail to hide what they are feeling. They stare at the result before them with open disbelief, unable to fully accept what they have just witnessed. Still shaken by the outcome of the duel, Jillian jerks his head upward and blurts out a sharp question filled with disbelief. The words come out almost on instinct, because he cannot bring himself to accept what he has just heard. Somewhere else, Adrian drops yet another shocking piece of news on Vale Balarhard. The first prince left Balarhard territory immediately after the duel, and now Adrian is gone as well. Vale can only stare back at him in stunned silence, barely managing to force out a response. News spreads quickly. Adrian is heading north, straight toward Balarhard territory. Soon, a massive convoy of carriages and armored knights begins rolling through the enormous gate, leaving the capital behind as the road stretches open toward the frozen lands waiting ahead. Inside his private quarters, Adrian sits with bandages still wrapped around his head, watching a tiny furry companion with a look of genuine curiosity. He mutters that the little creature has somehow learned how to ride, and since it can now hold the reins, he declares that it is finally time to move on to the real thing. Adrian's fist tightens as a quiet vow settles deep in his chest. He thinks to himself that he should have kept his mouth shut, and that he still has a long way to go when it comes to learning humility. At the same time, his uncle Vale Ballarhard confronts him head-on, demanding to know why he is trying to leave in such a hurry. Adrian turns his eyes away, fully aware that the banquet has only just ended, and that staying a few days to rest would have been the sensible choice. But dressed from head to toe in battle gear, with determination burning in his gaze, he admits the truth plainly. There is no longer any place for him in the capital. Somewhere deep within the shadows of power, a dark presence seethes with anger at the arrogance of those who have dared to forget who truly rules this empire. And even as that resentment simmers, the hunger for greater authority continues to drive the plotting forward. Elsewhere, Adrian fires a pointed question at Vale Ballarhard, asking whether those supposedly loyal knights had ever been faithful in the first place. Vale answers with a scoff, reminding him that they were mercenaries, not nobles, before asking if Adrian truly believed that performance had been genuine. But Adrian's decision has already been made. His expression stays firm, his resolve locked tightly in place, and there is not even the slightest sign that he intends to turn back now. His uncle, however, cannot keep the concern from showing. Vale believes that if they had endured hardship together, their bond might have grown strong enough to become unbreakable. But Adrian's sudden decision feels dangerously reckless. Both he and Vale keep their attention fixed on the prince, who seems caught deep within his own thoughts. Adrian is certain of one thing above all else: if he waits any longer, he will end up bound to that terrifying woman. A cold shiver runs through him as he remembers Sigrun, the elder high elf, and the horrifying truth that every person she ever took an interest in eventually met ruin. With a fierce light sharpening his eyes, Adrian swears to himself that he has to become stronger, and he has to do it quickly before that nightmare can become reality. Thinking of Sturmhilde Stuttgart, he understands that all the effort he spent growing stronger inside the peaceful capital has now led him to one conclusion: he must escape this situation. Deep down, Adrian understands that true growth, the kind that does not simply train the body, but sharpens the soul itself, can only be found in a place where real danger waits. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Jillian falls into heavy silence as he looks out over the endless snowfall. This northern land is the ultimate trial ground for humanity, a place that tests every ounce of strength, will, and endurance a person possesses. That harsh truth seems to weigh heavily on Bayern as she gazes into the distance as well. It is a merciless land where legends are not handed out freely, but forged through blood, bitter cold, and the desperate will to survive. Facing that reality head-on, Adrian's eyes burn with a determination that does not waver. For Adrian, there is no hesitation left inside him. The battlefield, with all its danger and cruelty, is the one place where he truly feels he belongs. Now, deep in the ruthless mountains buried beneath layers of snow, Adrian raises a hand and gestures toward the ominous peaks standing in the distance. With his eyes fixed on their jagged outline, he confirms that those are the legendary Blade Mountains. This is the sacred border his family has protected with their own blood, and the biting cold itself seems to prove just how unforgiving this land truly is. Beside Adrian, his companion is nearly frozen solid, complaining like a walking icicle that he is about to die from the cold. Adrian simply looks at him and deadpans, asking why he did not just stay inside the carriage if he could not handle it. Adrian Leonberg drove himself deeper into the ruthless mountain trail, forcing his body through the snow while the icy wind tore at his cloak and scraped across his armor from every direction. The cold was sharp enough to bite through cloth and metal alike, but he kept advancing as though the entire storm was only a minor inconvenience. And in the middle of that miserable climb, a crooked, almost absurd thought crossed his mind. Was this ridiculous journey somehow making him gain weight instead of wearing him down? But behind that freezing march, buried somewhere far beyond the present moment, his uncle's thoughts drifted back to everything he had given up to reach the position he now held. None of those sacrifices had been small. Every step that had brought him here had come with a burden, and each one was the kind of weight that would have crushed an ordinary man long before he could stand at the center of power. He could not help wondering when the emperor would ever find a moment of peace, if not for his tireless work and constant watchfulness. And when he remembered the fools who dared to treat him as nothing more than a troublesome old man, a sharp, bitter scoff rose inside him, carrying both wounded pride and unmistakable irritation. Back in the present, Adrian's eyes remained locked straight ahead. Snow struck his face again and again, but not even a flicker of weakness crossed his expression. His gaze stayed hard, cold, and unshaken as he carved his way through the brutal weather by sheer force of will. Right at his side, Vale Ballarhard also pushed through the savage mountain path. His body held steady despite the merciless cold pressing down on him. This frozen route was dangerous enough to break most men before they reached the end. Yet Vale's resolve did not falter. He matched Adrian's pace step for step, crossing that insane white landscape with grim determination. Vale turned his face toward Adrian, and even through his stern expression, worry was clear in his eyes. With the wind roaring between them and nearly swallowing his voice, he called out loudly, asking whether Adrian was truly holding up all right. Adrian dismissed the concern immediately, raising his voice over the storm and insisting that he was perfectly fine, even though the march was obviously wearing down everyone around him. Still, Vale Balarhard did not stop watching him. He offered Adrian an escape from the strain, telling him that if the march became too much, they could switch places at any moment. But Adrian refused without even pausing, unwilling to take comfort for himself while the others were still struggling through the same freezing hell. The intensity in Adrian's eyes only grew sharper, almost like cold steel catching the light of the storm. No matter how much exhaustion pressed against his body, his will kept burning brighter, turning his determination into something so fierce that it felt nearly impossible to halt his advance. As Vale Balarhard watched Adrian continue moving forward without hesitation, a heavy thought settled in his mind. Falling out of the king's favor was not something a person could easily recover from. Once that judgment landed on someone, it clung to them like a chain, and escaping its weight was far from simple. Even while Adrian's face stayed calm and unreadable, his thoughts beneath that expression were moving quickly. The royal command weighed on him far more heavily than the snow gathering across his shoulders, and he could feel the hidden meaning behind that order tightening around every knight involved in this march. Every single knight gathered here had been forced onto this path by the king's absolute order. None of them had marched north because they wanted to, and Adrian could read that truth clearly in their strained faces, their stiff movements, and the exhaustion dragging at every step. As Adrian took in the disorder spreading through the group, one thought rose sharply in his mind. If Karl had been here, this situation would already be under control. A bitter scoff passed through his thoughts as he looked over the men who were supposed to be royal knights. From what he could see, they were nowhere near worthy of such a proud title. He even found himself questioning whether they deserved to be called immediate knights at all, or if even calling them knights was already being too generous. In Adrian's eyes, the king, his uncle in blood, but also the heavy force standing over his life, was nothing more than a stubborn old geezer who seemed determined to make every situation as difficult as possible. A defiant little humph escaped Adrian as he continued forcing his way forward. Even as he grumbled inwardly, he had no choice but to accept the bitter reality that this body, bound by blood and duty to the king, was now his own flesh. Carrying that burden with him, he kept driving onward toward the north. The king's command and attitude pressed down on the entire group, like an overbearing weight that allowed no escape and no argument. Through the stinging snow and the vicious northern wind, the knights continued their march, their bodies battered by the cold, yet their resolve still barely holding as they pushed deeper into the unforgiving land ahead. The frozen wasteland stretched out before them without end, a vast white world that looked brutal no matter which direction they turned. Adrian did not slow his pace. Instead, he glanced back at the people following behind him, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve, fully aware that if they wanted to live through this place, they had no choice but to break through it together. Adrian shouted over the screaming wind, warning the others that if they failed to pick up the pace, the blizzard would swallow them before they could escape. And almost as though the mountain itself had heard his words and answered in fury, the weather suddenly grew worse, the air twisting into a violent storm of snow, ice, and shrieking wind. In an instant, the snowfall transformed, as if someone had flipped a switch and plunged the entire mountain into full blizzard fury. What had already been a punishing march now became a desperate charge through chaos. The wind howled so violently that even the person riding beside you felt distant and hard to reach. Adrian stayed at the very front with his eyes fixed on the path ahead, while Vale Balarhard fought to remain close behind him, barely managing to make his voice pierce through the storm. The blizzard swallowed everything, turning the world into a blinding white void. The road disappeared, the sky vanished, and even the figures of the riders just ahead became little more than ghostly shapes in the snow. With visibility nearly gone, the knights had no choice except to trust their horses, their instincts, and that faint sense of direction keeping them from being lost completely. Even so, Adrian continued leading the charge, a brief flash of gold cutting through the swirling white storm. Behind him, the knights forced themselves onward with everything they had left, their bodies and horses nearly disappearing into the endless curtain of snow that whipped around them. Adrian roared into the blizzard, pushing mana into his voice until his command ripped through the storm with unnatural force. His order to move faster rang out like a desperate battle cry, striking through the cold and driving the others to keep pushing forward. The blizzard gave them no mercy whatsoever. Snow slammed into them in thick sheets, and violent gusts battered them from every direction, making even the simple act of staying upright feel like a battle against the mountain itself. In the middle of that chaos, Adrian's eyes immediately caught sight of Adelia Bayern being hit hard by a massive gust of wind. Her enormous shield caught the blast like a sail, yanking her body off balance and pulling her dangerously to the side. The moment Adrian saw what was happening, he shouted toward her through the storm. Vale Ballarhard reacted right away, his senses still sharp despite the blizzard tearing around them. He called back with a quick word of thanks to the prince, acknowledging the warning before the situation had the chance to spiral into something even worse. But Vale's worry had not vanished. He turned his attention back toward Adrian and checked on him again, asking whether he was all right in the middle of all this. Adrian answered that he was fine. Yet even through the roaring wind, a strange hesitation seemed to hang after his words, as though something about the situation was still weighing on him. Adelia was still being battered by the wind, her stance unstable as the huge shield dragged against her with every vicious gust. Arwen Kirgayan shouted toward her in alarm, warning her to be careful, because if she kept getting shoved around like that, she was going to be thrown down hard. Seeing Adelia nearly tossed around by the storm, Adrian immediately snapped an order at Arwen. No matter what happened, Arwen had to protect Adelia and make sure the wind did not take her off her feet. Arwen responded without delay, accepting Adrian's command the instant it reached her. At the same time, Vale Ballarhard shouted toward Adelia as well, telling her that if she wanted to keep her balance in that wind, she needed to throw those shields away. Adrian quickly followed with a reason, making it clear that the massive shields were no longer protecting her in any useful way. In this kind of violent wind, they were only turning her into a human kite, catching every blast and dragging her body off balance again and again. His expression grew harder as he shouted for her to drop everything, because no piece of equipment was important enough to gamble her life on. But Adelia, calling out to him as big brother, rejected the order at once, stubbornly clinging to the shield she could not bring herself to abandon. She tried to explain that the shield was far too large and awkward to simply stop and throw away in the middle of the march, leaving Adrian visibly questioning what she was thinking. All around them, the blizzard continued crashing into the group, blast after blast, slowing their pace as the endless wind and snow seemed determined to bring the entire journey to a complete stop. Even the strongest knights were beginning to break down under the storm's punishment. Their armor and weapons, once meant to protect them, had become heavy burdens dragging at their bodies. Through the wind, ragged gasps could be heard as one knight started to falter, her strength draining away until she could barely keep moving. Then a heavy, sickening thud cut through the noise of the storm. She lost her footing completely and crashed down into the snow, her shield flying out of her grasp as her body struck the frozen ground with painful force. A sharp shout ripped through the blizzard, just loud enough to reach Adrian over the screaming wind. In that instant, he understood exactly what had happened. Someone had fallen behind. Adrian twisted back with a grim look in his eyes, taking in the danger with one swift glance. Then he shouted for everyone else to keep moving forward, because if the entire line stopped in the middle of that blizzard, they could all end up doomed. The fallen knight lay helpless in the snow. Pain and exhaustion spread clearly across her face as the storm began dusting her body in white. Every second she remained on the ground, more snow gathered around her, as though the mountain itself was slowly trying to bury her alive. Adrian's own horse was barely enduring the march, and from where he sat, all he could do for a moment was watch the disaster unfold, with frustration clenched tight in his chest. The storm made a quick rescue nearly impossible. Every step through the snowdrifts was a struggle, and the ground looked ready to swallow both horses and riders if they moved carelessly. As the entire squad began losing strength, Taylor Tailheim, Adrian's right-hand knight, snapped at the struggling soldiers with fierce urgency. He shouted for them to get back up and move, refusing to let them collapse in the snow. Around him, the exhausted knights could barely lift their trembling arms, yet they still managed to salute their prince through frozen breaths and shaking bodies. For days, the blizzard had pursued them like a merciless enemy, hammering them again and again without pause. But at long last, its fury began to weaken. Across the endless frozen wasteland, the battered knights continued their march, and far in the distance, a faint light appeared, small, fragile, but enough to promise that this nightmare might finally be nearing its end. Just as the hellish march seemed to enter its final stretch, Adrian released a long, weary sigh. His face carried every sign of the ordeal, from the cold that had bitten into his skin to the exhaustion that had settled deep into his bones. Even now, each step remained a fight. His heavy boots sank deep into the snow again and again, forcing him to drag his legs free and push forward through the frozen ground with nothing but stubborn persistence. Then, without any warning, the air around him fell strangely quiet. Adrian snapped his head upward in surprise, realizing that the blizzard which had tormented them for so long had suddenly disappeared. If the storm was going to stop, Adrian could not help thinking it should have done so much sooner. But now the sky had cleared all at once, almost as if the entire blizzard had only been some cruel joke played on them by the north. Above them spread an impossibly bright blue sky, and their long journey finally reached its destination. Before a massive castle gate, Adrian took in the sight of his troops lined up in perfect formation. His boots now struck solid, cleared ground, and after so many days of sinking through snow, the sensation felt almost unreal. With each firm step forward, the truth settled more deeply into him. They had arrived. What had begun as a desperate fight for survival had shifted into a steady, powerful march, filled with determination. Adrian strode forward through the enormous, ornate gates of the magnificent castle. The towering entrance opened before him like the mouth of an ancient fortress, one that looked as though it had endured countless winters and still stood unshaken. From within the castle grounds, the lord of the fortress watched Adrian's arrival with sharp, unwavering attention. He looked like a man hardened by battle and time, his weathered face marked by experience, while the scar over one eye made his already intense gaze seem even more formidable. Above them, a grand banner bearing the crest of Balarhard snapped sharply in the northern wind. Beneath that symbol, the Lord's voice rang out with firm authority as he declared himself the rightful ruler of Balarhard and the formidable commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion. Standing tall before the mighty fortress, the Lord carried himself with imposing confidence, his presence made even stronger by the loyal knights positioned at his sides. With formal dignity and unmistakable power, he extended his welcome to the first prince. Adrian lifted his gaze and met the man's eyes directly, his own stare sharp beneath the brilliant blue sky. Sunlight flashed across the intricate golden details of the Lord's armor, making his figure appear even more commanding as he stood before the prince. A faint, knowing smile appeared on the Lord's lips, as if he was quietly measuring the young prince standing in front of him. Then, with a broad and formal gesture, he offered Adrian a sincere welcome to Winter Castle. Beneath the bleak northern sky, a merciless wasteland of ice and snow stretched as far as the eye could see, its frozen fields marked by fallen bodies, swallowed in winter's silence. Far beyond the safety of the settled lands, deep within the Blade Mountains, a colossal castle rose from the white earth like a blade planted against the storm. This was the kingdom's greatest monster-slaying stronghold, a fortress built solely to hold back the endless waves of invading beasts. And yet, with monsters pouring in at such a terrifying scale, even this mighty bastion seemed to be sinking toward despair, until someone could only mutter that the entire situation had become hopeless. Prince Adrian stood beside his uncle, quietly taking in the grim reality surrounding Winter Castle. The razor-cold air, the worn-down soldiers, and the staggering number of lives being sacrificed just to keep the fortress from falling. His uncle looked utterly sick of the place, his expression twisted with exhaustion and disgust. And in a heavy voice, he made his feelings painfully clear. Once he managed to leave this frozen hell behind, he had no intention of ever coming back. Somewhere else within the castle walls, Adrian and Byron spoke about what Winter Castle truly represented. To outsiders, it might have seemed like nothing more than a brutal military post where ordinary soldiers were sent to endure the cold and fight monsters. But in reality, the castle was also a proving ground for those who carried royal blood, a place where their worth could be tested under the harshest conditions. Of course, there would always be high-ranking nobles trying to twist that meaning for themselves, turning the fortress's prestige and danger into yet another tool for political scheming. A quiet click cut through the stillness. Then the door slowly began to swing open, letting the cold, heavy silence of the castle spill into the room like a breath from the frozen halls beyond. But for anyone born and raised in Galunia, Winter Castle was never just some distant military assignment or another harsh duty on the northern frontier. To them, that fortress was the heart of their pride, the purpose they had been taught to carry since childhood, and the sacred place where their lives gained meaning through battle, loyalty, and sacrifice. Adrian faced the imposing knight directly, refusing to look away as his voice sliced through the tense atmosphere. Then Vincent Balarhard turned from the gathered crowd and made a declaration that settled heavily over everyone in the room. He would step down from his position as acting commander and return to the role that truly belonged to him, the commander of the Ranger Company. His son stepped forward, and the moment he saw his father standing safely before him, relief softened the tension in his face. The elder Vincent met that expression with quiet pride in his eyes, silently recognizing the effort and responsibility his son had carried while he had been away. A knowing smirk slowly pulled at the younger Vincent's mouth. It was the kind of expression that mixed relief, familiarity, and a touch of teasing all at once, as though the weight in his chest had finally loosened enough for him to joke again. His father gave him a playful jab, asking whether he had seriously believed the old man would never have a child of his own. The younger Vincent fired back without missing a beat, telling his father that he was already well past his prime and should finally learn how to take things easy instead of acting like he could keep going forever. Then the elder Vincent shifted his attention toward Adrian, and the air around him turned formal once more. With the weight of his full title, he introduced himself as Vincent, eldest son of the Balarhard family. Before everyone present, He acknowledged Adrian as the first prince, and formally recognized him as the new commander of the Ballarhard Ranger Company. Vincent of House Ballarhard stood straight before the first prince, his posture firm and disciplined, his eyes sharpened with intense focus. There was nothing careless or casual in the way he carried himself. Every part of him seemed to be measuring the importance of this moment. Adrian answered with the same calm ease he always carried, offering a casual greeting as a faint smirk touched the corner of his mouth. Even during such a heavy and formal introduction, he remained relaxed, confident, and difficult to read, as though pressure like this barely reached him at all. But the younger Vincent's thoughts had already turned toward Winter Castle itself. To him, this fortress was far more than an ordinary post buried in the snow. It was a legendary battlefield, a place where only true warriors stood their ground and gave their lives in the name of honor. Adrian stood firmly inside the snowbound castle, his presence cutting through the cold air with the sharpness of a drawn blade. This was not a place for anyone weak of heart, he declared. Only those who were truly prepared to give up everything had the right to stand within these walls. Then Adrian's voice sharpened, and he demanded to know why his father would bring someone like that to a place like this in the first place. Vincent Ballarhard Sr. did not flinch under the question. Instead, he remained composed and calmly offered to guide him through the castle, as if Adrian's accusation had not disturbed him in the slightest. Adrian's eyes burned with even greater intensity, and he clearly had no intention of letting the matter disappear. He pressed Vincent Sr. again, demanding the real reason that person had been brought here, his voice carrying the force of someone who would not be satisfied with polite evasions or vague answers. Vincent Sr.'s expression finally hardened, the faint warmth draining from his face as he gave Adrian a blunt confirmation. It was exactly as Adrian had heard. Nothing had been exaggerated, and nothing had been misunderstood. The truth could no longer be avoided. Vincent Sr. had chosen to become Adrian's guardian, which meant the prince would officially be staying at Ballarhard Castle. But Adrian had no intention of accepting that answer quietly. He shot back with a sharp reminder about the weakling who had once been driven out of the castle because of their past failures. His words made it clear that he had not forgotten those mistakes, not even for a moment. Vincent Sr. listened to him without cutting in, his face giving almost nothing away. A dark shadow seemed to pass over his expression, but whether it came from anger, regret, or something far more complicated, he kept it buried behind a calm and unreadable mask. Then a quiet thought settled deep inside him, heavy yet sincere. People were not frozen forever as the same failures they once were. With enough time, enough pain, and a purpose strong enough to pull them forward, they could truly change. At last, Vincent Sr. turned toward his son, Vincent Jr., and looked at him directly. There was only one thing he needed from him now, but the weight carried in that request made the entire room feel quieter, as if everyone understood this was not something he asked lightly. He met Adrian's eyes and demanded that he keep an open mind. Whatever judgments Adrian still held, whatever memories or assumptions he was clinging to, Vincent wanted him to set them aside, because this situation could not be handled properly if he continued looking at it only through the past. The tension in the room grew heavier as the three of them gathered around the massive table, and the conversation shifted into something far more dangerous. Taylor stepped in with a grim warning, explaining that the monster's strength was increasing, driven forward by its own dark instincts and desires. Taylor admitted that far too much about the threat still remained unknown. Even so, now that Adrian was here, hesitation was no longer an option. They had to commit themselves fully. But even with that decision made, one final obstacle still stood directly in their path. Adrian kept his gaze fixed on the table, his eyes sharp and steady as if he were cutting through every detail laid out before him. Behind that calm, unmoving stare, his mind was clearly racing, weighing each report and every piece of information being placed in front of him. Then Taylor spoke the single word that made the threat impossible to ignore. The true problem waiting for them was the orcs. A massive horde of orcs was tearing its way through the frozen lands, advancing with a force so overwhelming that even the rangers' arrows could barely slow them down. The base was becoming harder and harder to defend, and each new report only made the situation sound more desperate than the last. Adrian confirmed the grim reality without hesitation, revealing that he had already started selecting knights from within the castle to deal with the threat. He was not planning to sit still and wait for the enemy to crash into their walls. Instead, he was preparing a force that would meet the danger head-on. Began with just one simple word, but the weight behind it rolled across the entire group like an order. None of them could afford to ignore. Adrian, the prince, let a confident grin spread across his face, as though the shape of the plan had already become perfectly clear in his mind. With a cold and steady expression, he locked in his decision and made it unmistakable that he would be the one to handle this. But Taylor interrupted once again, unwilling to let confidence turn into carelessness. He warned them that the orcs of the Blade Mountains were not enemies anyone could afford to underestimate. One wrong decision, One careless movement, and the entire military operation could collapse into disaster. Adrian listened closely, and his expression tightened as the weight of Taylor's warning settled over him. The room seemed to grow heavier with silence, everyone feeling the seriousness of the enemy they were preparing to face. Taylor pushed for clearer information, refusing to let them move forward on vague fear alone. He demanded to know exactly how large the orc force was and just how much strength they were truly dealing with. What they needed now were numbers, power estimates, and certainty, not guesses. The answer came back as a grim estimate. At most, there were around 50 orcs. No overlord had been confirmed among them, but that did not mean one could be ruled out completely. They still had to consider the possibility that something far more dangerous was hiding behind the main force. Adrian's eyes shifted toward Adrian, and his stare carried a silent challenge that filled the space between them. No one needed to say the question aloud. The look alone made it clear. Was he truly ready to take responsibility for facing a threat like this? With fierce resolve, Adrian cut off any further hesitation and insisted that their current preparations would be enough. This was not a simple skirmish they could afford to mishandle. The mountain entrance was a vital ranger route, and if the situation broke down there, the entire area could erupt into a full-scale war zone. Adrian's voice sharpened with doubt as he interrupted, warning that future operations would become a nightmare if they misjudged the threat now. He challenged Adrian directly, demanding to know how he could speak with such confidence when they were dealing with the terrifying orcs of the Blade Mountains. Still unconvinced, Adrian pressed even harder. He wanted to know what Adrian was relying on, what hidden weapon, special tactic, or strategy he believed would be enough to make this dangerous plan succeed. Taylor then revealed another crucial piece of information. The orcs numbered only about 3 dozen, and almost as if that dangerous detail were nothing more than routine business, he followed it with a surprisingly casual request for a change of clothes. Adrian did not even blink at the strange timing of the request. He accepted it calmly, treating the matter as something minor and manageable, and said he would take care of it right away. A hard glint flashed through Adrian's eyes as his expression settled into something cold, firm, and impossible to shake. Once his decision had been made, he issued a single powerful order that cut cleanly through the room: move out. Adrian was completely caught off guard by how suddenly the order had been given. He could only stammer in confusion, still trying to understand where the plan had turned, as he demanded to know what Adrian meant and why they were suddenly being sent out on a mission involving the orcs. Adrian answered in his usual calm and strategic manner, not bothering to raise his voice. Their mission, he explained, was to escort and protect the Imperial Knights. But Adrian still could not accept that explanation so easily. He pushed back right away, confusion and disbelief clear in his voice as he asked why those Imperial Knights would need his protection in the first place. Adrian gave him the answer like a blow. The Third Legion was coming for them. Adrian visibly recoiled under the weight of those words, and before he could even fully process what they meant, another order followed immediately: get his gear and report back. From a distance, however, someone else was quietly watching everything unfold. The Imperial Knight Joseph kept his eyes fixed on the group, his gaze sharp, guarded, and difficult to read. In silence, he judged them from where he stood, thinking that whether he liked it or not, these soldiers had better prove themselves useful. That thought continued to trouble Joseph, especially when he remembered how badly they had been caught off guard by the blizzard. The memory clearly still bothered him, lingering in the back of his mind like a problem that had not yet been properly answered. Joseph, an Imperial Knight operating under the cover of a secret inquiry, kept his disguise firmly in place, while observing the situation with careful, watchful eyes. High above the snowy peaks, Winter Castle stood alone, like a silent guardian over the frozen expanse, its formidable defenses facing a wilderness where weaker creatures moved in the shadow of far deadlier monsters. A distant tower rose into the pale sky, stark and lonely against the endless white landscape. Inside the fortress, Adrian's sharp gaze settled on Gruhorn, his expression firm and unyielding as he prepared to speak. He warned Gruhorn that even if he doubted the reported numbers, the orc population was far larger than he imagined. Then he brushed aside Gruhorn's fear of failure, telling him plainly that he was overthinking things and allowing doubt to make the situation feel even larger and more terrifying than it needed to be. In the very next instant, Adrian unleashed a violent surge of power, and a blinding flash burst between him and Gruhorn like lightning exploding inside the hall. His eyes lit up with a fierce blue radiance as he pressed forward, the pressure of his will crashing down and forcing Gruhorn to give ground, while everyone behind them stood frozen in place, unable to do anything but watch the confrontation unfold. Gruhorn's eyes flared in response, blazing with a sharp golden light of their own. It did not feel like a calm or calculated reaction. It was far more instinctive than that, as though Adrian's sudden assault had struck something buried deep inside him and awakened a hidden force that answered before his mind could. Adrian, however, remained oddly composed in the middle of that pressure. He tried to call up the status window, expecting the familiar interface to appear before his eyes, but nothing responded. With the system giving him no answer at all, his gaze shifted toward the intricate armor standing before him, and a quiet question formed in his mind: was this man a triple-chain knight? Out of everyone who had returned from the front lines, only one person among them could truly be called a ranger in the proper sense. The others might have carried titles, weapons, and the appearance of trained soldiers, but once all of that was stripped away, they were closer to ordinary scouts than real rangers. With that realization settling heavily in his mind, Adrian knew he could no longer move based on assumptions alone. Before he made his next decision, he needed to verify his own condition first and understand exactly what limits, strengths, and abilities he could truly rely on. Back inside the hall, Gruhorn raised his voice and pulled the attention of the knights toward him. His words cut through the restless atmosphere with enough force to quiet the room, making it clear that from this point on, everyone needed to listen carefully. As preparations for the mission began, Adrian gave his instructions to Adelia Byron, while tension moved behind her eyes. She kept her expression controlled, but her thoughts were already racing. If his power went out of control at the wrong moment, she knew very well that she would be the one dragged into the worst of the consequences. Crossing those mountains buried under snow was not something anyone could survive with half-hearted strength or careless confidence. Out there, stamina meant everything. Every step through the frozen terrain demanded focus, endurance, and a stubborn will strong enough to keep the body moving, even when the cold tried to shut it down. Once stamina fell too low, the body would slowly begin turning against itself. Limbs would stiffen, breathing would grow heavier, and even lifting one foot out of the snow could become painfully difficult. In those deadly mountain paths, where a single wrong step could cost someone their life, that was a terrifying risk. And now, forced to travel alongside Gruhorn, Adrian could not help thinking that this man's nagging might actually be worse than his father's. They pressed onward across the frozen land, their horses charging through the snow with powerful, heavy strides. White powder sprayed up around their legs with every impact, and although the cold terrain stretched endlessly in front of them, the group continued riding forward without letting their pace fall. Deep within the frozen wilderness, Adrian took the lead and lifted his spyglass toward the distant horizon. His brows slowly drew together as he focused on a small shape through the lens, and for a brief moment, confusion crossed his face as he wondered whether he was looking at a rabbit. But as the view inside the spyglass grew clearer, that harmless thought disappeared at once. The figure moving through the snow was dark, heavy, and ominous, its silhouette far too large and threatening to belong to any ordinary animal wandering through the cold. No, it was definitely not a rabbit. What stood out there was a massive orc, its green face twisted into a vicious expression, its red eyes glowing through the freezing air as a low, animal-like snarl rumbled from deep in its throat. Adrian's expression hardened immediately, and every trace of earlier uncertainty vanished from his face. Through the spyglass, his eyes fixed tightly on the target, and the full weight of what they had just discovered settled over him in silence. He quickly relayed the information to Gruhorn, making it clear that the figure ahead was not alone. There was not just one orc waiting in the snow, but an entire group. Now that they had finally found the enemy, the next choice they made would decide how the mission moved from here. Gruhorn narrowed his eyes, and his face sharpened with cold, focused resolve. Whatever was waiting ahead of them, his posture made one thing clear: he was ready to face it directly, without backing down. Without wasting another moment, Adrian began preparing his weapons, the clear sound of equipment being loaded breaking through the tense quiet around them. Standing side by side, he and Gruhorn looked like two blades drawn at the same time, both ready to meet the orc horde advancing somewhere ahead through the snow. Meanwhile, the orcs continued their unsettling march through the frozen forest. Their low growls rolled between the snow-laden trees, echoing through the wilderness and making the cold air feel even heavier, sharper, and more dangerous. The harsh mountain wind lashed around Gruhorn as he stood poised in the snow, scanning the pale wasteland spread out before him. Then, from somewhere ahead, a primal roar tore through the silence, thick with killing intent, hunger, and raw violence. A confident smirk flickered across Gruhorn's face as he turned toward the oncoming threat. Instead of fear, there was only chilling calm in his expression, and he greeted the danger as though he had just met an old acquaintance, murmuring, "Well, hello there. Long time no see." There was not a trace of hesitation in Gruhorn's body, only raw and explosive force waiting to be released. A blazing inferno suddenly erupted from him and surged outward, but at that same moment, a monstrous orc packed with muscle and fury charged through the snow, barreling toward him as if it meant to crush everything in its path. Too slow. Gruhorn moved before the orc could reach him, his kick snapping out with terrifying speed and slamming straight into the beast's face. The blow landed with brutal force, and blood scattered across the freezing air in a violent red spray. The impact was so overwhelming that the orc's massive body was launched backward, hurled through the snow as though its weight meant almost nothing. For a creature that huge to be thrown aside so easily made the force behind Gruhorn's strike feel almost unreal. But before that first enemy had even finished collapsing, the ground began to tremble under the heavy steps of more foes rushing closer. Gruhorn's hand moved to the hilt of his sword, almost by instinct, his body already shifting into position for the next wave. First orc crashed into the ground unconscious, its body sinking heavily into the snow, but the real battle had only just started. As murderous roars continued to shake the air around them, the prince braced himself and then burst forward, his legs blurring into streaks of speed as he charged straight into the heart of the fight. He dropped from above like a meteor falling out of the sky, his weapon flashing through the bitter air. The instant he struck, the impact tore into the ground beneath him, sending a violent shudder through the earth and scattering snow outward from the force. His eyes burned with an unnatural light, and Gruhorn's face twisted into an expression filled with pure hunger for battle. In that moment, he did not look like a man struggling to survive. He looked like someone who had finally stepped onto the battlefield he had been waiting for all along. A geyser of crimson exploded across the untouched snow as the orc's body burst apart in a horrific spray of blood and torn flesh. The clean white field was stained red in an instant, and the thick metallic scent of blood spread through the freezing air. Gruhorn took one slow step forward, his boot crunching down into the snow that was now soaked deep with blood. The sound was heavy, wet, and impossible to ignore, cutting through the battlefield like a reminder of the violence that had just unfolded. A chilling smile spread across Gruhorn's face as that sensation settled into him. This was the feeling he had been missing, the thrill of battle, the violence of impact, the clash of life and death that he had been craving for far too long. Standing above the mangled corpse, Gruhorn turned his gaze toward the next wave of orcs and grinned with dark excitement. His voice carried a dangerous kind of pleasure as he said that it was great, as if the battlefield itself had finally given him what he wanted. The freezing air over the battlefield seemed to grow heavier, as though even the cold itself had been tainted by the blood spreading across the snow. The white landscape no longer felt silent or pure. It felt stained, dangerous, and alive with violence. As Gruhorn stood over the fallen orc, a dark-haired woman behind him suddenly called out in urgent warning. Her voice was tight with tension as she told him it was dangerous, ordering him not to come any closer to the threat unfolding in front of them. Worry was clear across her face, but she quickly pushed back against the fear trying to take over the moment. Even with the danger rising before them, she insisted that she was not trying to approach, making it clear she understood the risk and was not acting recklessly. Gruhorn, wrapped in his ornate armor, gave almost no reaction to her panic. Instead, he simply shifted his stance and steadied his body, as though what lay ahead was not just another clash, but something far greater that he had already prepared himself to face. A faint smirk touched the edge of his lips, and deep within his eyes, a powerful inner light began to burn. The glow grew stronger, sharpening his expression until he looked both perfectly calm and terrifyingly dangerous at the same time. What stirred inside Gruhorn reached far beyond the present battlefield. It stretched back through time toward a tale more than 800 years old, buried beneath countless forgotten wars, corpses, and memories. It came from an age when orcs ruled the continent as mighty and unquestioned masters. But this was not the bright legend of a celebrated hero, nor some glorious myth passed down with pride through generations. It was the story of a man so insignificant to history that he had failed to leave even his name behind. It was the hymn of a pitiful man who despised orcs with every fragment of his soul. His hatred had been carved so deeply into him that even the passage of time could not dull it, erase it, or bury it completely. There was sorrow woven into it as well, the image of a father who fought again and again, burning through every last shred of strength he had, until his exhausted body could no longer obey his will. A torrent of crimson energy erupted from Gruhorn, swelling outward with enough force to bury countless green corpses beneath a rising mountain of power. This was the brief, blazing verse of an extraordinary avenger, a fury born for one purpose alone, to answer blood with blood. As a red pool spread beneath his feet, Gruhorn's eyes blazed like embers rising from the depths of hell. Surrounded by blood, snow, and the remains of his enemies, he began to recite the hymn of his vengeance. His uncle spoke as if he were sharing ordinary news, casually mentioning that he had heard people had died at Winter Castle. Then, almost right after delivering that grim statement, he softened the blow with reassurance, telling Gruhorn not to worry too much because he would not have to fight. But that calm mask did not remain in place for long. His uncle's expression twisted with contempt. and a sneer pulled across his face as he asked what anyone could possibly expect that scoundrel of a prince to accomplish. Then came the real point, cold and impossible to misunderstand. That worthless prince was not what mattered at all. The only thing that truly mattered was Balarhard, his hand curled tightly into a firm fist, the silent gesture revealing a resolve that he refused to fully speak aloud. Even without more words, the meaning behind that clenched hand was clear. Brewhorn looked up at his uncle, uncertainty flickering across his face as he asked whether he could truly do it. Even with doubt weighing on him, he still promised that he would do his very best for him. His uncle's gaze pressed down on him with a chilling intensity. The words that followed did not sound like simple advice. They landed more like a command, addressing him with the weight of duty and rank as the Count of the royal court. Elsewhere, Joseph and Sturmhilde Stuttgart were left shaken by the shocking information they had just received. Joseph could barely force the words out, insisting that this was exactly what he had heard, while the reply came back cracked with disbelief, like someone desperately refusing to accept the truth. Then the battlefield erupted into violence once again. A monstrous orc roared and swung its axe downward in a savage, crushing strike. The force of the blow powerful enough to rattle the very air. Joseph barely managed to block it, his whole body straining under the impact as his mind reeled, unable to understand what kind of insane creature was standing in front of him. The battle gave them no chance to breathe, not even for a single heartbeat. Across the snow-covered field, steel rang out. Monsters roared, and the frozen ground cracked beneath the violence. Even Sturmhilde Stuttgart, known as the Silver Lion, could only watch the relentless assault with a dark, grave look on his face. But Joseph still refused to collapse under the pressure. His voice rose above the chaos as he commanded the first rank to stand their ground, close the formation, and drive forward against the monster. But the orc moved like a beast that had completely broken free of its chains. Its axe tore through the air so quickly that the blade became a blur, and then another devastating strike crashed straight into Joseph's guard. The impact shook his entire frame, rattling his bones through his armor and forcing a sharp cry of pain from deep in his throat. Joseph could feel himself being pushed dangerously close to the edge, and a furious thought flashed through his mind as the pressure kept mounting. Clenching his teeth hard, he roared out an order for the second rank to charge in and take the opening before their defensive line was smashed apart completely. Then Joseph let out a raw, primal shout and threw himself right back into the battle. This time, there was no hesitation in his movements, no trace of restraint left in his body. Everything in him was focused on the enemy standing directly in front of him. His eyes sharpened until they seemed almost carved from steel. Behind that fierce stare burned a powerful resolve, the kind of unshakable determination that belonged to a man who had decided he would force the flow of battle to change with his own hands. Joseph endured one brutal strike after another, each blow slamming against him with terrifying force. His guard was beginning to crumble beneath the orc's savage assault, and every impact made it look as though the monster was only one swing away from breaking through him entirely. The last possible moment, Joseph managed to lift his gauntlet and deflect the next attack. The collision rang violently through his arm, shaking him all the way down to the bone, and his entire body trembled under the weight of that single blow. The orc's overwhelming strength seemed to crush the very hope out of the battlefield around Joseph. The faces of his allies tightened with despair as they watched him struggle to hold on. And yet, even under that monstrous pressure, the fire in Joseph's eyes refused to go out. He still would not fall. Then, all at once, blue energy erupted around him like a sudden storm breaking open. Joseph launched himself forward in a blur, his body moving so quickly that his figure seemed to vanish from ordinary sight. His attack smashed into the orc's arm with a thunderous impact, throwing the beast off balance for the first time. And before it could recover, Joseph followed through with a devastating kick straight to its face, sending green blood spraying into the freezing air. The orc howled in pain as its massive head snapped backward from the force of the strike. For the first time since the clash began, the monster's terrifying momentum finally broke. The force of their exchange was so monstrous that even the orc's weapon could not endure it. The axe shattered apart in its own hand, bursting into fragments that scattered across the battlefield as the snow and ground trembled around them. Brewhorn stood in the middle of the chaos, raw blue energy crackling around his body while his gaze swept over the battlefield strewn with fallen warriors and torn-up snow. His voice cut through the roar of combat with cold authority as he warned them not to let their weapons slip from their hands so easily. Meanwhile, Joseph could only swallow hard, his throat tightening as he stared at the impossible odds spread out in front of him. No matter how hard he tried to control it, the unease on his face was plain to see. He stood beside Vale Balarhard and another knight, the three of them looking out over the desperate clash as their forces fought against the surging horde. All across the snowy terrain, impacts rang out again and again, and the knights threw everything they had into holding back the endless pressure of the orcs. When Commander Sturmhilde Stuttgart saw how hopeless their position was becoming, he made the grim decision without wasting another second. His command cut sharply through the battlefield, ordering every troop to prepare for retreat. Gruhorn's expression tightened as he accepted the brutal truth standing before him. There were simply too many enemies to deal with cleanly, and as red energy began to rise around his body, he understood just how difficult it would be to hold back the entire swarm with the limited force they had. One of his eyes burned with fierce intensity, glowing as if his fury had taken physical shape inside him. The power swelling through his body reflected in that sharp gaze, violent, focused, and almost impossible to look away from. The battlefield erupted once more as a hulking orc released a savage scream that shook the air. A sickening crunch followed almost immediately, and then blood sprayed violently across the snow, splashing the white ground with a gruesome burst of red. Even seasoned warriors like Joseph and Commander Sturmhilde Stuttgart could only stare at the carnage unfolding before them. Their expressions remained hardened, but the rising tide of battle was becoming too massive to ignore, threatening to swallow every soldier on that frozen field. Adrian's sharp gaze sliced through the chaos as his face locked into intense focus. He took in the cruel reality of the fight all at once. Every movement, every scream, every body falling into the snow, and each detail showed him just how desperate the battlefield had become. Yet at the center of that storm, Gruhorn stood firm and unshaken. His golden hair flashed brightly against the blood spraying through the air, and his eyes burned with fierce resolve as a terrifying fanged maw lunged toward him, its razor-sharp teeth bared to tear through anything in its path. But Gruhorn did not step back, not even by half a pace. With a defiant roar, he planted his feet hard into the ground, and a blazing red aura burst around him, signaling a powerful counterattack born from pure desperation and will. His eyes ignited with infernal crimson light, and the raw power swirling around him twisted like a raging flame. The aura surged violently, wild and overwhelming, wrapping his entire body in a force that looked almost demonic. From a distance, Adrian and Vale Balarhard could only stare in stunned awe at the prince's explosive power. Adrian barely managed to force out his shock, the words catching in his throat as he questioned what in the world was happening to his highness. Gruhorn was bloodied, battered, and still standing, his gaze burning like a living inferno. The power he had unleashed continued to surge through his body, making every breath he took and every movement he made feel heavy with danger. Then he exploded forward again, throwing himself directly into the enemy line without hesitation. Behind him, a desperate cry of "Your Highness" rang across the battlefield, but he was already moving far too fast for anyone to stop him. His hand tightened around his weapon, and furious crimson energy began wrapping around the blade like a living serpent. The weapon seemed to pulse in his grip, as if it were hungry for the next enemy, the next strike, and the next spray of blood. The blade became a conduit of pure destruction, burning with an unholy red light that swallowed the cold around it. Every edge of the weapon looked charged with enough power to tear through whatever dared stand in his way. Another orc fell beneath his attack, collapsing heavily into the blood-stained snow, but the assault did not end there, because the horde kept surging forward, wave after wave, driven by endless monstrous fury. He slashed, cleaved, and cut down one enemy after another, his weapon moving with merciless accuracy. Yet no matter how many orcs dropped into the snow around him, more continued pouring toward him as if the tide would never end. Red lightning snapped out from every swing he made, ripping across the battlefield in violent arcs. Each crimson flash carved a path of destruction through the enemy ranks, and wherever that red light passed, bodies fell. His eyes burned like twin embers filled with the same terrifying power surging through his blade. But behind that glow there was not only madness, there was also a grim, stubborn will that refused to bow, no matter how overwhelming the enemy became. The crimson-edged weapon seemed to thirst for the lives of his enemies, cutting through them as though it had been forged for slaughter alone. Gruhorn stood alone among the fallen, a crimson-clad titan surrounded by bodies, and the terrifying scale of his power was impossible for anyone to deny. Across the frozen and desolate plains, he had once wandered through barren lands ruled by orcs. His relentless march carried him farther and farther into enemy territory, as if the entire world around him had transformed into one endless battlefield. In a blur of crimson steel, his blade tore through another enemy, the strike so devastating that only a bloody ruin remained in its wake. The horde before him seemed endless, but his resolve never shook. His eyes burned with determination as his hand tightened around his weapon, ready for whatever came next. He plunged back into the heart of the chaos, turning into a streak of red that ripped straight through the green tide. Every swing of his blade felt like a declaration, as if he were telling the world that nothing standing in front of him could stop his advance. His mana had already been drained away completely, leaving his body empty of strength, but he continued moving by sheer will alone. Refusing to stop, he dragged himself forward step by heavy step across the frozen ground, leaving faint crimson traces behind wherever his boots struck the snow. He pushed through pain and exhaustion as if suffering had lost all meaning to him. It was as though drinking in orc blood and tearing through their flesh had become the only thing keeping the fire inside him alive. And with every step he forced himself to take, the legendary Gruhorn continued onward. The odds should have broken him long ago, but his spirit remained unshaken, refusing to crumble even when his body was being pushed beyond its limit. Still, the farther he advanced, the weaker his body became. Each step made him look more fragile than the last, as if the man beneath all that blood, rage, and power was slowly being worn away piece by piece. The demonic sword in his hand was the only thing still driving him forward. It burned through what remained of his life force, feeding his impossible resolve while demanding a terrifying price in return. Everything he endured was for one final wish. That wish had been born from a past where everything was destroyed, where the world he had known had been torn apart until nothing and no one remained standing. He remembered that devastation with painful clarity. He remembered the emptiness that followed afterward, the unbearable silence that settled in once everything precious had been taken from him. He also remembered the warmth of his family, a memory that now felt impossibly far away. What pushed him forward was a requiem, a final desperate prayer offered to the wife and daughter he could no longer reach. And at the end of all that sorrow, a vow of vengeance still burned inside him. It shone in his blood-red eye with a fierceness powerful enough to outlast grief, pain, and even the ruin of his own body. When he finally stood before the enemy he had pursued for his entire life and struck them down, crimson aura was already pulsing around his body. Victory belonged to him, but the terrible power surrounding him made the cost of that triumph impossible to ignore. He walked away from the fallen enemy, leaving the aftermath behind him in the quiet snow. The empty white landscape absorbed the blood, the violence, and the heavy weight of the battle without making a sound. But now, in the present, that same man had been reduced to a battered wreck. His face carried the scars of pain, time, and everything he had survived, leaving behind only a harsh shadow of the glory he once possessed. A weary sound slipped from his lips, low, strained, and exhausted. It carried the crushing weight of his entire existence, as though even the simple act of breathing had become another burden he was forced to endure. In the very next heartbeat, the weakness that had seemed to cling to him was gone as if it had never existed. His eyes blazed open with a hellish crimson light, and a monstrous red aura burst from his body in a violent wave, tearing through the air around him and shattering the illusion that this man had ever been fragile. In that single burning eye, a shadowy figure seemed to flicker at the center, carrying an oath so dark and terrifying that it felt branded directly into the soul. Then he roared like a beast awakened from the depths of hatred, releasing the full weight of his destructive power as crimson energy exploded beneath him and ripped the ground apart around his feet. The raging red storm swallowed him completely, twisting around his body like a living vortex made from fury and destruction. He looked as though the very power keeping him standing was also devouring him from within, each surge of strength demanding another piece of his life in exchange. Gruhorn suddenly shot forward, his entire body wrapped in a crimson inferno that blurred his outline against the chaos of the battlefield. His masked face flashed past like something from a nightmare, and the strike he unleashed came so fast that it seemed to tear the air apart before anyone could follow it. The impact crashed through the battlefield with a deafening roar, violent enough to drown out the surrounding chaos for an instant. The force of the blow ripped outward like a shockwave, shaking the broken earth and sending the snow trembling beneath its path. Then, in a sudden shift, the flow of his power changed completely. His hand lit up with a blinding purple glow, gathering a dense, concentrated force that looked as though it could erase anything unfortunate enough to stand in front of it. That compressed power slammed directly into the orc's face, crushing through its resistance with horrifying brutality. The beast's green skin warped under the pressure, its features twisting unnaturally beneath the sheer force of the attack. A guttural scream tore out of the monster as it staggered backward from the earth-shaking blow. But somewhere else within that same brutal clash, even the legendary commander Sturmhilde Stuttgart found no salvation waiting for him as a crushing strike hit him head-on and blood burst from his face. The monstrous orc towered above him, enormous and terrifying, its sheer presence pressing over the battlefield like a suffocating shadow. There was no denying the raw power in that creature, a crushing mountain of muscle, rage, and violence bearing down on everything before it. The force of the attack sent him crashing downward, smashing him through the very ground beneath his feet. Yet even with defeat closing around him completely, he refused to surrender until the last possible instant. his hand tightening into a final clenched gesture of defiance. Broken and battered beyond recognition, he lay there with defeat carved into every line of his face. At last, his eyes closed, as if the full weight of the battle had finally dragged him into a silence too heavy to fight against. Among the scattered snow, shattered armor, and ruined fragments left behind by war, his body rested without movement. In that frozen field, he looked less like a fallen man, and more like a silent monument to an era the world had almost completely forgotten. It was a story so ancient that even memory itself could barely keep hold of it. Time had worn the legend thin, leaving behind only broken traces, scattered echoes and fragments that still refused to disappear completely. But at the center of that long-buried chaos, Gruhorn, the Golden Knight, moved with blinding speed, blue energy bursting from every motion he made. The echoes of that era now survived only in damaged fragments, and only one remaining soul was left to witness the truth of what had really happened. The young man carried that forgotten history in his eyes, his expression heavy with the weight of everything unfolding before him. Ahead of him, the battlefield raged beneath a blood-red sky, swallowed by chaos, violence, and raw destructive power that seemed to stain the entire world. Amid the fallen bodies and ruined ground, Gruhorn, the Golden Knight, stood as the victor. His triumph did not need to be loudly explained or decorated with words. It was already carved into the battlefield itself, written in blood, broken weapons, and the silence left behind. With fierce and unwavering focus, the young man's eyes burned as he absorbed every detail of that forgotten past. At the center of the violent maelstrom, Gruhorn's voice rang out like a war horn, commanding his forces to crush the orc warriors standing before them. As his knights crashed into the monstrous horde, he shouted for the others to hold the line against the relentless orcs. A raw grunt of effort tore from him, rough and strained, while the battlefield itself seemed to buckle under the weight of their desperate stand. With resolve that did not tremble, he wrapped his hand tighter around the hilt of his blade. The sharp click of steel sounded in the tense air, small but unmistakable, like the first warning note before a storm broke loose. Then the memory drove even deeper, and a searing blue glow ignited in his eye. In that instant, the young man was pulled fully back into the past, sinking into that battlefield as though time itself had opened beneath his feet and swallowed him whole. He understood then that the moment for vengeance could no longer be avoided. Around Gruhorn, a blazing crimson aura erupted to life, wrapping his body in a fiery glow so fierce it looked almost impossible to stop. Gruhorn vowed that he would finish that man with his own hands. The moment the words left him, he launched forward, his body surging with pure killing intent, deadly purpose, and a rage that had been waiting far too long to be unleashed. His blade became a savage blur, tearing through the orc ranks with merciless efficiency. A colossal orc was brought down beneath the strike, blood erupting violently as Gruhorn's attack landed with enough force to break bone and scatter the monster's strength. The blade, now soaked in crimson and dripping with enemy blood, reflected the warrior's grim resolve in its stained edge. Every drop sliding down the metal seemed to echo the hatred that pushed him forward without pause. He moved with a deadly grace, sharpened through battle, each step controlled, and every motion carrying lethal purpose. His blade drew a faint crimson arc through the air, already poised to unleash another wave of devastation against anything that dared approach. A powerful strike found its mark, and a guttural roar of pain exploded from his enemy. That single agonized sound marked the beginning of the foe's collapse, a sign that the monster's strength had finally begun to break. The blade ripped through flesh and bone, sending a violent spray of blood across the battlefield. Gruhorn plunged deeper into the fray without slowing, his movements blurring as he cut down one enemy after another, like an unstoppable force moving through a sea of bodies. Blood splattered across his face, streaking his features with the proof of every enemy he had struck down. But his expression did not falter. He remained grim and absolute, a warrior focused only on the enemies still standing before him. As the battle continued to rage, another verse was added to the hymn of vengeance. Somewhere within that dying chaos, a fading voice spoke of piling up enough bodies, and with every corpse that dropped to the ground, the legend grew heavier and darker. And before long, the ground truly was covered with enough bodies to rise like a small mountain of the dead. Beneath them, blood gathered into a red pond, forming a gruesome monument to the victory his blade had carved out of slaughter. Before that horrific sight, he stood and looked across the landscape he himself had created. This was not a legend born from shining glory or clean heroism. It was a story forged in blood, silence, and the terrible cost of endless killing. Gruhorn knelt before the glowing sword, and his declaration rolled across the desolate battlefield. With the fallen surrounding him, he spoke in a voice heavy with respect, offering a warrior's tribute that carried the solemn weight of final farewell. His gaze remained sharp, though the fury of battle slowly began giving way to something colder and more solemn. In that moment, the hymn of vengeance changed its shape, becoming a hymn of requiem, as if the bloodshed itself had transformed the meaning of his song. The full weight of the conflict settled over him in the quiet that followed. Victory had been claimed, but the silence around him spoke louder than cheers ever could, revealing the terrible price paid to reach that moment. In the stillness after the battle, he stood tall among his loyal knights and declared that the orc forces had been completely annihilated. His words carried across the field like the final strike of the fight, sealing the end of the enemy's resistance. In his hand hung a tattered red banner, once raised proudly as the enemy's symbol of power. Now its torn fabric dangled from his grasp, no longer a mark of pride, but undeniable proof that the force behind it had been defeated. The wolf's head emblem on the banner, once bold enough to inspire fear, now drooped limp and ragged in the cold wind. Holding that broken enemy standard, he confirmed once more that the orcs had been wiped out completely. His voice rose in a triumphant roar, echoing across the silent plains soaked deep with blood. After all they had endured, after every brutal clash and every fallen body, he proclaimed their hard-won victory for all who still remained to hear it. He stood firm and resolute, his gaze sharp, steady, and fixed straight ahead. Even after achieving such a victory, his posture made one thing clear: he had not relaxed, and he was ready for whatever might come next. Then a voice cut into the silence, hesitant and shaken by what had just been revealed. Wait, was that not his name? Was it really Vincent Ballarhard, the heir of a family that had devoted itself for generations to the war against monsters? Now that very same name was being carried by someone connected to the tragic Avenger from the distant past. The link was far too precise to feel like a meaningless accident, and the weight of that realization settled heavily in the air. That Avenger had thrown away his own life long ago, consumed entirely by the desire to erase the orcs from existence. His whole being had burned itself down for vengeance, leaving behind only the traces of a life sacrificed to hatred. But as he gripped his legendary blade with fierce conviction, he declared that he would show them once again just how accidental this so-called coincidence truly was. The words carried the weight of challenge, pride, and a truth he seemed ready to prove through action. A tattered red banner marked with a strange symbol was raised dramatically into the air. Its torn cloth rippled in the cold wind as Adrian, dressed in dark armor, held the pole firmly, his grip filled with conviction and purpose. Then Adrian turned toward Gruhorn, meeting him directly as the atmosphere between them grew quiet. Gruhorn listened without a word, his attention fully fixed on Adrian and on whatever explanation was about to follow. Adrian began explaining the meaning behind the captured standard, making it clear that this was not some ordinary trophy taken from the battlefield. It carried a specific significance because this was one of the traditions of the Third Legion. Gruhorn's eyes settled on the banner, and a silent question seemed to hang in the space between them. The rule behind it was simple, but the meaning was heavy. The soldier who showed the greatest bravery in battle earned the right to claim the enemy's banner. A thoughtful expression crossed Gruhorn's face as he held the banner in his hands. Slowly, the weight of that tradition seemed to sink in, making the torn fabric feel far heavier than its battered appearance suggested. Adrian also fell into quiet thought, one hand resting against his chin as he considered the deeper meaning behind the custom. His expression made it clear that he understood this was not merely a battlefield reward, but a symbol tied to honor, recognition, and the courage shown before death. Then, with a deep and respectful bow, the owner of the banner formally offered his greeting to His Highness. The gesture was calm and dignified, carrying the weight of proper respect as the moment settled between them. Adrian's command-like voice sliced through the noise of the battlefield with startling clarity, calm yet forceful enough that every knight gathered across the blood-stained ground could hear him without missing a word. And with that same steady sincerity behind his tone, Adrian went on, openly honoring the courage they had shown, a kind of bravery that no one standing there could deny after everything they had just endured. His declaration carried across the field like an official salute to the prince's valor, and before the assembled knights, Gillian Leonberg remained standing tall, while Sturmhilde Stuttgart and the others silently absorbed the weight of Adrian's words. Gillian tightened his hand around the captured enemy banner, holding it like proof of everything they had won, and then he began to speak in a low, unshaken voice, starting with one firm word: "We." But then Gillian's eyes snapped straight to Adrian, sharp and demanding, and without saying anything aloud, that single look made his order perfectly clear. Say it again, and say it loudly enough for every soldier here. That silent command seemed to hang over the knights like the edge of a drawn blade, and Adrian understood immediately, raising his voice to complete the declaration so the entire battlefield could hear it. A fierce, immovable expression settled onto Gillian's face, his eyes burning with raw determination as he stared ahead without the slightest sign of doubt or hesitation. In the next instant, the whole battlefield erupted into a roaring wave of victory, and Adrian, still gripping the enemy's banner, shouted their triumph toward the heavens, as if his voice alone could split the sky open. The entire company was swept up in the excitement, their cheers shaking the ground beneath them, while Winter Castle loomed ahead, and the guards at the entrance broke into wild celebration, crying out praise for the prince as he returned in triumph. Gillian advanced with the captured banner in hand, each stride firm and proud, making him look less like a young prince returning from battle and more like the living embodiment of victory itself. The confident smirk tugging at Gillian's lips said more than any speech could have. He had accomplished exactly what he set out to do, and he knew full well how impressive it looked. Yet Adrian, still holding onto that stolen banner, began to speak about the deeper meaning behind it, explaining that such a standard was not just cloth but a sign of strength, ownership, and the right to claim what had been seized through battle. For a brief moment, Gillian seemed to withdraw into his thoughts, his gaze narrowing slightly, before he quietly let a single number fall into the conversation. 16. Adrian turned his attention toward him and replied with 18, only to follow it by confirming that Gillian's own number was 16 as well, leaving the strange exchange hanging in the air. What, exactly, were the two of them counting? As Adrian moved through the castle beside Sturmhilde Stuttgart, he could only shake his head at the situation, his voice dropping into a low mutter as he admitted just how absurd the whole thing was starting to feel. Gillian Leonberg, the Golden Prince, stood firmly in place without backing down even an inch, his eyes blazing with resolve as his fingers tightened around his sword, and he declared with absolute certainty that the banner belonged to him. Then he raised the enemy standard high above his head like a trophy taken from blood and steel, and the loyal soldiers around him answered with explosive cheers that made the very air tremble. Adrian watched the whole spectacle unfold in silence, and although he said nothing out loud, a troubled groan seemed to rise inside his mind, caught somewhere between grudging admiration and the feeling that this would cause problems. Later, a huge bonfire was lit, and the flames quickly roared to life, swallowing everything cast into them as the towering blaze climbed higher and higher into the dark. The fire snapped, cracked, and twisted hungrily toward the night sky, and in front of that burning pyre, Gillian stood like a solemn commander, overseeing a ritual far heavier than a simple victory celebration. Adrian stared into the churning flames, and deep within his thoughts, a strange, weighty sound seemed to echo, as though the fire in front of him carried a meaning that was not immediately visible. Adrian remained there as the dust from the brutal clash finally began to settle, with Gillian positioned to one side and a fierce female knight standing nearby, the three of them facing the aftermath together. They had been forced to fight an elite orc combat unit, the kind of terrifying enemy force that could have destroyed ordinary soldiers before those soldiers even understood what had struck them. The female knight's eyes stayed heavy as she looked across the devastated battlefield, her expression making it clear that she could not simply brush away the tragedy left behind by the fighting. Gillian, coldly practical as ever in moments like this, stated that victory itself was the only offering powerful enough to properly honor the warriors who had fallen. He spoke of an old and merciless ritual, one meant to soothe the spirits of the dead with the blood of the orcs who had slain them, and Adrian immediately recognized the custom in his mind as the ancient Balorhard way. Then Gillian said something that landed with the sharpness of a blade, pointing to the name they shared and to the unsettling resemblance in how the two of them viewed the world. Those words left Adrian standing there with a question he could not easily push aside. Was what he was witnessing truly some kind of resurrection? The battlefield around them was ruined and scarred, yet a squad of armored warriors still held their positions, their silhouettes stiff and unmoving while the fading echoes of combat seemed to linger in the air. Adrian's instincts as a strategist immediately sharpened, and he turned toward Gillian with a hard look, demanding to know whether that man and the Third Legion had been moving alongside them from the start. Gillian answered with almost careless calm, brushing the matter aside by saying it was only a ranger unit passing through the area that happened to join the fight, as though the entire event were nothing more than a wild coincidence. Adrian did not believe that explanation for even a heartbeat, and his thoughts were already moving quickly, because the longer he considered the word coincidence, the more ridiculous it sounded. Gillian had already realized the truth as well, that Adrian had never placed complete trust in him and had prepared hidden measures of his own. But Adrian was already looking beyond that and focusing on the next urgent problem. Something about the whole situation still felt deeply wrong to Adrian, especially the question of how an orc combat unit had managed to advance this far up, and a dangerous suspicion began to take shape in his mind. Then, all at once, the scattered pieces connected in Adrian's head. A ranger was tracking them, and if that was true, then they could not afford to waste even a moment. His eyes locked onto the distant castle rising ahead, making their next objective painfully clear, just as an approaching procession came into view with a familiar figure leading the return. As the knights thundered toward the castle gates, a booming welcome rolled outward to meet them, announcing their victorious return to everyone waiting inside the walls. Gillian could not completely hide the brightness spreading across his face, openly soaking in the attention as the cheers gathered around him from every direction. He lifted the crimson banner high so that everyone could see it and proudly claimed it as his own, while the crowd burst into awed shouts for His Highness. For any warrior, taking such a powerful symbol from the enemy was far more than a simple prize. It was proof of victory so clear that everyone could understand its meaning at a single glance. As Adrian watched the grand display unfold before him, he found himself wondering whether the young prince ever got tired of being praised so loudly, while Sturmhilde Stuttgart merely observed how much time had already passed. Gillian's smile only grew wider, his pride almost shining from his face as the wave of cheers continued to pour over him without stopping. But behind all the celebration, Adrian remembered the troubling signs that had been reported from the mountains, and the mood darkened even further when the commander revealed that an orc combat unit had appeared far too quickly, right on top of their scouts. Adrian's thoughts raced through the possibilities. Either the scouts had uncovered something enormous, or a serious incident had already taken place deep within the mountains. Gillian understood the danger as well, and neither answer offered any comfort. Still locked in their serious discussion, the two continued down the castle corridors, their footsteps carrying the heavy weight of everything they had just pieced together. With Gillian leading from the front, the royal party advanced into the inner courtyard, surrounded on every side by knights moving in tight, disciplined formation. Adrian kept his eyes fixed on Gillian the entire time, his expression serious and difficult to read as he quietly studied every movement the prince made. Then the commander turned toward Adrian with formal respect, and Adrian answered in kind by giving Gillian the recognition he had earned, acknowledging the effort the prince had put forward. Without warning, a mysterious figure in a hood stepped toward Gillian, a sly smile curving across their face as their eyes locked onto his. "He is definitely not the calmest person around," a woman remarked, and her observation was impossible to deny, because Gillian's face had gone completely embarrassed after his attitude shifted so suddenly. Then, just when the courtyard's excitement seemed ready to calm down at last, a startled voice suddenly rang out toward Adrian, cutting through the noise with such disbelief that it sounded as if the speaker could barely accept he was really there. The same woman from before immediately hurried in his direction, closing the distance without a second thought, her face flooded with visible relief now that she could see Adrian had come back alive, unharmed, and standing on his own 2 feet. Adrian recognized her almost instantly and quietly murmured, "Adelia," while she rushed to pour out all the fear she had been holding inside, telling him how terrified she had been when she had no way of knowing whether he was safe. Adrian did not interrupt her. He simply stood there and listened, as Adelia continued fussing over him, her worried words tumbling out one after another before she could even gather herself properly. Her face showed nothing but honest concern, and the way her eyes stayed locked on Adrian made it obvious to anyone nearby just how deeply she had been worried about him. Meanwhile, a royal banner was spread open with a heavy, dramatic presence, and Sturmhilde Stuttgart stood before it at the center of attention, pointing toward the emblem as she asked Adrian whether he truly understood what he was seeing. Inside the richly furnished royal chambers, the mood shifted away from the noise of celebration, and in that more controlled, formal space, another important conversation quietly began to unfold. The discussion quickly turned into a serious strategy meeting. A ranger unit was being prepared for a dangerous scouting mission into the mountains, where no one knew exactly what threats were waiting, and Adrian made it clear in a calm, unwavering voice that only the most capable soldiers, the real elite, would be allowed to go. Gillian immediately understood the implication and spoke like a strategist himself, pointing out that if their best soldiers were already being sent, Adrian had no need to go in person. But Adrian's expression remained cold and unchanged as he answered with a sharp question, asking who had ever said he intended to stay behind. Adrian then turned the pressure back onto Gillian, demanding to know why he had come all this way just to pass along that message, only to be told that Gillian's visit had been made under a direct order from the commander. For a brief moment, the room seemed to tighten around the silence between them. Then Adrian slowly exhaled, realizing exactly what was happening. His uncle was deliberately forcing him and Gillian into a position where they had to cooperate. With a casual shrug, Adrian dismissed any possibility of open argument and simply told Gillian to leave. But even after being ordered to rest, Gillian could not settle down, because his mind was still caught in the violent afterimage of the battle they had barely come through. Gillian remained standing there as if rooted in place, completely absorbed in his own thoughts, his eyes unfocused and distant as though the room around him had faded far away. Again and again, his mind slipped back to the battlefield, returning to that strange moment when he had thrown himself so completely into the fight that everything except the clash before him seemed to vanish. It had been the first time Jillian had ever crossed blades with someone whose mana stood on the same level as his own, and that single experience shook him more deeply than he expected, leaving him desperate to understand what had happened. He knew there would likely be more battles like that waiting ahead, especially when even the memories moving inside him felt strangely distant, as if they did not fully belong to him. Because of that, Jillian understood he had no choice but to master those powers completely, to take hold of the astonishing abilities sleeping within his body, even though they still felt as if they had been borrowed from someone else. He had to make every bit of that power truly his own. As he looked down at his hand, he remembered the overwhelming force that had surged through him, something both familiar and alien. Like a hymn of vengeance or a requiem, he somehow already knew how to command. Still buried in thought, Jillian suddenly noticed a tiny white bird sitting quietly on the ground in front of him, looking far too calm for such a strange and tense place, and he could not help wondering what it was doing there. For one short instant, surprise crossed Jillian's face. He stared down at the small creature, caught completely off guard by its sudden and almost absurd appearance. Before he could stop himself, the confused words slipped right out of his mouth, soft and disbelieving. A birdie? But that harmless little impression shattered in the very next moment, as the bird's eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying purple light, and a sinister aura began to ripple out from around its tiny body. A wave of terror rushed through him, and his thoughts began racing as the bird's unnatural presence seemed to rip open something hidden deep within him, dragging his own buried memories up to the surface. Before long, Adrian found himself facing a masked attendant who carried that same strange white bird, a silent messenger clearly sent by someone who preferred to remain hidden in the shadows. Somewhere far away, a purple-haired woman with glowing red eyes rested beside her own white bird, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she wondered whether he liked the present. Adrian understood the intention behind it right away, but one question burned sharply in his mind. Could something like this honestly be called a gift? Adrian's face tightened with shock and suspicion, his eyes widening as the true meaning behind that so-called present began to settle over him. He stared at the little white bird, that wordless messenger, and demanded the answer that mattered most. Why had the warriors abandoned their post in the mountains? At the same time, almost as if pulled by instinct, his hand moved toward a pulsing red orb radiating a dark and ominous pressure. The instant Adrian seized the orb, black energy exploded outward around him, and a voice rang through the darkness, revealing that the gift had been offered because someone wanted him to finally discover an opponent worthy of his overwhelming strength. With an eerie pink glow shining in her eyes, the mysterious purple-haired woman held the red orb close, her faint smile revealing quiet satisfaction as she wondered whether her offering had reached him the way she intended. But Adrian found nothing amusing about it. His mind was already burning with the memory of countless knights who had died for what was supposed to be nothing more than a political meeting, even though the truth had clearly been far more twisted. That elf woman belonged to a race notorious for watching from the sidelines, and it was obvious she had enjoyed every second of the chaos. She must have savored the confrontation with the orc warlord, mixing hatred, curiosity, and admiration together before judging the whole bloody spectacle as impressive. And somehow, after all of that, she still had the nerve to call it a favor, looking down on Adrian as he struggled with the aftermath, as though the entire disaster had been thoughtfully prepared for his benefit. Adrian, completely fed up with her games, snapped back and told her to stop fooling around and reveal what she actually wanted, only for the bird to chirp in answer, calling him cold. He shot back that he had no interest in one-sided love, but the bird chirped again as if asking what else she was supposed to do. Then, speaking on behalf of the elf, it revealed that she was simply waiting for the day His Highness finally opened his heart to her. And just like that, the bizarre exchange came to an end. The white messenger bird lifted itself into the air and flew away, leaving Adrian behind with nothing but the absurd weight of what had just happened. Adrian stood there with the messenger bird perched on his arm as a cold thought settled deep in his mind, somewhere far within the mountains. An ancient being was sleeping, something so old and dormant that the mere idea of it felt unsettling. And a cold, calculating voice slipped into the message, declaring that she would need to make her move soon, because it would be terribly unfortunate if he had already been forgotten. Adrian raised a finger to his lips, turning those words over in his mind with a strange, dangerous little smile as he murmured about how wonderful that sounded. Then the bird shifted on his hand, and another message reached him, making his eyes widen just slightly as he whispered in surprise. The bird finally took off into the air, but before it disappeared, it left behind one last ominous message. Unfortunately, that lovely child did not have much time remaining. A sharp, furious light flared in Adrian's blue eyes, as though the image of blood had suddenly stained the composed dignity he was trying so carefully to maintain. As the final feather from the messenger drifted silently down to the floor, Adrian's expression hardened, and a fierce new resolve settled across his face. He knew that the elf woman had completely misunderstood the meaning of the song, but her intention was still painfully clear. She wanted a new chronicle where the elves could stand as both audience and performers, even though their race could never truly become the voice of a song. At the same time, the image of a mysterious figure with spiky white hair and dark equipment flashed through Adrian's mind, moving with terrifying precision and a blade ready to strike, and he understood that she treated other people's lives like pieces to be arranged for her own entertainment. But there was one crucial truth she had failed to recognize. When it came to this song, Adrian was the one who would decide how it was composed. Even so, a sly smile slowly spread across Adrian's face, because this time he would follow her rhythm and play along with her game, right up until the moment he could turn it back against her. His thoughts then shifted toward the mystery of the giant's pocket, that forbidden place spoken of with dread, where no one who entered had ever managed to return alive. Ian stood beside his loyal companion, facing the weight of the question placed before him. Was he truly certain about pursuing a plan so reckless and dangerous? But Adrian did not hesitate for even a moment, declaring that their sacred duty was to protect the people of the mountains, not to recklessly dig into places that should never be disturbed in the first place. Ian quickly realized there was something hidden there, his mind recalling the ancient knights in menacing black armor, their red eyes blazing as they once destroyed those very pockets of the world. Then, without warning, a blinding burst of blue energy erupted across the scene, and a legendary glowing sword tore forward, cutting through everything that stood in its path. Adrian made the truth plain. Only those who had stepped beyond ordinary limits and reached transcendence could tear their way into the hidden pockets scattered throughout the world. And yet even beings that powerful still obeyed one absolute taboo, a forbidden line none of them would dare cross. Around them, the snowbound wasteland stretched in every direction, silent and merciless, while the two warriors stood shoulder to shoulder and took in the bleak scene before them. A small, confident smirk curved across Adrian's lips as his eyes swept over the frozen expanse. Surrounded by biting cold and endless white, he declared with quiet certainty that coming to Calamity had clearly been the right decision after all. Adrian's bold statement drifted out into the icy wind, but Vale Balarhard did not answer with excitement. Instead, he fixed Adrian with a sharp, measuring stare, the kind of look that seemed to search for every hidden risk buried beneath that reckless confidence. Vale's warning came out low, firm, and impossible to mistake, telling Adrian not to even consider setting foot on the mountain's summit. Adrian, however, brushed the warning aside with almost casual ease, assuring him that he had no intention of climbing that far. Even so, Adrian's expression showed no trace of fear. A faint smile lingered on his face, as if some private rhythm of anticipation had already begun playing in his mind, pulling his attention toward the danger ahead. From far away, the towering mountain still seemed to call out to him, standing like a challenge against the frozen sky. But even Adrian understood that this was not a challenge he could answer right now. At last, their path brought them before an enormous fortress, its massive walls rising heavily above the snow. The gates stood shut under strict watch, giving the entire place the cold, tense feeling of a stronghold waiting for trouble. For the guards stationed there, the watch had clearly dragged on far too long. The freezing silence and endless routine had worn them down, and one of the men even let out a long, careless yawn as boredom overtook his discipline. Adrian was completely different from those drowsy sentries. Even before any clear threat appeared, his hand had already begun moving toward his sword, his body tightening as though trouble could break out at any second. His thoughts climbed toward the mountain peak, wondering what kind of ridiculous monsters might be lurking in that forbidden height. As his fingers closed more tightly around his sword hilt, barely contained anticipation ran through him. He wanted stronger enemies, fiercer battles, and victories worthy of being engraved in memory. Standing beside Vale as they looked toward the castle, Adrian could sense it with absolute clarity. The true battles were no longer some distant rumor on the horizon, and they were about to arrive far sooner than anyone had prepared for. The great castle stood beneath the relentless downpour like a stubborn giant, refusing to fall, its battered walls turning the entire stronghold into a grim battlefield. Inside, tension weighed down every corridor, armor clattered with each hurried step, and Vale Balarhard moved upward with the heavy authority of a commander already far too familiar with war. Vale met Adrian up on the battlements, where the full danger finally spread out before them. Adrian did not dress the situation in comforting words at all, he simply stated the brutal truth. They were completely surrounded up there. Vale narrowed his eyes as he looked over the enemy forces gathered below. his resolve hardening as he spoke about the people trapped outside the walls. Nearby, a helmeted guard shouted desperately for more arrows, and with every passing second, the pressure bearing down on the defenses grew tighter. But Vale showed no sign of breaking. His expression became as hard as iron, cold and unyielding, the kind of face that told every soldier around him that he would meet whatever came next without retreating. He turned sharply toward the archers and ordered them to hold their positions, his command leaving no room for panic, confusion, or hesitation. The guards immediately steadied themselves, grim-faced and bowstrings ready, waiting for the next order from the man in command. Then Adrian looked toward Vale, and for a moment, faint worry flickered through his eyes. He called him uncle, and that one simple word cut through the noise of battle, revealing the blood-deep bond hidden beneath all the battlefield tension. By then, the retreat had already collapsed into chaos. Adrian stayed alert in the middle of the confusion, thrusting his hand forward as he shouted a warning before the danger could swallow them whole. They were running for their lives across the frozen ground, boots ripping through the snow with every frantic step, while monstrous figures thundered after them from behind and closed the distance with terrifying speed. Vale's face hardened as he took in the grim report that the Rangers had already begun pulling back. Without wasting a breath, he demanded to know what kind of enemy had forced trained scouts into retreat so suddenly. In the middle of that desperate flight, a hooded leader barked orders at his squad, driving them to move faster and faster before the monsters behind them could close the gap completely. The orcs chasing them were gaining ground with horrifying speed, their hunger and savagery obvious in every pounding stride. Then the true terror of the pursuit revealed itself as a massive snarling wolf beast burst forward, exposing the wolf riders hunting them through the snow. Back at the fortress, Vale remained firmly in place, his gaze locked on the castle walls, as though he were calculating exactly how long those defenses could withstand the pressure. The hooded leader spat out a furious curse, frustration breaking through his discipline as the enemy continued pressing in from behind without giving them even a moment to breathe. Adrian, his brow drawn tight with concern, turned toward Vale and confirmed the worst part of the situation. The enemy had already begun slamming directly against their defensive lines. From a snowy ridge above, he looked down at the castle below, now swallowed by flames, clashing steel, and the roar of battle. The sounds of war tore through the freezing air, making the whole scene feel like a nightmare unfolding in white and red. Then a cold realization struck him with brutal clarity. If nothing changed, if no one bought them even a little time, they were all going to be wiped out. But Adrian's eyes burned with fierce resolve as he stared into the chaos below. In that instant, he had already made his decision. He would buy them the precious seconds they needed, no matter how dangerous it became. Out on the merciless snow field, a silver-haired warrior faced a monstrous wolf rider head-on, without showing fear, her weapon flashing as it met the charging beast. Close by, another fighter planted his feet against the snow and roared across the battlefield, declaring himself a great ranger of Balorhard. Adrian refused to back down even as danger rushed closer around him. Instead, he shouted for the others to keep running, ordering them not to stop and not to look back. The enemy beasts snarled with savage hunger, their wild eyes fixed ahead and their fangs bared wide, as if they were already imagining the flesh they were about to tear apart. Amid the spreading carnage, the ranger threw himself against the horde with everything he had, fighting to hold them back while a desperate soldier screamed for their general and the burning castle loomed behind them. Steel crashed into flesh with a sickening force, bone giving way under the impact as blood sprayed across the white snow. The siege was no longer just a battle, it had become a massacre, each brutal strike sending crimson bursts through the freezing air. Turning toward his companion in the middle of that grim situation, he made one thing clear: what they were doing was not an execution. At least not in the usual meaning of the word, and certainly not at that exact moment. The monstrous leader and its followers remained in position, holding the field with an ominous stillness. Above them, the red banner stood out against the snow like a grim signal planted over a silent battlefield. He stared across the scene, taking in every detail before him, and then the truth hit with chilling force. In that moment, everything finally clicked into place. Ancient being was sleeping deep within those mountains, buried somewhere beyond reach, and now he had connected enough of the scattered pieces to understand what that truly meant. A memory of his earlier battle with the orcs flashed through his mind, locking his theory into place with terrifying certainty. From that point forward, there was only one answer left to choose: fight. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature lifted its blazing eyes and let out a roar filled with burning conviction, swearing that it would fight with honor and reclaim the name that had been taken from it. Its booming voice ripped across the battlefield, raw and thunderous, as it shouted its grim loyalty and vowed to survive for the sake of its king. Adrian delivered the devastating report to Vale, without softening a single word. The orcs had already smashed through their lines and were preparing to launch a full-scale assault. Vale's expression stayed carved from stone, but Adrian kept going, making it clear that many of their own people still did not understand just how dangerous and desperate the situation had become. The hard-cutting glare, Adrian challenged Vale directly, telling him that if he still could not believe the truth, then he should look at the brutal reality with his own eyes. Vale's gaze sharpened at those words, and for one heavy, silent moment, the full weight of the crisis seemed to settle over him all at once. A hand reached out as though sealing a dangerous agreement, but the moment shattered when a sharp cry of pain tore through the air. Then a hulking, green-skinned orc leader roared out his ultimatum. Everyone there except the mercenaries would become slaves, dead or alive. The orc leader bellowed again, furious and baffled that a mere human could defy what he believed to be the very nature of communication. His roar echoed across the battlefield like an accusation, as if their refusal itself were a betrayal of kind. But Adrian stood beside Vale and the fierce female warrior without wavering, answering the threat with absolute loyalty. Vale's face hardened into grim determination as he demanded to know how that orc had managed to pull off such a move. Then he accepted the challenge without hesitation, his voice turning cold as he swore that anyone who dared interfere in the duel to come would answer to his blade. He turned back toward his allies, his eyes cutting through them with sharp intensity, and threw out one pointed question: did they believe him now? But Adrian's face tightened with worry as a cold sense of déjà vu crept over him. The feeling stirred deep in his mind, unsettling and familiar, as though he had already seen this exact situation unfold before. As the pressure around them rose to an unbearable point, Adrian, Ian, and their ally stood together in the middle of the chaos, facing the situation head-on, while even the prince could not completely hide the confusion tightening across his expression. Ian's eyes flew wide in sudden alarm, his face sharpening as his thoughts began racing, trying to understand what kind of overwhelming force was really moving toward them through the frozen battlefield. Past the endless white wasteland, the orcs had gathered into a massive army, their numbers spreading across the snow like a dark tide, preparing to crash down on everything. Ian stared out into that cold silence, and a heavy wave of dread settled deep in his chest. Even with that terrifying sight laid out before them, Adrian's voice cut through the tension like a blade, warning them not to waste their shock here and now, because the real battle had not even properly begun yet. He explained the enemy's movement in the simplest, harshest way possible. They were coming straight for them. Ian immediately caught on to the meaning behind those words and asked if these were the same enemies who had avoided the previous clash, with the ranger standing close by and listening carefully. Ian's mind snapped back to that earlier brutal fight in the snow, where warriors had crashed into one another in pure violence. He confirmed his suspicion, remembering the mountain battle where they had been completely overwhelmed. Adrian then shifted his gaze directly toward him, his expression calm but piercing, and asked Ian straight out whether he was truly ready to step into the fight. With determination hardening every line of his face, Adrian declared that he would strike the barriers as fast as he possibly could, and the ranger responded at once, making it clear that he would stand beside him in the attempt. A confident smirk slowly spread across Adrian's face, and with that sharp look in his eyes, he pointed out that they already had 2 fighters prepared to move. Then realization struck Ian with frightening force, almost like an old memory returning far too clearly. Everything about this situation felt painfully familiar, and he could not help wondering who else could possibly understand what was really unfolding here. Adrian let out a strange sound beneath his breath, but Ian did not look away. He fixed Adrian with a firm, unshakable stare and insisted that they had to confront this challenge with their own hands. There was no room left to retreat. How could he possibly turn away from the people depending on him when the entire situation was hanging by a thread? And at that very moment, another figure entered the scene. Arwen. Arwen stepped forward and lowered herself into a respectful bow before Adrian, her posture controlled and formal as she addressed him properly with the royal title, calling him Your Highness. Ian, immediately caught by surprise and curiosity, asked how she could possibly know the ancient tongue. Arwen answered with calm simplicity as though it were nothing strange at all, saying only that she had studied it. Ian could barely process what he had just heard, muttering in disbelief that someone knowing such an ancient language was absurdly rare, and that this one fact alone could completely change what they were able to do. The more Ian thought about it, the more obvious it became that Arwen was not ordinary at all. Only someone with the polish, discipline, and refinement of a true noble could ever hope to master a language that ancient. At the same time, a twisted goblin-like monster threw its head back and released a rough, ugly roar, a signal that made it painfully clear the enemy forces had begun to move. Ian's thoughts snapped back into focus, and almost instinctively, he found himself comparing Arwen's rare ability to that detestable figure he had encountered before. He decided that it was time for them to return, but deep inside, one certainty remained fixed in his mind. In this world, true coincidences almost never happened. The moment he entered this world, an elf envoy who had never once interfered with him before suddenly revealed herself, appearing almost as if his arrival had drawn her out. And then, as if moving according to that same strange timing, the orc warlord had appeared in Balarhard at precisely the same moment. Now Adrian's face carried a heavy, troubled look, as he admitted that even he did not know what would happen next. He stood there on the frozen battlefield with bodies scattered across the snow around him, yet his focus remained razor-sharp, leaving no space for distraction, panic, or hesitation. His eyes narrowed, and within that hard stare, an unwavering resolve began to burn even more fiercely. Around them, the empty, snow-lashed peaks rose like silent witnesses to the disaster about to erupt. Beside Adrian, the cloaked figure remained perfectly still, a quiet but undeniable presence at the center of the rising chaos. Adrian understood the truth clearly now. There was no more time to stand around, thinking through every possibility. The moment to act had already arrived. Then a colossal green-skinned warrior stepped forward, gripping a massive axe in his hand, each heavy stomp through the snow radiating raw strength and brutal confidence. Adrian stared the towering enemy down without flinching, challenging him directly as he asked whether he was supposed to be his opponent, and whether the orc had any problem with that. The orc warlord's tusks flashed as he answered with a deep, contemptuous scoff, the guttural sound making it clear that he found the very idea ridiculous. Adrian held his ground with his ally beside him, as a booming voice ripped across the frozen wasteland, tightening the tension around the challenge before them. The orc warlord loomed like a living mass of menace, then promised that their flesh and blood would become his feast. Adrian simply smirked, not shaken in the slightest by the threat, and fired back that the orc warlord's grand speech was so overblown it was almost laughable. Still, the monster standing before them was far from an ordinary opponent. This was the orc warlord himself, an overwhelming force dominating the center of the frozen battlefield with sheer presence alone. Ian watched the confrontation with mounting alarm, his face tightening as he pointed out that the orc warlord's mana was dangerously high, and asked whether retreating might be the wiser choice. The orc warlord sensed the hesitation in the air, and answered with a primal roar, a battle cry so fierce it seemed to shake the frozen ground beneath their feet. His eyes burned with violent malice, and every part of his massive body radiated the same message. He was ready to tear into battle without holding anything back. Adrian, Arwen, and Ian stood their ground together, their determination refusing to bend even under the terrifying pressure pouring from the enemy before them. His sword blazing in brilliant blue light and his eyes shining with resolve, Adrian shouted that orcs did not fight according to the rules of knights. Blue energy surged from his blade and armor as he called out to his comrades. That resolve lit up the battlefield like a spark thrown into dry kindling, and Adrian charged straight into the chaos, his glowing sword carving a devastating streak of blue through the enemy horde. The empowered blade struck with explosive impact, smashing through the orc's crude armor and sending shattered fragments flying through the freezing air. With one swift, precise slash, Adrian cut through an orc's limb in an instant, showing with brutal clarity just how far above them his combat skill truly stood. But then the orc warlord himself surged forward, his massive body launching into motion as he swung his colossal axe downward and let out a furious roar. Adrian did not step back. His shield snapped upward to meet the crushing blow, while his radiant sword shifted into place, already preparing for a devastating counterattack. Thunderous crash burst across the battlefield as blade and axe collided, the sheer force of the impact ripping through the air around them like a shockwave. The orc warlord bellowed in rage, his crimson eyes blazing with fury as the force of the clash drove him backward. But Adrian's enchanted sword shone like an unstoppable beacon, cutting straight through the orc warlord's axe, as if the massive weapon were nothing more than thin paper, leaving the beast suddenly exposed. On that merciless frozen battlefield, Adrian settled firmly into his stance, his body steady and his eyes locked onto the towering threat standing before him. The orc warlord snarled down at Adrian with open contempt, taunting him by asking whether a fragile human truly believed he could win against him. Adrian answered without a trace of fear in his voice, calm and confident as he told the beast that they were about to find out. The instant those words left his mouth, searing blue energy erupted from Adrian's eyes, and his true power began to blaze openly for everyone on the battlefield to see. Then Adrian exploded forward like a streak of blue lightning, his blade tearing through the frozen air as he launched himself straight toward the orc warlord. Deafening crack ripped across the battlefield as the orc warlord's enormous axe broke apart under the force of the clash, splintering from the impact and leaving his massive body wide open. For one breathless instant, even the blood-soaked snow seemed to fall silent, with the two monsters of battle frozen in place at the very peak of their collision. Then the orc warlord's rage burst loose all at once, his guttural scream tearing across the field as he commanded the horde to kill them and rip the damned orcs apart. Hatred surged through the army like fire racing through dry grass, and the orcs answered with one savage roar, ready to slaughter anything in front of them. And amid the fallen bodies, a lone figure in a red cape stood with his sword buried in the snow, hearing a voice demand the hearts of the defeated, because those hearts would become its eyes, nourished by the ancient hatred of hundreds of barbarians. A violent storm of blue and purple energy suddenly burst open around Adrian, twisting and crackling as if the air itself could no longer hold back the power gathering inside him. The aura coiled around his body with a strange familiarity, and when he lifted his gaze, blue light spilled from him across the snowy plain, spreading like a silent offering to the vengeful warriors who had once wandered those desolate lands. With a faint blue glow pulsing from his chest, Adrian quietly weighed the situation in his mind. And no matter how many angles he considered, no matter how carefully he turned the pieces over, the road ahead had already been chosen for him. Nearby, a ragged flag marked with a skull stood planted in the snow like a grim signpost left behind by death itself. Its presence only strengthened what Adrian already felt deep inside. Coming to this place had been the correct choice. The blue light at Adrian's chest flared brighter, casting a cold glow across his expression. His face tightened, and the resolve settling over him became something solid, firm, and impossible to break. Then, from within the darkness hanging over the battlefield, a spiked black silhouette slowly emerged, its shape jagged and menacing, while a pair of red eyes burned with a sinister, unnatural glow. The orc warlord's green-skinned form came fully into view as he began to speak, but his words fractured before he could finish them. At the same time, Adrian was swallowed by a raging vortex of blue and purple energy, his sword gleaming at the heart of that magical storm, and with power exploding around him, he declared that they would become sacrifices for his requiem. In that moment, the words Song of Requiem seemed to blaze through the air itself, announcing that the terrifying power sleeping within Adrian had finally awakened. Adrian became a living whirlwind on the battlefield, his body flashing through the chaos like a dark blur. He tore into the orc ranks from behind, striking one enemy down before the next could even understand where the attack had come from. His legs snapped out with brutal precision, smashing into another orc with enough force to lift its heavy body off the ground and send it flying backward through the snow. The orc's head jerked violently from the impact, its charge destroyed before it could land even a single blow. And before its body could properly fall, Adrian's blade flashed again, tearing into the next enemy without losing the slightest bit of momentum. Raw determination hardened Adrian's face as electric blue energy pulsed along the length of his sword. The weapon seemed to hum in his grip, vibrating like it was eager to unleash disaster on anything foolish enough to stand in his path. The glowing blade continued its deadly dance, cutting through the monstrous horde with merciless precision. Standing above the enemies collapsing around him, Adrian's furious voice ripped through the battlefield as he cursed the bastards before him. The snowy battlefield spiraled into chaos as Adrian finally cut loose, his blade streaking blue through the storm of orcs. Even a massive orc froze for a moment, letting out a stunned grunt as it sensed the terrifying harmony between Adrian's movements, his power, and the killing intent driving every strike. Adrian's face stayed cold and unreadable, giving nothing away to the enemies around him. But behind that still expression, his mind was moving quickly, piecing together something far larger than the fight unfolding right in front of him. Then, with explosive force, a crimson aura burst into the scene, and Adrian stood at the center of that pressure, radiating overwhelming power as he demanded to know what kind of orc could possess strength like this. Even an orc warrior prince should not have been absurdly powerful to this degree. But the hesitation lasted only a moment. Adrian's resolve surged again, his eyes blazing with electric blue light as his aura erupted around him like a storm on the verge of tearing everything apart. He shot forward in a blur, his weapon flashing like a bolt of blue lightning. One after another, he shredded through the orc lines, leaving only broken armor, blood, and stunned enemies in his wake. Watching that terrifying display unfold before him, Ian understood the truth with absolute clarity and confirmed it aloud. The enemy standing against them really was an orc warrior prince. Adrian stood tall and completely unshaken, his eyes fixed on the chaos he had carved open with his own hands, already prepared for whatever came next. With blue aura blazing around his fist, He looked down at his enemy and coldly asked if this was truly all a loyal servant of a king could offer. The orc warrior prince, wrapped in a furious red aura, roared back with pure rage, declaring that cheap taunts like that only made the anger inside him burn even hotter. Before the orc could even move properly, a brutal strike slammed into him with explosive force. He staggered backward under the impact, yet still screamed in defiance that he would spill Adrian's flesh and blood before the Emperor ever arrived. Another blast of blue energy crashed into the orc warrior prince and launched him across the white battlefield, his body cutting through the snow like a dark speck against the frozen plain. Adrian did not ease up for even a heartbeat, his entire body crackling with blue power as he prepared to end the fight. He drove a devastating punch straight forward, and the instant his fist connected with the orc warrior prince, blue force erupted outward in a violent explosion. The impact tore through the ground beneath them, smashing ice and rock apart as if the battlefield itself had been struck by a falling star, until a massive crater opened across the frozen earth. Adrian unleashed a sweeping arc of blue energy that ripped through the air like a blade made of light. Then, closing the distance in a flash, he pressed the assault without pause, his sword moving as nothing more than a blur of ethereal power. The orc warrior prince could only gasp in disbelief, choking out broken sounds as strike after strike hammered into him faster than his body could react or defend. Moving at a speed that nearly vanished from sight, Adrian was already shifting into his next position, lining up the decisive blow before his enemy could recover from the last one. His blade came down with savage force, sending a crimson spray scattering across the untouched snow. Adrian followed through without hesitation, carrying the full weight and momentum of the attack smoothly into his next motion. The orc warrior prince screamed in agony, a guttural cry tearing out of his throat as he clutched desperately at the wound carved across his chest. The sheer force of the blow hurled him backward in defeat, his blood staining the white snow beneath his body. All around them, shattered ice and torn earth showed just how violently Adrian's overwhelming power had scarred the battlefield. Adrian stood victorious over the ruined orc warrior prince, whose broken body lay in the snow, surrounded by the remains of the army that had fallen with him. A chilling silence settled across the field. As Adrian turned his eyes toward the distant castle, the final heavy thud, marking the end of the chaos. But his thoughts had already moved somewhere else, and a quiet vow formed within him. Since he had borrowed that power, it was only right to grant its wish. A fierce light sparked in Adrian's eyes, and his expression hardened as resolve rushed through him like a silent gust cutting across the frozen battlefield. Suddenly, a blazing red orb of energy formed in Adrian's grasp, glowing like a concentrated flame. He whispered a solemn farewell, and from deep within his mind, a voice answered with reverence as it called out to its king. The crimson light faded away, only to be replaced by a sharp burst of crackling blue aura that ignited around him. Adrian's eyes blazed with otherworldly power as violent blue energy surged from his hand and tore through the spray of blood. Adrian's face was bathed in that fierce blue glow, his eyes burning with such unyielding intensity that the sight of him almost became terrifying. The pressure radiating from his stare was impossible to ignore, heavy enough to make anyone watching freeze in place. And in that moment, one chilling thought remained. What kind of eyes were those? Once again, Adrian was thrown into the very heart of battle, a blazing red aura flaring around him as the fighting spun wildly out of control. Yet deep inside, his mind drifted to the legends of an ancient power said to be hidden beyond those frozen peaks. Suddenly, a shocked voice cut through the roar of combat, unable to believe that Adrian was still alive. At the same time, Adrian and his allies braced themselves against another relentless wave of armored enemies charging toward them. Then a fierce, dark-haired knight, his face twisted with determination and pain, forced a guttural roar from deep in his throat and pushed forward despite the agony tearing through his body. Side by side, Adrian and the dark-haired knight carved through the enemy formation, their combined strength crashing into the armored attackers like a storm no ordinary soldiers could withstand. But then the dark-haired knight was hit hard, a sudden and brutal blow slamming into him with enough force to knock the breath straight from his body. He fought desperately for every inch of ground, red energy sparking around him in unstable bursts as the sheer violence of the battle threatened to swallow him completely. Adrian watched with a fixed, unreadable stare, his expression held unnervingly still as he witnessed the knight's struggle against the endless attacks crashing down on him. And Adrian's eyes snapped upward as a colossal winged shadow spread across the sky, blotting out the sun and descending toward them with terrifying speed. He stared into the sky, and the realization that struck him was so shocking, so sudden, that he cried out before he could stop himself. High above the icy, snow-covered peaks, a massive dark object came plummeting down through the air, cutting across the sky like a falling omen. It descended at an unbelievable speed, wrapped in a dark red aura so ominous and violent that the danger became unmistakable long before it reached the ground. A gigantic projectile, shaped like a spear large enough to pierce the sky itself, slammed down into the mountainside with a force that shook the frozen rock beneath it. It drove deep into the ice-covered earth as though it had dropped straight from the heavens, and in that single terrifying moment, one thought screamed through Adrian Leonberg's mind above the roar. He had to stop this thing, whatever it took. Adrian stood at the center of the disaster, refusing to retreat even by a single step. His sword was already drawn, gripped tightly in both hands as he faced the threat before him. Ahead, the black spear remained embedded in the ground, its body glowing with a cruel crimson pulse that washed over the surrounding snow, making the white landscape look as if it had been soaked in blood. His eyes flew wide, but there was no surrender in them, no trace of panic strong enough to make him bend. The spear's red light danced across his face in sharp flashes, and under that bloody glow, Adrian's resolve looked almost as dangerous as the monstrous power he was standing against. Then Adrian launched himself into action. With a single, committed motion, he swung his blade down toward the spear, and the very second his steel struck that overwhelming force, a blinding eruption of crimson light burst out between them like an explosion tearing open the air. Even after Adrian's blow connected, the terrifying power did not disappear. Instead, it scattered violently outward, ripping through the atmosphere and racing across the snowbound mountain range with a thunderous roar, as if the entire battlefield were being split apart from the inside. Adrian drove his feet hard into the frozen ground, bracing himself against the invisible shockwave crashing down on him from every direction. His whole body strained under the pressure, as he shouted that it was too much. At that same moment, the spear's crimson energy burst outward in a blinding flare, and a dark-haired knight whipped around in terror, her face drained as she screamed for his highness. But even with the blast crushing against him, Adrian would not give ground. The violent impact battered his body and pushed him right to the edge of collapse, yet he forced himself to remain standing, pouring every last scrap of strength he had into holding his position. Through the storm of snow and scattered debris, a cloaked figure suddenly came rushing into view. His heavy boots struck the frozen ground in rapid, urgent steps as he charged toward the heart of the catastrophe. His expression pulled tight with dread while he cursed under his breath and demanded to know what in the world had just happened. Nearby, the great ranger of Balarhard stood unmoving, his eyes as cold and sharp as forged steel while the wind lashed his wild hair around his face. Even with chaos breaking loose on all sides, his gaze remained focused, cutting through the confusion as he assessed the disaster with chilling precision. At the very center of that destruction stood the massive black spear, still stabbed deep into the earth like a curse nailed into the mountain itself. Its dark surface seemed to crawl with some unknown, unnatural power, the kind of presence that made a person's spine turn cold the longer they stared at it. The remaining energy in the air snapped and crackled around them, leaving the snowy wasteland feeling unstable, as though another explosion could happen at any moment. Armored warriors moved tensely through the area, their faces tight as they murmured about the strange sound, the spear buried in the ground, and the dreadful truth settling over them. Their commander could not be found anywhere. Karl's face twisted with unmistakable alarm, all the color draining from him as the fear spreading through the others finally struck him as well. His desperate shout rang out over the frozen field, giving shape to the terror that everyone else had been too stunned to say aloud. Without another moment of hesitation, he broke into a frantic run, his boots sliding against the snow as he threw himself forward. His cry for his highness cut through the thick, freezing silence, sharp with panic and carrying all the urgency of someone fearing the worst. Not far from the commotion, the great ranger of Balarhard still stood amid the confusion, steady and unshaken while others rushed around him in alarm. His keen eyes moved carefully across the wreckage, studying every mark and every disturbed patch of snow as he searched for the one clue that could explain what had happened. Then, all at once, he lowered himself onto one knee. His attention locked onto something almost swallowed by the clean white snow, a small but important trace that most people would have completely overlooked in the middle of such panic. Suddenly, Arwen Kirgian stopped dead where she stood. The female knight's eyes stretched wide in horror, and for a brief instant, her entire body seemed to freeze as the full weight of the disaster crashed over her at once. Her gaze shot toward Adrian, who was lying sprawled across the icy ground, pale, still, and surrounded by the faint flicker of a ghostly blue aura. In that same instant, another cry of anguish tore through the freezing air, raw enough to cut through the howling wind. Arwen dropped down beside him without the slightest hesitation, her knees hitting the snow as her shaking hands moved over him in a desperate search for any sign that he was still alive. When she spoke, her voice was thin and strangled, barely holding together as fear tightened around her throat. She called his name over and over, each cry rising higher until it nearly broke into a scream. Every word was an attempt to pull the fallen prince back from the edge, but each time only silence answered her, making the terror around them feel even heavier. Her eyes raced across his face, searching for the smallest movement, the faintest twitch, anything that proved he had not slipped away. She had to make him breathe again, and with every passing second, the fear that she might already be too late pressed harder against her chest. Arwen carefully gathered Adrian's head into her arms, handling him as gently as she could despite her shaking hands. Then she leaned down close and pressed her ear against his chest, listening desperately for any sign at all, a heartbeat, a breath, even the faintest proof that life still remained in him. Then a terrible, wet gurgling sound slipped from Adrian's lips. It was weak, broken, and barely audible beneath the wind. But the sound was so unnatural and chilling that Arwen felt her blood turn cold. Second cough followed, rough and ragged, as though his body was struggling to fight its way back from somewhere deep inside. But even after that painful sound, Adrian's eyes stayed shut, and he still gave her no clear response. The weight of the moment pushed Arwen beyond what her own body could bear. Blood rose from her mouth as she strained herself to the limit trying to save him, while around them the icy wind screamed across the desolate battlefield, sweeping over the snow, the blood and the broken steel scattered nearby. And then, like the first fragile spark of a miracle breaking through despair, Arwen realized he was breathing again. Her hoarse voice caught as she forced the words out, that tiny sign of life giving her just enough hope to cling to in the middle of all the horror. Relief rushed across Arwen's face in a sudden, trembling wave, softening the terror that had filled her eyes only moments before. But even though Adrian had started breathing again, she understood at once that this did not mean the danger was truly over. Still shaken from dragging him back from the brink, Arwen heard the low murmurs beginning to spread nearby. The soldiers whispered among themselves in disbelief, wondering if this boy really was the legendary prince, so young, so small, and yet spoken of as a monster on the battlefield. Carl moved in immediately, cutting through their careless speculation before it could grow any louder. With the firm loyalty of someone who knew exactly who Adrian was, he reminded them that the person lying before them was not just some ordinary warrior, but His Highness, the prince himself. Then, from Adrian's lips came a sound so faint it was almost swallowed by the wind. He called Arwen's name, and the moment she heard it, her heart jolted. She cried out to His Highness, relief and fierce determination surging back through her all at once. At last his eyes began to flutter open, and that single sight lit something inside Arwen like a flame. Looking down at him, battered, wounded, and only barely conscious, she felt a silent fury burn through her chest. Those damned orc bastards were going to pay for this. But then Adrian did something so reckless that it stunned everyone around him. Despite the state of his body, despite every reason he should have stayed down, he forced himself up from the ground, his eyes blazing with stubborn defiance as he roared that he would not become some trophy head for the orcs to take. The sheer nerve of it was almost impossible to believe, especially when he could barely remain upright. But Arwen understood exactly what Adrian was trying to tell her. He was ordering her to hurry and end the fight, to finish the enemy off, and with a quiet sound of acceptance, she took that command into herself. Carl turned toward Arwen, confusion plain on his face as he struggled to make sense of the prince's sudden outburst. But Arwen was already beyond needing an explanation, her eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead, as if the next step had become completely clear to her. A powerful aura began to rise around Arwen as she shifted into a firm fighting stance. The blade in her hands started to glow, and the sharp look in her eyes made it obvious that she was prepared to bring the battle to an end with one clean, decisive strike. The battlefield exploded back into motion, becoming a violent storm of flying snow, flashing weapons and clashing bodies as armored knights hurled themselves against the shadowy monsters before them. Through the chaos, a steady voice rang out over the fighting, declaring that Adrian was right. The battle grew even more savage as the knights pushed forward with desperate resolve, their weapons cutting bright arcs through the swirling snow. A commanding voice thundered for them to finish it quickly, and amid the chaos, a dark-haired warrior wrapped in crimson tore across the battlefield with impossible speed, moving like a blur of pure destruction. Later, Adrian forced himself upright with a rough, guttural groan, pain twisting through every part of his body but failing to extinguish the fire in his eyes. His expression hardened into a furious snarl as he glared toward the unseen enemy and spat a defiant curse at the damned orc bastard responsible for all of it. Carl hurried to Adrian's side immediately, his worry impossible to hide. Leaning closer with urgent concern written across his face, he asked whether His Highness was truly all right after everything that had happened. Adrian lowered himself back onto the bed, his heavily bandaged arm lying stiffly beside him. A tired sigh slipped out of him, carrying both pain and irritation, before he admitted that his arm hurt too. But then Adrian's gaze dropped, and the pain on his face changed into something much darker and more bitter. More than the injury to his arm, What truly stung was his wounded pride, and beneath his exhausted expression, anger and frustration smoldered as the battle replayed endlessly in his mind. He had not even been able to properly cross blades with the enemy face to face. And yet, in one devastating instant, everything had collapsed around him, leaving him to deal with nothing but the ugly aftermath. All he had managed to do was cut down a few orcs before being blasted across the battlefield like some helpless fool. Now he was lying here in bed, wrapped in bandages, unable to move freely and trapped inside his own irritation. As Adrian silently burned in his frustration, another voice suddenly cut through the tense room. Someone bowed deeply before him, lowering their head with clear respect, and thanked His Highness for everything he had done. Carl and the other guards followed as well, bowing their heads as they explained that Adrian's actions had allowed them to save someone who had already given up all hope. Still bent in sincere gratitude, Carl offered their deepest thanks to His Highness, and there was no mistaking the honesty in his words. But Adrian could only scoff inwardly at the praise. To him, those grateful words felt painfully misplaced, because the only thing running through his mind was how completely and humiliatingly the battle had gone wrong. Then Carl's expression grew serious, and the mood in the room shifted with it. He began reporting everything that had taken place while His Highness had been unconscious, carefully laying out the situation one detail at a time. The first report struck like a heavy blow. It was still too early to declare anything with absolute certainty, but from the way things were unfolding, Winter Castle was likely going to fall into the hands of the invading orcs. Then Carl delivered an even more shocking revelation. The body they had found in the mountains was not the corpse of some ordinary orc soldier. It belonged to their king. Adrian, still shaken from the battle and his own injuries, could barely take in what he had just heard. There was actually an orc king out there, and the very idea was enough to leave him stunned. He had always known orcs as scattered, violent creatures, the kind that rarely moved with any true structure or discipline. But Carl explained that they were also vicious opportunists, brutal monsters willing to turn against even their own kind the moment it benefited them. Then Carl's voice dropped lower, heavy enough to make the air in the room feel colder. He looked at Adrian with a grave expression and asked if he knew what people called an orc that had climbed above the rest of its kind and gained enough power to rule them as a king. With his face set in solemn seriousness, Carl made it clear that this was not some wild tale exaggerated by terrified soldiers after battle. A creature like that truly did exist, and the name given to it carried a meaning far heavier than that of any ordinary orc chieftain. Orcs were born into violence, raised in a world where smashing, clawing, and killing their own kind was nothing unusual. No matter where they marched, mercy never followed them, and they trampled everything in front of them, whether it was an enemy, an ally, or anything foolish enough to block their path. But even among those brutal, bloodthirsty masses, there were rare monsters who stood on a completely different level. From within the chaos of the orcs themselves, one overwhelming being could rise, carrying such terrifying strength that normal chieftains looked insignificant beside him. That kind of existence was not merely honored with the simple title of king. On the battlefield, where its power was witnessed in blood and ruin, that monster was feared by a far more dreadful name, the Orc Warlord. Far above the barren, snow-covered peaks, a terrifying figure stood alone in the middle of a battlefield, scattered with fallen warriors. The freezing wind swept across the mountain around him, but he remained completely still, as if even the storm itself could not move him. His black armor, sharp and angular, carved a brutal silhouette against the pale and lifeless sky, while a torn red cape dragged behind him like a war banner stained by endless slaughter. This was the frenzied Lord of War, a presence so chilling that even his shadow seemed to promise death. Adrian fell into a deep, uneasy silence, his expression growing tighter as he measured the danger now looming over them. Even with their defensive plans already in motion, finding the Orc Warlord before that monster reached the gates would be a brutally difficult task. Carl spoke again, his tone tense and controlled, pointing out that gathering information by hunting down the Orc Warlord's subordinates would be just as difficult. And as he said it, his hesitation showed clearly, especially when the conversation drifted toward Adrian using that magic sword again. Adrian stared back at him, genuinely confused by what he was hearing. In his mind, it made no sense at all. How could the underlings of the Orc Warlord possibly be harder to find than the terrifying monster standing above them? Carl stepped a little closer to the prince, meeting his eyes with the seriousness of someone who had already made up his mind. He said there was something they needed to ask of Adrian, and the great ranger of Balerhard backed him with a grim expression, admitting that they desperately needed Adrian's strength because none of them had ever fought an Orc Warlord before. Carl agreed at once, without even a moment of hesitation. His expression made it clear that this was not some normal operation or routine battlefield mission. They were stepping into unknown danger now, and every decision from this point forward could carry a terrible price. Then Vale Ballarhard, wearing a sly grin that felt strangely out of place in such a tense room, brought out two mysterious items. He told them to take a close look at one, while handing the other directly to Adrian, and the prince could already feel his patience wearing thin as the whole situation grew more troublesome by the second. By then, Adrian had heard more than enough of the endless explanations and circling arguments. As far as he was concerned, they had dragged the matter out for long enough, and it was time to stop talking around the issue and bring everything to a proper conclusion. Even while the meeting continued around him, Carl tried to pull Adrian back from his rising irritation, urging him to calm himself and focus on recovering. His words were polite and respectful, but the concern underneath them was too obvious to hide. Adrian was still stuck in bed, his body nowhere near healed enough for him to move as freely as he wanted. Carl stood close by, watching him with clear worry, and warned that His Highness was pushing himself far too hard for someone in such a battered condition. Adrian slowly raised his eyes, and something heavier than simple annoyance passed across his face. Even though his injured body remained still against the bed, his mind was clearly turning over a thought far deeper and more serious than the conversation around him. Carl stayed beside the bed, leaning slightly toward him as he asked if there was anything else Adrian wanted from him. His voice remained practical and composed, but his eyes never left the prince, holding the quiet concern of someone ready to act at the smallest sign of trouble. As Adrian tried to rest, something enormous began to stir somewhere deep inside him. Beneath the exhaustion, beneath the pain still clinging to his body, the raw force of the blue flames started to churn restlessly, like a power waiting for the chance to break loose. That power was unlike anything Adrian had ever carried within himself before. It surged past the limits he thought he understood, swelling so far beyond his old boundaries that even he could feel how absurd and overwhelming it truly was. Still recovering and barely able to settle himself, Adrian gave only a short answer on the outside. But inside, his mind was anything but peaceful, caught in a violent storm of pain, strange power, and the terrifying information he had just been forced to absorb. Even with all that turmoil, there was still a decent heart buried beneath Adrian's sharp tongue and harsh temper. Nearby, a powerful armored figure shifted his attention toward Carl and, with a heavy presence filling the space, demanded to know what Carl truly thought of the prince. The armored man's stare was so cold and intense, it seemed capable of slicing straight through steel. He stood perfectly still, without a wasted movement, and every part of his posture carried the weight of a strength that no one in the room could simply ignore. Adrian lowered his gaze, feeling the pressure of the conversation settle heavily over him before it had even fully taken shape. The armored man continued without softening his tone, declaring that the prince's true power would only awaken after every weakness inside him had been stripped away completely. Those words hit Adrian like a hammer crashing down, forcing his eyes open wide in shock. From the side, Carl watched with a troubled expression, shaken by how merciless it sounded, silently questioning whether the prince was being pushed toward a path far too cruel for any person to bear. Adrian's face grew hard as the meaning behind the armored man's words finally sank in. This was not only about forcing him to become stronger, the same brutal demands would eventually be placed on the loyal knights who stood beside him as well. The armored man did not show even the slightest sign of wavering. His expression stayed cold, his stance remained fixed, and his conviction felt as solid and unyielding as iron forged for war. Carl could no longer hide the discomfort building inside him, and he finally pushed back, asking whether this approach was going too far. But the armored man answered with a sharp firmness, insisting that Adrian was the Empire's last hope, and with the crisis pressing closer, there was simply no other road left for them to take. As shimmering blue energy gathered and slowly began to take form, something vast and profound started to unfold before Adrian's eyes. It felt as though a truth that had been buried within mana itself was rising to the surface, revealing itself through the glow. True transcendence was not some convenient blessing handed to anyone who reached for it. It belonged only to those who had mastered mana manipulation at the highest level, warriors capable of guiding its flow as naturally and effortlessly as breathing. Carl explained that this kind of power had never been something granted to ordinary knights. No matter how sharp their blades were or how much experience they gained on the battlefield, that higher realm of mana had always remained beyond their grasp. That truth left Adrian staring in silence, a quiet question forming in his eyes. If knights had always been kept outside that level of power, then why had fate allowed certain people to step so far beyond everyone else? Even so, Carl continued, there had to be some deeper reason behind that difference. Some people were chosen, shaped, and cut into form by fate itself, as though the world had marked them from the beginning for a purpose no ordinary person could fulfill. Adrian listened without interrupting, and for a brief moment, A faint spark of understanding crossed his expression. Carl assured him that he felt no resentment toward that difference, no bitterness toward those who had been chosen to walk a path beyond others. He made his point with a knowing look, the kind of gaze that suggested he had turned these thoughts over in his mind for a very long time. There was acceptance in his eyes, but also a quiet certainty that Adrian could not simply brush aside. Even the elves, who were born with a natural closeness to magic, could have climbed to such heights with far less suffering and struggle. For them, reaching toward mana was almost instinctive, something woven into the way they existed. But it was humans, supposedly mediocre, limited, and lacking any special gift, who interfered with the paths laid out for the chosen. Mana was not just lifeless energy to be gathered and spent. It was a living current that resonated with everything it touched, and through that resonance, its sound could become the rhythm of a chanson. Even people who could not create their own mana songs still had the possibility of performing them. In that sense, the human body could become the greatest instrument of all, carrying and expressing a power it had never been naturally born to command. Carl raised a pulsing sphere of mana in his hand as he revealed an even more astonishing possibility. Even someone who was not considered a true mana user might still be able to learn how to control the mana moving within their own body. This kind of life training, or mana training, was not merely some distant theory with no place in reality. It meant that the mana ring could resonate with other forms of mana, creating a deeper connection, and if that connection were pushed far enough, perhaps the person themselves could become the perfect instrument. Adrian clung to every word as Carl explained the strange, nearly impossible theory in front of him. The meaning behind it was enormous, and even Carl, wearing a serious expression, admitted that he could not promise whether such a thing could truly be achieved. A deep and troubled look settled across Carl's face as he sank further into those revolutionary thoughts. It was obvious that even he understood just how dangerous, astonishing, and uncertain the idea sounded once spoken aloud. Elsewhere, high atop a dangerous snowy peak, Arwen Kurgayan stood firmly against the raging gale. Her silver hair whipped wildly around her face as she waited with her blade-ready composure, almost like living proof of the incredible human potential Carl had just described. Adrian's thoughts plunged even deeper into the structure of mana, imagining how every living thing might carry its own vibration within that invisible flow. If all existence truly had a rhythm, then even those born without natural gifts might still become vessels for a much greater symphony. But to Adrian, the true breakthrough was not simply allowing that power to pass through him like a puppet being moved by strings. What truly mattered was grasping that force with his own will, taking control of it completely, and forcing it to obey him. Then, without any warning, something jolted through the image forming in his mind. A sudden, unmistakable presence tore into that mental projection, sharp and intrusive enough to yank him away from the depths of his inner world. Adrian was dragged back toward reality by a familiar and intensely focused stare hovering far too close to him. Then a voice cut through the quiet with startling sharpness, demanding to know why he was even inside this space. His eyelids trembled, then slowly opened as he began to wake, shaking off the last heavy traces of sleep clinging to his thoughts. For a brief moment, everything in front of him remained hazy and blurred, as if his mind had not fully returned to his body. Then his eyes snapped wide open in pure shock. Whatever drowsiness had still been clouding his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sudden alarm as he realized what was right in front of him. Adrian let out a startled yelp the moment he found Carl looming directly over his bed. The sight struck him so abruptly that his whole body jerked in reaction, as though the shock alone had dragged him completely back to life. By the time the quiet from earlier had completely faded, both Carl and Adrian were already dressed and ready to move. The relaxed atmosphere that had lingered in the room was gone in an instant, replaced by a sharp tension as Carl immediately pressed Adrian about his uncle. Adrian answered without delay, explaining that Vale Ballarhard had slipped away sometime while he was still asleep. Carl kept his eyes fixed on Adrian, quietly studying every small change in the prince's face. He could tell Adrian was being eaten away by some thought buried deep inside him, something heavy enough to twist his expression. But no matter how long Adrian seemed to struggle with it, no clear answer came out, making Carl suspect that the situation might be hiding far more than it first appeared. Adrian said nothing for a while, his presence strangely distant as his unfocused eyes stared past everything in front of him. It was as if he was no longer looking at the room at all, but at some distant problem only he could see. Anyone watching him could tell his mind was caught in a conflict far too large and complicated to explain with simple words. In the dim, heavy stillness of that room, Carl understood immediately that getting through to Adrian would not be simple. Trying to drag anything useful out of him while he was trapped in that kind of state felt almost pointless, like taking a gamble where the odds were already stacked against him. Then, without warning, a voice sliced through the silence with enough force to make Adrian flinch. The words themselves were nothing complicated, just the announcement that he was awake, but inside that tense room, they struck like a sudden shock running straight through the air. At that moment, an overwhelming presence began to rise around him, fierce and unyielding, like a force that had never once understood the meaning of retreat. It carried the weight of someone who could stand alone before countless enemies, holding only a single blade and still refuse to be brought down. The power around him burst outward in a violent surge, wild blue energy twisting and lashing through the air like a storm given shape. Yet even as it raged, every current bent to his command, flowing exactly where his will directed it. His eyes ignited with an unnatural brilliance, glowing so intensely that the entire room seemed to hum with ancient power. The presence of a true swordmaster was now moving through him, something old, absolute, and terrifyingly alive beneath the surface of his calm. Blue energy continued to pulse around Carl, and Adrian could do nothing but stare in stunned silence. The man standing before him had clearly stepped into a realm far beyond ordinary technique, as if he had finally found a soul powerful enough to contain and match the immense force surging inside him. Carl's mouth curved ever so slightly, forming a faint smirk that was small but impossible to miss. His gaze stayed sharp and composed, carrying the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly how much had changed in that moment. Now, fully awake, Adrian slowly lifted his gaze toward him and admitted that it was thanks to Carl that he had awakened. This time there was no teasing edge in his voice and no trace of sarcasm. He spoke with rare sincerity, offering Carl a genuine thank you. Carl, however, responded with the same dry cynicism as always, brushing the gratitude aside as if it were nothing special. With a weary little remark, he muttered that people really did start changing when they were standing close to death. Adrian blinked, clearly caught off guard by how cold Carl suddenly sounded. Still unsure what had caused that reaction, he looked at him in confusion and asked whether Carl was upset about something. Adrian had already been recognized as a swordmaster before this moment, but the overwhelming new power that had awakened in him pushed him into an entirely different category. He was no longer merely someone who had mastered the blade. Now, he had become something much closer to a magic sword master. A faint crackle of energy still hung in the air as Carl answered in a cool, almost indifferent tone. He said he was not upset, making it painfully clear with that irritating calmness that he was not angry about anything at all. But that calm attitude only made Adrian feel more annoyed. From Adrian's perspective, Carl had completely misunderstood what was happening, and the fact that he sounded so certain about it only made the exchange even more frustrating. Choosing to let that subject drop, Adrian moved on to the question that actually mattered. His eyes narrowed with focus as he asked Carl what he had gained from everything that had just taken place. Carl lowered his gaze toward the marks that had been left behind, answering in a vague, cryptic tone. What he had gained, he said, was a chance to remove something, or at the very least, the first milestone that would make such a thing possible. His expression gave away almost nothing, remaining calm and unreadable from the outside. But behind that steady gaze, Adrian could sense that Carl was holding back far more than he was willing to say out loud. Later, Adrian stood near the window, silently turning Carl's strange answer over and over in his mind, while already thinking about what would come next. Then, Carl, with almost absurd casualness, suggested that they should try walking there, as if he were talking about a simple stroll instead of the beginning of another dangerous journey. Adrian let out a quiet breath, hoping that whatever came next would not spiral into an even bigger mess. But with everything already set into motion, that hope felt thin and fragile, like it could break apart at any moment. Adrian told himself that Carl was not angry with him. He was only disappointed. Yet somehow that thought stung even more deeply, because disappointment felt colder and sharper than open irritation ever could. Carl stood over him with the same hard, unbending presence, his expression offering no warmth at all. Then, in that blunt way of his, he warned Adrian not to get his hopes up over something that might mean nothing. His face remained completely unreadable, as still and closed off as a stone wall. In the silence that followed, the only thing breaking the tension between them was the faint rustle of movement in the room. Carl finally began to move, and from the way he carried himself, it was clear he had questions of his own. But even after admitting that much, he made it just as clear that he had no intention of asking any of them. Now standing properly dressed, Adrian pressed him once more, demanding to know what Carl had truly gained from all of this. Carl, however, refused to give him the direct answer he wanted, and simply replied that Adrian already understood the situation well enough. Adrian tried to push further, frustration beginning to creep into his voice as he asked where Carl had obtained the Thel. He was no longer in the mood for vague hints or half-buried meanings. What he wanted now was a clear answer, but Carl's mind had already turned inward, focused on the changes that had taken place within himself. And judging by the look on Adrian's face, that transformation was not something the prince could view with any real happiness. With one final sweeping movement, Carl turned away and walked off, leaving Adrian behind with nothing but those cryptic words. The grand chamber around him suddenly felt far too quiet, filled with the heavy weight of everything neither of them had said. Across the frozen wasteland, an endless green tide of orcs stretched toward the horizon, their sheer numbers creating a terrifying sight against the snow. As the horde pushed closer and prepared to strike, a dark red surge of energy suddenly erupted from Adrian's body. Adrian shot forward through the snow like a blur, cutting directly through the charging orcs before they even had time to react. The monsters screamed in shock and panic, unable to believe the sheer madness of one human, throwing himself straight into their ranks without the slightest hesitation. But Adrian was not facing the battlefield alone. Right beside him stood Carl, his eyes steady as he watched the approaching threat, silent and grim, like a blade held perfectly still while waiting for the exact moment to fall. The energy around Adrian swelled higher and higher, building until it reached a violent peak, and his hand began to blaze with a terrifying crimson light. Then, with one explosive release, he unleashed a swirling torrent of dark power across the battlefield, tearing through everything in its path, and leaving countless orcs broken and scattered across the snow. When the attack finally ended, Adrian stood there in silence, looking out over the snowy landscape before him. The ground was still scarred by the devastation he had just unleashed, carved open and torn apart by the sheer force of his power. Standing beside him, Carl observed the ruined battlefield, and calmly remarked that it had been a remarkable speculation. His voice stayed steady, almost disturbingly composed for someone looking at a stretch of snow that had just been ripped apart. Far off in the distance, a mass of dark red energy began to twist and gather, immediately drawing Adrian's attention, as the crimson aura flared and revealed a towering armored figure within it. Adrian questioned whether that was the orc warlord, while two heavily armored orcs in the foreground fixed their focus on the approaching threat. Carl shook his head without even a moment of hesitation. That simple answer was enough to make the air around them feel even colder. Keeping his sharpened gaze locked on the distant figure, Carl explained that the bastard was one of the bravest among the generals. He was one of the rare few powerful enough to stand behind the orc warlord and follow him directly into battle. And just as Carl said, the crushing presence before them belonged to one of those fearless generals. Even from a distance, the weight of his power pressed down over the battlefield like a physical force. His crimson aura pulsed with raw, brutal strength, making his overwhelming power impossible to ignore. Rising from the carnage was a colossal orc, his eyes blazing like infernal embers, a nightmare to knights and sword masters alike, and his presence alone seemed to dominate the entire snow-covered battlefield. Bathed in that sinister crimson glow, his massive body looked like a living monument to untamed violence. His green-skinned face twisted around razor-sharp fangs, and his burning eyes shone with destructive light, giving form to the terrifying legend known by one brutal title, the Night Slayer. Just as knights drew power from mana, orcs possessed a force that belonged uniquely to their own race. What they unleashed was not refined or elegant magic, but a raw crimson power known as battle aura. To sharpen that power, and make their battle aura even stronger, orcs threw themselves into combat more relentlessly than any other race. For them, battle was not merely instinct or survival. It was the very path that led them toward greater strength. They claimed countless heads in their endless pursuit of power, growing stronger through one slaughter after another. Yet among those blood-soaked ranks, a few orcs occasionally rose far above the rest, becoming elite monsters who carried an enormous amount of battle aura within them. Their eyes burned with a fierce, predatory light, sharpened through countless battles and endless killing. These elite orcs became so sensitive to aura and killing intent that they could see those invisible forces with their own eyes. That heightened perception, that terrifying ability to read powers and intentions that should have remained unseen, was known among the orcs as awakened sight. The battlefield stretched out before them like a frozen graveyard, a silent record of total defeat. Red cloaks lay scattered across the untouched white snow, marking the places where fallen warriors had collapsed and never stood back up again. Standing before that grim sight, Carl revealed what truly made a Night Slayer so terrifying. A warrior like that did not simply swing a weapon and crush enemies through brute force. He controlled the battlefield through a power most opponents could not even perceive. Against a monster of that level, ordinary strategy and tactics began to lose all meaning. Even the most brilliant generals could be reduced to helplessness because the Night Slayer did not merely fight his enemies. He studied them, tore their defenses apart, and exploited every weakness with merciless precision. And the reason that power was so frightening was painfully simple. He could see everything clearly, identifying the weakest link and the most vulnerable target before anyone else could react, then striking exactly where it would hurt the most. Vincent's fingers clenched harder around the hilt of his sword, the tension showing clearly in his pale knuckles as his voice sank into a low, dangerous rumble. A Night Slayer was not just some clever brute with good instincts, it was the sharpest blade moving across the battlefield, always waiting for the smallest opening to cut down its target. And as Adrian listened to Vincent's warning, a cold heaviness settled in his chest, because every word sounded far too precise to ignore. Out of the darkness, a chilling figure seemed to take shape, its body swallowed by shadow while its blue eyes burned like frozen flames. Just seeing that eerie glow was enough to make an awful question rise in everyone's mind. Was this the kind of monster they were truly dealing with? A creature powerful enough to deserve the terrifying title of Night Slayer? Then, without warning, the strike came like lightning. A blade ripped downward through the air, wrapped in crackling blue power, moving with such terrifying speed that it looked as though the very space around it was being split apart. The orc responded with a deep, savage snarl, its crimson eyes snapping toward the incoming attack. Its massive body tightened for impact, and the heavy chains hanging from its neck clattered sharply as it braced itself to meet the falling blade head-on. But Adrian's sword came crashing down with thunderous force, slamming directly into the monster's body. The instant metal and flesh collided, a violent shockwave burst outward, tearing through the freezing air around them. The power behind that impact was so overwhelming that the space around the strike seemed to warp and collapse inward. For one breathless moment, it felt as if Adrian's sword had not merely struck the orc, but bent reality itself under the weight of its force. The orc's enormous body was blasted backward by the blow, staggering violently as blood erupted from the wound like a crimson geyser. Its size and weight should have made it immovable, but against Adrian's raw power, even that massive frame was thrown aside. The soldiers nearby could only stare, their mouths hanging open as they struggled to believe what their eyes had just shown them. One of them barely managed to breathe out that it was unbelievable, because Adrian had tossed that monstrous beast away as if it had no weight at all. And even then, Adrian's attack was not finished. His blade continued to drive deeper into the orc's body, ripping through thick flesh as fresh blood spilled out and stained the white snow beneath them. For a moment, his sword remained buried inside the orc's massive frame, still trembling with raw, violent power. The monster's body shook around the weapon, completely pinned by the force that had pierced through it. By then, the orc's arm had already been torn away in the brutal force of the strike. Adrian finally wrenched his sword free with one clean, merciless motion, giving the beast no chance at all to regain its footing. A faint trace of crimson energy lingered along the sword's edge for a brief moment, glowing against the cold air before it slowly faded. Only after that did the colossal orc finally collapse, its huge body crashing heavily into the snow. From farther away, the soldiers watched in stunned silence, completely unable to make sense of the strength Adrian had just displayed. That orc had not been some ordinary foot soldier. It was a genuine powerhouse, the kind of monster that should never have been brought down so easily. Then Vincent's voice sliced through the quiet, sharp enough to snap everyone out of their shock. Once again, he reminded them of the terror carried by the ones known as Night Slayers. His warning struck directly at everything the soldiers thought they had understood. They had just watched the monster fall, but Vincent made it clear that judging an enemy like that by one defeat was a dangerous and foolish mistake. Adrian turned toward them as a faint blue aura began to rise around his body, flickering against the cold air. His expression sharpened, and he rejected their assumptions without hesitation, making it clear that they did not understand what they were actually seeing. The soldiers went still at his blunt response, and even Vincent looked visibly shaken for a moment. None of them had expected Adrian to dismiss their judgment so directly, especially after what they had all just witnessed. Adrian spoke the truth in a plain, unflinching tone. In this world, appearances could never be trusted. And when the subject was orcs, the things that seemed most obvious on the surface were often the very things that misled people the most. But Vincent was not willing to accept that explanation so easily. He pushed back firmly, arguing that no matter how strange, fierce, or powerful they became, orcs were still orcs in the end. Adrian answered with a small, knowing smirk, the kind that made it clear he had heard that kind of thinking before. Then he threw the sharpest reply back at Vincent, telling him that he, more than anyone, should know just how boring that way of looking at things really was. But in the very next instant, Adrian's expression shifted completely. Shock flashed across his face, his eyes widening as if he had realized something too late, and he shouted a single word, "No." Then his voice changed, dropping into a cold and eerie calm that made the moment feel even more unsettling. With a certainty that carried its own weight, Adrian simply said that he had already warned them. Adrian pointed forward toward the place where his hooded companions stood, prepared for whatever was coming. He understood exactly how the approaching enemy would see them, not as a real threat, but as easy prey waiting to be swallowed. He warned them that if they left everything to him, they would not even have enough time to react. The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. The next move would come fast, brutally fast, before anyone could properly prepare. As the tense argument continued, Vincent laid out the situation in a firm, controlled voice. The others had already been given their orders, but in his eyes, they still did not have the experience needed to properly handle what was about to come. Vincent pressed his point even harder, insisting that even if orcs were supporting the enemy, there was still no reason for His Highness to become their target. To him, Adrian did not need to throw himself into danger when the battlefield could still be handled by others. Adrian's gaze shifted down to Vincent's wrapped arm, and his eyes lingered there with a sharp, judging focus. Without saying much at all, he made the injury impossible to ignore. Calling attention to the wound Vincent was trying to treat as if it were nothing. Vincent glanced down at his own arm, almost as though he had only just remembered how obvious the injury looked. A small, awkward sound slipped out of him before he could properly gather an answer. Adrian's expression hardened until it looked almost carved from stone. His eyes sharpened with fierce resolve, making it clear that whatever anyone said next, his decision had already been made. Vincent admitted that his arm had not fully recovered yet. But even then, he refused to completely step back. He promised that when the moment truly came, he would still join the fight and do what needed to be done. Adrian cut him off before he could push any further, telling him to calm down while calling him by name, Vincent. The tone in his voice made it clear that what he needed right now was not reckless courage or stubborn pride. With his gaze fixed on something beyond the room itself, Adrian stated that the enemy they truly needed to face was not the one Vincent believed it to be. At the same time, the subject of the Night Slayers still hung between them, burning like an argument that had not yet been settled. Then a deep, resonant thrum rolled in from outside, heavy enough to make the air itself feel unstable. Beyond the window, an ominous red glow pulsed and shifted in the distance, and Vincent stared toward it with a grim expression, sensing a restless and merciless presence growing stronger by the moment. The dark red energy outside continued to swirl, growing thicker and more violent, like a storm gathering just before it broke. Vincent then gave Adrian the grim report. The presence was now moving toward Winter Castle. Adrian immediately caught the contradiction in those words. Winter Castle had been destroyed long ago, so the idea that something was now approaching it sounded wrong from the very beginning. Vincent's expression did not ease in the slightest. If anything, his face remained even grimmer, as though that contradiction only made the situation feel more unsettling. Then he revealed the rest of the information. Whatever that entity was, it would make landfall in just 1 week, and the deadline seemed to hang in the room like a sentence already handed down. Adrian took in the news without showing even the slightest sign of panic. As a leader, he simply answered with a steady, controlled acknowledgement, keeping his voice calm despite the weight of what he had just heard. Arwen Kurgayan focused with everything she had, her mind racing to locate the hidden weapon and stop its move before it was too late. At the same time, Vincent explained the battle plan, making it clear that their purpose was not to wipe out every enemy on the field, but to draw out the one commanding them. Vincent snapped his attention toward the troops and demanded that every one of them listen closely, his voice cutting straight through the tension. He repeated the heart of the plan once more. Annihilating the enemy was not the objective. The entire operation depended on dragging their leader into the open. At the central wall, a commander raised his voice and rallied the knights with a fierce shout, ordering them to hold the line no matter what came at them. Their duty was to endure, to keep standing until the enemy's main force, or the true leader behind it, finally revealed itself. On the east wall, more knights stood ready in formation, their armor and weapons catching the harsh light around them. Every man there had braced himself for the first sign of the enemy's advance. The west wall was defended just as heavily, lined with warriors prepared to meet any threat head-on. From one side of the fortress to the other, the entire stronghold had transformed into a wall of steel, discipline, and stubborn determination. As the pressure mounted, a sharp command rang out across the walls, ordering the archers to prepare. In perfect unison, bows lifted, strings pulled tight, and every arrow was aimed down toward the enemy gathering below. Massive impact suddenly shook the castle walls, rattling stone, armor, and nerves all at once. In that same breath, the defenders answered by releasing a storm of arrows into the chaos below. The deadly volley slammed into the charging orcs, punching through their thick hides and sending sprays of blood across the battlefield. The front lines of the horde staggered beneath the relentless rain of arrows. One orc screamed in agony as arrows pierced into its body from several directions at once. It reeled under the barrage, its furious roar twisting into a raw howl of pain. But then another orc stepped forward, a hulking brute carrying an enormous shield. Moving into the volley with terrifying composure, it raised its guard without hesitation and blocked the incoming arrows with practiced precision. Its defense held firm beneath the storm, the massive shield absorbing one impact after another. For the moment, the brute refused to give ground, standing solidly against the rain of arrows. Then a knight in dark armor roared from the ramparts. his voice carrying over the clash and chaos below. He dared the invaders to keep coming, challenging them to continue throwing themselves against the fortress walls. Vincent's voice tore across the battlefield with a fierce command, cutting through the thunder of war and the screams below. From the castle wall, he ordered the archers to keep firing without hesitation, because this was no time to slow down. Their arrows had to fall without pause until the orc advance finally cracked under the pressure. The castle archers responded immediately, their bows snapping in rapid succession as another deadly volley rained down onto the battlefield. Arrows streaked through the air and plunged into the orc formation below, piercing green flesh, staggering the front line, and forcing the horde to endure yet another storm from above. But even a barrage that brutal still was not enough to halt their momentum. The orcs kept pushing forward with terrifying persistence, forcing a colossal siege tower across the battlefield as it rolled straight toward the castle walls. The monstrous tower crept closer with every grinding turn of its wheels, its huge frame looming like a moving fortress built to crush their defenses. Vincent recognized the danger at once, his eyes narrowing sharply as the threat became too large for anyone on the wall to ignore. At the top of the siege tower, an orc commander glared down at the castle with savage anticipation, clearly waiting for the instant they reached the wall to strike. A desperate warning shout ripped through the battlefield, urging everyone to stop the tower before it was too late. Vincent planted his armored feet hard against the stone beneath him, bracing his body for the counterattack. In the next moment, electric blue energy flared around him, crackling through the air like a gathering storm as he prepared to move. Then, from out of nowhere, a red blur tore through the chaos. Blood burst from an orc that had been caught completely off guard, and Adrian appeared right in the middle of the battlefield, unleashing a blazing crimson strike that blasted the creature away from the castle wall with explosive force. Adrian's golden hair whipped wildly through the air as blood scattered from the impact, painting the scene with violent motion. From above, Vincent took in the chaos along the wall and let his voice roar over the battlefield, ordering the soldiers to shove the invaders back and send them falling. Even then, the orcs showed no sign of stopping. Their massive siege tower groaned under the weight of the horde packed around it, and every grinding movement sounded like another defiant crack against the castle's desperate attempt to hold its ground. Down below, Adrian moved with the ferocity of a beast finally unleashed, cutting through the green-skinned horde again and again. Another orc collapsed beneath his assault, unable to withstand the relentless pressure of his attack. The rumbling of the siege tower grew louder, sending a cold tremor through the fortress foundations as it crawled closer with horrifying certainty. Watching its approach, Vincent barked out urgent orders, demanding that the sling be brought forward so they could make the orcs believe the walls would never fall. But the orcs answered with a primal roar that rolled across the battlefield like thunder. A tidal wave of green bodies surged forward all at once, their savage war cries shaking the ground beneath the castle. Sunlight blazed over the distant peaks, casting long, dramatic shadows across the fortress trapped under siege. Beneath that harsh light, the siege tower kept grinding forward, looking almost unstoppable, a moving mass of wood, iron, and hatred pressing toward the castle's final defense. The battlefield had become a slaughterhouse, and in the center of that chaos, a colossal orc warrior tore through the enemy lines with savage strength. Its enormous axe swept through the battle again and again, every swing carrying enough force to crush anything unlucky enough to stand in its path. Standing over a mound of defeated enemies, the beast threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. That battle cry rang across the field like a brutal declaration, as if the monster itself were claiming ownership of the entire war zone. High atop the castle wall, Vincent looked down at the endless horde with a grim, exhausted expression. One thought repeating in his mind, the monsters just kept coming. Beside him, Arwen Kurgayan fixed her gaze on the monstrous figure below, a chill passing through her, as she wondered if that thing could truly be one of the legendary Night Slayers. Arwen's eyes remained sharp and unwavering, refusing to shake even as the situation grew more dangerous by the second. Her posture stayed steady, but the threat below was impossible to dismiss, pressing against the fortress like a living nightmare. The strain was written clearly across Vincent's face as he admitted the harsh truth. Their forces were almost at their limit. Arwen, however, held on to a thin thread of hope, believing that even those relentless monsters had to be feeling the weight of the battle by now. But the siege tower continued to grind forward, its massive shadow stretching toward the castle like an omen of doom. Then the realization struck the defenders with terrifying clarity. Winter Castle's walls had a fatal weakness. The orc horde pressed on without mercy, their savage roars ripping through the frozen air around the fortress. And just when the situation already seemed dire, an even colder realization spread among the defenders. Wolf espers were moving within the enemy ranks. A hulking orc warrior suddenly lunged forward, lifting its weapon high above its head. Its massive body barreled toward the defensive line with murderous force, ready to smash through whatever stood before it. The attack drove straight toward the heart of the defensive line, made even more dangerous by the chilling presence of the wolf espers nearby. Adrian refused to retreat, meeting the charge in a furious clash of steel before barking for Arwen to handle the rest, then lifting his shield to deflect another brutal strike while keeping his eyes locked firmly on the monster in front of him. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, gripping it with controlled intensity. In the next breath, blue lightning began to crackle along the blade, crawling over the steel like a living current ready to burst free. With a calmness so steady it almost felt unnerving, Adrian asked Arwen whether it was time to dangle the bait. Then he moved without delay, swinging his power-charged sword in a devastating arc. Adrian unleashed the Song of Requiem, and a blinding wave of destructive energy burst outward from his strike. The force swept across the battlefield with terrifying brilliance, swallowing everything in its path as it tore through the chaos ahead. From deep within the chaos, a horrifying beast began to take shape. Its crimson eyes burned with pure malice, staring out from the darkness like a nightmare that had finally stepped into the world. A cataclysmic wave of dark crimson energy exploded outward, shaking the entire battlefield with its brutal force. But Adrian did not fall back for even a second. His body blazed with a brilliant blue aura as he launched a devastating counterattack, cutting straight through the enemy lines. From a distance, Vincent watched the clash unfold, feeling the overwhelming power pouring from the battle even from where he stood. Concern tightened across his face, because the sheer intensity of the fight made the danger impossible to ignore. With his expression dark and grim, Vincent confirmed the fear that had been weighing on him. The power unfolding before his eyes was exactly as he had heard. Then a small, knowing smirk crossed Vincent's face, cutting through the grimness for just a moment. Despite the danger pressing in from every side, he declared that their strategy had worked. The battle was nowhere near finished. Adrian stood his ground beneath the harsh light, his golden hair blazing around him, his eyes burning with the unyielding spirit of a warrior who had no intention of taking a single step back. Then a fresh surge of dark energy erupted across the battlefield, cold, suffocating, and terrifying, as someone announced that it had finally arrived. In the next instant, the true horror showed itself. The colossal orc warlord, wrapped in malevolent crimson power, charged forward at the head of its frenzied horde, and just as that overwhelming presence threatened to crush every last hope, the terrifying news rang out. The Night Slayer had officially entered the battle.